Thank you for that very tasteful analysis. I set my napkin on my plate and stood. I'll just step over there and see how much longer. You two go ahead and order for us. I'll have the filet, bloody. I started to walk away and stopped, turning to face them again. Oh, and get yourself a few more drinks, I added with a smile. It's on me. The mood in the restaurant had changed as the night went on. Lights embedded in the ceiling and around the room had shifted from the soft white to warm gold, washing everything in rich color. The music was louder, not so loud that you couldn't talk or make out individual conversations, but loud enough that you could feel it deep in your chest, a pounding like a second heartbeat. It felt more like a nightclub than a restaurant now, and made it easier for me to step out unnoticed, to text Max. Where the fuck are you? I paced the glossy wood floors just outside, debating whether I could leave and get away with it. My phone vibrated with his incoming message less than a minute later. Just pulling up, 2 minutes. We need to talk, I answered. I'll meet you near Valet. With a glance over my shoulder to make sure Will or Henry hadn't followed, I headed down to meet Max. The casino floor was bustling. The sound of laughter and cheering floated up from one of the tables, and a couple of police officers stood near the entrance, speaking to a group of valets. Max stepped through the doors and stopped just in front of me, rebuttoning his suit jacket and straightening his tie. "Always so impatient," he said, glancing twice at the police before gripping my arm. "Perhaps we could move just over here." He guided us away from the area and out of their direct line of sight. "Oh, that's comforting. You're dodging the police now? Jesus Christ, what is happening? I feel like an accomplice in some sort of crime spree," I said, running a hand through my hair. "The less you know, the better, mate. Trust me." "And the toilet, Max? Really? That's the best you could come up with?" "As if your excuse was any better, an ulcer? You've lost your touch, mate. The Ben I knew in uni would be ashamed. Love's made you soft." I sighed, glancing behind me. "You've been gone for almost an hour. What the fuck took you so long?" He gave me a wide, leering smile. He looked happy. Fuck, he looked downright giddy, as if he hadn't a care in the world. I knew that expression. I'd been wearing it less than 10 minutes ago. "Just gave the lady friend a screaming orgasm, mate." "Okay, right. I did not need to know that." "You're one to talk." He stretched his neck, cracking it. "So how are the boys?" "Replacing most of their blood with vodka and discussing the beauty of aged meats." "Shall we head up for dinner, then?" He went to push by me, but I reached for his arm, stopping him. "Look, you know what I've been doing, and I know what you've been doing. Let's cut the bullshit. Back in New York, I'm lucky to get Chloe to myself for 10 full minutes. They're only here tonight. Let's help each other out here." His expression seemed to sober, and he nodded. "Am I the only one that finds it hilarious that it's Valentine's Day and we're the ones behaving like idiots and chasing them rather than the other way round?" "The thought may have occurred to me once or twice, yes," I said with a shake of my head. "These women made us insane. We need a plan. It will be no problem to get our comrades lost in a meat coma, but that won't last all night, and Will is getting suspicious." "Agreed," he said. "How much do you think he knows?" "I'm not sure. Henry hasn't stopped drinking or looking at the poker chips in his pocket all night, but Will, he seems to be under the impression that you and I are both suffering from some sort of horrible digestive issue." Max groaned. "I'll want to see her again, mate. I have to be honest. She's here, and well, I'd like to check in on her again." He looked up at me, and I nodded, understanding. "Will would never let me live it down if he thinks I couldn't go a single weekend without seeing her. You know him. I love the man, but he's enough of a tosser as it is. I'm not giving him this, too," he said, shaking his head. "Exactly. My brother loves giving me shit about Chloe and the fact that I slept with her while she still worked for me. If he finds out about this, there won't be a Ryan family holiday where he doesn't regale everyone with the story of the other time Bennett couldn't keep it in his pants. Fuck that." "Right. So what now? If we wanted to see them again tonight, how could that work?" Max paced back and forth in front of the registration desk before turning to face me. "I think I've got it. Tell me." "I'm thinking," he was looking down at the ground, still putting the pieces together in his head. "I think we need them distracted, yeah? And we want to make sure Will has a brilliant night." I nodded. But it's got to be more than booze. Those two have been drinking all night and somehow still seem to be functioning. I don't want them blind or face down in a gutter somewhere. Obviously. Max pulled out his phone and began scrolling through the contacts. I shifted from foot to foot and kept glancing over my shoulder, waiting for Henry to come out and drag me back by my collar to the table. When I turned back to Max, he'd stopped on a number. "Who are you calling?" "Mr. Johnny French," he said. "How do you know him, anyway? An old friend?" Max laughed. "Not sure I'd call him a friend. Not sure he'd call anyone a friend, really. But he does owe me a few favors, as you've seen. Caters to the type of crowd that might be helpful in our situation." "I'm afraid to see where this is going." "A little faith, mate. Will is a bit of a ladies' man," he said, smiling. "We'll just help him." "Help him?" Max shrugged meaningfully. "You mean get him a hooker?" I practically shouted. Max shushed me and glanced around. "A little louder, perhaps? And who'd have thought you'd be such a prude, Ben? I'm a little surprised," he said. "I'm not going to let him sleep with her. We just want a distraction. We're getting him a distraction." "But—" He held up a finger to silence me and put the phone on speaker between us. It rang a few times before it was answered by a man with a deep, serious voice. Johnny French. "What can I do for you, Max? Again," he said. "How are you this evening, Mr. French?" Max asked. "Still fine." "I hope I didn't wake you." A gravelly laugh filled the line. "Funny. I trust you found everything to your liking?" Max smiled, and I raised an eyebrow. It occurred to me that I really had no idea what Max had been up to in there. I knew it involved Sarah, but now I was beginning to wonder if the details were a bit more sordid than I'd originally thought. "It was brilliant, bloody brilliant, as usual, of course. You have one hell of a place there." "Good, glad to hear it. Now get to the point." "I'd like to call in a favor." "I assumed as much," Johnny said flatly. "The thing is, we found ourselves in a bit of a predicament here, and need a little help getting out of it." "I'm listening." "We need a distraction, a decoy." "A distraction?" "Yes. Sarah is here, as you know, but so are our friends." "I see. And you'd like to ditch them?" "Not exactly. We just want them entertained. One friend in particular. We'd like him safe, but maybe occupied for a few hours." "So you can run off and be with your girls on Valentine's Day?" Max smiled. "Something like that." Silence filled the line, and Max and I looked up at each other in question. "Did he hang up?" I mouthed. Max shrugged. "Still there, mate?" he asked. "I'm here. And yeah, no problem. Pretty sure I have the perfect distraction in mind." "I don't trust him," I said on our way back to the restaurant. "Stop worrying. Johnny is a man of his word, I assure you." "He didn't exactly sound happy with you." Max waved me off. "He's never going to be the guy to give me flowers and tell me I'm lovely." He sounded like we were assholes. "We are assholes." He had a point. "So what about Henry?" I asked, stopping at the stairs just outside the restaurant. "Do you think he'll be a problem?" "I think if I shoved $1,000 in his pocket, I wouldn't see him again until Tuesday morning." "Brilliant. So we have a nice dinner, wait for Johnny to send someone over, and then find our girls. If all goes well, I won't see your ugly mug until the morning, when we can start this weekend properly." Done. We shook hands and made our way inside with a new sense of purpose. Will and Henry were just where I'd left them, and now surrounded by a mountain of bowls and platters. There were steaks and fish, salad with bacon, steaming dishes of vegetables, and what had to be some of the biggest shellfish I'd ever seen. "Wow," Max said, looking over what had to be enough food to feed at least 10 people. "Hungry?" "We didn't know what you'd want," Henry said with a shrug. "Plus Ben's picking up the bill, so—" "Feeling better?" Will asked Max skeptically. "Much, thank you, and absolutely famished." We each took a seat, and Max motioned to the waiter. "I'll have another Macallan," he said. "And a Belvedere gimlet for me." I pointed to Henry and Will across from me. "And bring them two of whatever they're having." "So what did I miss?" Max asked, covering his plate in some sort of potatoes. Did you two finally stop playing hard to get and decide to run off together? There's a chapel just downstairs, I believe, in the casino." "Ha," Will said. "We were actually discussing who would be next. I assured Henry here that the only possible answer was you." "Oh, I don't know about that," Max said. "Never know what will happen with one of your scheduled booty calls." Will laughed. "What about that, Stella? Think it'll happen with you and Sarah?" Henry asked. Max smiled, but it was the shielded smile that he wore whenever he spoke about Sarah. "I haven't had this conversation with her yet. I'm certainly not having it with you lot." "But you've considered it," I found myself saying. I'd never seen Max fall for anyone like he had with Sarah. I knew the feeling. He had to have at least considered it. "Of course," he answered. "But we've only been together for a short while. We've got time." Another round of drinks arrived, and Max reached for his, holding it up for a toast. "To Bennett and Chloe. May your fights be rare, and if they aren't, because who am I kidding, at least may they be followed by some wicked shagging." We all clinked glasses and drank deeply. The room seemed to expand and shrink, and I put my vodka down, reaching instead for my water. "Well, I can't wait to hit the tables," Henry said, rubbing his palms together. "I spoke with a few of the dealers earlier. Kind of disappointed they have standard odds and no fire, but hey, can't win them all." "Wow. You sound like you've really looked into this," I said, wondering for a moment if I should be legitimately concerned. He shrugged and cut into his steak. I made a mental promise that if he started talking about card counting or needing a spotter, I'd intervene. Who said I wasn't a good brother? We continued with dinner, Max and I sharing conspiratorial glances toward the door and back to each other. Just as Will excused himself to the restroom, Max got a text. "She's here," Max whispered. He typed something into his phone and pressed send. "Told Johnny what Will's wearing, and he'll be near the front of the restaurant. Showtime." "This is too easy," I said, looking around, the tickle of uneasiness settling into my stomach. Since meeting Chloe, nothing in my life is ever this easy. "Would you relax?" he said under his breath. "This isn't insider trading. It's finding a way for us to sneak off for a shag. Calm the fuck down." "Whoa." I looked up at the sound of Henry's voice and followed his gaze across the room. A woman had stopped Will on his way back to the table. She was beautiful, with miles of wavy red hair and makeup so skillfully applied she looked like a piece of art. She wore a short beaded dress that clung to her body, and she smiled as she gazed at Will, her hand resting on his forearm. "But," I nudged Max and pointed, sitting back when he looked up. "Is that the woman Johnny sent?" His eyes widened before they narrowed slightly, as if he were trying to get a closer look, figure out what didn't quite add up. "What the?" Henry said. Max began typing furiously on his phone while Henry and I continued to watch Will. The escort stood about eye level with him and had steered him toward the bar. It looked like Will might be buying her a drink. "I'm confused. Is that—" Will looked over at the table, meeting my eyes. And oh, shit. In a rush, I burst out laughing, understanding dawning. Johnny had totally fucked with us, and from the second the woman found him, Will knew exactly what we'd done. The gauntlet had most definitely been thrown. "That son of a bitch," Max swore, but I didn't have time to ask because it looked like Red was ready to put the moves on Will. We all watched in rapt silence as the escort leaned in, whispering something in his ear. Her hand was big, bigger than my own, and she placed it against his chest, fingers twisting in the fabric. Will laughed, shaking his head before nodding to us at the table. With a seductive grin, she gripped his shirt and pulled him forward, kissing him hard on the lips. Damn. He stepped away in a daze and made his way back to the table. As he took his seat, we each looked at each other, unsure of what had actually happened. Will was silent for a moment, blinking several times before reaching for his drink. He drained it in one pull, then took a deep breath. "You're a bunch of assholes," he said, leaning back in his chair and popping a shrimp into his mouth. "But as far as kissing a dude went, that actually wasn't bad." Honestly, that one really had ended up in the win column for Will. I glanced across the table to where he perused the dessert tray, still wearing the same smug fucking grin. Am I really, really drunk, or did we accidentally hire a male prostitute to distract our friend? I asked Max. He didn't answer, just held up his phone, displaying his most recently delivered text message. A picture of Johnny's hand, middle finger extended. Perfect. I laughed, putting my drink down with a bit more of a crash than I'd intended. I'm not going to say I told you so, but for the record, I definitely did. Fuck you. Max slumped back in his seat, pushing his hands into his hair. This isn't over. He's going to bide his time and then completely ruin us. Do you have any idea what I've done tonight to be with this woman? I snuck out on my best friend's stag weekend. I stole a limousine. I hired my other best friend, a drag queen, Bennett. Maybe it was the alcohol buzzing in my system, or the absolute absurdity of the situation, but I started to laugh, and then I couldn't stop. I think Ben's finally lost it, Henry said. Who called today? He pulled a wrinkled slip of paper from his pocket, presumably with the bets they'd each taken earlier in the day. Damn it! It was Max. I sat back in my seat and scrubbed my face. Max was right. This definitely wasn't over.
6. Max Stella. The din of voices in the bar, glasses clinking and sounds of ringing slot machines all around us, was occasionally disrupted by the loud bursts of laughter by the world's biggest wanker, Will. Wonder what it'd be like to get head from a male prostitute, he mused. Like, okay, assuming of course it wasn't illegal, and you didn't even know it was a guy, I bet that would be some good suction. I shrugged, feeling the humor of the situation bubble up inside me and burst out. I bet it would be bloody fantastic. Strong grip, Bennett agreed, laughing. Better tongue for the equipment if you know what I'm saying, I said. Well, fuck, now you're making me wish I'd given him a go. Will picked up his empty drink glass and raised it for the waiter to bring another. Where are we headed next? I thought we could hit Tau at the Venetian, I suggested, or head back to the Bellagio. Does anyone actually know where Henry is? Bennett asked, looking around for only a few seconds before seeming to decide he didn't care enough to get up. But then Chloe and Sarah appeared around a corner, arms linked and making a beeline for a blackjack table only about 10 yards from the bar. Bennett straightened instinctively, drawing Will's attention. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me, Will groaned, following Ben's gaze. With mumbled thanks he took his drink from the waiter. They don't even know you're here, do they? Oh my God, they do. That's why you've both been idiots all night. It's like the four of you have subconscious homing devices implanted in your genitalia. He sighed. Oh, it all makes sense now. I stood at the same time as Bennett, stretching my arms over my head before tucking my dress shirt back into the waist of my trousers. Will could give me all the shit he wanted. I was going to Sarah. If you don't mind, gentlemen, it looks like I'll be trying my hand at blackjack this evening. I made my way out of the bar and to the table where the girls were organizing their chips and being dealt in. Finding a seat next to Chloe, I met Sarah's eyes just a couple of seats down, giving her a little wink. Max, she said, simply, smiling. Petal, I acknowledged with a nod. Pulling a few chips from my pocket, I had the croupier break them into smaller denominations and add me to the hand. I'm gonna win some money, Chloe informed the table. I'd love to see that, I murmured, frowning as the dealer laid down my face-up card, a 5 of hearts. As would I. Bennett slid easily into the last empty chair at the table, on the opposite side of the half-circle from Chloe and beside Sarah. Between me and Sarah was a skinny man wearing a 10-gallon hat and one of the most fantastic bits of facial hair I'd ever seen. When I busted with a score of 25, I turned to look at the man more closely. Mate, that is a bloody brilliant moustache. He tipped his hat, thanking me before busting with a 22. Chloe held, and the dealer revealed that Chloe had both the ace and jack of spades. The house had a jack on the up card, but flipped the whole card, a king. The dealer paid out Chloe's winnings before collecting the cards on the table with a sweep of her hands. Told you, Chloe sang, dancing in her seat and blowing Bennett a kiss. It's my lucky night. He responded with a tiny lift of his brow. Looking across the room to the bar, I found Will, who was sipping his drink and fucking around on his phone. He looked up and caught my eye after a moment, giving me a silent fuck you face, and I waved, indicating that I'd be back soon. The problem was, blackjack was fucking fun. Chloe was cleaning up, winning hand after hand, and although Bennett and I were systematically losing all of our money, it didn't bloody matter. The dealer was easygoing, Sarah's laugh was infectious, and Moustache had started cracking the best awful jokes between each hand. "Doctor walks into a room," he said, running his fingers over his moustache and winking at Chloe. "Says hi to the patient on the exam table, goes to make note of something on his chart." The dealer dealt our face-down cards, and we all looked at the table in time to see the next cards arriving face-up. He realizes he's holding a thermometer and frowns. "Well, fuck," he says, "some asshole's got my pen." And because her sense of humor was always easy and gutter-loving, Sarah completely lost it, falling onto the soft padded edge of the table in laughter, and looking lovelier than I think she had all night. She was flushed from whatever she'd had to drink, but even more than that, she looked positively blissful. When she looked up and caught me staring, her smile straightened, as if liquid heat had trickled into her veins, and she blinked down to look at my mouth. Going back to find her at the theater had been the best decision of my night. Come to think of it, the only good one. I gave her a wink, licked my lips. "You two going to fornicate or play some goddamn cards?" Chloe asked, having decided to stay with a 9 showing. The table showed a 6 and busted, hitting 7 on top of a whole card of 9. "Shut your gob, woman," I hissed playfully. A young guy walks into a bar, our new acquaintance started as the dealer cleared the hand, and fuck, I decided this was the best man ever to have at a blackjack table. The dealer began the process of shuffling the decks. He orders 10 shots of whiskey. The bartender says, "Damn kid," but lines them up anyway. I like Moustache because of said moustache, of course, but also the fact that he looked like he spent a lot of birthdays alone. He had a way about him that mixed ease and desperation, and yet here he was, cracking dirty jokes with perfect finesse with a bunch of half-sloshed strangers. I didn't even mind his gaze turning dopey and loaded when he turned and smiled at Sarah. Couldn't blame the bloke. I had no choice but to fall for her. Sarah was as irresistible as gravity. So here they are, 10 shots in front of this skinny beanpole kid. The kid knocks them all back, one after the other, barely blinking. "Wow," says the barman, "what are you celebrating?" Sarah was already laughing, and I turned to watch her in wonder. She would never stop being a tangle of mystery, this one, anticipating dirty jokes told by an eccentric stranger in Vegas. Moustache chuckled, shaking his head. "My first blowjob," says the kid. The bartender looks surprised and says, "In that case, let me buy you another." He stopped, looking over at Sarah expectantly. And with both hands in the air as if dancing in victory, Sarah yelled, "Kid shakes his head. No thanks, man. If 10 shots won't get rid of the taste, another won't make a lick of difference." Around us, laughter roared, and I realized that we had begun to attract quite a crowd to the table. Chloe was on a roll, Moustache was aces, and at nearly 2 a.m, we were clearly the table having the most fun in the casino. Sarah and Moustache high-fived as the dealer began flipping out the cards, wearing an amused smile. The card play turned into a blur of jokes and drinks. Chloe whooping in celebration was interrupted often by sound of Sarah's loud, hysterical laugh. With a jerk of awareness, I turned, looking for Will at the bar. It had been a long while since I indicated we'd be done soon, and I'd completely lost track of time. He was gone. I pulled my phone out of my pocket, glancing up with resignation at my 2 remaining $25 chips, and texted him. "We're set. Where are you?" He texted back a few minutes later, "Meet you at the Venetian. I'm getting head from a dude." "Arsehole," I mumbled, just as Moustache started a new joke. But the sound of his voice beside me fell silent as a hand wrapped around my shoulder. "Mr. Stella." The table and the boisterous crowd went silent. I caught a look of concern on Sarah's face just as I looked up, turning to see a man wearing a dark, tailored suit and a very serious expression. "Yeah, mate?" He wore an earpiece and an expression that communicated I was meant to take him very bloody seriously. "I'm going to have to ask you and Mr. Ryan to come with me, please." "What's this about?" Bennett asked, laying his cards face down on the table. The crowd broke out into speculating whispers. "I'm not at liberty to discuss it out here on the floor. I'll ask you once again, gentlemen, to follow me. Now." Without further question, we stood, exchanging baffled looks and following the man away from the table. I turned, giving Sarah an encouraging smile, mouthing, "It's fine." What, after all, could we possibly have done? The man in the black suit led us through a service doorway, down a long empty corridor, and then through an unlabeled door. Inside the stark white room was a metal table, not unlike the one I'd started my evening with, and 3 metal folding chairs. "Have a seat." The man indicated that we each sit in one of the chairs, and then turned to leave. "What's going on?" Bennett asked. "We followed you here readily out of courtesy. The least you can do is tell us why you asked us to leave the table." "Wait for Hanna." The man nodded toward the remaining empty chair, and then left. I settled back into my seat while Bennett stood, pacing for a few quiet minutes before sighing and sitting down next to me again. He pulled his phone from his pocket and texted something, presumably to Chloe. "This is a load of shit," he grumbled. I made a noise of agreement, but then stopped from saying more when we heard footsteps coming down the hall toward us. 2 guys walked through the door, both sporting dark suits, short-cropped hair, and hands the size of watermelons. Neither man was taller than me, but I had the distinct impression they had more hand-to-hand combat training than I did, which is to say, some. They stared at us for what seemed like full, heavy minutes of silence, assessing. I felt sweat beads at my forehead, wondering if these men were the owners of the limo I'd borrowed for my short romp with Sarah. They were definitely either limo drivers or hitmen. Or perhaps they were undercover policemen here to reprimand us for hiring a prostitute. Had we actually paid for her? Could she be traced to us? Or, bollocks, maybe Sarah and I had been caught on camera, and they were here to bust us for our public escapades earlier. I mentally filed through the phone calls I would need to make once booked on charges of public indecency. Lawyer, Sarah, Mum, smug business partner, hysterical sisters, and then I saw the image of all the creepy mugshots in the paper of men and women arrested for fucking in cars or on bridges or on school grounds, and realized this is why Sarah and I kept our activities to Johnny's club. There, we'd never see a man in a suit coming to reprimand us. Johnny would shut that nonsense down before the police even had time to enter the club's coordinates into their GPS. I glanced at Bennett, who, now that the men had joined the room, was sitting in his own chair, looking as relaxed as he would be at the head of a boardroom table. He had one hand in his pocket, the other resting on his thigh, and was staring evenly up at the 2 men in front of us. "Good evening, gentlemen," I said, deciding someone needed to start the festivities. The guys were hulks, brutes, goons, getting their ideas for facial expressions from comic books or Tarantino films. It was almost too easy to want to have fun, just a little. The first one to speak was the shorter of the 2, though by no means short, and had a voice about as deep as a 5-year-old girl's. "I'm Hanna. This here is Kim." Beside me, Bennett Ryan was just drunk enough to say, "I appreciate the irony of that, on both counts." The man who introduced himself as Hanna stared at Bennett for a long pause before asking, "Any idea why we asked Leroy to bring the 2 of you back here?" I answered, no, just as Bennett answered, "Well, it's definitely not because we cleaned out the house." When he said that, and for the first time since we were brought back into the room, it occurred to me that we were more likely here for gambling-associated reasons than grand theft auto or public indecency. Instead of being booked and ultimately released, we were going to have our fingers broken one by one by a eunuch named Hanna and a brute named Kim. Brilliant. Hanna smirked, saying, "Do you have any idea how many assholes like you we see back here, out for a weekend with their STD-infested douchebag friends, thinking they'll use their brand-new copy of Card Counting for Dummies to clean out the house, so they can go back and bang their ugly-ass girlfriends and impress them with the $500 they won?" Clearing his throat with authority, Bennett asked, "Do we really look to you like two men who would find thrill in winning $500? Kim, who was somehow both much larger and less intimidating than Hammer because of the rubies in both of his ears, lurched forward, slamming his fists down on the table, making the entire fucking room shake. I couldn't help but notice that Bennett barely flinched at all. I sure as hell jumped. I'd been convinced the metal table was going to collapse on our legs. "You think this is your motherfucking mommy's house?" Kim growled, his voice as low and gravelly as Hammer's was girlish. "You think you're playing Go Fish at a fucking linoleum table?" Bennett sat motionless, his face impassive. The man turned to me, eyebrows raised as if I was meant to speak for both of us. "No," I said, giving my best relaxed smile. "If we were at my mum's house, we would have been offered chips and Guinness." Ignoring my wisecrack, Hammer stepped forward. "What do you think the house does when we get card counters in here?" "Mate, I wouldn't know how to count cards, even if I was trained by fucking Rain Man. The repercussions are beyond me." "You think you're funny?" I sat back in my chair, exhaling heavily. This was pants. "I think I'm baffled. I lost all my chips. Even if we were counting cards, we're not exactly good at it, so I can't quite suss out what we're doing here. The best counters let themselves lose sometimes. You think by counting you'll only ever win?" I sighed, leaning forward, my elbows resting on my knees. This was going nowhere with the continued rhetorical questions. "Can I tell you a secret?" Hammer looked surprised, straightening. "Go." "I've never played blackjack in my life before tonight." "This one," I said, nodding to Bennett, "he negotiates drink prices when we're sitting at a table and they're already free. He doesn't fucking gamble." Snorting, Kim said, "And yet here you are. In a 2-deck pitch, you stand on S17, double after split." Bennett leaned forward, genuinely curious. "Was that English?" For the first time since we walked in here, I saw the corner of Kim's lips twitch as if repressing a smile, or a snarl, I couldn't actually be sure. "I'm going to give you 2 choices," Hammer said. 1, I break your fingers, or 2, I break your face. I blinked, feeling a brief moment of pride that I had correctly predicted our punishment, but something felt off. Just because I hadn't played blackjack in Vegas before didn't mean I had been living under a rock. Finger and face breaking seemed a touch off protocol for a couple of guys suspected of counting cards. "Let's see your hands," Kim said, patting the table. "You're delusional," Bennett replied, laughing incredulously. "I'll start with the pinky," Hammer said, lips twitching. "No one needs their pinky." "Get stuffed, all right?" I growled, feeling a disorienting mix of impatience and righteous indignation building in my chest. "Forget the accent. I'm a fucking American citizen, you assholes. I know my rights. If you're going to start talking about getting violent, get a fucking cop or lawyer in here." The door swung open, and bloody Will entered, clapping slowly. Ice trickled into my veins, and I leaned back in my chair with a harsh exhale. "Oh, you wanker," I sighed. It was perfect. He smiled at Hammer and Kim, and I groaned, dropping my head onto my arms on the table. I should have known. "You were angry but convincing," he said to me. "You might have thrown in an indignant fist slam for full effect, but I really like what you did with the American citizen bit. Really got me right here." I looked up just as he tapped his chest over his heart, eyes soft and praising. While Hammer and Kim stepped to the side, laughing, Bennett stood, walking over to Will. For a second I wondered if he was going to punch him, or maybe just kick Will in the ghoulies, but then I realized he was smiling. He looked Will in the eye for a count of about 3, and then patted his shoulder before simply walking to the door. "Well played," he murmured, before disappearing down the hall. Hammer and Kim moved to me, hands extended and smiles full and easy now. "Sorry, man," Hammer said, laughing. "Mr. Johnny French called, said we needed to help your friend Will even the score. Apparently you deserved some payback for acting like pussy-whipped little babies earlier." He held his hands up, shrugging in a way that made me wonder whether he was officially associated with the mob. "We just wanted to fuck with you a little." Seemed the easiest way to get you away from the ladies, Will said, rocking on his heels. I sighed, rubbing my face and feeling my heart rate slowly return to normal. All said, this was a pretty brilliant prank. Well, while you had us back here, I'm pretty sure Chloe was out there cleaning up. She did pretty well, Will agreed. Few thousand at least. Come on, Kim said, helping me up and slapping my back. Go out there and get drunk. I'll tell you what, I said, returning his handshake. I'm staying the fuck away from cards. I'm an American citizen, Will yelled, and then collapsed into the couch in hysterics. It was probably the 10th time he'd made this proclamation in the past 15 minutes. So, I began, you paid those men $100 to scare the piss out of us. How'd that work out for you? Ignoring me, Will pretended to wipe away a tear. Your patriotic battle cry at the end is going to stay with me for all my days. It was pretty amazing, Bennett agreed. We sat around a low glass table in a posh bar at the Bellagio, lounging on soft suede couches and sipping what felt like our millionth cocktail of the night. My inebriation snuck up on me. Until this moment, I hadn't really felt it, but with my adrenaline slowly slipping from my veins and knowing the girls were safely somewhere in their beds, my limbs grew heavy with the effects of our adventures and the accumulated alcohol. All around us, the bar was quiet. It was well past 3 a.m, and most of the people remaining were in the casino or at one of the more wild bars. From the corner of my eye, I saw a man approach our table. He wore a tailored suit, an earpiece, and had the distinct look of importance about him. The waiters made room for him, all offered him nervous hellos. Clearly someone of circumstance was headed our way, and since Will was seated at the table with us, I was disinclined to think he was fucking with us again. Gentlemen, the man said, standing at the head of the table, you must be Bennett, Max, and Will. We all nodded, sharing pleasantries. The elder Mr. Ryan has joined us in the high rollers room, he then said. So that's where Henry had gotten to. But his phone is dead, and he asked me to come check on you. My name is Michael Hawke, and I'm the Vice President of Client Relations here at the Bellagio. I chanced to look at my friends to see when they registered that, with some people in his life, this man might be known as my cock. Will closed his eyes for a beat, swallowed with effort, and then opened them again, containing himself. Bennett nodded, and to my complete fascination had to bite his top lip to repress any further reaction. I wanted to make sure that you were enjoying your night, Mr. Hawke continued, looking at each of us in turn. It's been fantastic, I answered, unable to look away from Bennett. I hadn't seen anything like this from him in at least a decade. His lip shook, he covered it with his finger, and his eyes started to water. Finally, he looked over to me, and then he absolutely fucking broke. With a hand splayed over his face, Ben leaned back into the sofa and shook with laughter, just drunk enough and tired enough and full up to fucking here with the insanity of the night to completely lose his shit over some guy named Mike Hawke standing in front of us. Beside him, Will turned red before bending and covering his face with both his hands. I'm sorry, Will gasped from behind his fingers. I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Hawke. It's just too much. Turning back up to the man beside our table, I smiled. Thanks very much for checking in. Go ahead and let Henry know we're sorted. My cock wasn't a tall man, and he didn't look as hard and intimidating as the casino executives in movies would lead me to expect. He was average height, with a round, friendly face and eyes full of understanding. He gave a little laugh, shaking his head before leaving us with, "Enjoy your stay, gentlemen." I would like to state for the record, I started once he'd left, that I am the only fucking bloke at this table who was able to keep his ass together. My cock! Bennett practically yelled at me, dropping his hand. His eyes were red from laughing. How am I supposed to keep it together over that? That's like meeting a fucking unicorn. Will leaned over to high-five him, and then sighed, leaning his head back against the back of the couch. Holy crap, that may have been the highlight of the night. The night is young, Bennett said, recovering with only a slight slur to his words. He glanced at Will's empty glass. Have another? No, it's too late to get me drunk and have your wicked way with me. Garçon, I yelled, grinning. A scotch for the curmudgeon. Bring the whole bottle if you would. I told you, Max, I'm not drinking that. Will turned his face away in mock anger. It's too damn late to pretend you love me. The waiter slid the glass of scotch in front of Will, and with a quiet clink set the entire bottle beside it. Will stared at me, at the bottle, and then shook his head. No. The thing is, Will slurred, tossing a sloppy arm around my shoulders, women are tricky. He waved the index finger of his free hand in front of my face. How often do you meet one you can imagine just hanging out with like this? He dragged the S out to about 5 seconds, and then lurched forward, reaching for his glass. It skittered away from his fingertips before he finally captured it with his palm. Just the one, I admitted, and even with Sarah, it's different than with you guys. I tried to curb the swearing. I rubbed my jaw, reconsidering. Sort of. You curbing the swearing is like me curbing the... Will trailed off, thinking. The something. I'm hungry. He ran a hand over his face and looked at his watch. Likewise, I checked my phone. It was nearly 5:30 in the morning. Actually, I'm tired. Let's meet for lunch at noon and start this fucking bachelor party thing over again tomorrow. The three of us stood, closed out our tab, and made our way to the bank of elevators, each scrambling in our pockets to find our room key to show security. We stood in silence as the doors opened. I was blissfully tipsy and ready for a good snog with my lady upstairs. I almost couldn't wait to see what we could stir up tomorrow.
Chapter 7. Bennett Ryan. Will's voice broke the silence in the elevator. Should we be even mildly concerned about Henry down there in the high rollers room? I reached into my jacket pocket, pulling out my brother's credit card, the only one Mina let him leave home with. I have no idea what he's playing, but he'll either keep winning or run out of money, and the only card he'll have in his wallet will be the one that opens his hotel room door. Brilliant, Max murmured, sleepily leaning into the wall of the elevator car. I'm fucking knackered. Will sighed, watching the numbers climb on the digital display. You know, for being a couple of neutered assholes, you guys actually managed to make a pretty entertaining night out of it. Nudie club, fake medical emergencies, fan-fucking-tastic dinner, Grand Theft Auto, transvestite escort, Chloe wins a few grand, and we nearly get maimed by some goons, Max said, standing up straighter. Not so bad, eh? Will turned to stare at him. Grand Theft Auto? Max rubbed his face, shaking his head. A story for another... Will held up a hand, eyes wide as if he'd already moved on from his first question. And how could you forget Mike Hawk? I think, especially for the two of you, Mike Hawk figured quite prominently in this evening's activities. Will hiccuped, weaving slightly as the doors to our floor opened. I'd say you're pussy-whipped, but I think it's even worse than that. I watched as Max's smile went from self-satisfied to mocking. Will, darling. He put a heavy hand on Will's cheek and clucked his tongue. I can't wait for that one girl to come in and kick your feet out from under you. You think you have things organized, sorted. You think you're content with your low-key bachelor apartment, with your triathlons and your work and your scheduled pussy. When that one girl comes along, I'm going to say I told you so, and give you no bloody sympathy when you've turned into a lovesick strop. With a light slap to Will's cheek, he stepped away, laughing as he walked down the hall. Can't fucking wait for it, mate. Will watched Max's heavy limbs and dragging feet, and then turned to me expectantly as if I would add to the lecture. I shrugged. Pretty much what he said. When you find that girl, we'll be happy for you, but mostly we'll be happy to give you endless shit. This is why you're my people, he mumbled, punching me weakly in the chest before turning the opposite way down the hall. Bidding Will good night, I walked to my room, wishing I knew where Chloe was staying. Even as exhausted and half-drunk as I was, I still would have gone downstairs and climbed in a cab to go anywhere to her. Just inside my door, I stopped at my closet to hang up my blazer, and froze. Dangling from a wooden hanger was Chloe's lingerie from the club, the jewel stones of the tiny bra and underwear winking green and white in the dim light coming in the bedroom window. I moved farther into the room, wanting to confirm what my racing pulse had concluded. She was here, in my bed, waiting for me. Sure enough, a Chloe-shaped lump was sound asleep amid a mountain of blankets and pillows in the middle of the king mattress. Stripping my clothes off and leaving them in a discarded pile on the floor, I climbed over her, braced on my arms and legs. Not touching her, not yet, just taking her in. A tangle of brown curls against the stark white bed linens, eyes closed but lids fluttering in her dreams, lips wet and red and begging to be kissed. Everything below her neck was covered by her cocoon of blankets, and when I stared down at the steady rhythm of her pulse beneath the delicate skin of her neck, I felt a little predatory. The thrill of being able to do this, kiss her, wake her up, fuck her, was still as fresh tonight as it was nearly 2 years ago when, for the first time, we finally had time alone in a hotel. Lifting the covers, I slid in beside her and realized she was wearing nothing but my shirt. Beneath, her body was bare. It was one of my favorite iterations of Chloe, when her limbs were heavy and slow from sleep, her sounds similarly deeper, more wanton. I inched down beneath the covers only as she began to be aware that I was in bed with her. She'd bathed. She no longer smelled of an unfamiliar woman, but of her own soap now, blossom and citrus. I kissed the curve of her breast over the shirt, lifted the cotton to lick a line from her belly button to the sweetness of her hip. Curious fingers ran through my hair. Fingertips grazed along my jaw and moved up to trace the shape of my mouth. "I thought I was dreaming," she whispered, rising into consciousness. "Not dreaming." Her hands found my hair. Her legs opened wide beneath the covers because she knew now that I was there, and that I was going to give her what she loved more than almost anything on the planet. Shifting so I was lying between her legs, I bent and blew a soft stream of air across her pussy, teasing and relishing how she bowed off the bed for me, urging me closer, offering her little broken sounds of pleasure. It was a dance I loved, kissing her hips, her thighs, exhaling oh so close to that sweet, tiny slide of skin. The room was cool, but her skin was already damp with perspiration, and with a single finger I easily slid through the heat of her sex. My Chloe cried out, in a tangle of relief and need. She didn't urge me faster because if she'd learned anything, it's that I would just slow down. She was in my bed, in my room, already my wife for all intents and purposes, and no way was I rushing this when I'd been thinking of her all night, and had nowhere to be early tomorrow morning, this morning, except in bed with her. I let her feel my breath in my fingers, kissed her stomach, tasted her skin. Fuck, she's beautiful, I thought, with her arms stretched over her head, her hands searching for the anchor the rest of her didn't seem to feel. Her hips rolled in front of me, searching, and finally I couldn't take the seduction of her, the warmth and sweetness anymore. I kissed her gently just once, closing my eyes against the intensity of it. I wanted more. I wanted, as always, to find a way to taste and fuck her simultaneously, and the second my tongue slipped out to glide across the small rise of her clit, I was fucking done, mouth open and sucking, devouring. With a cry, she dug her hands fully into my hair, hips sliding and rocking into me, and it became a rhythm we fell into without effort, without stutter. She was silky and warm, and her legs found their way over my shoulders, down my back, closing around me until the only thing I could hear was the muffled sound of her pleas, the rustle of sheets beneath her as she moved up into me. Her body couldn't decide what it wanted, tongue or the pressure of my lips, so I made the decision for her, hungry after a night of secretive, hurried sex and so little intimacy. I surrounded her with my mouth, sucking and reminding her, "This is how I love you, both soft and wild. I am fucking lost in you." Her body was so familiar to me, its dips and curves, the flavor of her sex as she went from sleeping to wild. And although I'd started this wanting to tease her, I couldn't. Her release was a precursor to mine. She came quickly, legs falling away, back bowed until her cries quieted and thighs stopped trembling. She propped herself up on her elbows, watching me. I kissed up her navel, pushing my shirt up her body as I went, and exposing the soft fullness of her breasts. "Hello, my lovelies." "Did you have fun tonight?" she asked, voice still groggy with sleep and pleasure. It was definitely interesting. My teeth found the bottom swell of her breast, and then my tongue slid up the curve, found her nipple. "Bennett?" I paused my gentle attack on her chest to look up and catch the uncertainty on her face. Is it really okay that we did this? That I crashed your bachelor party? I mean, it basically hijacked your first night here. Do you think I'm at all surprised you decided to take charge of the club?" She closed her eyes, smiling a little, but only a little. "Not being surprised isn't the same thing as being glad that I did it." I pushed my shirt the rest of the way up her arms, trapping her wrists above her head and using it to tie her hands together. "We have all weekend to celebrate the bachelor thing. It's really okay that you did this." I leaned down, sucked her neck. "In fact, if you ever stop doing crazy things like that, stop being wild and foolish because you want me so much, it might just ruin me a little." "A little?" I could hear the smile in her voice. Looking down at her face, at her hair fanned across the pillow, eyes heavy with desire and satisfaction in equal measure, I had the sense of being pulled backward through a cable in time. How the fuck had we gotten here? This woman beneath me was the same one I'd despised so viciously for months, the one I'd fucked with such combustible need and hate, and now she was in my room on the weekend of my bachelor party, wearing my grandmother's ring, hands tied over her head with my favorite T-shirt, the one she'd claimed as her own months ago. Chloe tilted her head, catching my eye. "Where did you go?" I closed my eyes, swallowing. "Just remembering." She waited, eyes studying me. "I was just remembering everything and thinking about how we started and what it was like before. I was trying to remember that last woman I was with before you. I don't think I ever told you about that night." Beneath me, she laughed. "This has the potential to be such a romantic conversation." She wiggled a little, rubbing her slick skin along the underside of my cock. "Just listen," I murmured, bending to kiss her. Pulling back, I said, "She was my date at the fundraiser for Millennium Organics. You were there, too." "I remember," she whispered, watching my lips. "You had on this dress," I exhaled. "Fuck. That dress. It was red." "Yes, but not just red. Fire engine red. Siren red. You look like a fucking beacon, a devil, which is pretty appropriate considering. Anyway, Amber was my date and—" "Blonde, tall, fake boobs?" she asked, clearly remembering. I took a small bit of pleasure knowing she was paying close enough attention even then to remember my date nearly 2 years later. "That's her, and she was—" I sighed, remembering my complete apathy that entire evening. "She was nice enough, but she wasn't you. I was obsessed with you, but in a really fucked up way. I loved finding ways to push your buttons, just to see you react to me for a second. I loved getting a rise out of you, because I think it meant that I was the focus of your thoughts for a moment, however rage-filled." She laughed again, stretching to kiss my neck, sucking lightly. "Psychopath." "That night," I continued, ignoring her, "you were getting a drink at the bar and I walked up to you and made some crack. I don't even remember now what it was I'd said, but I'm sure it was nasty and unnecessary." I closed my eyes, remembering her face, how she stared at me blankly, without even a trace of interest. You looked at me and then laughed before taking your drink and just walking away. It fucking wrecked me, I think, though I didn't really get that until later. I was used to seeing you react to my jabs with a tiny hint of hurt feelings, anger, or frustration, but to see absolutely nothing but indifference, fuck, that was it for me. "I don't remember what you said either," she admitted, "but I'm sure it took a lot of effort for me to look unaffected." We left not long after that, Amber and I. I smoothed a hand up Chloe's body, over her breast, to her face. I looked her in the eye and admitted, "I fucked her, but it was awful. You kept barging into my head. I would close my eyes and imagine what it would be like to touch you. I tried to imagine the sounds you would make when you'd come, how you would feel. That's when I came. I bit the pillow to keep from saying your name." She exhaled sharply, and I realized she'd been holding her breath. "Did you go to her place or yours?" I looked away from where my fingers ran over her jaw and met her eyes again. How was that relevant? Hers. Why? Shrugging, she whispered, "Just curious." I continued to study her and could see the wheels turning, some private curiosity growing in her thoughts. Bending to kiss her ear, I asked, "What are you thinking, little devil?" She smiled up at me, caught. "I was wondering what position you were in." Ice trickled into my bloodstream. "Do you like hearing about this because you want to imagine me with another woman?" She shook her head immediately, eyes darkening. Her hands turned into tight fists around the knot of my shirt above her head. "I like hearing how you were thinking about me. I just want to hear about it." I was on top of her, like this, I murmured, wary. "We only had sex that one time. I'm sure she found me wholly unimpressive as a lover." She wiggled, adjusting the position of her hands in their soft binding, watching me. Thinking. "Before you had sex with her," she said, eyes on my mouth, "when you got back to her place, did she go down on you?" Shrugging, I admitted, "I think so, a little." "And did you taste her?" I asked, and Chloe nodded. "No," I said, "I didn't." "Did you wear a condom?" "I always wore a condom," I said, laughing. "Well, before you." She smiled and rolled her eyes. "Right." But then her legs slid up around my waist. "Before me." All I needed to do was shift my hips slightly, and I would be able to press inside her. Yet somehow, talking about this naked and over her felt perfect. We had no secrets. "Did she come?" she asked. Sighing, I admitted, "She faked it." Chloe laughed, head pressed back into the pillow so she could see me better. "You're sure?" "Positive. It was an impressive effort, if not a bit over the top." "Poor girl didn't know what she was missing then." "It was only a few days before the conference room," I whispered, kissing the corner of her mouth. "I think I was probably already in love with you. So when I think back to that night with Amber, it feels as though I cheated. Given how you found me tonight, blindfolded, passively accepting an erotic dance, I want to air all of my potential sins. I guess that's why I'm talking about Amber now." Her face straightened, eyes wide and earnest. "Babe, you didn't cheat, either with Amber or if it had been another woman tonight dancing for you." "I wouldn't, you know," I said, my voice tight. Reaching above her, I untied her hands, rubbing her wrists carefully. "You saw that I wasn't aroused until I knew it was you. I couldn't be unfaithful to you." She nodded, and I kissed up her neck to her swollen lips. Swollen from the rough treatment I gave her not long ago. Holy shit, she must be sore everywhere. Even still, she lowered her arms, reached between us, and rubbed me over the crease of her sex. When she kissed me, she moaned quietly against my tongue. "You taste like me." "However could that have happened?" I asked, nibbling her bottom lip. Angling her hips, she pushed up into me, suddenly demanding and urgent. "Easy," I whispered, pulling back and sinking into her slowly, groaning into her neck. "Don't go too fast." Fuck. She even felt like honey, smooth and sweet. So good. Always so fucking good, Chloe. "How did you know?" I paused for a moment as I pulled my hips back, interpreting her question. "How did I know you're sore?" She nodded. It was her favorite game, the one where I told her everything I noticed. I paid attention. She loved it. "You rode my fingers pretty hard earlier." She hummed, eyes closed and hands running down my back. "And I wasn't particularly gentle in the restroom." "You really weren't," she whispered, turning her head to suck on my shoulder. I started an easy, steady rhythm moving in her. "So just now, when I put my mouth on you, I wasn't surprised you were a little swollen." "Close. Faster, please, baby," she gasped, but I didn't pick up speed. "Not faster," I objected, lips near her ear. "It's the slow sex that drives me most wild. It's when I can feel you best, hear every sound you're making. I can imagine how we might look beneath the blankets, where I'm moving in you. I think about how many times I'll make you come. I don't have all of those thoughts when I'm fucking you hard in a bed or in a bathroom of a casino. Her breath faltered, and she held it, silently begging me to get her there. She ran her hands up my back, around my neck to my face. I felt the cool press of her engagement ring, thinking, holy shit, this woman is going to be my wife, have my children, share my home and my life. She'll see me grow old and most likely insane. She'll promise to love me through all of it. I lifted myself above her, arms straight so I could watch what I was feeling, moving inside her, but her hands cupped my face, brought my attention back to her eyes. Hey. I tried to catch my breath, felt sweat drop from my forehead onto her chest. Yeah? She licked her lips, swallowed. I am so in love with you. Her thumb slipped into my mouth and I bit down sharply, causing her to let out a tight moan. And whatever happens outside of this, of us like this, I know. We shared a desperate look, a mutual, silent agreement that we would never get enough, that maybe the ideal life was us here, like this, alone and touching, but it would never be our reality to exist here exclusively. It was why she crashed my bachelor party but would leave tomorrow. It was why I couldn't stay away, knowing she was in the same city. And here she was, limbs heavy and fevered beneath me, hips rising urgently up to mine to get what she needed. She would always belong to me, at home, at work, in bed, and that thought sent me barreling down the road to my release. She was close, but unfortunately I was closer. Get there, sweet thing. I can't. Her hands gripped my hips, head pushing back into the pillow. Please. My body tensed, hips thrusting wildly, my orgasm held back by barely a thread. Fucking get there, Mills. It was the voice I used sparingly because I never wanted it to lose its effect on her. With a flush down her chest, she arched off the bed, pulling her thighs high up against her body to send me deep into her. With her lips parting in a sharp cry, she dissolved into her orgasm beneath me. I'd never tire of the view of Chloe coming. The blush on her skin, the nearly drugged darkness of her eyes as she watched me, and the way her lips shaped my name. Every fucking time it reminded me that I was the only man to ever give her pleasure like this. Her arms fell away, heavy with exhaustion, and her tongue peeked out to wet her lips. Fuck, she whispered, shaking. Relief washed through me, opening the floodgates and permitting my own body to tumble forward, blind to everything but the sensation of her around me, the sweetness of her, the wetness of her. My back bowed as I came, shouting out into the quiet, sterile room. The sound of my yell echoed from the ceiling when I collapsed onto her, sweaty and heavy. I wanted to nestle my face into the smooth curve of her neck and sleep for at least 3 days. She laughed, groaning under my weight. Get off me, Hulk. I rolled away, practically crashing into the mattress beside her. Damn, Chloe, that was... She curled into me, purring. Very, very good. Stretching to nibble at my jaw, she whispered, I'm going to need at least 10 minutes before we do that again. I laughed, and then it turned into a hoarse cough as the idea hit me fully. Jesus, woman, I may need a bit longer than that. Just fucking cuddle me for a few. With a small kiss to my neck, she whispered, I can't wait for you to become Mr. Bennett Mills. My eyes flew open. What? Her laugh was low and husky against my skin. You heard me.
Beautiful Bombshell was written by Christina Lauren and read by Jonathan Cole and Sebastian York. Post-production by like 2,000 pounds. The associate producer was Louisa Solomon. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Beautiful Bombshell is available in paperback and as an ebook from Gallery Books. Also by Christina Lauren from Simon & Schuster Audio, Beautiful Bastard, read by Grace Grant, Beautiful Stranger, read by Jonathan Cole and Grace Grant, and Beautiful Bitch, read by Grace Grant and Kirby Hayborn.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Simon & Schuster Audio presents Beautiful Beginning by Christina Lauren, read by Grace Grant and Sebastian York.
Chapter 1. "I'm about to cut a bitch," I hissed, pushing my share of the work away from me. Bennett failed to even look up, so I added, "And by that, I mean paper cut a bitch." At least this got a tiny flicker of a smile, but I could tell, even after doing this for the past hour, he was still in wedding preparation zone, and would keep robotically working until the entire unending pile of cardstock in front of him was gone. Our normally immaculate dining room table was littered with Tiffany blue wedding programs. Across from me, Bennett methodically folded each one in half before moving it to the completed stack. It was a simple process. Fold, move, fold, move, fold, move, fold, move. But I was losing my damn mind. Our flight left at 6 the following morning for San Diego, and our bags were all packed but for the 400 wedding programs we had to fold. I groaned as I remembered we also had to tie 500 blue ribbons around 500 tiny satin bags full of candy. "You know what would make this night so much better?" I asked. His hazel eyes flickered to me before returning to the task at hand. Fold, move. "A gag?" he suggested. "Amusing, but no," I said, giving him the finger. "What would make this night better would be getting on a plane and flying to Vegas, getting married, and then fucking all night in a giant hotel bed." He didn't bother to reply to this, not even a whiff of a smile. It was probably fair to say he'd heard this exact sentiment from me approximately 7,000 times in the past few months. "Fine," I replied to his silence. "But I'm serious. It's not too late to drop all of this and fly to Vegas." He took a moment to scratch his jaw before reaching for another program to fold. "Of course it isn't, Chloe." I'd been playing around, mostly, up to this point, but with his words, genuine irritation swept through me. I slapped my hand on the dining room table, earning a quick blink from him before he resumed his folding. "Don't patronize me, Ryan." "Yeah. Okay." I pointed a finger at him. "Like that." My fiancé gave me a dry look and then winked. Damn that man and his goddamn sexy wink. My anger dissipated somewhat, and in its place came a flare of desire. He was ignoring me, being a patronizing ass. I was being a bitch. It was the perfect setup for me to have many, many orgasms. I looked him over and sucked the edge of my lower lip into my mouth. He was wearing a deep blue t-shirt that was so old and worn the collar was frayed, and, even though I couldn't see it, I knew there was a tiny hole right above the hem that was just big enough for me to slide my finger through and touch the warm skin of his stomach. Last weekend, he'd been wearing that t-shirt, and I'd asked him to keep it on while he fucked me against the bathroom counter, just so I could wrap it up in my fists. I rocked a little in my chair to relieve the ache between my legs. "Bed or floor? Your choice." I watched him as he remained impassive and added in a whisper, "Or I could just climb under the table and suck on you first." Smirking down at his work, Bennett said, "You can't get out of wedding preparation with sex." I pulled back to study him. What kind of man says that? You're broken. Finally, he gave me a dark, hungry look. I promise you, I'm not broken. I'm getting this done so I can focus on wearing you out later. Wear me out now, I whined, standing and walking over to him. I slid my fingers into his hair and tugged. Adrenaline dripped hot and electric into my veins when his eyes fluttered closed and he suppressed a groan. Where's all this money you have? Why haven't we hired someone to do this? Laughing, Bennett wrapped his hand around my wrist and pulled my fingers from his hair. After kissing my knuckles, he very deliberately set my hand back at my side. You want to hire someone to fold programs the night before we leave for San Diego? Yes, because sex. But isn't it nicer like this? Enjoying each other's company and, he said, lifting his wineglass to take a dramatic sip, conversing like the happily affianced lovers we are? I glared at him, shaking my head at his attempted guilt trip. I offered sex. I offered hot, sweaty, floor sex, and then I offered to give you a blowjob. You want to fold paper? Who is the buzzkill here? He picked up a program and studied it, ignoring me. Frederick Mills, he read aloud, and I began pulling my shirt up and over my head. Together with Elliot and Susan Ryan, welcome you to the wedding of their children, Chloe Caroline Mills and Bennett James Ryan. Yes, yes, it's so romantic, I whispered. Come here and touch me. Officiant, he continued, the Honorable James Marsters. If only, I sighed, and dropped my shirt on the floor before working my pants down my hips. I'm going to pretend it's Spike performing our wedding ceremony instead of that hilarious gentleman with early dementia we met back in November. Judge Marsters performed my parents' wedding ceremony almost 35 years ago. Bennett chastened me gently. It's sentimental, Chloe. The fact that he forgot to zip up his pants is a mistake anyone could have made. 3 times? Chloe? Fine. I did feel a little guilty for making the joke, but I stood quietly for a minute, letting my memory of the old, frazzled man take shape. He'd met us at the wedding site when we went out to see it last fall, and got lost on each of 3 trips to the men's room in under an hour, returning with his fly open each time. But do you think he'll remember our name? Bennett cut me off with a stern look before he realized I was only wearing my bra and underwear, and then his expression went a completely different kind of dark. I'm just saying, I started, reaching behind me to unfasten my bra. It would be at least a little amusing if he forgot what he was doing halfway through the ceremony. He managed to turn his attention back to folding the program before my breasts were exposed. He made a crisp seam as he slid his thumb along the edge. You're being a pain in the ass. I know. I also don't care. He quirked an eyebrow as he looked up at me. We're almost done. I bit back my response, which was to point out that folding the programs was the least of our worries. The next week with our 2 families together had the potential to be a disaster of Griswold family holiday proportions. And wouldn't sex right now be a lot better than thinking about that? My father and his 2 boozy divorcee sisters alone could make us crazy, but add in Bennett's side of the family, Max and Will, and we'd be lucky to get out of there without a felony under our communal belt. Instead, I whispered, just really quick, can't we take a little break? He leaned forward, inhaling between my breasts before moving to the side and kissing a path to my left nipple. Once I start, I don't relish stopping. You don't like interruptions? I don't like delayed gratification. Which of us do you think will get her way? Bennett ran his tongue over my nipple and then sucked it deeply into his mouth as his hands circled my waist, slid to my hips, and then worked together to pull my panties off with a satisfying rip. Amusement lit up his eyes as he looked up at me from where he sucked at my other breast, and his fingers teased at the juncture of my hip and thigh. "I suspect, my impossible wife-to-be, that you're going to get your way, and then I'll finish folding these later while you sleep." Sliding my hands back into his hair, I whispered, "Don't forget about tying the ribbons on the candy bags." He chuckled a little. "I won't, baby." And it hit me all over again, like a warm gust of wind. I loved him, madly. I loved every inch of him, every emotion that passed through his eyes, and every thought I knew he had right now but wasn't voicing. One, that I'd been the one to insist we do as much of this ourselves as we could. Two, that I was the one to assure him it was fine that every distant relative of ours on the planet had somehow squeezed their way into this wedding event. Three, that I would never, ever back out of the opportunity to wear my wedding dress on the Coronado coastline. But instead of pointing out the obvious, that he was the one being a good sport here, not me, and that despite all of my bitching I would never be satisfied with a quick Vegas wedding, he stood, turning to walk to our bedroom. "Okay, then. But this is the last night I'm fucking you before we're married." I was so buzzed by the fucking part that it wasn't until he'd disappeared down the hallway to our bedroom that the rest of his words fully sank in. Bennett was already undressing when I joined him in the bedroom, and I watched as he slipped the buttons free on the fly of his jeans and pushed them and his boxers down his legs. He reached for the hem of his shirt, eyebrows raised in silent question. Want it on or off this time? Before I nodded, and he tugged it up and over his head. He walked over to our bed, lay down on his back, and gazed at me. "Come here," he said in a quiet growl. I stepped closer to the bed, but remained out of his reach. "When you say the last night you're fucking me before we're married, do you mean that we are only going to have sex during daylight hours this week?" A tiny smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "No, I mean that after tonight, I want to abstain until you're my wife." An unfamiliar panic rose in my chest, and I wasn't sure how seriously to take him. I climbed onto the bed and crawled over, bending to kiss my way down his chest. "I thought I knew what abstain meant, but in this context, it sounds like you're telling me on a Tuesday that we'll be together all week but not having sex until Saturday." "That's what I'm saying." Strong fingers tangled into my hair and urged my head lower to where his cock arched, rigid and slick with his own excitement. I stopped the path of my lips just at his hips, which rose from the mattress in an effort to meet my mouth halfway. "Why on earth would you want to abstain?" "Christ, Chloe, stop teasing and put my dick in your mouth." Ignoring him, I sat up and moved to straddle his thighs so he couldn't easily escape if I decided to inflict some sort of bodily harm. "You're insane if you think I'm going without sex for the next 4 days in the middle of this wedding nonsense." "I'm not insane," he insisted, trying to pull me higher up his thighs so his man parts could get better access to my woman parts. "I want it to be special. And aren't you the one who wanted a quickie before finishing the wedding prep?" His fingers dug into my hips and he lifted me, pulling me down directly over his cock. "So stop struggling." But I escaped by digging a finger into the single ticklish spot on his body, between two of his ribs, and with a spasm he released me, shoving my hands away. I bent to kiss him once on his perfect, perfect mouth. "That was before you suggested that my access to this sincerely ridiculous body of yours expires at midnight. Saturday is our wedding night. As far as I know, we only get one of those. How could it not be special, even if you're hitting it like a jackhammer all week long?" "Maybe I want you a little hungry," he whispered, sitting up beneath me. His mouth found my neck, my collarbones, my breasts. "I want you so hungry for it that you can barely think straight." He grew fevered, grasping at my sides, sucking my skin. I was all too aware of the hard press of him against my inner thigh, and wanted nothing more than to feel him inside, hear his sounds as he grew delirious and lost and urgent. And then a thought occurred to me. You mean you want me hungry enough to not care if you rip the ungodly expensive lingerie I bought for the wedding night? He laughed into my breasts. That's a pretty good theory, but no. I knew Bennett Ryan well enough to know that I wasn't going to win this battle. Not here. Not yet. With him, I never won with words. I only ever won with actions. I kneeled over him, pulling away and smiling at his short, deep grunt of frustration. But then I turned my body so I could straddle his face at the same time I took his cock into my mouth. He reached for me eagerly, hands splayed across my hips and pulling me down, down, down. My eyes rolled closed at the first sensation of warmth, of the soft slide of his tongue, followed by the seal and suction of his lips. I quickly grew lost in the vibration of his moans, his words muffled against me, the tiny tease of teeth before the suction was back, and he grew wilder and desperate. Below me he rocked up, urging, and I wrapped my fist around his base, gazing at his length, appreciating its shape and smoothness. I loved the feel of him, the impatient jutting of his hips. With a wicked smile, I exhaled over the tip of his cock and whispered, "Your mouth feels so good." He groaned, pushing up meaningfully, but I simply moved closer, panting across the thick crown, letting him feel the heated pulse of my breath. I slid one hand lower, cupping his balls and pulling gently as my hand stroked just the lower half of his cock. On the tip, I gave him only air. He could make me come faster with his mouth than with any other part of him, and already I felt close. The physical sensation chased the pleasure from my own mischief and combined into an urgent warmth, my favorite kind of orgasm, Bennett's mouth on my pussy with the joy I got from teasing him. My release burned like fire down my back and up my legs, exploding outward until I really did lose all sense of my movements over him. I was most likely fucking his face, my fist wildly pulling his cock without rhythm or purpose. He slowed as my body calmed and kissed my clit, my hip, my thigh, before gently pushing me so that I rolled over onto my back. I slid my hand up my stomach, over my breast, and rested it on top of my pounding heart. I hadn't forgotten that I was probably in trouble for offering Bennett's favorite foreplay without reciprocating. But, damn, I needed a minute to relish the effects of the mighty Bennett Ryan oralgasm. "That was so fucking good," I mumbled, catching my breath. "I think your mouth is its own Greek god. Tunxius." He climbed over me, eyes on fire. "I know what you're doing." I opened my eyes and let the blurry shape of him form before asking, "What am I doing?" He moved to straddle my ribs, and I smiled, running my hands up his thighs as he reached for himself and made a long, slow pull down his length. His voice came out like liquid smoke when he said, "You think you'll win this battle?" "What battle?" He laughed and reached for the mattress beside my head, bracing himself as he hovered over me. His cock was only an inch from my mouth, and he leaned forward and with his free hand rubbed the tip over my bottom lip. Without thinking, I slid my tongue out, tasting the small bit of wetness there. I felt my mouth water, my nipples tighten. I wanted him in my mouth, wanted to see him move in and out. He moved back a few inches, so I had to watch as he stroked himself slowly in front of me. "I can see your pulse in your neck." Swallowing, I asked, "So?" "So," he started, wearing a cocky smile, "I can see how much you want this." He leaned forward again, barely touching his cock to my lips before retreating. "You want it in your mouth." His hand began to move faster, and I heard his breath catch. "You want it on your tongue." He was right. I wanted it so much my skin felt tight and overheated. "Not as much as you do," I said, voice strained. "You couldn't go a day without sex." He paused before leaning back and pushing himself farther down my body. For a single perfect moment, I thought he was going to spread my legs and angry fuck the daylights out of me. But instead, he tilted his head, looked down at me, and then stood. "What are you doing?" I asked, pushing up onto one elbow so I could watch him pull on his boxers. "Proving you wrong." He walked to the door and disappeared. "Why are you so fucking stubborn?" I yelled after him, and all I heard was his amused snort halfway down the hall. "And, if you recall, I gave you head in the shower this morning, so technically you already had sex today." He's coming back, I thought. Totally, 100% coming back. I can wait it out. I lay back, stared at the ceiling. My skin was flushed, and between my legs I felt heavy and fevered. My body hadn't caught up with my brain yet, and still wanted to chase after him, beg him to take me for real this time, man parts in woman parts, moving a lot and very fast. The sound of the fridge opening cut through the silence in the bedroom, and I bolted upright. Was he getting a fucking snack? Before I could think better of it, I was racing down the hall completely naked. My feet slipped on the hardwood floors, and I wheeled around the corner just as he closed the fridge with an armful of food. "Are you fucking kidding me right now?" I asked, stopping short only inches from where he appeared to be making himself a sandwich. "You're going to have a fucking turkey wrap?" He turned to look at me, letting his eyes move from my face and down over every one of my naked curves. The bastard couldn't even hide how much he wanted to fuck right now, before returning his attention to my face. "I suppose until my fiancé stops being a teasing bitch, or my dick learns to suck itself, I may as well have a bite to eat." "But," I started lamely, searching for the best way to suggest he eat me again without incurring his sexually frustrated wrath. I scowled at his amused half-grin. "Rude! You want sex? You do it on my terms. Tonight's the night, Mills." "Actually," he said, giving me a self-satisfied smile, "tonight is the last night I fuck you while you still have that name." Now, this I couldn't let slide. We haven't exactly agreed on anything in the name department, Ryan. I'm still gunning for Chloe Mayan and Bennett Rills. "Tell me when you're ready to get it, Chloe." He held my gaze for several silent beats, and then leaned down close enough that all I had to do was lean forward an inch to kiss him. I started to, but he pulled just out of reach. "When you say, 'Please, Bennett, I need it,' I'm going to fuck you so hard you won't be able to sit down for days without remembering it." My mouth opened and closed a couple of times without any words escaping. With a knowing smirk, Bennett turned back to his sandwich preparation. He hadn't bothered to put a shirt on, and his bare torso seemed to go on for miles. His skin was smooth and even, tan from running shirtless in the spring sunshine. The muscles in his arms popped and tensed as he opened the jar of mustard, pulled at the silverware drawer to retrieve a knife, opened the bag of bread. Such simple tasks, but watching him do it felt like the dirtiest and best porn. I loved his forearms, loved the dark hair, the tan skin, the carve of muscles. God, what an asshole. I watched his tongue slip out and wet his lips. His hair was a mess and fell heavily over his forehead. When I let my eyes slide down the length of his body, I saw the one reaction he couldn't hide. He was still so hard his cock pressed against the low-slung waistband of his boxers. Sweet Jesus. I opened my mouth one more time, and, without looking at me, he bent slightly to the side so his ear moved closer to my lips. A shaky exhale escaped, and I squeezed my eyes shut. "Bennett." "What's that you say?" he asked. I didn't quite hear you. Swallowing, I whispered, Please. Please what? Please, Bennett, go fuck yourself was there on the tip of my tongue. But who was I kidding? I wanted him to fuck me. So I took a deep breath and admitted, Please, Bennett, I need it. The crash came before I fully registered what happened. With a single sweep of his arm, Bennett had cleared the kitchen island, and everything he'd taken from the fridge clattered to the floor. Glass shattered, and the knife skittered across the tile and crashed into the baseboard. Bennett crushed me against him, bending to cover my mouth, force his tongue inside, and give me the satisfaction of hearing his deep, relieved groan. It wasn't playful anymore. It wasn't gentle or careful. It was his arms hauling me onto the island, hands pushing me backward to lie flat on the cold marble, and hold me there with one flattened palm pressed heavily to my sternum. It was his other hand spreading my legs wide, his impatient fist pulling at his boxers. And before I could say how much I wanted it, how sorry I was for teasing, because I was, and something about seeing him so wild and primal scared me deliciously, he was easily pushing inside, so deep, and then pulling out just as fast, moving his hips in perfect punishing stabs. Releasing the weight of his hand from my chest, he grabbed my legs and took a step closer, pulling them over his shoulders, and hitting that spot so deep that I felt the force of him reverberate up my spine. He slid his hands down to my hips and held me in place while he fucked, head thrown back, taking his pleasure now. The island was sturdy enough to weather the force of his movements, but I reached over my head, gripping the edge so I could press myself even farther onto him. It wasn't enough. I needed more, and deeper, and wetter, and rougher. He'd told me I couldn't have this for days, and he knew better than anyone that his touch was the one thing, the only thing that could keep me from disintegrating into a hurricane of stress. I needed to get him farther inside me than I ever had before, and I grew obsessed with the idea that I could, somehow. God, you're fucking soaked, he groaned, opening his eyes to look at me. How can I keep from taking you? You'll never know how much I need this. Then why? I asked. Why tell me we can't? He bent down, bringing my legs with him so the front of my thighs pressed tightly to my chest. Because it's the only time in my life I'll be able to stop, to slow down, to relish just being near you. He gulped at the air by my neck and then licked the skin there. His tongue, his teeth, his touch felt like fire. I want to not be thinking the whole time about where I can take you to be alone for 10 minutes, for 15, for an hour. I don't want to resent anyone for keeping us apart, while they're there to celebrate, he said, gasping quietly. I'm obsessed with you and with this. I want to show you I can be measured. What if that's not what I want? Bennett buried his face in my neck and slowed, but I knew his body well enough to guess that he was just on the cusp of losing it, of reaching that point of no return. He ground against me, found that place, and that rhythm that distracted me from my question and made me chase the feeling building between my legs. I was trapped beneath him, and he began to focus on my pleasure, pushing into me and against me, getting me there until I was clutching at his shoulders, digging my nails into him, and meeting his thrusts from below. My back was sore, and the countertop was stony and cold on my spine. But the increasing urgency of his movements made me not care. I could be bruised from it, and it didn't matter. I didn't want anything else but to fall apart with him inside, and for him to fall with me. When my orgasm hit, the sensation that took over my body was a silvery thrill unleashed across my skin, sliding over and inside until I wasn't sure I could handle the feeling of being filled, of being ravaged and coming so hard I saw black. I screamed, pulling him tight, needing to feel the full weight of him over me. His movements sped and grew wild, and then he arched away. "Fuck!" he shouted, his voice echoing off the vaulted ceiling as he came, freezing over me and holding still. "Fuck!" Despite the chill of the countertop, we were sweaty and breathless. Bennett pushed himself up and continued to slide in and out, slower now, as if he didn't want to stop even if he had to. He pressed and retreated, eyes moving across my flushed skin. He'd come already, but he didn't seem to be done. Instead, he looked like a predator who'd had a small taste and now wanted to take stock of what was in front of him before diving back in. I loved this side of him, the Bennett who seemed to barely grasp control, who seemed so unlike his composed daylight self. His eyes were dark and almost unseeing. Hungry hands touched the friction-warmed place between my legs, up over my hips, up my sides to where they roughly teased my nipples. His hands surrounded my breasts and squeezed, plumping me for his mouth as he bent and sucked forcefully at my skin. "Don't leave a mark, you menace," I said, and my voice sounded tiny and hoarse. "My dress." Pulling back, he looked at me, and his eyes cleared at this reminder that we lived in a world with other people, and that we would be required to interact with these other people in the near future for our wedding. A wedding where I would wear a strapless gown that would show all of the bite and suck marks he was about to deliver. "Sorry," he whispered. I know." I ran my hands into his hair when he trailed off and pulled him over me, wishing we could stay like this forever, me on my back on the kitchen counter, him standing and leaning over me. He exhaled deeply, pinning me beneath his weight. Suddenly he seemed exhausted. The last few months, he'd not only helped with every stage of the wedding planning, but he'd also done everything he could to keep me sane, and it had to wear on him. I ran my fingers into his hair and closed my eyes, loving this reminder of Bennett as mortal, as a man who could, and did, become worn out, or needed a reminder to be gentle. He was the perfect lover, the perfect boss, the perfect friend. How could he manage it? I'm sure some days he just wanted a quiet girlfriend, a woman who didn't argue with every thought he had. A tiny thread of doubt slipped beneath my skin and wove its way into my brain. But then I stopped, feeling my lip pull up in a smirk. Bennett Ryan was a perfectionist, demanding, stubborn, power-hungry asshole. Any other woman would last about 2 seconds with him before he chewed her up and spit her out. And hell, some days I would love a pliant manservant. But no way was I trading in my beautiful bastard. He stood, kissing down between my breasts and, with a reluctant groan, pulling out of me. Bending, he reached for his boxers and slid them back up, before looking me over, eyes raking across bare, damp skin. "I'll finish the programs and tie the goddamn candy ribbons," he said, running his hand over his face. "You've got a kitchen to clean up if you want more of that in our bed later." No," I protested, pushing up on one elbow. The kitchen was a disaster. "I'll do the programs." "You'll do the kitchen," he said, voice firm. "And hurry, Miss Mills. Mustard stains."
Chapter 2. We'd been in San Diego exactly 2 hours, and I was already regretting not taking Chloe up on her Vegas elopement. As if equipped with some kind of Bennett mood ring embedded in her brain, the woman in question turned in the seat next to me. I could feel the weight of her attention, her pressing gaze as she watched me and tried to dissect each frown or sigh. "Why do you look nervous?" she asked finally. "I'm fine," I answered, aiming for disinterested, but failing spectacularly. "The grip you have on the steering wheel would suggest otherwise." I frowned more deeply and immediately loosened my hold. We were on our way to dinner, where the majority of our 2 families would be meeting for the first time. They had flown in from all over the country, Michigan, Florida, New Jersey, and Washington, even some from Canada. A number of them I hadn't seen in 20 years or more. In all, There were over 350 people arriving within the next few days. God only knew what we were in for. On a good day, I hated small talk. The week before one of the biggest events of my life, I was terrified I would be such an enormous asshole that everyone would leave town before the actual event. Leaning forward so I would glance over at her, she asked, "Aren't you excited for this week?" "Yes, of course. I'm just dreading tonight a little, and wondering how I'll handle all of the socializing." "My guess is badly," she said, poking my shoulder. I exhaled a laugh, giving her a playfully stern glance. "Thanks." "Look, just wait until you meet my aunts," she said, leaning over and kissing where she'd poked me. "It'll be all the distraction you'll need." Chloe's dad had traveled from North Dakota with his two very loud and eccentric sisters. They were both recently divorced, and Chloe promised me that they had the potential to be the biggest disaster of the week. I wasn't so sure we should give out that tiara just yet. Chloe had yet to meet my cousin, Bull. "You'll forget about everything else, and all you'll be able to worry about is what they'll do to get themselves arrested and how much it will cost you in bail money. Trust me, it'll be very liberating." She leaned over and began fiddling with the car stereo, stopping on a pulsing, high-pitched pop song. I slid my eyes over to her, concentrating a lifetime of disgust into the brief glance. Satisfied that I was sufficiently annoyed, she sat back in her seat. "So what else is bothering you? You're not getting cold feet on me now, are you?" I leveled her with a look that was meant to imply, "Are you insane?" "Okay," she laughed. "Then talk to me. Tell me what else is on your mind." I reached for her hand, twisting her fingers with mine before resting them both on my thigh. "It's just the looming chaos," I started with a shrug. "This wedding has turned into such a thing. Do you know I had 14 texts from my mother waiting for me when we landed? 14. Ranging from where to get coffee in San Diego to whether Bull could get his back waxed at the hotel. As if I know. You said it yesterday. It's become its own entity. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I wonder if you had it right when you suggested sneaking off to Vegas." She gave me her trademark gloating smile. "I believe I said run to Vegas, as in flee." "Right. You know, we're not that far from the airport," she reminded me, motioning out the window to where we could still see planes landing and taking off. "It's not too late to escape." "Don't tempt me," I said. Because as much as I suspected we were careening headlong into disaster, I didn't actually want to leave. San Diego had always been special to us. It was where I stopped being an idiot and finally let myself love her. It was where Chloe finally let me. And Jesus, had it really been over 2 years? How was that even possible? It felt like only yesterday I was covertly ogling Miss Mills's ass as we checked into the W. Later, she'd called me by my first name, for the very first time. We'd been back together one other time, of course, to select the location for this weekend. But that had been such a whirlwind trip, and this one carried a far greater weight. We were here for our wedding. Despite the way she'd crashed the bachelor party, the fact that we'd bought a Manhattan apartment together, or the ring on Chloe's finger, it was this strange moment of nerves that made it finally sink in. We were getting married. When I left here again, Chloe would be my wife. Holy shit. I reached up, ran a shaking hand across my clammy forehead. "You're being awfully quiet over there. Can I take your contemplative silence to mean you're actually considering fleeing?" Chloe asked. I shook my head. "No way," I said, tightening my grip on her hand. "We're here. And there isn't a chance in hell I'd miss seeing you walk down that aisle. I fought way too fucking hard for you." "Knock it off, Bennett. You're a lot easier to deal with when you're being a dick." "And I put up with way too much of your shit," I added, grinning when I felt her fist connect with my shoulder. "But I do feel I should warn you one more time. Some members of my family are a bit nuts? As in building a vitamin manufacturing facility in their garage? As in paying tens of thousands of dollars for advertising in the AARP magazine?" I blinked over to her. What? Who did that? Your cousin Bull, she answered, shrugging. Henry told me some stories on the phone the other day. Apparently it's his new venture. He's going to make a pitch this week for some financial backing from Will and Max. Why am I even surprised? She waved her hand dismissively. Families are supposed to be a handful, Bennett. Otherwise you'd never leave them. And mine isn't quite all there either. You know my answer. Let's just say they're really going to enjoy the Ryan family gene pool. I hope you packed your running shoes. Well, I began, but stopped as she crossed her legs in front of her. Chloe? She picked some non-existent lint off her non-existent stockings. What in the fuck are you wearing? You like? She said, lifting her foot and moving it from side to side. Her shoes looked positively dangerous. Spiked heel, deep blue patent leather. Were you wearing those when we left the hotel? I was. You were on the phone with your brother. I wasn't one to catalog everything Chloe wore, but the familiar stirring in my pants told me I'd most definitely seen these shoes before. Over my shoulders, if I wasn't mistaken. Where have I seen those? Oh, I don't know. She was a rotten liar. At home? At home, in our bedroom. The dirty little box we kept under our bed. The things we did when that box was out. I remembered the night she wore them, almost 2 months ago. We hadn't seen each other in weeks, and I couldn't get close enough, touch her enough, fuck her hard enough. She'd pulled out those shoes along with something new she wanted to try, a bottle of self-warming wax. I could still remember the heat as she dribbled it along my skin, the way goosebumps began at that warm puddle of wax and radiated out, spreading along my body. She teased me for so long, I actually promised her I'd kneel and hand-feed her breakfast the next day. I came so hard, I almost blacked out that night. You're doing this to fuck with me, aren't you? I asked. This is about the let's wait to have sex until after the wedding thing, isn't it? Absolutely. We found a parking spot about a block away from Barbarella in La Jolla, and I stepped out, walking around to open Chloe's door. I took her hand and watched as she climbed out of the car. Tan legs that went on forever, shoes you could easily impale yourself on, and shook my head at her the entire time. You're a demon, I said. I feel like a bride guarding my virginity before the wedding. Well, then feel free to give it up, Ryan, she said, pushing up onto her toes to kiss me. I groaned, but somehow managed to pull away, both of us looking in the direction of the restaurant. Here we go. With the patio area open and visible from the street, we could hear our fathers talking before we'd even made it in the door. You need to make sure they sit together, Chloe's dad was saying. Nonsense, Frederick, they'll be fine. My father, always the diplomat. Susan put a lot of thought into the seating arrangement, and she knows what she's doing. I'm sure your sisters are wonderful ladies. Let's spread them around a little. Give the others a chance to get to know them. Spread them around? I don't think you understand, Elliot. My sisters are crazy. They're man-hungry and newly single. They will hunt down every available male within a 6-mile radius if you give them the chance. I stopped Chloe at the threshold, placing a hand on each of her shoulders and looking into her brown eyes. You ready for this? I asked. She stood up on her toes and pressed her warm lips to mine. Absolutely not, she said against my mouth. I took her hand and we stepped inside just in time to see my father laugh. Don't you think you might be exaggerating a little? Frederick sighed. I wish I were. It's about time, Henry said, cutting in front of them to walk toward me. Both fathers looked in our direction as Henry continued. I was worried you two wouldn't show up and I'd have to drag you naked from your hotel room. That's a horrifying image, I said, hugging my brother. And for the record, I'm having you banned from our floor. Bennett, my father said, hugging me next. Frederick and I were just discussing the seating arrangements. And what a disaster it will be if we split up Judith and Mary, Frederick added, directing his words toward Chloe. Chloe hugged my dad and then moved on to hers. This isn't going to win me any points with Susan, she told my father. But I have to agree with my dad here. Keep them together. We don't want them taking over more real estate than necessary. There will be fewer casualties that way. With that settled, I pulled my dad to the side to give Chloe a moment alone with Frederick. My mother had rented out the entire beachside restaurant, and I had to admit, it was perfect. Tucked away in a quaint little neighborhood, meticulously maintained boxwoods lined the walk, and flowering vines and greenery clung to every available surface. Now that the sun was starting to set, the huge outdoor seating area twinkled with strings of tiny lights. The tables were beginning to fill, and I realized I couldn't identify half the people who were smiling in our direction. "Who the hell are all these people?" I asked. "Perhaps a little louder, son. Your great-grandmother might not have heard you," he said. "And their family. Cousins, aunts, first nephews twice removed." He furrowed his brow as he took in the line beginning to form at the open bar. "Actually, I'm not sure I even know. Those ones are already drinking, so they must be from your mother's side of the family." He tightened his grip on my shoulder. "Don't tell her I said that." "Great. Everyone else here?" "I think so," Dad said. "Your uncles are out on the patio. I haven't seen your cousins yet." I winced inwardly. My brother, Henry, and I spent the majority of our summers growing up with our two cousins, Brian and Chris. Brian was the oldest of the 4 Ryan boy cousins and a quiet, serious child, much like I had been. He and I had always been close, but Chris, or Bull as he insisted on being called, made me want to chew off my own limb to escape. My mom used to say that Chris only wanted to be like us and preferred the nickname so he would be one of the B's. Brian, Bennett, Bull. I always suspected this was bullshit. After all, Henry started with an H, and the personalized beer cozy Bull brought to parties, along with his unbuttoned shirt and gold chains nestled in a thicket of wild chest hair, suggested he was totally fine being his own person. Chris just liked the idea of being called Bull because he was an idiot. "I'm sure Bull is excited to see you," Dad said with a knowing smile. "I'll keep an eye out," I said. "And I'm sure Lyle has remembered a couple of colorful Navy stories he'll pass along to you over dinner. Maybe the results of his last prostate exam?" Dad nodded, eyes twinkling in restrained amusement as he waved to someone across the room. Dad's eldest brother, Lyle, Bull's father, go figure, seemed to have no filter for the inappropriate. Over the years, I'd lost count of the number of stories Lyle had told about his adventures in the Navy, disgusting bodily functions, how people in rural towns had relations with animals, and the various moles his wife had to have removed from her back. "Maybe I should suggest he offer one as a toast?" Laughing, I said, "I'll give you one whole American dollar to suggest it, Dad." My mother approached, kissing my cheek before licking her thumb and reaching to smear off what I could only imagine was a bright pink lipstick mark. I ducked out of her grasp and grabbed a napkin off a table instead. "Why didn't you wear the blue suit?" she asked, snatching the napkin from me to wipe my face clean. "Hi, Mom. You look beautiful." "Hi, darling. I like the blue suit much better than this one." I looked down at the charcoal Prada suit I wore, smoothing a hand over the front of the jacket. "I like this one." And, I didn't add, I packed at 2 a.m. under a drunken sex haze. "Blue would have been more appropriate for tonight." She was practically vibrating with nerves. "This one makes me think you're heading to a funeral." Dad handed her his cocktail, and she downed it with a shaking hand before walking away again. "Well, that was fun," I said, and Dad laughed. Chloe joined us, clearly a bit exasperated from dealing with her father, and we made a circuit of the room, greeting everyone who had come early in the week and reacquainting ourselves with old family and friends. A little while later, my mom called to let us all know that dinner was starting, and we moved back to the dining area. I located the place cards with our names near the center of the room. Chloe sat on my right, her dad next to her. My dad had apparently taken Frederick's advice because Chloe's aunts, Mary and Judith, were seated together nearby, slapping the table and cackling up a storm. Chris, Bull, made his entrance as we were all taking a seat, shouting my name and lifting his can of beer and requisite cozy in my direction. His eyes moved over Chloe slower than should have been humanly possible, after which he gave me a thumbs up. I made a mental note to call a friend of mine at the IRS and have him audited. I was only kidding. Mostly. Dinner consisted of seared salmon and heirloom tomatoes, potato puree, and basil beurre blanc. It was perfect, and made it almost possible to tune out the conversations around me. "Are you kidding?" Bull yelled from across the room at an elderly second aunt on my mother's side. "You must be kidding me. Eagles fans live their life feeling like they never get the credit they deserve. You want attention and praise? Win a goddamn game. That's what I'm saying." Bull took a giant gulp of beer, swallowed, and semi-stifled a loud belch. "And another thing. You're old. I bet you'll know the answer to this. Why the fuck is Wheel of Fortune still on? Do you know they have a goddamn website where you can dress up Vanna White? Dress her up like she's some sort of fucking paper doll. Not that I know from experience, mind you." He made a point to meet the eyes of everyone unlucky enough to be seated at his table, whether they were listening or not. "But what the fuck is that all about? And I'll tell you what, she might not be getting any younger, but if I could find someone as hot as that woman to walk around the lot, motioning to the cars like she does on the TV," here he made a dramatic flourish with his hand, the other one cocked on his hip as he motioned to the empty space next to him, "I'd make a goddamn fortune." "Jesus Christ," Chloe whispered in my ear. "That is a train wreck and a half right there." I swallowed a large pull of my drink before saying, "You said it." "You grew up with this guy?" I nodded, wincing as I downed the rest of my red wine in a single burning gulp. "Has he always been like this?" I nodded again, sucked in a breath, and wiped my mouth with my napkin. I watched as Chloe glanced around the room, first to my cousin Brian, who would be considered by most to be handsome, and who had always been fit. Then to my dad and his brothers, Lyle and Alan, both still pretty good-looking for their age. She turned briefly to Henry and then to me, before blinking back to Bull. I could practically hear her evaluating the genetic map in front of her. "And we're sure there's not a leak in the Ryan family gene pool? Like, is there any way he's the milkman's kid?" I barked out a laugh that was so loud almost every head in the restaurant turned in my direction. "I need another drink," I said, standing in a way that momentarily left my chair wobbling on its two back legs. My phone insistently buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out to see a flurry of texts from my mother. "Sweetie, your hair is a mess. They're serving the Deloach Pinot? I thought we had the Preston Carignan set for the table wine. Tell your father to stop introducing Aunt Joan as the prospector. I have no idea why she's wearing so much gold nugget jewelry, but he's being rude." I had just escaped to the bar for a shot of Johnny Black and to scope out all easily accessible exits. I loved my family, but Jesus Christ, these people were fucking nuts, when I felt a tap on my shoulder. "So you're the one who's marrying our Chloe?" "If she doesn't get wise and escape before the ceremony," I said, turning to the women behind me. In an instant, I knew who they were. "You lovely ladies must be Chloe's aunts." The one to my right nodded, and her entire head of fluffy red hair nodded right along with her. "I'm Judith," she said, and then pointed to her sister. "This is Mary." Judith had hair that could only be described as some sort of sugary confection, over-dyed and over-teased into what resembled spirals of strawberry cotton candy erupting from her head. It could have been merely the power of suggestion, but I swear she even smelled like strawberries. Her skin was still relatively smooth, considering her age, mid-60s, if Chloe was correct, and her brown eyes were sharp and clear as she considered me. Mary shared many of the same facial features as her sister, but her hair was a much more subdued, subtle brown, and piled high on her head in some sort of bedazzled and bobby-pinned twist. And while Judith was tall like Chloe, stopping just below my chin, Mary was barely pushing 5 feet, and was probably as wide through the chest area as she was tall. I reached out to shake each of their hands. "It's nice to finally meet you both," I said, smiling politely. "Chloe's told me wonderful things." They were having none of that, and each pulled me in for a squeezing and rather lingering hug. "Liar," Mary said with a cheeky smile. "Our niece is a lot of things, but full of false compliments she is not." "She's told me she used to spend summers with you. I believe the phrase she used most frequently is, 'They're a hoot.' I left out the phrases cougars and batshit crazy." "Now that I'll believe," Judith said with a snort. "And how are you ladies enjoying San Diego?" I asked, leaning back against the bar. I could see Chloe out of the corner of my eye, and just as I expected, Bull had taken it upon himself to fill my seat and keep her company in my absence. A part of me wanted to be her knight in shining armor and rescue her, but a larger part knew better. If there was one woman who absolutely did not need rescuing, it was Chloe. "Oh, we're having the time of our life," Judith said, sharing a meaningful look with her sister. "Or at least we will be. Did you know this is the first time we've both been single in over 35 years? This town doesn't know what's about to hit it. We're going to make up for lost time, or die trying." I couldn't help but laugh. I was certainly beginning to see that blunt honesty was a Mills family trait. "So, what's the plan then?" I asked. "You two going to spend some time on the beach and break a few hearts?" "Something like that," Mary said, winking and doing a little dance to the music overhead. Judith moved to stand next to me at the bar, leaned in, and lowered her voice. "Tell us about your family," she asked, eager, bright eyes moving around the room. "Just the one brother? Any uncles? Anyone single?" I shook my head, laughing again. Frederick had nailed it. "Just the one brother, and sorry, other than the one currently talking to my fiancée." They looked over to Bull and deflated a little. "Everyone's spoken for." "My, oh my, oh my, my," I heard Judith say, voice suddenly soft and low. I followed her gaze to the front door, where Will and Hanna had just arrived. There was a lot of giggling in that corner of the room, where Hanna had practically been tackled by Chloe and Sarah, leaving Will to stand by and watch, wearing that stupid grin he never seemed to shake anymore. I missed his ironic scowl. I missed his insistence that we were a bunch of pussies. God, he was the biggest fucking pussy now. He looked up to find me watching, and, apparently able to read the giant "I told you so" in my expression, flipped me off. And suddenly, even though I knew it was wrong and Chloe would kill me when she found out, a plan began to blossom in my mind. I mean, really, how could I not do this? "Who is that?" Judith asked in a breathy rush. I wasn't sure if I'd ever actually heard someone leer before, but I figured that was as close as I was ever going to get. "That's Will," I said. "He works with Max, the Brit with the pregnant fiancée." "Is he available?" Judith asked at the very same moment Mary said, "Is he straight?" I could feel my conscience poking at me, nudging. Some small, shriveled part of my brain was trying to stop me from what I was about to do, insisting this was absolutely not a good idea. "Oh, he's definitely straight," I said, not a lie. "And he's a lot of fun, ladies, a lot of fun. Technically not a lie." Mary pressed up to my side, asking, "Who's the girl with him?" "That's Hanna. She's an old family friend," I said finally. Still not a lie. "You should go over and introduce yourselves." "So he's not married?" Mary asked, compact already out and mouth shaped in a little O as she reapplied her lipstick. These women were determined. "Married? No. Definitely not married." "What? Not a lie?" "Hot Damn, both said in unison. I glanced quickly around the room before wrapping an arm around each of their shoulders, bringing them closer and bending to speak. I'm going to tell you two a little secret, but it's got to stay between us. I looked at each of them individually, and they nodded, eyes wide as they hung on my every word. Our Will? He's a bit of a wild boy. He's insatiable, and he's got quite the reputation for his skill, if you're catching my drift. The thing is, he likes experienced women, I said, emphasizing each syllable, and he likes them in pairs. They both sucked in a breath and looked at each other. I had a feeling a huge telepathic conversation passed between them before they blinked back at me. Understand? I asked, glancing between them. Oh, we understand, Mary said. There was no way I wasn't going to hell. I watched as Judith and Mary cut a line straight for Will. Hannah, Chloe, and Sarah had dispersed, leaving him alone. Alone and vulnerable. I realized the only way this would work was if I had buy-in from the most important person in the restaurant. I scanned the room, my eyes stopping on Hannah as she emerged from the back, smoothing her sapphire blue dress down over her sides. I practically sprinted over to her. How are you? I blurted out too loudly and far too enthusiastically to someone who had just stepped out of the restroom. She let out a small gasp and stopped dead in her tracks. Bennett, she said, pressing her hand to her chest. You scared the shit out of me. God, sorry. I just wanted a chance to talk to you before you got swallowed up by the girls again. Okay, she said, looking around us and clearly confused by my laser-focused attention. How was your flight? I asked. Her posture relaxed and she smiled, attempting to look over my shoulder to where Will was sitting, probably chin-deep in cougars if my guess was correct. I shifted to block her view. It was, she started. Good, I said, realizing too late that I hadn't let her answer. Look, I wanted to mention something to you, I said. Play it off as casual, play it off as no big deal, be cool. Her lips curled up in an amused smile. Okay? You know what a horrible prankster Will can be. She nodded and I continued. I may have just done something to get back at him, and I swear, I said, resting a hand on her shoulder, I swear, Hannah, you'll think it's hilarious. Eventually. Eventually? Absolutely, eventually. She considered me through narrowed eyes. This is just a prank, right? No shaved heads or scars? I pulled back to study her. That was a very specific question. Scars? I shook my head, clearing it. And no, just a silly little prank. I gave Hannah my best smile, the one Chloe said made panties drop. But apparently it only made Hannah more suspicious. Her eyes narrowed further. What would I need to do? Nothing, I said. You'll probably see some weird stuff, but just go along with it. So basically be oblivious. Exactly, I said. And this will be funny? Hilarious. She thought about it for a full 10 seconds before reaching out to shake my hand. You're on. Hotel del Coronado was built in 1888 and stretched across the fine sand beaches of Coronado Island. With its striking red turrets and blindingly white buildings, visiting here felt a lot like being dropped in the middle of a Victorian postcard. Chloe and I had stayed a few months ago while scouting out possible wedding sites. One glance at the ocean from the balcony of our hotel room, and Chloe was sold. This was where we would get married. As we drove back from dinner that night, my nerves prickled to the surface again, but for an entirely new reason. Chloe was smart, smarter than I was, if I was being honest with myself, and she'd watched me carefully all night, studying. Now, as we neared the hotel, she might have been sitting quietly in the passenger seat at my side, but there was no way she was merely taking in the passing scenery. If I knew her as well as I thought I did, she was planning. silently plotting how to take me down. Which was why I had a plan myself. We made the last turn and arrived back at the Dell. The crisp white buildings were lit from every angle and practically glowed against the dark sky. I patted the small bottle in my pocket and looked down at my watch, realizing this was either the smartest thing I'd ever done or the stupidest. We'd find out soon enough. I pulled to a stop at the curb, reached for my bottle of water, and practically vaulted from my seat, desperate for air that didn't smell like Chloe's perfume, and just for a moment of space to gather my thoughts. I washed the plan down with a giant gulp of water. I had about 10 minutes before I should probably be upstairs. Drawing in a much-needed breath, I handed the keys to the attendant and rounded the car, smiling as I took Chloe's hand. The hum of voices and gentle tinkling of music greeted us as we stepped into the lobby and crossed to the elevator. I couldn't help but think back on the last time Chloe and I were here together, of fucking her on the huge king-sized bed until she'd screamed my name, of holding her hands behind her back as I bent her over the balcony railing, the crashing waves and rustling palms, the only sounds masking the noises she made. I followed her into the elevator, and like some sort of homing device, my eyes dropped straight to her ass. She knew it, too, because there was a much more deliberate swivel to her hips, an intentional shake with each step. I felt myself begin to harden, and realized that if this plan went to shit, I was screwed. Literally. Get your head in the game, Ben, I told myself, reaching to press the button to our floor. It wouldn't be that hard, I reasoned. Keep your distance, eyes above her shoulders at all times, and for God's sake, no arguing about anything. "Everything okay over there, Ryan?" my lady adversary said, leaning against the wall opposite me. She crossed her arms over her chest, and her breasts pressed together. "Danger." I quickly averted my gaze. "Absolutely. I had this. I was a genius." "You look mighty proud about something. Fire someone today? Kick a puppy?" "Oh, I see you, Mills. I see you." I kept my eyes fixed on the mirrored doors opposite me and answered, "Just thinking back on the card Sophia made for us. She must have made it with that cute little art set we bought for her 4th birthday. But I just realized her handwriting reminded me a lot of yours." A small, knowing smile pulled at her mouth, and she nodded, glancing up at the display as the floors ticked past. Almost like a weight had been placed on my shoulders, drowsiness began to seep into my limbs and back. My arms felt dense with a heavy wave of fatigue. I smiled wider. The elevator stopped on our floor, and I watched as she stepped out and made her way down the hall. She waited while I opened the door to our room, and then headed straight for the bathroom. "What are you doing?" I asked. What had I expected? For her to strap me down, throw me against a wall, and force me to have sex with her? And why did that sound so damn appealing? "Just getting ready for bed," she said over her shoulder, and closed the door behind her. I stood for a moment before moving to open the balcony, feeling the first yawn creeping up. Dinner had gone better than expected. Well, that was a bit of a stretch. Bull made a 15-minute meandering toast about family, relating several stories about some questionably harassing interactions he had with one of my high school girlfriends, before soliloquizing at length about how beautiful Chloe is. My mother sent me 7 more text messages I still hadn't read. Judith and Mary ended up sitting on Will's lap, grinning widely at me, and Henry made a circuit of the room after dessert, making a handful of secret bets with wedding guests. Still, the police hadn't been called, and nobody had found themselves in need of emergency assistance, so it was as close to a success as this group would get for our first night out. At least the chaos had taken my mind off Chloe, and the shoes she'd previously only worn during sex, and the dress that seemed to show everything but in fact showed nothing, which was infinitely sexier. I never would have expected to be avoiding sex the week of our wedding, but I'd had plenty of time to think about it while folding what seemed like a million wedding programs, and decided that for the first time in our relationship, I wanted to savor her. Her laugh and her words and the mere reality of her company. I wanted to be able to watch her without thinking about the next time I'd have her naked and up against a wall. It seemed like a good idea at the time, and I'd be lying if I said it wasn't also about wanting to piss her off a little, and I knew her well enough to know that withholding sex would. I blinked over to the bathroom door. Where the fuck was she? As my lids grew heavier and Chloe took longer doing who knows what in the bathroom, I wasn't sure I'd have the physical strength to fight her off if it came to that tonight. Taking a seat in the living room, I picked up a magazine, feeling myself grow more and more tired with every minute. I looked up at the sound of a door opening and nearly fell over. Chloe leaned against the wall, hair loose and falling in wild waves along her shoulders and down the length of her back. Her lips were glossy and pink, and I can imagine that color smeared down my chest and along the skin of my cock. She wore what was easily the sexiest and most complicated lingerie I'd ever seen. The black demi-cups barely covered her breasts. The rest consisted of a series of black satin ribbons crossing strategically over her torso and down between her legs. It took me 2 attempts to finally speak. "Was there someone in there with you?" I slurred. Her brows came together as she shook her head. "What?" "Because I have no idea how you got that thing on by yourself." My voice sounded thick and slow. "Hell, I have no idea how I'd even get it off." I held up my hands and they felt heavy and numb. I wouldn't even be able to rip paper tonight. "That sounds like a challenge," she said with a pleased smile. My eyes moved over every inch of her body, and I seemed unable to pull them away. She was fucking beautiful. Her legs were long, so long, and her feet were still strapped in the same blue shoes she'd been wearing at dinner. She took a step toward me, and then another. "Do you remember the last time we were here?" she asked. "I'm trying not to." She pressed a hand to my chest and easily pushed me farther into the back of the couch before straddling my lap. "You fucked me on the floor." She leaned forward, kissed my jaw. "And the balcony." She kissed my neck. "And the bed, and the floor, and the bed, and the floor." "And don't forget the chair in the corner," I mumbled, hissing in a breath as she scratched her nails over my stomach, reached for my tie, loose but still hanging from my neck. "What if I said I wanted to recreate some of that?" she whispered in my ear. "What if I asked you to tie me up with this? Spank me? Fuck me in the—" I yawned. "Wide." She jerked back and looked at me, taking in my slumped posture, the way I could barely keep my eyes open. Hers narrowed. "What did you do?" she asked, suspicious. I could only smile. A stupid, drowsy, lopsided grin. "Took out a little insurance policy," I slurred. "You're very pretty, by the way, and I really do like this thing you're wearing and would like to request that you wear it for me again someday." "What did you do, Ryan?" she repeated, louder, and stood up, hands on her hips, as she frowned down at me. "Just only took a tiny little sleeping pill," I said, yawning as I pulled the small bottle from my pocket, holding it up to show her. "Teensy tiny." I had a prescription for these for international travel, but had yet to use a single one before this. I was actually amazed how fast they worked, and slightly uneasy over the prospect of having no control over my state of arousal, especially since Chloe looked like she might castrate me. "You son of a bitch!" she yelled, pushing on my chest. It was sort of a counterproductive move, however, because I merely slumped over, sinking face down into one of the cushions. She started to yell about something, but I couldn't quite make it out. I took comfort knowing someday she'd know I was really doing this for her. The last thing I saw before my eyes closed was her storming out of the room, shouting something about payback. Finally, Bennett 1, Chloe 0.
Chapter 3. He didn't cave and bang the daylights out of me last night. In fact, he'd gone so far as to drug himself and be taken out of commission. Clearly, it was time to up my game. I'd spent much of dinner last night watching Bennett be adorably mischievous while steering my rascal aunts toward an unsuspecting Will. I'd watched him be jealous and irritated in equal measure when Bull regaled me with stories of the many cars he'd sold and women he'd banged. I'd watched Bennett with adoration as he greeted his family, waited until his mother's food was in front of her before starting in on his own, thanked each waiter personally, and stood when I stood to go to the bathroom. Bennett Ryan was a swoony fucking bastard, and tonight, stupid chastity rule or not, I was going to ride him like a horse. I had a suitcase full of lingerie and outfits that were guaranteed to bring him to his knees. Most of the skimpy, lacy things had been reserved for the honeymoon, but I suspected at this point we wouldn't have much need for any form of clothing once we hit the private resort in Fiji. In a way, it was nice to have a new mission. Instead of stressing about our families and the chaos we were diving into headlong, I could focus on the fact that Bennett really just needed to fuck me a few times a day. It was a simple goal, really. I couldn't control the tides or the insanity of our families, but I could definitely control this man's cock. Will had named this evening the final night of freedom. Even though it was Thursday and the wedding was Saturday, he declared that the rehearsal on Friday all but sealed Bennett's fate as a married man. So he and Max had planned a night out for all of us in the gas lamp quarter. We were going to hit a few bars, have a few drinks. As Max put it, tonight we're going to get right pissed and pretend Chloe didn't hand each of us a to-do list 5 miles long. I'd ordered the guys to get ready in our suite, and the women, Sarah, Hannah, my childhood friend Julia, soon-to-be sister-in-law Mina, and I, were getting ready in Julia's room. I did this in part to have some girl time before we all went out together, but also so that Bennett wouldn't see me until we got to the bar. If he saw what I was going to wear out tonight, he would tie me to the bed with one of my slips and change my clothes for me. If I'd harbored any suspicion that he would tie me to the bed and fuck me, I'd be happily changing upstairs in the wedding suite alongside him. Alas, I knew Bennett, and I knew how determined he was once he made a decision about something. Tonight needed to be a sneak attack. I had to seduce my fiancé, and in order to do that, I had to play dirty. Julia and Mina were both working on Hannah's broken zipper, and I sat on Julia's bed and carefully crisscrossed the long, strappy heels up my calf. Last night's shoes had worked pretty well, but obviously not well enough. Tonight, I'd put on a tiny black dress, dangly chandelier earrings, and the same shoes I'd worn the night I went out clubbing in San Diego when Bennett and I had been here together for the J.T. Miller Marketing Conference early in our relationship. I tied the satin strap at the back of my calf and thought back to that night and how Bennett had looked, almost 2 years ago now, when I'd walked into the hotel lobby of the W in the early hours of the morning to find him sitting on a couch, waiting for me. His hair had been a disaster, and I knew without having to ask that he'd been pulling at it, nervously running his hands through it. In hindsight, it was obvious we were in love even then, but I remembered how surprised I'd been when he admitted he needed another night with me. I wanted it more than anything, but I never expected him to ask for it so openly. I'd followed him up to my room, and in that bed we'd made love for hours, sharing words about real histories and real desires and real feelings. From there, our relationship climbed to a peak. I'd easily stepped up and covered with Bennett's client when Bennett suddenly got sick, and when he recovered, we'd decided to be together, a couple. No more hiding. "Chloe?" Sarah asked, ducking to meet my eyes and pulling me out of my thoughts. "You okay?" I bent and focused on the other shoe, nodding. "Yeah, just remembering what it was like when the BB and I were first together." She sat and put an arm around me. Is it weird to be getting married here? Shrugging, I admitted, a little. It's bittersweet, you know? When did you first know you loved him? I closed my eyes and leaned into her, humming as I considered the question. I think I probably felt love for him before I knew I loved him. But do you remember when we were here for the conference and he got food poisoning? Beside me, Sarah nodded. Well, after I did the whole Gugliotti presentation and came back to tell Bennett how it went, I went back down to the conference for a little bit to walk around and let him rest. When I came back up to my room, Bennett was sitting on the couch. He always looks good, of course, I said, laughing when Julia wiggled her eyebrows at me. But he just looked like a guy right then. He was shirtless and his hair was messy in that bedhead, unintentional way. He was zoned out on the television with his hand tucked under the waistband of his boxers, and I had this epiphany that he was just a guy, and that he was sort of becoming my guy, you know? Around me, my girlfriends all nodded. I think those are the moments I love the most, when I look at him and see him as so much more than the beautiful bastard. In his BB moments, he still feels sort of unattainable and intimidating, even to me. Don't get me wrong, I love that side of him. But when we're alone, he lets his guard down, and I get to see all sides of him. And that day was the first time it really happened. I think that's when I knew I loved him. I think it was earlier, Mina said, bending to dig into the hotel room minibar. I saw your face when I busted you in the bathroom at my parents' house. He said being with you was a mistake. Your expression was the reaction of a woman with emotions. I crinkled my nose, considering this. God, but he was such an asshole then. He's still an asshole, Mina reminded me. And I'm pretty sure if he wasn't, you'd find a way to push the buttons to get him back there. I like watching you guys, Hanna said. I've never seen a couple like you before. Seriously, I bet the sex is unreal. Hanna had been around us so much in the past few months, this blunt force honesty surprised no one, except Mina. Don't need to hear it. Mina covered her ears. Again, she added, glaring at me. Hanna looked gorgeous tonight in a silky gray A-line dress that hit just above her knees. Julia had put Hanna's sandy brown hair up into a complicated twist, and her neck was long and smooth, decorated simply with a tiny diamond pendant that rested just at the hollow of her throat. I couldn't wait to see Will try to maintain his trademark poker face when he saw her. You have to let me order all the drinks tonight, Sarah said, standing and smoothing her shimmering blue dress over her round belly. I swear to God, I want nothing more than to walk up to the bar tonight and order 10 shots, just to see what the bartenders say. Pregnancy suits you, Sarah, Julia noted, standing and walking across the room to fetch her heels. She sat on the edge of the bed and slipped them on her feet, still staring at Sarah. I like the tummy and the attitude. I agree, I said. She's turning into a bit of a hellcat. Sarah laughed and studied her reflection in the mirror for a beat before walking over to have me fasten her necklace. I just really love my body like this. Is that weird? I like how curvy I am. Etienne certainly didn't, Julia said with a snort. I still can't believe what a fit he threw about having to alter the design of Sarah's dress. I groaned. The dress. Julia had found the most perfect bridesmaid dresses I'd ever laid eyes on. They were a swirl of beautiful blues, dyed to slowly transition between the Tiffany blue that permeated the decor of the wedding and a deeper slate blue. The dresses were made with pleated chiffon and a delicate strap that met over one shoulder. But Sarah's, obviously, had to be altered to accommodate her growing stomach. Etienne, the designer, had thrown a tantrum. He'd ranted about fabric draping, symmetry, and lines, and even threw in the term bulbous belly. It had taken a lot of screaming on his part and a lot of money on mine, and 6 alterations to finally get her dress right. But it was done, and I couldn't wait for my glowing, giddy, beautiful maid of honor to wear it. "I bet Max likes your pregnant body, too," Mina said, giving Sarah a knowing smile. "Oh, he does," I answered for her, untwisting Sarah's necklace at the back of her neck. I feel like I'm watching something indecent even when he's just pouring her a glass of water. Sarah's cheeks turned crimson, and I laughed, loving how pregnancy made her completely unable to hide her blush. "Are we ready to head out?" Julia asked, draining the last of her minibar vodka tonic. "I need to get my drink on." We all made our way to the door, filing out one at a time. Down in the lobby, Mina had the valet call us a car, and just as I climbed in and closed the door, I saw the men emerge from the lobby of the hotel. "Jesus, Chloe," Julia breathed, looking at Bennett at the front of the group. "Look at that man." And with my lip pinched between my teeth, I could only nod in agreement. As usual, he'd barely paid any attention to his hair, and it was in the usual completely fuckable disarray. His lips were curled up in amusement at something Will had just said, and when he lifted his chin to nod at the valet, I caught sight of the sharp, edible line of his jaw. He wore jeans and a black t-shirt that wasn't tight, but managed to showcase the definition of his body beneath the soft cotton cashmere blend. I knew this shirt well. I bought it for him, and planned to steal it and make it mine in a couple of years after he'd worn it to the perfect state of tattered. Seducing him tonight would be a lot of fun. My legs were hidden from view, and from his vantage point, all Bennett would see was the very top of my tiny black dress. "You're in so much trouble," Sarah murmured next to me, staring down at my heels. I'm actually hoping I'm there to see his reaction. "I know," I said, giddy. Bennett's eyebrow went up in a silent question, and I held my hand out the window, giving him a breezy wave. No, we weren't waiting for them. "Meet you at sidebar on Market," Julia yelled out the window, and Bennett raised his hand, wearing his trademark amused smirk. Sidebar was gorgeous, with rich red and black leather seating, enormous mirrors, and sensual nude photos on the walls, and bright red bird cages hanging from the ceiling. The main bar was expansive, made of gleaming marble with a simple filigree pattern decorating the front. The bar was busy but not full when we arrived, and we immediately claimed 2 large booths toward the back of the room. The men hadn't been as quick to arrive from Coronado, so we had time to order drinks and return to our seats before they showed up. I looked to the door just as Bennett led the group inside, with Max, Will, Henry, and Bennett's cousins Chris and Brian trailing at the back. But when I stood to greet them, and Bennett's eyes raked over me, from my red lips to my siren-red toenails, I knew I was in deep, deep trouble. I ignored the pressure of his attention as best I could, but with him it was nearly impossible. His focus was a physical presence, a heavy weight on my neck, my breasts, and most of all the long expanse of my exposed legs. We stood and greeted our friends, and I felt my chest grow tight, my heart race with how fun it was having everyone together. I kissed Brian, Will, and Max, and greeted Bull with a brief but polite hug. Only then did I look Bennett over more slowly, and felt a familiar warmth spread from my stomach and down between my legs. Stretching on my tiptoes, I kissed the corner of his mouth. "Hi. You look good enough to lick tonight." He returned my kiss stiffly and then leaned to press his mouth to my ear. "What in the fuck are you wearing?" Glancing down, I smoothed my hand over my sleeveless beaded black mini dress. "It's new. Do you like it?" Before I could look up to catch his reply, Bennett grabbed me by my upper arm, pulled me down a dark hall, and shoved me against a wall. Even in the dim light, I could see the rage and lust on his face. My favorite fucking Bennett. Arousal rose in me. Every inch of my skin ached to feel his fingertips.
"What the fuck do you think you're doing?"
he growled. Could you be more specific? I'm having a drink. I'm out with some friends. Both of his hands came up, roughly pinning me by my shoulders to the wall. I let out a tight moan, and his eyes narrowed further. "The shoes, Chloe. Explain the fucking shoes." "They're special to me," I said, slowly blinking down to his mouth. I licked my lips as I stared at his, and he leaned in closer instinctively. "Something old, something new. I wore these once when we were here together. Do you remember?" Just as I suspected, his face grew impossibly more angry. "Of course I remember, and the something old, something new is for the actual wedding day, not the entire week before when I'm trying to keep my hands off you." "I'm practicing," I said, breathless. "In fact, there are a lot of things I'd like to practice before the wedding, Bennett. Like deep-throating."
"Are you really trying to break me?"
I shook my head with wide, innocent eyes, but said, "Yes, I really am." His grip on my shoulders lessened, and he slumped forward, resting his forehead against mine.
"Chloe, you know how much I want you every second."
"I want you too, so I thought maybe later we could go back to the hotel, and I could keep the shoes on. You could have me on my back, legs in the air." I turned, kissed the shell of his ear. "Plus, I have this amazing corset on under here, and—" Bennett pushed away and turned, storming down the hall. I took the opportunity to sneak into the women's room to check my makeup and high-five myself in the mirror. But my martini wasn't getting any colder, and I had some seducing to do, so I didn't linger long. Bennett seemed to have calmed himself by the time I returned to the table, and was sitting in the booth with Max and Will, while the other men ordered drinks at the bar, and the women danced a few yards away from where we sat. Bennett's arm was slung over the back, and I slid in beside him, running my palm from his knee to his upper thigh. "Hi," I said again. "Having fun?" He gave me a look that would have melted the face of a lesser opponent, and I grinned, leaning to kiss his neck and whispering, "I can't wait for you to come in my mouth later." He coughed, practically dropping his vodka gimlet onto the tabletop, and earning a few curious looks from Will and Max across the table. "You okay over there, Bennett?" Will asked, knowing grin in place. Had Bennett told the men about his newly donned chastity belt? I hoped he had. No one would be happier to help me in my plan to derail Bennett's determination than Will and Max.
"Just went down the wrong pipe," Bennett explained.
"He's usually much better when he's aiming it down mine," I said in a stage whisper, and both Will and Max burst into laughter across the table. Will leaned forward to give me a high five. "Has he told you about his new virginity?" I asked.
"He mentioned he's enjoying the sport of keeping you waiting," Max said. "But, for the record, Chloe, I'd like to say that those heels are fucking smashing."
"I agree," I said, grinning over at my fiancé. The booth was large enough for several people, and after they'd ordered their drinks, Brian and Bull joined the four of us. For several quiet moments we sipped our cocktails, and Max and I shared an amused grin when we heard Sarah's cackle across the room. "That's your girl over there," I said. He raised his glass to me, cheeks flushed, and murmured, "Indeed it is," before taking a sip. I looked over at Sarah and laughed. "Actually, that's your girl over there with a big belly, carrying a tray of shots." He looked up and groaned, standing to walk over. His words drifted out of earshot after we heard him say, "Sarah, love, that's too heavy."
"He is whipped,"
Will murmured. Don't even start on that, Sumner, Bennett said with a shake of his head. You can barely keep your tongue in your mouth around Hanna. Will shrugged and leaned back in the booth, not even hiding the way he looked over at his girlfriend and studied every inch of her exposed legs. I let my eyes move around the men at the table and wondered if they were being relatively quiet because they wanted me to leave so they could discuss guy things, like penises and basketballs and toilets. But I was so comfortable, and the weight of Bennett's arm around my shoulder was too perfect to want to move. The only way I would move is if it was to climb into his lap and wiggle a little. I started to execute this brilliant idea, but he stopped me with a tight grip on my shoulder. Don't you dare. Are you hard? I asked quietly, just loud enough for him to hear. He shot me a look. No. I licked my lips and felt my pulse take off when his eyes dropped to my mouth and he leaned a little closer. How about now? You're impossible, woman. He moved away, reaching for his drink. A large tattoo of a woman's face on Bull's arm caught my eye, and I leaned closer to Bennett again, but he leaned away. No, come here, I said, pulling at his t-shirt. I have a question. I swear I'm not going to lick your ear. Reluctantly, he leaned close enough for me to quickly lick his ear before asking, Who is that on Bull's arm? He studied it for a second before turning to whisper, I think that's his girlfriend, or ex-girlfriend, Maisie. They've been on again, off again since they were teenagers. I absorbed this information. Bull might currently be on with this Maisie woman and was hitting on every vagina under 40 in the wedding party. Are you kidding me? I wish. I studied it as casually as I could. The last thing I wanted to do was raise Bull's attention and let him think I was checking him out. But the tattoo was enormous, practically the size of my entire hand, and incredibly detailed. It had been hidden at the dinner the night before under his dress shirt, but now, in casual clothing, the entire thing was revealed, in full color. Basically, it was Maisie's face, neck, and chest, stopping just where the hint of her breasts began to swell. Turning back to Bennett, I whispered, Jesus, she must be bringing it. I know how to suck a dick, but no one has ever tattooed my face on their skin. Bennett went still, hand frozen where he had just reached for his glass. I don't expect you to tattoo my face on your arm, Mr. Ryan. Settle down. He exhaled heavily, bringing the glass to his lips and saying, That's good, before he took a sip. But I would like to suck your dick so hard you promised to do it anyway, I said, and laughed as he planted his hand on my back and shoved me out of the booth, telling me to go play with the girls for a bit. We danced and drank. Hanna and Mina were an unstoppable combination of inappropriate and had all of us laughing until our sides hurt on the dance floor. It was a perfect night, out with all of my favorite people in the entire world, surrounded by my girlfriends while the love of my life hate-loved me with fiery intensity from across the room. And, because they were fully on my side in this ridiculous abstinence business, Max and Will came and joined us and surrounded me, dancing and teasing, lifting me up and carrying me to Bennett for an upside-down drunken kiss. I love you anyway, I told him as he scowled down at me. And I'm going to break you tonight. He shook his head, giving in to the smile he was trying to fight. I love you anyway, too. And you can try your hardest, but it won't work. You're not getting my dick again until we're married. We brushed our teeth side by side and studied each other in the mirror. I was wearing a thick cotton robe over my weapon of mass seduction, but Bennett wore only his boxers, so I took some time to appreciate his naked torso. I loved his man nipples, the dusting of hair on his chest, and the definition of his shoulders, chest, and stomach. I lovingly counted the six-pack, and then stared at the trail of hair leading from his belly button to beneath his boxer briefs. I wanted to lick that line and then taste the smooth skin of his cock. "Did you take a sleeping pill again?" He shook his head, mouth wide as he brushed his back molars. "I like your body," I said around a mouthful of toothbrush. He flashed me a foamy toothpaste smile. "Likewise." "Can I give you head?" He bent to spit and rinse his mouth before saying simply, "No." "Want to give me a quickie from behind?" He wiped his face on a towel and then placed a peck on the top of my head. "No." "Handy?" I asked to his retreating form as he left the bathroom. "No." I washed my face and walked out into the bedroom to join him. He was already under the covers, reading some political non-fiction book. "I'm going to try to not be insulted that there's a military man on the cover of that book, and you just turned down a blowjob." "Let me know how that works out for you," he said, giving me a little wink. Shrugging, I stripped out of my robe and stood near him, wearing a tiny mint-green thong with a skirt overlay in silk chiffon with delicate floral embroidery and matching sheer bra. Thin silken garters held up the softest nude stockings I'd ever worn. He glanced up and did a quick double take, exhaling, "Christ," under his breath. "Just some comfy jammies," I said, hopping over him and climbing under the covers. "I just love sleeping next to you when I'm wearing silk garters and these flimsy, expensive panties." He adjusted the pillows behind his back and returned to his book, but I counted to 100 before he even turned his attention from one page to the next, so I could tell there was no way he was actually reading anything. Sliding the covers down to expose my upper thighs, I curled into his side, humming, "You should feel these stockings. They're so delicate. I bet you could just look at them and they'd rip." Bennett coughed and then smiled patiently down at me. "I'm sure they would. I bought them for you, after all." "But I'm just not sure I should sleep in them," I frowned thoughtfully. "Can you help me take them off?" He hesitated for a beat, staring at his book before turning and placing it carefully on the bedside table. And then he peeled the blankets all the way off my legs and studied me in the muted light of the table lamp. "You're so fucking beautiful," he murmured, bending to kiss my neck, my collarbone, and the top swell of my breast. Victory exploded with adrenaline in my veins, and I closed my eyes, arching my spine so he could unclasp my bra, lifting my ass so he could carefully remove the tiny skirt around my panties. But I opened my eyes, studying him as he gently peeled the stockings down my legs, planting only a single kiss on the inside of each knee. Something was off. When I lay only in my panties, Bennett looked up at me and smiled wickedly before grasping them and sliding them down my legs, dropping them undamaged on the floor beside the bed. "Better?" he asked, stifling a laugh. I glared at him, trying to burn a hole in his forehead with my eyes. "You're a prick." His eyes danced. "I know." "Do you know how much I want to feel you on top of me? Did you not see that lingerie? It was ridiculous. You could have ripped it with your teeth." "It was stunning." Bennett bent and kissed my mouth so sweetly, so fully that my chest squeezed almost painfully in pleasure. "I know how much you want it. I want it too." He nodded to his shorts, where he was so hard I could see the tip of his cock pressing up from beneath the waistband. "I'm asking you to trust me." He reached to turn off the light, and then turned so that he was on his side facing me. "Tell me you love me." I ran my hands up his bare chest and into his hair. "I love you." "Now go to sleep. Tomorrow is a big day. The rest of the guests arrive, we rehearse our wedding, and I am one day closer to being your husband." After that, I will never deny you again." He kissed me slowly, all firm, warm lips, no tongue, no sounds, just his mouth on mine, sweetly sucking and soothing me until I felt serene and doted on, and even drowsy enough to imagine I could fall asleep next to this man and not need to be worn out from orgasms. I woke up to an otherwise empty bed. It wasn't an uncommon occurrence, and I started to fall back asleep before remembering that Bennett wouldn't be up working. We were in San Diego for our wedding. My heart exploded in panic, and a cold, sick feeling of déjà vu crept into my stomach. What if Bennett was sick? I bolted upright and looked at the light under the bathroom adjoining our darkened bedroom. Climbing out of bed, I moved into the main room of our suite and to the small bathroom adjoining the living area. The light under there was on, and I tiptoed forward, not sure whether I should call out to him or just go back to bed and hope that he was okay. I blinked, taking a step backward and remembering the only other time I'd seen Bennett sick, the food poisoning incident I'd discussed with Sarah earlier. "Why didn't you wake me up?" I'd asked him. "Because the last thing I needed was you in there watching me throw up." "I could have done something. You don't have to be such a man." "Don't be such a woman. What could you have done? Food poisoning is pretty lonely business." Resolved to leave him alone, I started to turn back to the bedroom, until I heard a quiet groan. My heart twisted in sympathy, and my pulse picked up speed. I moved to the door, putting my hand against the wood. Just as I was about to call out to him, to ask if he needed a popsicle or some ginger ale, he moaned, and sounds of pleasure escaped in his deep voice. "Oh, Buck. Fuck." I pulled my hand back from the door and slapped it over my mouth, stifling a gasp. Did he escape to the non-bedroom bathroom so he could? On the other side of the door, the faucet turned on, and I stared at the wood as if I could develop X-ray vision if I only concentrated hard enough. How often did he do this? Did he masturbate all the time in the middle of the night? The faucet creaked slightly as he shut off the water, and I turned, bolting back into the bedroom. I hurled myself on the mattress and yanked the covers up to my chin so Bennett wouldn't know I'd moved from where he left me. Sleeping while he tugged one out in the other room. I rolled into my pillow, stifling a giggle. In the other part of the suite, the bathroom door opened and a slice of light cut across the carpet before everything quickly went black when he flipped off the switch. I listened intently, trying to slow my breathing as he padded across the carpet and back into the bedroom. Bennett carefully lifted the covers and slid in beside me, curling up along my side and kissing my temple. "Love you," he whispered, running his water-cooled hands over my too-hot skin. I still hadn't decided if I was going to pretend to be asleep or bust him for this and give him endless shit. So I sleepily rolled into him, sliding my hand up and over his chest to rest on his heart. His pulse was hammering, racing, positively pounding. Like he'd just had a sneaky covert orgasm. I cuddled into him, stretching close to his ear. "You didn't even moan my name. I'm insulted." Beside me, he froze, his hand covering mine on top of his heart. "I thought you were sleeping." I snorted. "Obviously." I nibbled at his jaw. "Did you have a nice self-inflicted bathroom orgasm?" Finally, he admitted, "Yes." "Why did you bother going in there? I have a hand and several orifices at the ready." With a laugh, he simply said, "Chloe." "Do you do that a lot?" I wondered if he could hear the slight edge of anxiety in my voice. "I've never done it when I'm with you. I just—" He brought my hand to his mouth and kissed my palm. "You're naked. It's hard to—" Laughing, he seemed to reconsider what he was going to say. "It's just been hard for a few hours. I couldn't sleep." I loved his voice in the middle of the night, all deep and gravelly. I loved it even more after he'd had a middle-of-the-night orgasm, even if he'd had it from sneaking into the bathroom and stroking himself. His voice was always deeper after he'd come, his words delivered more slowly. He was impossibly sexier. What were you thinking about? He paused, his thumb smoothing up and down the back of my hand. Your legs spread over my face, and your mouth on my cock. Like the other night, except without your teasing. Who came first? With a groan, he said, I don't know, I smacked his chest lightly. Oh, please. I know how specific your fantasies are. Rolling to me in the dark, he said, You came first. Of course you came first, okay? Can we go back to sleep? I ignored this. Did you come in my mouth or on my in your mouth? Sleep, Chloe. I love you, I said, leaning to kiss him. For a moment, he let me take his lip into my mouth and suck on it, nibble it. But then he pulled away and wrapped his arms around my waist, shifting my head close to his chest. I love you too. I don't want to get up and go to the bathroom, I said, smiling into the darkness. I heard his mouth open, but it was several seconds before he made a sound. What do you mean? I rolled to my back and spread my legs so one of them was bent and resting on top of his thigh. Chloe, he groaned. I found that I was already wet, just from the idea of what he'd done and what he'd been thinking. I was wet from the memory of his voice in the bathroom when he came. It was the sound of relief mixed with regret, and the fact that I could tell it was more out of necessity than fun made it so much hotter. I slid my fingers over my skin, rocked up into my hand. Beside me, Bennett held very still until I let out my first quiet moan. And then he shivered and melted against me, rolling so he half covered my body, and ducked to kiss a path from my throat to my breast. Tell me what you're thinking, he whispered into my skin. Tell me every fucking thought. It's your hand, I said, feeling my pulse quicken with my own strokes. And you're teasing me. His voice was so deep it was barely more than a vibration when he asked, How so? Swallowing, I told him, I want you to touch my clit, and you're just dragging your fingers in tiny circles all around it. He laughed, sucking a nipple into his mouth before releasing it with a quiet, slick hiss. Slide just one finger inside. Keep teasing. I want to hear you beg for it. I want more. My finger was so much smaller than his, and one of his was never enough. One of mine was a torment with that voice in my ear and that breath on my skin. I want faster and bigger. Such a demanding body you have, he said, sucking on my jaw. I bet you're slippery and hot. I bet I know exactly how you taste right now. My fingers circled, still teasing, knowing it's what he would do, what he wanted me to do. I pressed my head back into the pillow, whispering, Faster, please, more of something. Both hands, he relented quietly. 2 fingers inside and work the outside. Let me hear it. I slid my other hand down my body and inched closer to him, feeling the unyielding shape of his renewed erection against my hip. With both hands I touched myself, relishing the clean sweat and soap smell of him beside me, the rough scratch of his stubble on my neck and chest as he kissed me hungrily, whispering, God damn it, Chloe, let me hear you. My breath caught as he slid his palm over my breast, squeezing it roughly before ducking to pull the peak deep into his mouth. I loved the sound he made when he suckled me. It was desperate and rumbling, a sound so rich I could feel it behind my eyes and in the center of my bones. Oh, God, I groaned. Close. He released my nipple from his mouth and reached to whip the covers off my body, exposing my skin to the cool air of the hotel room and the blazing heat of his eyes. It's my hand you're fucking, he growled. Show me what you like. I lifted my hips from the mattress, wanting to please him, wanting him to relent and climb over me, claim me as his. But instead, Bennett slid one of my legs higher up my body so he could reach down and land a sharp smack on my backside. "I'd do better. My hand would fuck you harder than this. I'd make you scream." It was a sufficient stand-in, and with his lips pressed to my ear, telling me he was going to fuck me so long and so rough on Saturday that the next day I'd wish it had been my own hand instead, I managed to come, hot and pulsing against my fingers. But it wasn't even close to what he made me feel. We fell back against the pillows in breathless, unsatisfied silence. It wasn't enough to orgasm and to feel his breath on my breasts and his filthy words on my skin. I wanted to feel his pleasure when he came in me or on me or simply with me. I wanted to witness every time he felt that moment of release. He was mine. His pleasure was mine, and his body was mine. Why was he making me wait for it? But as he ran a big possessive hand from my hip bone to my shoulder, stopping at every curve along the way, I understood what he was doing. He was giving me something other than the wedding to think about. He was being a withholding ass so I would torment him. He was making me torment him and pretending to hate it. He was ensuring that this week would feel like us, and we could be outwardly focused on everyone else while staying focused only on each other behind every blink, in every dark room, and in each one of our private thoughts. Bennett was ensuring that we would see each other at either end of the aisle and know we made the best choice of our lives. "You're pretty brilliant. Do you know that?" I asked, curling into him and running a hand up over his shoulder and into his hair. He pressed his lips to my neck and sucked. "You can thank me later, Einstein." He turned his head to kiss me, and I groaned into his touch. His lips were so firm, so commanding, and I gave in to him as he parted them and pressed his tongue inside, sweeping, searching. I shook when his hands returned to my skin, warm and rough, feeling every curve and dip, every small hollow. I felt the hard press of his cock against my stomach and tried to roll him on top of me. "I want you inside," I said. I heard my own voice, and it was hoarse and needy. I ran my hands up his neck, cupping his face and trying to pull him closer. But he inhaled, turned, and pulled my fingers into his mouth. "Fuck," he groaned, taking each of them between his lips and rolling them over his tongue, tasting my sex. He pushed my hand away, sweeping a frustrated palm over his face and rasping, "God damn it." Then, before I could hold on and keep him there, he'd rolled out of bed and walked back to the bathroom, slamming the door behind him.
Chapter 4. I could barely open my eyes the next morning. Bright yellow sun filtered through the open balcony door, warming my skin where it cut across the bed. I could taste the salt in the air, hear the sound of the tide as it washed along the beach. I could feel the heat of Chloe's body where it pressed against my side, naked. She mumbled something in her sleep, slipped a smooth leg up and over mine, and shifted closer. The sheet smelled faintly of her perfume, and even more of her. With a groan, I extricated myself from her grip and very carefully rolled her to her side. Swinging my feet to the floor, I stood, looking down at my very hard, very selfish dick. Really? I thought. Again? I'd gone to the bathroom on 2 separate occasions last night, both before and after Chloe's little one-woman show, and still. Always the traitor. Chloe thought I was brilliant for having us wait until Saturday, when in reality it was starting to feel like the worst idea I'd ever had. I felt anxious and on edge, aware of a persistent hum beneath my skin and a need for exertion. To fuck until I was too tired to stand or sit, too exhausted to do anything but fall into bed and pass out. Under normal circumstances, I'd have cut off my right hand before considering leaving a warm bed and naked Chloe. But these weren't normal circumstances, and frankly, my right hand had proven invaluable the last few days. I'd almost caved last night, and at this point, it would be like surrendering to the enemy. I needed to get out of here. I found my phone in the living room and typed a message to Max. I need to run. You in? His response came less than a minute later. Definitely. I'll grab Will and meet you at the main pool in 10. See you soon, then, I typed back and tossed my phone to the couch. I'd have time to jerk off, clean up, and escape the room before Chloe was even awake. Max had most definitely gotten laid. I watched him as he neared the pool, hair a mess and limbs loose and relaxed. It would be easy to hate this guy if I wasn't so damn happy for him. Okay, no, I still hate him a little. You look disgustingly pleased with yourself, I said, dropping into a deck chair beneath a bright blue umbrella. And sadly you don't, he said back with a smirk. Your virginity giving you trouble. I sighed, rolled my neck, and felt the tension that seemed present in every single muscle. Is it tomorrow yet? Max shook his head, laughing. Almost. Where's Will? With Hanna still, I think. He said to wait, that he'd be down in a few. Max took a seat across from me, bent down to tighten the laces of his running shoes. This is good. There's something I wanted to talk to you about. He squinted up at me. What's up? Remember when Will hired that creepy clown to deliver a singing telegram on my birthday? I asked, an involuntary shudder moving up my spine. This kind of thing had become the norm in the Will, Bennett, and Max show. After having accidentally hired a transvestite hooker for Will while we were all in Vegas, he'd retaliated by having a couple of goons pretend to bust us for card counting. It had only escalated from there. Chloe insisted that it was only a matter of time before one of us ended up in the hospital or jail. My money was on jail. Max groaned. Fuck. I thought I'd finally erased that mental image. Thanks for bringing it back. I glanced back toward the hotel to make sure I didn't see Will coming down yet. I have some retribution in the works. Okay. Did you happen to meet Chloe's aunts last night? The ones that look like a couple of hyenas circling a lame gazelle? Yes, lovely ladies. I may be partly responsible for that, I said, waiting for his reaction. He seemed completely unfazed. Partly, Ben. Okay, completely. He shook his head, but was clearly amused. You don't think they'll get their hopes up, do you? I got the sense they were just looking to have some fun. I sort of told them he liked experienced women and that he liked them in pairs. All of which is true, I might add. He raised a brow. Technically true, I corrected. I'm going to hell, aren't I? Did you give Hanna the heads up? I'm not a total dick, Max. When he lifted his brows as if to say, oh, really? I ignored him, continuing. I may have suggested she play along. She agreed. That's it. She's easier than I expected, he said, already shaking his head in disbelief. What girlfriend would ever agree to such an evil, albeit brilliant plan? Clearly, Hanna was a genius. It took a little reassurance that he'd escape unharmed, but yes, she did. I really like her, by the way. Same, he said with a quick nod. So what do you think? Should I call it off? I'll be honest, I'm feeling a little dirty over this one. They're Chloe's aunts. We heard footsteps move across the deck and both looked up, seeing Will jogging toward us. Max leaned in quickly and whispered, Tell him and I'll kill you. There were surfers scattered down the shore and a few runners passed us as we started away from the hotel. So what had you up so early? Max asked from my right, keeping a steady pace with me. Will, the competitive runner, was about 20 feet in front of us, shouting insults and patronizingly encouraging remarks over his shoulder every few minutes. Just everything, I admitted. I don't think I've ever been so exhausted and so keyed up at the same time in my life. You probably don't want to hear this, but I'm not sure whether I want to sleep for 10 hours or fuck. Max gave me a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. I know the feeling, he said. Like hell you do, I said back, looking over at him. He fought a laugh. Sorry, mate. I don't mean to mock your pain, and this will most definitely fall into overshare territory, but I've never seen Sarah like this before. She's always been... How should I say this? He scratched his jaw, thinking. She's always been eager. But pregnant, Sarah? Jesus, mate. I can barely keep up. I'd really have liked to shove Max into the pounding surf, but I had to admit it was a little endearing to see him so flustered and fumbling through his words. That might be the most inarticulate thing I've ever heard you say. Fucking right. Really trying not to hate you, I groaned. So, aside from the obvious, Max said, meaningfully, how are things? The usual. My mother is texting me every half hour with whatever happens to be her worry of the moment. Chloe's dad wouldn't have the foggiest idea where he's supposed to be at any given time without Julia assigned to Frederick watch. Bull is waiting for Chloe to decide she wants one last fling. I'll probably be checked into rehab by the end of the day. And Chloe? He asked. Chloe is Chloe, I said. She's sexy and infuriating and constantly keeps me guessing. I thought I might strangle her last night, but we talked. I think we're finally on the same page. Sounds great, then, he said. But it was too short, too flat, and I didn't miss the way he kept his eyes trained on Will. What? I asked, watching his expression. Nothing. If you have something to say, Stella, say it. Will must have realized we weren't behind him anymore because he doubled back. What's up? He asked, using the hem of his shirt to wipe the sweat from his brow and looking back and forth between us, clearly confused. We're talking about planned chastity, Max explained. Oh, good, Will said, turning to face me. If I may, this sexbargo thing may be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I began. Agreed, Max interrupted. I get that it's all a fucking game with you lot most of the time, but who flies to California to get married, rents a bloody suite on the beach, and then doesn't bang the hell out of his hot fiancée? Stupid, Will nodded. Max gave me a withering look. Imbecilic. Embarrassing to all men, if I'm being quite honest. I don't know, okay? I yelled, my voice booming down the beach. I know it makes no sense. At the time, it made sense. Make it special, I thought. Make the tension build, I thought. I wanted her to remember how fun it was to be pissed at me all day, every day. I wanted her to remember that there really is only one man who can handle her, and it's me, goddammit. Now, it seems like the worst idea in the history of bad ideas, but I'm committed. Do you see this tiny corner I painted myself into? Do you? I gestured around me frantically until both of my friends were forced to give me slightly terrified nods. I threw down this gauntlet. I have to follow through. This is Chloe we are talking about. She already has her fist curled tightly around one of my testicles. At least let me keep the other one. If I fuck her before Saturday night, she's going to think she owns both balls and can wear them as fucking charms on a bracelet. She'll expect me to thank her after she sucks my dick. She'll think she's letting me spank her. She'll wear shoes to work that no one has any business wearing even in the bedroom. I took a huge gulping breath, lowering my voice. And then I will spend the rest of forever trying to convince her that she's an ungrateful, pain-in-the-ass, harpy shrew who really just needs to be tied to the bed and fucked until she's thanking me for existing. I wiped my chin free of any spittle that may have escaped during my tirade and squeezed my eyes shut, chest heaving. You really need to get laid, Will whispered in awe. Max rested his enormous hand on my shoulder. He's right, mate. This is more serious than I thought. Oh, shut the fuck up, I hissed, shoving his hand away and starting to walk down the beach. It may be my mistake, but you're all just as fucked. If Chloe wins this week, you're all toast. Every man in the world is toast, and will suffer like no one has suffered before. I don't like it, didn't plan it, But those are the stakes we're all now facing. Max shook his head, falling into step beside me. It's not just you who needs to get laid, Ben. Chloe hasn't been herself this week either. Maybe your strategy here is off. I slowed to a stop again. What are you talking about? You saw her last night. She was being a royal pain in the ass. How is that not herself? All this marriage business has definitely made you soft if you think that was Chloe being a pain in the arse, Max said. You two are the most volatile people I've ever met. Some days it's like watching two cartoon characters having a go at each other. And the Chloe Mills I've heard stories about would have ripped your tackle and made you eat it to get what she wanted. She would have tied you to a chair and tortured you until you were begging her to fuck you. What did she do last night? Wear a short dress? Shake her tits in your direction? That's the same woman that had straight-laced Bennett breaking all the rules and fucking her all over RMG. I don't buy it. I started, blinking dumbly. Will, tell him your nerdy theory, Max said. It's really quite brilliant. Will took a step closer, leaning in conspiratorially. Have you ever heard of the calm before the storm? That moment right before a tornado or large weather occurrence when everything goes completely still? I think so, I said, absolutely not liking the sound of that and how it could relate to Chloe, but curious despite myself. Yeah? Will got this really intense expression, like everything he was about to tell you was the most fascinating thing he'd ever heard. He sort of bent at the knees, using his hands to gesture wildly, dramatically illustrating any point he might have. So vapor and heat rise, drawn up toward the center of a storm. The updrafts remove some of the saturated air, forcing it up and over the highest clouds. You following me so far? He asked. I nodded, feeling a thread of anxiety form in my chest. He's getting to the fascinating part, Max assured me. So you have all this air rising, but it compresses as it falls, leaving it warmer and drier. Calm, he said, pausing for effect, resulting in a stable air mass, dampening cloud formation and leaving the air totally still. The calm before the storm. Max was already nodding, clapping Will on the back like he'd just explained the most clever analogy ever told. I frowned. What are you saying? Max reached out, put a solid grip on my shoulder. What we're saying, mate, is that you think you're keeping your bird in check, but we're all waiting for your little bomb to explode. I watched Chloe like a hawk the rest of the day, and as terrified as I was to admit it, Max and Will had a point. She didn't give me an ounce of fight when I got back to the room and showered alone. When I kissed her bare shoulder, she smiled at me warmly, but without the slightly terrifying look in her eyes, like I would either be fucked to within an inch of my life or eaten for breakfast. She was wrapped in a towel, skin still damp from her shower as she blow-dried her hair. She didn't comment on the fact that she was naked. She didn't ask to help me get dressed. She didn't ask me to fuck her once. She was accommodating and loving, and I was completely confused. When the waiter messed up her order at breakfast, she didn't react. When her aunts insisted on following her around with a camera, going so far as to film her from the opposite side of the bathroom stall, she stayed calm. When my mother suggested Chloe wear her hair down instead of up for the ceremony, Chloe had only responded with a pained smile. By this point, I could practically smell the storm in the air, and we hadn't even started the rehearsal yet. What do you mean, small accident? I said, focusing on the wedding coordinator before quickly glancing to Chloe. She was about 30 feet down the beach, pacing. A few swear words had floated back to us at first, but now she was sort of strangely silent, arms folded over her chest as she walked along the sand. I frowned, but quickly shot my attention back to our wedding coordinator, Kristen, as she launched into an explanation. It's going to be fine, Bennett, she was saying, words delivered in a way I'm sure I was supposed to find comforting, but only resulted in pissing me off. When things went wrong, you screamed at someone. You became the loudest and squeakiest wheel. You let everyone know that anything less than perfect was unacceptable. You slammed doors and fired people. You didn't stand there in your little blue Chanel suit and pearls and tell the cyborg bride and clueless groom that it would be fine. There's been a tiny little problem with the wedding clothes. Small accident. Tiny little problem. These adjectives didn't really fit the feeling of dread that had begun clawing its way up my throat. The garments were dropped off earlier today, but when the bags were opened, we realized there'd been some sort of miscommunication, and nothing had been pressed. It's a minor thing, Bennett. I wouldn't even bother you with it if Chloe hadn't been there and seen it for herself. So Chloe had already seen bags of wrinkled wedding clothes and hadn't gone nuclear. I sighed, blinking across the beach to where a few rows of temporary seating had already been set up. Chloe's aunts were sitting on either side of Will, who had his hands folded in his lap and looked tense. In fact, he looked a lot like he was deciding if he could bolt and escape this event entirely. Hanna was chatting with Mina, but would look over occasionally to glance at him, and her small smile would invariably turn into the biggest shit-eating grin I'd ever seen. She was going to make an excellent ally in the years ahead. Max and Sarah were off somewhere. I actually rolled my eyes when I realized they hadn't made it down from their room yet. God, I hated him. My family stood waiting for the rehearsal to begin, talking among themselves. "So what happens now?" I asked. Kristen smiled. "Everything's already been taken back to the cleaners, and it will be done in the morning. They've promised to drop everything off tomorrow before 1. "The wedding is tomorrow at 4, I said, running a hand through my hair. "Don't you think that's cutting it a little close?" "It shouldn't be—" "Not good enough. I'll pick them up myself." "But—" Having overheard, my brother stepped up and placed a hand on Kristen's shoulder. "Just nod," Henry said. "It's easier that way. Trust me." The rest of the wedding party arrived, and I made my way over to Chloe. The pacing had stopped, and she was sitting on the beach now, her delicate pink dress pulled up the length of her legs, toes buried in the sand. "You ready to do the rehearsal?" I asked, testing the waters. I reached out and helped pull her to her feet, taking her hand as we walked toward the others. "You seem a little quiet." She shook her head. "I'm fine," she said simply, and moved to stand where Kristen had indicated. "Okay, then." I looked up at the sky, actually expecting clouds to have formed overhead. The thing that had always driven me crazy about Chloe was that I couldn't ignore her, whether she was in a room or out of it. It had been that way since the day we met. I wanted her every second of every day, and it pissed me off. I'd lash out at her for distracting me, and she'd dish it right back. This only resulted in my wanting her more. Always. Even now, standing on the other side of the aisle as we listened to the Honorable James Marsters, our officiant, explain where we would be and when, I couldn't keep my eyes off her. "Bennett?" I heard someone say, and looked up, surprised to find everyone watching me, waiting. The distinctive sound of Max's laughter floated up from somewhere over my shoulder, and I mentally flipped him off. "Are you ready to run through it?" Kristen said slowly, as if it wasn't the first time she'd asked. I frowned, annoyed to have zoned out. I was pretty sure it was important for me to know what the hell was going on. "Of course." "Okay, then. Guys," Kristen said, "can we get the wedding party to line up?" A murmur of voices surrounded us as we turned to watch as everyone got into their places near the end of the aisle. As best man, Henry lined up first, offering his arm to Sarah. "All right, everyone," Kristen announced. "Let me explain what will happen. Best man and maid of honor will line up on this section of Windsor lawn. The chairs will begin here," she said, moving down the aisle and motioning to a spot near the edge of the grass, "and move this way up toward the beach. Approximately 350 of them, just beyond the 2 orchid arrangements, which will be placed right here." Kristen reached for Henry and Sarah and moved them into their spots. "Okay, first bridesmaid and groomsmen." Julia stepped forward, but so did both Max and Will. Max clucked his tongue at Will, reaching out to take Julia's arm. "This lovely one's mine, mate." "But I thought," Will asked, searching the area, "where's my bridesmaid?" "Right here, pretty boy." I looked behind Will to see our fourth bridesmaid, Sarah's assistant, George, step up to the line and reach for Will's arm. "You've got to be kidding me," Will said, then jumped and let out what could only be considered a manly squeak as Chloe's aunts passed by, one of them laying a sharp pinch on his ass. "Looks like you might have a bit of a fight on your hands there," Max said to George. "Those two ladies look like they could take you if things went badly." "Oh, hell no," George said in the direction the aunts had gone. "Those two cougars better watch their Raquel Welch wiglets, because until that hot piece of ass and the Ice Queen are married tomorrow night, Summer here is mine." "And mine," Mina said, taking Will's other arm. "This lucky man gets both of us." George leaned over to smile at Mina. "Are you willing to be inappropriate at all times?" Mina winked. "Every second of every day." Chloe turned to Kristen. "Will there be an open bar, like at the end of the aisle, for me? Can I request that?" "What is even happening here?" Will said, looking to each of us and then back to wherever the cougars had wandered off to. "Am I drunk? Hanna, they just pinched my ass, and this one," he motioned to George, "wants to claim me for his own. A little help?" Hanna took a sip off her frilly girl drink, complete with big pink umbrella and some sort of neon glow stick. "I don't know. You seem to be doing pretty well on your own there," she said, then took another long pull of her straw. Hanna really wasn't much of a drinker. I was willing to bet anyone at that resort that she'd be asleep in the sand within the hour. "Jesus Christ, is everyone on something? Because I want some of whatever it is," Will grumbled, reaching for George's arm and looping it through his. "And don't try to lead," he told George, before offering his other arm to Mina. "Now that that's settled," Kristen said with a sigh, "let's get everyone lined up." The wedding party fell into place and stood quietly, paying attention, for once. "Okay, good. Chloe, you're back here. Father of the bride?" Frederick took his spot next to Chloe, and we moved through the ceremony. Thank God, all I had to do was walk my mother to her seat, because really, this all seemed very complicated, and Chloe's breasts looked amazing in that dress. When my bride-to-be finally reached me at the altar, I took her hands, and we both turned toward the officiant, the increasingly senile older gent with thinning gray hair and dull blue eyes he had to narrow in order to focus on the text. Chloe was unusually quiet, nodding in all the appropriate places, but not offering anything more. A part of me was beginning to worry that this amounted to more than just a case of pre-wedding nerves. I'd just made the decision to take her aside as soon as we'd finished, when the Honorable James Marsters said, "And then I will pronounce you man and wife, and then Bennett." I watched Chloe's head snap up, her brows drawn together as if she had to have misheard. "What did you just say?" she asked, waiting intently, and for a moment I thought, yes, there's the fire. There's the woman Max was talking about this morning. And then I realized what the judge had actually said that got her riled up. Oh, no. "Which part, young lady?" he asked, finger moving back over the worn words in his book, attempting to track down a phrase he could have skipped or mispronounced, something to have caused such a quick response. "Did you say man and wife?" she clarified. "Man and wife? As in, he remains a man, but I will only now be referred to as something that belongs to him, no longer able to have my own identity and existing solely as someone's wife?" I heard Max's voice rise above the din of confused murmurs. "Does anyone smell rain?" James reached forward and patted Chloe's arm above where I held her hands, wearing a fatherly smile. "I understand, sweetheart," he said, turning his eyes to me for help. "Isn't this the version of the ceremony you requested, Bennett?" Her head whipped to me, eyes blazing. "What?" "Chloe," I said, and tightened my grip on her hands. I understand what you're saying and will make the adjustment. They asked me if I had any ceremony preferences, and I only... She took a step back, shaking her head as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. You? She shouted, in the world's most enormous overreaction, and I was actually a little impressed by how much anger and contempt she was able to form into a single word. You gave him that? Those are the vows you chose? I didn't choose those lines specifically, I said, horrified, albeit admittedly a little turned on by the furious rise and fall of her chest. But that section was in the, I don't need you to explain anything to me. He's reading from some ancient text that promotes the bullshit idea of patriarchal ownership, a version you picked out. I've been to church, Bennett. Wives, submit yourselves to your own husbands. Fuck that. I didn't put myself through college and grad school and an internship, all while putting up with your condescending ass, just so I could lose my identity and be known only as the little wife. And another thing, she said, taking a much-needed breath and turning toward Kristen, who could only stand there, frozen, lips parted in concern, as if she were worried moving could trigger more Chloe rage. What the fuck kind of mom-and-pop cleaners drops off thousands of dollars worth of dresses and tuxedos, looking like they just came out of some frat boy's duffel bag? Excitement, lust, and the thrill of anger blurred the edges of my vision. What the fuck do you mean by my condescending ass? Maybe if you put as much effort into your personality as you did into behaving like a raging bitch all the time, I would have been a little more pleasant to be around. Ha! And by pleasant, do you mean bringing you your coffee and stupid little chocolate danishes and pretending not to notice the way you were staring at my tits? Maybe I wouldn't have stared at your tits if they weren't in my face all the time. Maybe they wouldn't have been in your face all the time if you didn't call me into your little hellhole of an office for every little thing. Miss Mills, I can't read the handwriting on this expense report. Miss Mills, I specifically asked that these documents be collated by ascending date, not descending. Miss Mills, I've dropped my pen. Perhaps you could bend over and retrieve it from the floor near my chair because I'm a giant fucking pervert. I never said that last one, I shouted. She got right in my face, breasts pressed to my chest, and eyes full of fire as she met mine. But you thought it. Fuck yes, I did. I also thought about firing you about 715 times. Let's hope I made the right choice not acting on that instinct, too. You are such an egotistical asshole, she growled. And you're still a man-eating shrew, I shouted back. And God, this was so familiar and felt so fucking good. It was exactly what we needed. I wanted to throw her down, pin her to the sand, and tear through her clothes so I could bite and mark the skin underneath. I pushed a hand into her hair, and she knocked it away, gripping the fabric of my shirt instead to pull me down, kissing me too hard and for too long, and with way more tongue than was appropriate considering where we were. A fact I'd only become aware of as the sound of catcalls and horrified apologies began to float around us. Oh my, I heard someone say. I think they've had a lot of stress in the past few weeks, my mother murmured. Jesus, this is awkward, said someone else. Are they just going to have sex right there, or... That one was definitely George. Who called today? Henry asked. Will, was it you? By now, Chloe had wrestled me down to the ground and was starting to climb onto my lap. Okay, my father's voice cut through, and I straightened onto one knee, trying to disentangle my hands from Chloe's hair and hers from my belt. I think we're good here. Kristen, the car should be out front. It's time for the rehearsal dinner. Let's go, everyone.
Chapter 5. I felt like my skin was going to ignite. Bennett sat beside me in the car, scrolling through emails on his phone as calm as he'd ever been in his life. After the rehearsal exploded into chaos and dry humping at the altar, I'd gone upstairs to change, splash some water on my face, and take a few minutes to collect my sanity. But once I was back beside him, I wanted to find something else to yell at him about. I wanted to get into another huge knockdown drag-out fight. Unfortunately for us, fighting meant sex, and we'd both agreed to the stupid fucking abstinence rule. Instead, we sat in heavy silence, the memory of the disastrous rehearsal sitting between us like a thick fog. He cleared his throat and, without looking at me, asked, "Did you bring your pills?" I looked over at him and smacked his hand holding the phone. He slid it back in his pocket, chastised. "What did you just ask me?" "Your birth control pills," he clarified. "Did you bring them?" I turned in my seat to face him, fire and ice sliding into my arteries and pumping into every part of my body. "Are you fucking kidding me right now?" "Do I look like I'm kidding?" "I've been taking the pill for 10 years without your help, traveling almost half of every week for the past year and a half, and managing to pack them for every goddamn trip without the Bennett-Ryan checklist. And you think you need to verify on how responsible I'm being now?" He blinked away, pulling his phone back out of his pocket. "A simple yes or no would have sufficed." "How does a fuck off sound?" Turning his head to me, he said very quietly, "It sounds like you might be playing with fire, Miss Mills." Heat slid down my torso and up my thighs, meeting at the juncture between my legs as I realized he was intentionally provoking me. No matter how calm he looked, he was just as worked up as I'd been. I shifted in my seat, hissing, "Controlling ass." "Temperamental bitch." I leaned in, punctuating each word with a jab of my index fingertip to his chest. "You imperious, overbearing, tyrannical prick." My back hit the floor of the limo hard enough for my breath to escape in a gust, and Bennett's weight was on me fully, his cock pressing into the neglected space between my legs. Shoving my skirt up my hips, he rocked up against me hard, his mouth covering mine and forcing my lips apart so he could run his tongue inside and across my teeth. I felt more than heard his groan, the sound vibrating along my tongue and down my throat. My mouth, my hands, my pussy felt the emptiness acutely. I wanted him everywhere. I arched into him, pulling his hair so hard he grunted in pain, and with one hand grabbed my wrist, pinning my arm above my head while reaching between us with the other. It took 2 vicious tugs for him to tear my panties off. After all, why wear the skimpy, flimsy ones when I didn't expect him to touch me in southern regions anyway? And then he was pulling down his fly, freeing his cock and positioning himself against me. "Please," I begged, struggling a little for him to release my hand just so I could put both of my hands on his ass and drive the sex from below. "Please fuck you?" he asked, sucking at my jaw, my neck. "Please make you come?" "Yes." His lips moved over my neck, sucking, tasting. "You don't deserve it right now. I just want to." He looked down at me, nostrils flaring. "I want to." "And the couple of the evening has arrived," I heard a muffled voice say out of nowhere. We didn't even know we'd been stopped at the curb until the door to the limo flew open, and Max stood, smiling down at us before his face fell in horror and he slammed the door shut again. Outside on the curb, I heard him proclaim, "Looks like the happy couple just need a moment to finish a conversation." Bennett scrambled off me, shoving himself back into his pants, tucking in his shirt and glaring at me. I sat up, pushing my skirt back down and grabbing the shredded tatters of my underwear. With a pissed-off growl, I threw them at him. "Seriously, Bennett? Can't you keep the fetish in check for one fucking night?" He shook his head, retrieving them from where they'd landed on the seat before tucking them into the inside pocket of his jacket. I took a minute to check my hair and makeup in my compact mirror, while Bennett bent over, elbows on his knees, and tugged at his hair. "Fuck!" he shouted. "It's your stupid fucking rule. It's a good rule." "I thought so too," I grumbled. "Now I'm not so sure. You've reduced us both to cavemen." Almost in unison, we took several deep, measured breaths. I leaned to the door, looking back at Bennett with my fingers poised on the handle. "Ready?" I asked. He let go of his hair and turned to look at me. He studied my hair, my face. He let his eyes drop to my breasts, my legs, before moving back to meet my eyes. Almost. He slid closer, framed my face in his hands before covering my mouth with his. He pulled my lower lip into his mouth, sucking. Never closing his eyes, he looked straight at me, gaze turning from hard and cold to warm, adoring. Releasing my lip, he repeated, almost, and then kissed down my chin, my neck, and back up to give me one more lingering kiss on the mouth. He was apologizing for being an ass. My apology was letting him do it. The Bali High restaurant was miles away from the Hotel Del on Coronado, but it was one of Bennett's favorite places in San Diego. Located on the northernmost tip of Shelter Island, the restaurant boasted an amazing view of the entire harbor, as well as much of Coronado. The building, which was reminiscent of the Pacific Rim Polynesian-style tiki decor, was 2 levels, with a famous restaurant upstairs and the large private event room on the ocean level. I stepped out of the limo to the now-empty curb. Apparently Max had decided it was better that the guests greet us inside instead, and burst into a giddy smile. Although I'd seen photos and had heard all about the restaurant's well-executed menu and world-famous Mai Tais, I hadn't seen the site yet. Bennett had wanted to organize this dinner for me, much as I'd organized the honeymoon. We'd rented out the entire first floor, and already the party spilled out onto the deck outside. A bar was set up overlooking the water, and another bartender was busy mixing drinks inside. Waiters carrying appetizers walked among the crowd, and every member of our wedding party and family was here for this dinner before the big day. As we stepped deeper into the room, all of our guests turned to cheer. It was sweet. These people were all family and our closest friends, but at my side, Bennett smiled stiffly, thanking everyone. I couldn't exactly blame him for feeling the heavy awkwardness. Who knew how many of these people had just caught a glimpse of Bennett over me, pinning my arm to the floor of the limo, about to ram his cock into me? At least all of the guests tonight were family or wedding party. They were contractually obligated to pretend like they'd never seen a thing. As the shouts of welcome died down, I heard the distinctive voice of Aunt Judith rise above the sudden silence as she practically yelled, "That man could fuck me back into my 20s." Murmurs and uncomfortable laughter broke out around her, but, bless her heart, she didn't look even a little mortified to have been caught verbally molesting the groom loud enough for everyone to hear. She simply shrugged and said, "What? He does. Don't pretend like you don't know what I'm talking about. Our Chloe better have some tricks up her sleeve is all I'm saying." "Well, you don't see my face tattooed on his arm," I whispered, smiling sweetly up at Bennett. With a scowl, he pulled me deeper into the room, making a beeline for the bar. "The Mai Tais are very strong," he cautioned me before leaning forward and ordering one for himself. "I mean, there isn't anything but alcohol in them." "You say this like it's a bad thing." I pressed into him, wrapping my arms around one of his. Smiling at the bartender, I said, "I'll have the same." "There sure is a lot of driving this week," Bennett's Uncle Lyle grumbled as he walked behind us. "Why can't we just stay put is what I'm asking." I felt my eyebrows rise in question as I looked up at Bennett. Not only were we paying for his entire family to stay in the Dell, we'd also hired cars to drive everyone wherever they needed to go. He squeezed my side in a patient reminder. Our family is crazy. Clearing his throat, Bennett said, "Just a lot of wonderful landmarks to hit, Lyle. Wouldn't want you to miss out." Bull swept up to us, his famous beer koozie currently occupied with a can of Bud Light, and held up double-fingered triggers. "I know what I'd like to hit this week," he winked, making a clicking noise as he pulled the triggers at me. "That lady right there." "Appropriate," Bennett said dryly in Bull's wake. "Always classy, Bull." Bull waved over his head and headed straight toward the empty dance floor. The DJ was only just starting out the night with music on the upbeat but quieter side before food, and then the real party started. But it didn't seem to matter. Bull moonwalked out to the center of the floor and then started soft-shoeing in circles, beckoning to every woman who dared to make eye contact. "I'm a single stallion this week, ladies. Who's the first to ride?" Most everyone turned back to their drinks, or whomever they were talking to, or simply looked up at the ceiling. I took my Mai Tai and sipped it before coughing harshly. "Wow, you're not kidding." Bennett rubbed my back as I wheezed. "That is strong." "Oh, please, Chloe," George said as he approached, bumping his hip into mine. "You're man enough to take it." "More man than you are," I agreed, looking him over. He'd changed from his suit into dressy jeans and a fitted white button-down shirt with intricate black diamonds on it. He looked fantastic. I felt my smile wilt a little when I realized there wouldn't be anyone fun here for him to flirt with, except Will, who was taking a much-needed respite in the corner of the room with Hanna. Will looked a little exhausted already from the adventures of Judith and Mary. He'd finally given in and enjoyed their brand of absurdity, letting them feed him strawberries over breakfast while Hanna laughed, and probably wouldn't even be up for some good George games anyway. "Looks like Bennett's cousin is out there looking for a dance partner. Are you ready to ride the bull?" George's dark eyebrows inched up as he looked over at the man in question, still dancing alone, still working on his own brand of seduction. "Is that my only option for shenanigans this weekend? Having fun with the Jersey Shore contingent?" "Sadly, I think so," I said, "unless you want to try to turn Will some more. I just fear you have some cougar competition there, and, from what I hear, Hanna is trying to break his penis this weekend." George took my drink and enjoyed several large gulps before wincing and handing it back, now only half full. "Holy crap, that's strong." "You think that's strong," Lyle said, pointing his drink at George. "You should try some of the drinks we had back in the Navy." A tiny grin pulled at the corner of George's mouth. "I bet I would have loved everything about the Navy." "Every single sailor," Bennett said under his breath, sipping his drink. He ran his free hand down my back, coming to rest on the curve of my ass. Lyle continued as if no one else had spoken. "Those drinks. You'd try them and afterward think gasoline tasted like water. And the hooch would make us randy, oh boy." Beside me, Bennett shifted on his feet, groaning quietly. Lyle nodded, pointing at me. "I'd have to walk around until I found a willing lady. Sometimes I had to pay for it, but I didn't mind." Lyle looked across the room, raising his drink in greeting to Elliot and Susan. "The drink was that kind of wicked. What can you do?" I pressed my hand to my lips, struggling to hold back my laugh. "Oh, I don't know, Lyle," Bennett said quietly. "Maybe you could not point at my fiancé when you're referencing hiring prostitutes?" "That's probably what I would do," George agreed. Oblivious, Lyle turned back to us. "They'd put a cinnamon stick in it over the holidays. Mark the occasion. Still tasted like fire." "Cinnamon fire," I added, helpfully. "In the drink or in the prostitutes?" George asked, brows pulled together. Lyle didn't even crack a smile. "The drink." "Really could have gone either way," I said to George. "I don't know what women taste like with or without cinnamon sticks in them, is what I'm saying," George stage whispered to me. "Maybe it's a thing." "One kid from my crew," Lyle started, rolling back into his memories again. "Now what was his name?" He took another drink, closed his eyes, and then opened them in a flash. "Bill. Oh, that Bill, I tell you what. He was something else. One night, he drank the hooch and came back wearing women's underwear. Boy, did he get chased around the barracks that night." We all stood in silence, contemplating this for a few beats before George said, "Like I said, the Navy sounds like my kind of place." We all turned at the sound of a loud shout. Across the room, Will was covering his ass with both hands, giving my Aunt Mary his sexy fire look of, "Oh, woman, you're in trouble," before taking several predatory steps toward her. Mary was covering her mouth in a pathetically inadequate look of contrition. George looked over at me. "Should I be jealous that someone else is harassing my boy toy?" "Very," Bennett mused dryly. "I'm surprised Chloe's aunts haven't put a saddle on him yet." "Well, then maybe I need to go find him and tell him once he goes gay, there's no other way. I think he'll be particularly interested to hear about what these magical hands can do." He wiggled his fingers suggestively in my face. Lyle turned, drink in hand, and gave George a quizzical look. "To a keyboard. Do to a keyboard," George added, winking at me before walking across the room to the dance floor. On the patio, Bennett and I looked out at the water and chatted with some distant cousins he hadn't seen in years and whom I'd never met. They were nice enough, and the conversation entered the familiar territory of most conversations this week. "How's the weather been in blank? Now, what is it you do again? When was the last time you saw Bennett?" The entire time his hand was around my waist, gripping me as if I was being punished. His rough touch pissed me off and thrilled me. Sliding my hand over his, I carefully dug my fingernails into the back of his hand. He squeezed my side harder, and I dug in deeper. With a small yelp, he let go of my waist, glaring down at me. "Damn it, Chloe." I smiled up at him, sugar-sweet and giddy from winning the tiny battle, and felt Max's giant hand cover my shoulder as he leaned between Bennett and me to speak to the wide-eyed cousins. "Don't mind them. This is how they show love." The DJ announced that dinner was ready, and we all filed in to find our seats. Bennett and I were seated at the front of the room, sandwiched between our parents and flanked farther down by the entire wedding party. I could still feel the echo of Bennett's hand on my side, and it ached. But more than that, it felt cold and hollow. He was the only man I wanted so desperately that I pissed him off just to relish the satisfaction of watching him crack and give in to me. Elliot and my father stood and walked to the front of the room. Elliot smiled at the DJ as he took the microphone. "Bennett is my youngest, and his entire life he has been driven, restrained, and poised. When Chloe came into my life, Bennett was still living in France. At the time, I would have no idea what she would do to my son's composure." The room filled with quiet laughter and murmurs of agreement. "I hoped, mind you," he said, looking at me. "It was hard to know you, darling, and not want you to belong to us in some way. But, especially with these two, you can't force anything. They are forces of nature. I'm so happy for you both, and I'm happy for Susan and myself, Henry and Mina. It feels a bit like the world has settled down the right path when you two are together." My father took the mic when Elliot handed it to him. It squawked loudly, and everyone winced. Dad apologized in a shaky voice and then cleared his throat. "Chloe's my only kid, and her mother died several years back. I suppose I'm here representing for both of us, but I've never been any good at this kind of thing. All I want to say is that I'm proud of you, honey. You found the one person who not only can handle you, but wants to handle you. And for your part, Ben, I like how you look at my daughter. I like what I see in you, and I'm proud to be able to call you son." Elliot seemed to sense that my dad was growing a little emotional, so he retrieved the mic from my father's shaking hand. "We've put together a little slideshow of these kids growing up. It'll play on a loop for you to enjoy during dinner. Please, enjoy the meal and the company." The guests applauded briefly, and then awed in unison as pictures of us as babies, as small kids, and as teenagers reeled through. I smiled at pictures of me in my mother's arms, wrestling with my father. I looked so goofy. In each of his photos, Bennett was well-groomed and handsome, even in his awkward pre-teen years. "Were you ever hideous?" I asked in a hiss. A picture of me came on screen and was met with loud laughter. It was the year of the worst haircut in the history of the world. Jagged bangs, the rest of it basically a mullet, and braces so big I looked like I was eating train tracks. "Wait for it," Bennett murmured. Just after he said it, a picture came up of Bennett holding some sort of certificate. Clearly he'd had a growth spurt, his pants were too short, his hair was long and unkempt, and the picture caught him in the middle of a particularly unattractive laugh. He looked just a fraction less than gorgeous, but by no means hideous. "I hate you," I said. He leaned over, kissing the side of my head. "Sure you do." The pictures ended in the present day, with the shot I recognized from the picture of us that Susan kept in the family room. Bennett stood with his arms behind me, bent and whispering something in my ear while I laughed. I leaned over, kissed my dad's cheek, then stood and hugged Elliot and Susan. The pictures began to reel through again, and everyone began sipping at the wine the waiters poured into their glasses. I looked down our table, watching our wedding party in their unguarded moments. Sarah said something under her breath as Max leaned close and kissed her cheek. Down the table, Will threw an almond at Hannah, and she tried to catch it with her mouth, missing by a mile. George and Julia argued about the ramifications of the return of acid wash. Bennett's niece Sophia crawled all over Henry's lap, and Elliot poured water for Susan, who looked up at me and smiled, full of such happiness that I could practically see the entire history of Chloe and Bennett in her eyes, and how much she'd wanted this for her son. Beside me, Bennett reached under the table and slid his hand up my knee and under my skirt. My heart squeezed so tight it felt like it stopped beating, and then took off in a heavy, stuttering gallop. The rehearsal had been so disorganized that it wasn't until this moment, right here, that I felt the full force of our impending wedding. I was getting married tomorrow. To Bennett Ryan. To the man who'd anger-fucked me into loving him. I remembered. "Miss Mills, it would make working with you so much easier if you wouldn't insist on ignoring all grammatical rules in your meeting minutes. Mr. Ryan, I noticed the company is offering communication training to entry-level managers. Shall I sign you up?" "Take these invoices down to accounting. What, Miss Mills, do you require a map?" I reached for my water, hand shaking as I downed half of it. "You okay, baby?" Bennett whispered in my ear. I nodded frantically, giving him the calmest smile I could manage. I'm sure I looked like a lunatic. I could feel sweat breaking out on my forehead, and my silverware clattered onto my bread plate as I fumbled for my napkin. Bennett stared in naked fascination, as if he were watching a lightning storm build in slow motion. "It's nice to see you finally taking an interest in your physical fitness, Miss Mills." Beautiful fucking bastard. "And then you're going to make up the hour lost this morning by doing a mock board presentation of the Papadakis account for me in the conference room at 6. And I remembered. "Ask me to make you come. Say please, Miss Mills. Please go fuck yourself." Bennett slid a calming hand along the back of my neck. I looked up at him, blinked rapidly. "I love you," I whispered, feeling like my heart was being strung up on a kite, sent headlong into the wind. It was nearly impossible to keep from climbing onto him, begging him to touch me. "I love you, too." He leaned closer, brushed his lips across mine. All around us, people broke out in cheers and catcalls. But very carefully, he pressed his mouth to my ear and murmured, "Don't you fucking tempt me right now, Mills. This isn't the place to test my willpower." I tried to explain that I wasn't playing a game. I wasn't trying to seduce him right now. But no words came out. He smiled, tucking a stray strand of hair behind my ear. But the sweet gesture was betrayed by his sharp hiss. "If you try to tease me with my father sitting right here, I'll take out any gentle tomorrow night and give you nothing but hard and fast. I'll leave you hungry and unsatisfied on our wedding night." He pulled back, winking, and then passed the basket of rolls to Elliot on his right. I remembered when, during a meeting once, Henry had found the buttons to my ruined blouse on the floor of the conference room, and Bennett had taunted me, asking me if they were indeed mine. He'd been the one to ruin the shirt, and there he'd been acting blameless. I remembered the hurt and the anger and the terror I felt as I realized he was out to ruin my career in front of his family. But he actually hadn't been. He was simply as fumbling as I was, trying to form a connection somehow, and completely at the mercy of this undeniable fire between us. I'd run, livid, from the meeting as soon as it finished. The memory was so sharp in my thoughts I could still hear the elevator doors close, feel the heat of his breath on my neck from all those months ago. "Why are you suddenly so much more pissy than usual?" he'd demanded. "It would be just like you to make me look like a career-climbing whore in front of your father." "We're getting married tomorrow," I said on an exhale. "Right?" "That's right." Bennett patted my hand, smiling indulgently at me, but I shook my head, reaching to grip his arm. My pulse spiked, and I felt my hands grow clammy. "I have the power? You're the one who pressed into my dick in the elevator. You're the one doing this to me." "We're getting married tomorrow. Say it." His smile faltered slightly, eyes searching mine, and he nodded. "We're getting married tomorrow." I closed my eyes, remembering now how his expression had fallen wide open, his heart exposed to me for maybe the first time as I got myself off in his office. "What are you doing to me?" he'd asked, almost bewildered. "You okay there, Mills?" he whispered, glancing up and smiling tightly at a waiter where he put the first course down on the table in front of us. "I don't want to walk out that door and lose what we found in this room." I pushed my chair back, lurching away from the table and tripping down the row of seats, past our wedding party and to the restrooms. I ran upstairs and burst into the small side room reserved for the wedding party, set near the restrooms, and didn't even bother turning on the light. The room was small and stuffy. We'd kept the flowers in here earlier, and the cloying perfume filled the dark space. I took gulping breaths, looking up at myself in the mirrors lining the entire span of the wall in front of me. It was as if I could feel every emotion I'd ever experienced with Bennett, and all at once. Hate, lust, fear, regret, need, hunger, love. 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 Blinding love. I pulled at my necklace, feeling like I was being strangled with nostalgia, anticipation, and above it all, need for it to be done, for us to make it official, so fate couldn't suddenly decide to take a different path and somehow leave us enemies instead of lovers. "Breathe, Chloe," I whispered. The door opened, and a slice of light cut into the space before it returned to darkness. Bennett's big, warm hands slid down my back and came to rest on my hips. "Hey," he said, kissing the back of my neck, his deep voice spreading like a current across my skin. I closed my eyes, straightening and turning into his arms. Pressing my face into his neck, I inhaled his aftershave, opened my mouth to suck hungrily on his skin. He felt like home. He tasted like home. He groaned quietly, fingers digging into my sides, dragging up my back, shaking. But with this reminder of the restraint he was making us both endure, a wave of anger and heat and frustration overtook me, and I shoved at his chest, slamming my fists into him. "You did this to me. You and your stupid rule, and your teasing smirk, and the giant cock you won't share, your long fingers and tongue that does that circle thing. You!" I gulped down a giant breath of air and continued. "You're such a perfect, shit-talking, stubborn, exacting, bossy asshole. And fuck you, Bennett. Why are you so damn smart and good at everything? Why do you love me? How did I get so lucky? You're turning me into a maniac. I thought I was going to start crying out there." He laughed silently, and I could feel him shake his head next to me. "Unlikely. You cried a couple of years ago. I don't think you're due again until—" I cut him off with a kiss, and I really had intended it to just be a firm, relieved kiss to shut him up, shut myself up, and thank him for being him when I needed it. But it went from playful to fevered as soon as he opened his mouth, let me slide my tongue over his bottom lip, and met me halfway with his. With a growl, he had me lifted and pressed against the back wall. His hands sliding up the skirt of my dress, fingertips digging into my thighs. "You're not getting cold feet, are you?" "No," I gasped, my head falling back and hitting the wall heavily as he ground his cock between my legs. "Because I'd drag you by your hair down that aisle." I laughed, and it turned into a moan as his lips played their way up my neck and over my chin. "It's funny that you think you could drag me anywhere," I told him. When he returned to me, I tilted my head away, pushing on his shoulders. "On your knees." He glared at me. "Excuse me?" "Knees," I repeated. If looks could kill, I would be chopped up into tiny pieces and served with the calamari. But without speaking, Bennett lowered my feet to the floor before kneeling in front of me. He didn't require further instruction. He simply pulled one of my legs over his shoulder, leaned forward, and opened his mouth against my clit. Bennett's only goal was to get me off, in record time. There was no teasing. There was no flicking of the tongue or gentle warm-up kisses around my soft, bare skin. There was only open mouth, suction, and finally the press of his fingers at my entrance, swirling, gathering my slick lust with his fingertips. But he didn't do what I expected. Instead, he slid his thumb into me and dragged his wet fingers to my backside, where he carefully pressed one just inside. I let out the most desperate, pathetic moan of my life and slid my hands into his hair, holding him steady so I could rock against his face. Bennett didn't penetrate me there often, but when he did it, whether with fingers or his cock, it always left me sated and dopey for days. His mouth sucked and pulled at my tender skin, and his finger and thumb pressed together and away, a pulsing, dark pleasure. The sensation was somehow both too much and not enough. I wanted everything he was doing to be deeper and harder and bigger, almost to the point of pain. My pleasure built low in my belly, a steady, throbbing hum between my legs. I feared the explosion would elude me, that there was too much else happening out there on the other side of the door. I worried nothing but Bennett's naked body would be enough, heavy and commanding, pounding into mine. But then, as if reading my thoughts, he slid a second finger into my backside and fucked me hard and fast until my thighs shook. My hands curled in his hair, and the growing sensation between my legs exploded into delicious flames that shot down my thighs and bowed my spine, tearing a cry from my throat. Bennett didn't let up until I was gasping, clutching at his shoulders and trying to push him away. Then, gently, he kissed my clit and leaned back, looking up at me. "Think that will hold you over until tomorrow night?" I let my head fall back against the wall, feeling like my legs were made of jelly. "Yeah." "You look properly fucked." Sighing, I mumbled, "I feel properly fucked. You and that magical mouth and those naughty fingers." "Figured that might be in order." He stood, straightening his jacket with his other hand. I reached down, cupping his cock, stroking down to his balls and back up, feeling the thick head of his erection. "One of us should get back out there. We've been gone a few minutes." Seriously, Bennett, that was pretty stunning. I heard his teeth grind and peeked up at him to see his tense jaw working side to side. "I know." "So sorry I don't have time to reciprocate," I whispered, stretching to kiss his jaw. "No, you're not." "Well," I said, patting his cheek, "you need to go wash up anyway. May as well pull double duty and jerk off in the bathroom." I kissed his chin, adding, "Again." He bent low, inhaling into my neck before slamming his hand on the wall beside my head, turning and storming out of the dressing room. Walking to the wall, I flicked on the light and studied my reflection in the mirrors lining the room. I tucked a stray strand of hair back into my little diamond clip and smiled at myself in the mirror before stepping out into the hall. Will walked out of the men's room just as Bennett shoved past him inside. Turning to me, he laughed, asking, "What's with him?" Shrugging, I said simply, "It's his own fault." He nodded in mock sympathy and then asked, "You ready for tomorrow?" Not remotely. He put an arm around me. It'll be perfect. And even if it's not perfect, there will be alcohol. I know, I said, smiling. I'm actually not nervous, just...
Mommy, that's the man with the big weenus. I saw him in the bathroom earlier.
We both looked down to see the small son of Bennett's third cousin Kate pointing at Will. I slapped a hand over my mouth to hold in a loud burst of laughter. Will's hands flew up into the air, and a look of horror passed over his face. I swear I did not show him. Oh, I know you didn't, Kate assured him, eyes wide and apologetic. She bit her lip, staring maybe a beat too long at Will. A long, uncomfortable silence passed before she seemed to remember herself and blinked down to her son. He's potty training, and my husband told me he was checking you out earlier. She did a full-body wince, adding, Not that my husband was checking you out, and not that he wouldn't, except he wouldn't because he's married, and not into guys, but he did mention that our son was walking around and... Oh, God. Without another word, she grabbed her son's hand and pulled him into the women's room. I blinked up to Will, eyes wide. What was that? He shrugged, laughing a little. The kid was walking around us at the urinals while his dad washed his hands. It wasn't a big deal. Why do women lose their ability to speak around you? Do they now? He asked, grinning flirtatiously at me. You're speaking. That's because I'm more dragon than woman, I replied with a wink. Touché. Looking back at me, his eyes grew a little heated, as if he had a bone to pick with me. There is something I want to discuss with you, however. William, I said, leaning against the wall, I'm flattered, but if you're going to chastise me about something, you won't know what hit you when it's my turn to speak. He exhaled, staring down at me. Honestly, Chloe, you're the one woman I'm sure would take me over her knee and break my spine. This is about your husband-to-be. What did he do now? Will exhaled slowly, eyes moving over my face. He was a worthy opponent, for sure. I think you know what he did. Looking over at him, I could see traces of lipstick on his cheeks, claw prints practically drawn through his hair. Will was the poker-faced, wisecracking brainiac seduction artist. It was actually a little fascinating to witness the cracks forming in his shell. Oh, come on. Judy and Mary are kittens. Right, he said, through a sharp laugh. And I know Bennett put them up to this. I'm telling you, Chloe, that I'll behave myself for the rest of the weekend. I'll play along. But the second we're back from this wedding and you've returned from your sex fest in Fiji, it's on. Do you understand? I gave him a thrilled smile, nodding enthusiastically. The psychotic clown I sent for his birthday will feel like a feather falling on a pillow atop a cloud. The laxative in my lunch? Child's play. If you think it was bad when I sent that fake resume for his open assistant position and the stripper came for the interview, no. We're talking DEFCON 5. Viet Cong level mind fucking. Do you hear me, Chloe? Can't wait, Dr. Sumner. He pulled back, studying me. It's a little unnerving how excited you look. Straightening up, I pushed off the wall and patted his cheek. I am excited. I like seeing that the only thing that will change after this week is that Bennett will have a ring on his finger, and my last name after his first name. I like knowing that you guys will continue to escalate this big testicle war. You and Hanna will continue to be adorable and giddy. Max and Sarah will continue to be disgustingly in love. Bennett will continue to alternately rock my world and make me insane. It's life as it should be. As if on cue, Bennett stepped from the men's room, wearing an expression that told me he was much calmer. He gave me a little wink. Will glared at him before turning and walking past us to head back downstairs to the party. Well? I asked when Bennett came close and bent to slide his lips across mine. Well, what? Feel better? He shrugged. Marginally. What was the fantasy? His hazel eyes grew heavy as he stared at my mouth. Leaning forward, he murmured, "You were bound and gagged. I fucked you from behind and didn't let you come." When he kissed my cheek and pulled my hand to lead me back to our dinner, I knew he was telling me the absolute truth. And suddenly, I didn't feel quite so sated anymore. Dinner wound down, and people began ordering cocktails, moving into small groups to talk, and venturing out onto the dance floor. From our table, Bennett and I sat watching. His long arm stretched out on the chair behind me, and he toyed with the ends of my hair. "You're a pain in the ass," he said quietly. "Well, you definitely weren't a pain in mine." With a deep chuckle, he whispered, "You're shameless." "I am." He shook his head next to me, reaching with his free hand for his drink. I looked over to where Judith and Mary had Will sandwiched between them, grinding lewdly. "You're in trouble for that," I told Bennett. "Will said he's going Viet Cong on you." "I figured." Their hands moved up his sides, in his hair. Seriously, he looked like he was in some AARP version of a Naughty by Nature video. He was trying to be a good sport, but, dear Lord, even the king of players could only do so much. "You two troublemakers quit it now," my dad yelled across the room. "We're reminiscing, Freddie. Relax," Judith yelled back. When Judith, not so discreetly, reached down and grabbed Will's ass, he carefully pushed himself away, stumbling toward the DJ table and pulling the mic from the stand. "Hanna!" The microphone squealed with feedback, and everyone slapped their hands over their ears. The DJ abruptly stopped the music, and silence roared through the room. Will seemed completely unfazed. "Hanna, look at me." We turned to look at her where she stood across the room talking to Mina. Her eyes had gone wide, and she shook her head slightly at him. "Oh, God," she whispered. "Remember that thing I alluded to on the plane?" he asked, eyes glued to her. A tiny smile played at her lips. "Jog my memory, player Will." He squeezed his eyes closed, took a deep breath, before looking back at her and said, "Marry me?" I was clearly not the only person to gasp. It felt like the entire room did it in unison. As if anticipating my needs, Bennett reached into his pocket and handed me a handkerchief. Across the room, I saw Max do the same thing for Sarah. But whereas she took it and thanked him, I batted Bennett's hand away. "Sorry, Chloe," Will said, looking as though he wasn't even sure he was awake and doing this in front of 50 people. "I realize my timing sucks." "Don't you dare interrupt this moment to talk to me," I called out, gesturing wildly to Hanna across the room. "Keep going. This is the best thing to happen so far tonight." Bennett dug his fingers into my shoulder, laughing darkly next to me. "You're in trouble for that." Hanna took a few steps closer, and the dance floor between her and Will cleared. "Are you asking me this because you're afraid of the handsy cougars on the dance floor?" "A little," Will admitted, nodding frantically. He swallowed thickly and repeated in a squeak. "A little. But I've wanted to ask every day, and every day I get scared." Holding up his hand before she could misinterpret his words, he hastily added, "Not because I'm not sure, but because I want you to be as sure as I am." I watched as Hanna walked across the room, took the mic from Will's shaking hand, put it back into the stand, and stretched to kiss him before saying something that none of us heard, but that made Will Sumner smile more widely than I'd ever seen him smile. The guests broke out in roaring cheers, and Bennett signaled to the caterer to bring trays of champagne around. Music pulsed, heavy and wild from the speakers, and the dance floor quickly grew packed with bodies. Bennett stood and looked down at me. "Let's go dance, almost, Mrs. Ryan." "Only if you let me lead, almost, Mr. Mills."
Chapter 6. "So was it the 2 Mai Tais I drank?" Chloe began. Or did Will really propose to Hanna tonight? He did, I said, turning off the water. In the middle of our rehearsal dinner, with a microphone, in front of both my family and yours, and probably loud enough that the entire restaurant upstairs heard him. Rumor has it she said yes. Okay, then, she said around her toothbrush, bending to rinse her mouth. I watched her bend, her ass push out suggestively, and felt my pulse hum heavy in my chest, the weight of need curling deep in my stomach. You should hurry up, I said, tossing the towel to the sink and leaning against the counter. Are we going somewhere? She stood, facing me in her tiny lace slip, eyes wide and mock innocent, as if she wasn't the same woman who just made me go down on her in a dressing room while our wedding party and family drank and dined obliviously downstairs. I was glad she was finally my Chloe again, the woman who was every bit as greedy as I was. But now it was my turn. No, you're going to suck my dick, and then I'm going to fuck you until someone has to bang on the door and tell us it's time to get married, I said, unbuttoning my shirt. She straightened, eyes tracking each inch of skin as it became visible. Oh? I pushed her against the wall, ran my hands down her curves to rest on her ass. You may have visible trouble walking tomorrow. And your rule? Rules are for suckers and idiots who aren't getting laid. Leaning in, I ran my tongue along her neck, bent to lift her and wrap her legs around my waist. I walked us into the bedroom, shutting off the lights as we went. And I am tired of being a sucker, Miss Mills. Did you come to this conclusion before or after you made me come? She asked, then gasped when I tossed her to the mattress. Why are you still talking? I growled against her mouth. I kissed her hard, and with all the frustration I'd felt the past week. I sucked in her little sounds, hissed as her fingers pushed my shirt from my body, and she forced my pants down with her legs. You will suck me off, I said, and then I'm going to fuck you on your hands and knees. My head snapped up at a sound from the other room, and I pulled back, blinking into the darkness. Did you hear that? I asked, almost certain I heard footsteps across the tile floor in the foyer. Fuck yes, she sighed, oblivious, still dragging her nails down my sides. Tell me what else. Chloe. Close, but not quite, sweet stuff, a male voice said next to my ear. I bolted upright into a fight stance, heart racing just as the lights flipped on. Jesus, George, we said to knock, a woman hissed. I scrambled to hide Chloe's mostly naked body. Mina? I said, wincing and mostly blind from the sudden light as the shape of my sister-in-law stepped into the room. Someone threw a shirt at me, but it was quickly battered away. Don't you dare, George warned, rushing to stand in front of me. I will personally throttle anyone who hands this man a single piece of clothing. And damn it, Mina, you said he'd be naked. Oh, my bad, she said, smiling. I forgot he's guarding his virtue and trying to keep it pure before the wedding. I might have forgotten to tell you that. Though judging by the looks of things, she dropped her eyes to my boxers, he was about to give it up. Might want to put something over that, Ben. Mommy's coming. I suddenly realized I was standing in only my boxers. Hard. Get out, I said, reaching for a pillow and holding it in front of me. Chloe bent to the floor and pulled on a cotton robe. The intruders were dressed in black from head to toe and looked like a group of cartoon banditos. I'm sure that at any other moment I would have found this hilarious. Oh, calm down, Bennett, my mother said, walking into the room with Sarah and Julia right on her heels. We're here to take Chloe with us. What? How did you people even get a key? I asked. You do not want to know, George said. Mom rounded the bed and reached for Chloe's hand. You know the rule, Bennett. Groom can't see the bride the day of the wedding, and we are exactly 5 minutes from that. She leaned close to me, whispering, I texted you earlier to warn you we'd be sneaking in and stealing her. Mom! I yelled, losing patience. I don't have time to read 500 text messages a day about Dad's pants and the AC in your room and your favorite dish at the restaurant downstairs. Does anyone care what I think? Chloe asked. No, George and Mina said in unison. Fine, she said, tightening her robe. You're all lucky I'm exhausted and got some earlier, or I'd kick every one of your asses. Just get me to a bed. I don't even care whose. It can be yours for all I care, she said, pointing to George. Not a chance in hell, princess. Had the world gone completely insane? Sarah, I said, spinning to face her, pleading, how did they talk you into this? You're supposed to be the nice one. They will drag you down with them, Dylan. Run. She shrugged. This is actually kind of fun. I mean, with your newfound chastity, we expected to find you crocheting or playing Scrabble or something. This is way better. You're all nuts, I said. All of you. Even my mother. 2 minutes, George called out. The room broke into a flurry of activity. Drawers were opened and rummaged through. The armoire was searched for anything that might be needed tomorrow. The bathroom was ransacked and pilfered of every single one of Chloe's things. Oh, stop being such a tight-ass, Bennett. It's tradition, and tomorrow when you see her walk down the aisle, it will all be worth it. Do we have everything? Mom called. Several different voices confirmed that indeed everything was in order for the kidnapping of my fiancée, and after a mad flurry of activity in the main room, Chloe was hustled out without so much as a lingering kiss on my lips, and the suite fell deadly quiet. It took me hours to finally fall asleep. The room was too quiet, the bed too empty, and I hadn't gotten laid. Again. My hand was starting to feel like a pity fuck. Waking up alone sucked. One would think I'd be accustomed to it by now. With our busy schedules, one of us was always coming or going, and we each spent our fair share of nights in an empty bed. But now that I'd grown accustomed to waking with Chloe warm and pliable and right there, it felt wrong, like a vital part of me was missing. It was still dark, early enough that a damp chill hung in the air, and the birds were relatively quiet. With the stillness outside, the ocean seemed louder than ever. I was hard and alone, and Chloe was somewhere nearby, but too fucking far away to touch. My stomach twisted, and I closed my eyes, reaching for a pillow to block it all out. This was going to be a long day. I forced myself up, moved to the bathroom to take care of business, shower, and dress. We were getting married today. Married. And the mental list in my head of everything that needed to be done was about as long as the hours remaining in the day. There were too many clocks here, I'd decided. There was the one I wore, which Chloe got me the day we opened the New York office of RMG, an ornate clock over the wet bar, one on the TV, another on the docking station by the bed. I could tell from almost any point in the suite exactly how many hours until Chloe would be awake, until I got to see her again, until she was my wife. Will and Max were waiting for me downstairs. Huddled together near the fireplace in the grand room, they were bickering over a map displayed on Max's phone. It's on University, Will was saying. It's not, Max argued. It's the one on Robinson. He looked up, took in my giant scowl, and shook his head. Good morning, sunshine. I'm assuming we didn't sleep well last night. I rolled my eyes. You would know. Were you missing a very pregnant girlfriend? Because she ended up in my room. What? Will said. The entire bridal party, including George, showed up last night, intent on stealing my fiancée so I wouldn't see her until the ceremony. I'm assuming they've got her bound and gagged in this hotel somewhere, while they cover her in white lace and iridescent sparkles. I took in Will's posture, the circles under his eyes, and his nonstop yawning. What's up with you? Hanna, he said, stifling another yawn. Not sure if it's the Cougar sisters or what, but damn, I haven't got a full night's sleep since we got here. I hate you both, I said with a sweeping hand gesture. Good to see you're in such high spirits today, mate, Max laughed. "Suck it, Stella," I said, breezing by him and heading in the direction of the concierge desk. He and Will moved into step on either side of me. The concierge looked up as we approached. I gave her my name and handed over my identification and credit card and waited while she finished the rental paperwork. I'd reserved a large cargo van for our trip to the cleaner, wanting to make sure everything would arrive in perfect condition, even the garment bags pristine. I closed my hand around the keys, feeling a sense of calm at finally being in control of something. This was how you got things done. You fucking did them yourself. "Mr. Ryan!" I turned at the sound of my name, the familiar clicking of heels on the wood floor. Shit. "Kristen," I said. "We were just on our way out." "The clothes," she said, nodding toward the key ring in my hand. "Is there something I can do for you?" She started, and gave me the most pained smile I'd ever seen. My stomach dropped on instinct. "There's a slight issue." Deep breaths. "Slight?" I repeated. "Small accident, tiny problem, minor wrinkle." "Small," she assured me with a smile. "Insignificant." "Here we go," I heard Will say. We followed her out a back door, across a patio, and down to the lawn where they were currently setting up for the wedding. Or trying to. My shoes sank into the grass with a sickening squelch on the first step. "Oh, God," I said, looking around. "Fuck!" The entire area was flooded. Chairs were knocked over, tables askew with legs sinking into the swampy grass, workers rushing around in a panic. "A sprinkler line broke during the night," she said apologetically. "They've stopped the water, but as you can see—" "Wow," Will said, poking at a puddle with the tip of his sneaker. I scrubbed my face with my hands and felt Max grip my shoulder, squeezing. "They can fix it, though, yeah?" he said, realizing I was 2 seconds from losing it and stepping in front of me. "Oh, definitely," Kristen was saying, though I couldn't be sure through the sound of blood whooshing in my ears. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out, panicked that Chloe had seen this and was freaking out. But it was only my mother. "Honey, do you happen to know if your father packed his black dress shoes? I can't find them in our room, but he says he did." I shoved the phone back in my pocket, tuning in as Kristen was saying, "They fixed the line, now we'll work on getting this area dried up, or move everything a bit farther down the beach." Max turned to me, charming smile in place. "See, nothing to worry about, mate. We'll pick up the dresses, get you some food, or maybe just some alcohol, judging by your expression, and everything will be fine when we return. And if it's all the same to you, I'll just be taking these." He plucked the keys from my hand. "What are you doing?" I asked, reaching for them. "Sorry, Ben. Best for everyone, I'm afraid. You're likely to mow down pedestrians in your state of mind, and that would put a definite wrinkle in the wedding festivities." "I can drive, Max. Give me the goddamn keys." "Have you seen yourself? Got that vein thing happening," he said, reaching up to tap my forehead before I smacked his hand away. Will snorted behind me, and I turned, leveling him with a glare. He held his hands out in front of him. "This man has a point," he said, backing away. I spun to Max again. "Do you even know how to drive?" "Of course I do." "Here?" He waved me off. "Left side, right side, how different can it be?" Max guided us through the hotel and out to valet. We argued the entire way, me calling Max a bossy asshole, and Max asking me where I'd left my purse. Will trailed behind, half asleep on his feet. An attendant approached us immediately, ignoring our bickering as he matched the keys to a list pinned to a clipboard. We followed him to a white cargo van parked at the curb, cool in the shade of a grouping of palms. I waved off his offer of directions, placed a few dollars in his hand, and turned my back as he walked away. "So, the plan. Will?" Max said, waiting a beat before reaching out and smacking Will across the cheek. Will startled, eyes wide. What? You all right? God, I'm just so fucking tired. Well, have some coffee and snap out of it, Max said. You'll ride with us to the cleaners, then take a cab from there to pick up the rings. What, am I your little sidekick now? Why can't Henry help with any of this? Because Henry talks too much, and you're much prettier, Max said. Who knows? We may need to sweet-talk a feisty old bird at the dry cleaners, and who is better than you at seducing cougars? He patted Will's cheek, cooing, No one, Blossom, no one. Will yawned, clearly too tired to argue, and waved him off. Yeah, whatever. Max walked around the van, stopping just beside the passenger door. Ben, your chariot awaits. Fuck you, I said, slugging him in the shoulder as I climbed into the seat. But I could hear him laughing as he rounded the front and got in, asking, All right back there, William? Yeah, came the mumbled reply. You're both assholes. Max put the keys in the ignition, and the engine roared to life. After grinning proudly at me, he turned back and his face grew puzzled when he attempted to put the van in gear, only to be met with a horrible grinding noise. That's encouraging, I said. Would you stop being such a twat and relax? I've got this. Of course you do. The van lurched forward, and I made a dramatic point about fastening my seatbelt. The tires screeched as we took the first turn, and I reached blindly for the dash, anything to hold on to. Will wasn't as lucky, and the sound of him tumbling around in the cargo area could be heard from the front seat. When was the last time you actually drove a car? I asked, bracing myself as we prepared to take another turn. He pursed his lips as he considered this. Vegas, he said with a nod, completely unfazed by the trail of blaring horns in our wake. Vegas? I don't remember you driving anywhere in Vegas. He checked the directions on his phone, blazed through a yellow light at the very last minute, and nearly rear-ended a car at a stop sign. It's possible I borrowed a car while you boys were occupied. Borrowed? Jesus. Yeah, and actually, to be fair, it was a limo, not a car. But that's not the point. I got there safe and sound in the end. And did you notice anything unusual? Maybe a few rude hand gestures aimed in your direction? Police sirens? After several near misses with much smaller cars, because you could practically see the Brit working to flip left and right around in his mind, we pulled up in front of the cleaners. Max glared at me as he put the van in park. Oh, God, somebody let me out, Will groaned. I climbed down and opened the back door, watching as Will stumbled from the cargo area, and immediately moved to throw up in the bushes. Apparently, my point had been made. The dry cleaner was a small, nondescript business nestled between a Chinese food restaurant and a comic book store in the center of a strip mall. Max motioned for me to lead the way, and we paused at the front door, gazing up at a neon sign reading, Satisfaction Guaranteed, buzzing overhead. It's unfortunate that, Max mused under his breath. Thank God the clothes were ready. We opened each bag to make sure everything was accounted for, 6 dresses, 8 tuxedos, and proceeded to carry them out to the van. Max made sure to keep his promise to my mother and kept me far from Chloe's wedding gown. There's no way you're driving us back, I said to Max, once the last bag had been loaded. You still going on about that? He asked. Did you see yourself out there? After he puked, Will was practically kissing the ground. I reached for the keys, managing to snag them from his hand. Like you could do any better. My Gran's a better driver than you. She's 82 and has glaucoma. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over the sound of the police helicopter and the warrant for your arrest, I said, and swore as Max grabbed the keys back from me. Will stepped between us, snagging the key ring and rubbing his temples. Will you two just shut the fuck up? If I have to go back to the hotel and run from those women all night, I am not putting up with your bullshit too. Ben, you drive, he said, pushing the keys into my hand again. Max, play nice and wait your turn. My cab is here. I'll pick up the rings and meet you back there." He looked between us, waiting for some sort of protest. "Yeah," I said. "Fine," Max sighed. "Good. Now try not to kill each other on the way back." I entered the address for the Dell into my phone and waited for the directions to appear. Max sat silently in the seat next to me. "Thanks," I said, and started the engine. Although we'd barely made it to the dry cleaners alive, Max had handled the entire morning with his trademark calm and optimism. I had to admit, I'd be drunk and firing employees that weren't even mine in the hotel lobby if he hadn't stepped in and taken charge. "You're a dick," he said back. I smiled as I pulled out of the parking lot. Saturday afternoon in San Diego meant traffic, a lot of it. We'd been lucky enough on the way in, but it had definitely picked up by the time we pulled on the freeway. Max was insisting I was going the wrong way when his phone rang. "Yeah, Will," he said, and then paused before putting it on speaker. "Go ahead." "Which one of you two idiots was supposed to close the van door?" "What?" I asked, and then looked up to the rearview mirror. Sure enough, one of them had been left open and was swinging back and forth on its hinges. "Fuck!" I shouted, and it was as if the world suddenly shifted into high speed. Cars appeared out of nowhere, veering, honking, tires squealing past us as I tried to make my way to the side of the road. In the rearview mirror, I saw the breeze catch the edge of one of the bags, curling it like it weighed no more than a candy wrapper. Up and back down, up and back down. Max fumbled with his seatbelt before vaulting to the back, arms outstretched as he reached for the endangered garment. But it was too late. We hit a small bump, and it was just enough for the wind to lift the entire stack, letting them hover in midair before they were gone, sliding like dominoes out the door and onto the asphalt below. It was pandemonium. I swore. I cut off a huge truck as I veered into the far right lane and came to a skidding stop at the side of the freeway. I wrenched open my door, shouting for Max as we both jumped out, watching in horror as cars flew down the two-lane highway, the garment bags scattered along it. "Over there!" I yelled, spotting the larger of the bags near the median, the one that contained Chloe's dress. Will's cab came to a screeching halt just behind us, and we split up, each of us moving in opposite directions, sprinting and dodging through traffic to scoop up the dresses one by one and drag them back to the side of the road. Cars honked all around us, and the air filled with the pungent scent of tires skidding on asphalt. Above it all, my pulse hammered in my ears, and my only thought was to get to Chloe's dress and bring it back. I tried to avoid thinking about what failure would mean. I ignored a particularly angry string of curse words shouted at me from a Benz and managed to make it to the median in one piece. I looked at Chloe's bag, frantically searching the exterior for any damage. It seemed fine, intact except for a small rip on the bottom edge. I made it back to the van and pushed it into Max's arms. "Check her dress," I said, bending at the knees and filling my lungs with oxygen, praying to God that her wedding gown was okay. "It's fine," Max said, the relief in his voice clear even above the roar of passing traffic. "Perfect." I let out a breath. Thank fuck. Do we have them all? I walked over to the van to see how many remained inside. Will looked down to the garments in his arms. 4, he said. 6, Max counted, panting. There's 4 back here, I said. How many were there again? 14. All of us, Henry, the ring bearer, your dad, Chloe's dad, Chloe, the girls, George, your mom, and the flower girl. Right? Will asked, counting down on his fingers, still hunched on the asphalt. I nodded. Let's get the fuck out of here. This time, nobody fought over who got to drive. I felt like I'd run a marathon by the time we got back to the hotel. We pulled up to valet, and Kristen met us at the curb, ready to take over from there. She assured me that the worst of the water had been dealt with, and asked if I wanted to see how the preparations were coming. I declined, wanting nothing more than a shower, a nap, and for it to be time to meet Chloe at the altar. I looked down at my watch. 3 hours to go. Will pulled up as we stood there, paid his driver, and stepped out of the cab. He held up his arm to show us the bright blue bag swinging from his fingertips. "The rings are here," Max said, bumping my shoulder with his. "Makes it feel a bit more official, wouldn't you agree?" I nodded, too relieved to even mock Will for his stupid swagger. "Well, look who's the only one that hasn't fucked up anything today," he said, just as his toe caught a crack in the concrete, and he pitched forward, crashing to the ground. The bag flew from his hands, the boxes flew from the bag, and of course, my newly polished ring tumbled out and onto the driveway. I'm not sure who dove onto the asphalt first, but in the end it was Max holding out my wedding band, a deep dent in the strip of platinum running through the center. I was annoyed, sure, but after the day I'd had, it seemed a perfect reminder for the rest of my life. Remember that time you almost ruined your wife's wedding dress? Better to feel that dent, I suppose, than her wrath for the next 60 years. "Doesn't look too bad," Max was saying. He placed it on his finger, straightened his hand out in front of him. "Can hardly see it, really." We all nodded. "Know what would make it completely go away?" Will said. "What's that, William?" Max asked. His answer was simple. "Alcohol." I didn't get completely shit-faced. It was my wedding day, after all. But after a couple of drinks with the boys, I felt better than I had all week, and I was ready to get this fucking show on the road. It was strange to get ready alone, showering, shaving, dressing in the empty suite. For any other big event, Chloe would be by my side, happily chatting about whatever was on her mind. But for the biggest event of our lives, our wedding, I was preparing solo. I'd put on a tuxedo dozens of times in my life, eventually getting so comfortable wearing them that I barely glanced at my reflection before leaving the house. But here, as I stared back at myself, I was aware that Chloe would look down the aisle at me, walk toward me, agree to marry me. I wanted to be exactly what she'd always pictured her husband would be. I tried to straighten my hair with my fingers, made sure I hadn't missed a spot shaving. I checked my mouth for any stray toothpaste, tugged at my shirt cuffs. For the first time all week, I was the one texting my mother. Any doubts I'd had about Kristen were gone the moment I stepped outside and saw the ceremony set up. Rows of white chairs draped in sheer white and Tiffany blue ribbon stretched in front of me. White flower petals covered the aisle. A sea of tables draped in crystal and silver and more Tiffany blue covered the lawn area. Chloe's favorite flowers, orchids, were everywhere, in vases, clinging to the branches of huge potted trees, hanging in fragrant clusters from the tent ceilings. The sun was just starting to set, the guests were all seated, and I stole a moment to steady myself, gripping Henry's shoulder as I took it all in. Kristen motioned that it was time to begin, and I nodded, vaguely aware of the soothing music, and the unbelievable sunset, and the huge fucking moment in front of me. I reached for my mom's arm and began escorting her down the aisle. "Did you ask the caterer if they got fresh?" "Not now, Mom," I hissed through clenched teeth, smiling at the guests. "You okay, sweetheart?" she asked when we reached her seat and I kissed her cheek. "Almost." I kissed her one more time and took my place at the end of the aisle, my heart clawing its way up my throat. The music began, and Sarah and Henry were the first down the aisle. Even from where I stood, I could see she looked absolutely stunning. Her smile was huge, and she seemed to be almost laughing as she moved toward me. The first thing I noticed was the soft sound of suction as the heel of her shoe sank into the wet ground with each step. I exhaled a steadying breath, knowing it could have been much, much worse. And Sarah was laughing. Surely this was a good sign. The second thing I noticed was the low hum of giggles that began near the back rows of seating and grew louder as Sarah and my brother moved toward me. I looked to Henry, who seemed to be barely holding it together, and then back to Sarah, narrowing my eyes, and I took in the full length of her body. Oh my God. A wide set of greasy tire tracks cut across her dress, where it covered her very round and very pregnant stomach. I was gripped by a white-hot rush of panic as I remembered the dresses, the way they'd looked scattered like roadkill as traffic whizzed by all around them. Sarah looked like she and her baby had been run over by a truck. I felt all of the blood drain from my face. Oh, no, I groaned. All I'd cared about was the state of Chloe's dress. We hadn't even thought to look at the others. As if Sarah read my mind, she shook her head and motioned behind her, mouthing the words, "She's perfect," in reassurance. I closed my eyes for a beat, urging myself to relax. Chloe is fine. She's not going to come down the aisle with a cleaver. Just fucking calm down, Ben. The music changed, and I heard the sound of 350 bodies stand up, a collective sigh that ran through the guests. I opened my eyes just as everyone turned to see the bride at the end of the aisle. My Chloe. Everything seemed to settle at once, and for the first time in my life, absolutely nothing else mattered. Not deadlines or work, just this. My brain, which thrived on spreadsheets and order and managing every detail of my life and the lives of those around me, had gone quiet. Not in an unpleasant way, but in a way that finally said, "Take a seat and pay attention, because this moment is bigger than you and every decision you've ever made." Chloe's chin was tucked low, her arm looped through her dad's, and she clutched a bouquet of orchids in her free hand. Her hair was piled on top of her head, and where I'd normally be plotting how I'd get it down and get my fingers in it, while I threw her down onto any available flat surface, all I could think about was how I wanted to leave it up. I could see every inch of her face, and she looked so beautiful. I wanted to freeze this moment, stretch it out, and make it last forever. It was clear that Chloe, even down to the last moment, was working something out. Her eyes were closed, her face arranged in a look of concentration as she sifted through her thoughts. Just as clear was the moment she figured it all out. Lifting her head, her eyes moved up the aisle to me, and it was as if time stopped and everything else fell away. I could feel myself smile, then see it reflected in the way her entire face seemed to light up, and I did the only thing I could think. I whispered the words, "Come here."
Chapter 7. Breathe in, breathe out. It's only 350 people looking at me. It's only a river of mud on the aisle. It's only a tire print across my maid of honor's pregnant belly. It's only one ceremony. It's only getting through one day. It's only the love of your life at the end of that aisle. My father tucked my arm into the crook of his and wrapped his fingers over mine. "Ready, sweetheart?" I swallowed, nodding, and said, "No." "You have second thoughts over marrying this Benson character?" I looked up at him and laughed at the teasing in his eyes. "No, I don't have any second thoughts over Benson. It's just, the way the last 2 days have gone, I'm worried there'll be an earthquake when I walk down the aisle, or a tsunami, or, well, maybe there will be an earthquake, or maybe there will be a tsunami. But you can't control the elements any more than you can control who you love. So, are we going to do this wedding business, or go get a drink in a bunker?" I squeezed his hand and took a step forward, moving from the solid concrete of the patio to the soft sodden mess of the lawn. My foot sank into the grass, and I pulled it up with a loud squelching sound. Beside me, my father nearly lost his balance in the mud. "Pretend you're a feather," Dad whispered, and we both broke into laughter. "Lighter than air." But then we turned the slight corner, and I saw it. The guests, the wedding party, the man who was going to be my husband in only a matter of minutes. His eyes met mine, and the biggest smile I'd ever seen stretched across his face. For several long seconds I couldn't walk. I could barely breathe. The only thing I could do was stare at Bennett standing at the end of the aisle, waiting for me. He wore a perfectly tailored tux and a perfectly devastating smile. He looked just like I felt, elated, overwhelmed, on the verge of falling over. I saw his mouth say the words, "Come here." And suddenly I couldn't get to him fast enough. I pulled my father forward, ignoring his quiet chuckle at my haste, ignoring the wet suction of the mud as it slipped into my shoe, ignoring the fact that I was moving faster than we'd rehearsed, and the song wouldn't get to the right point by the time I reached the altar. I didn't care. I wanted to get to Bennett, put my hands in his, rush through the vows, and get to the I do as soon as humanly possible. I bent, pulling my muddy sandals from my feet. Tossing them to the side, I ignored the loud splat they made in a puddle and hitched my dress above my ankles. I smiled when the crowd laughed and broke into applause, and I pulled my dad faster down the aisle, practically running. He stopped me up short halfway there at the border of where the grass met the sand. "This is the perfect metaphor," Dad said quietly, kissing my nose. "I got you halfway there, sweetheart. You do the rest." He kissed my cheek and then released me to run full bore the rest of the way down the petal-strewn sand and hurl myself into Bennett's waiting arms. Cameras clicked all around us, and the guests were yelling their approval as Bennett swung me in a small, slow circle, my face in his neck, and his mouth open and pressed to my shoulder. I could imagine how we looked, not even married yet, clutching each other as if our lives depended on it, my feet exposed as Bennett spun me, the bottoms dark with mud and stark against the perfect white of my gown. Carefully, he put me down and beamed down at me. "Hey." I swallowed back a sound that would probably have come out somewhere between a cry and a gasp and said, "Hey yourself." We hadn't seen each other since I'd been kidnapped from the room just as we were about to attack each other, and I could see it in his eyes. He wanted to kiss me. He wanted to kiss me with such hunger that it made us both vibrate, stare at each other's mouths, lick our lips in unison. "Soon," I mouthed. He gave me a tiny nod, and we turned together to face the officiant, the Honorable James Marsters, who appeared completely baffled. He leaned closer, whispering, "Have we finished the ceremony?" His watery blue eyes swam with confusion, and he peeked down at his notes before looking back at us. With the sweetness of his expression and the perfect timing of this question, I bit my lip to keep from laughing out loud. Bennett slid his amused eyes to me and then back to the man before us. "No, Judge. I apologize. My wife-to-be and I got a little carried away with our greeting." He tilted his head and murmured, "Neither the first nor the last time, actually." "At least we know what we're getting into," I said, and beside me Sarah laughed. I handed her my bouquet and turned to face Bennett as he took hold of my hands. And once I was up there with him, I wanted to savor every second. The judge read through his opening readings about love and marriage. I absorbed every word, somehow while still being completely lost in the intensity of Bennett's expression. As I recited my vows, I felt him shift closer, relished the warm hum of his skin pressed to mine where our hands met. When it was his turn, I watched his lips as he repeated every single vow. "I promise to be your lover and friend, your ally in conflict and your accomplice in mischief, your greatest fan and your toughest adversary." His eyes twinkled, and he tickled the palm of my hand with the pad of his thumb when he said this, and then, very slowly, he looked down at my mouth and licked his lips. The bastard. His eyes darkened and his voice lowered when he repeated, "I promise to be faithful, loyal, and put your needs above all others. This is my vow to you, Chloe, my only lover and my equal in all things." Suddenly my dress felt cinched too tight. The breeze off the water seemed too weak. The officiant turned to me and asked, "Chloe, do you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband?" to honor and cherish him, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish always. The first time I tried to push the words out, they got stuck beneath the weight of emotion in my throat. Finally, I managed. I do. He turned and asked Bennett the same thing, and without hesitation, Bennett's deep voice easily carried the 2 life-altering syllables. I do. We each turned, he to Henry and I to Sarah, to retrieve our wedding rings, and as the judge spoke to us about the meaning of the rings, and I slid Bennett's onto his finger, the only thing I could feel was the brilliance of Bennett's smile as he stared down at it. Damn, that ring looked good on his finger. This man was officially mine. If I couldn't get my face tattooed on his arm, this ring would be a nice consolation prize. I moved my fingertip over his, feeling the smooth metal on his skin. But he pulled back a little, resisting my touch as his eyes went wide, just as my finger made contact with an enormous scratch in the platinum. I pulled his hand up to look closer. What the fuck? Was there an actual dent in his wedding ring? When I looked up at his face again, he shook his head slightly. It's okay, he whispered. What the hell is this? I asked under my breath. I'll explain later, he hissed. I felt the fire in my gaze, and he barely contained his laugh as the judge called out, If there is anyone present who has reason to oppose the marriage of this man to this woman, please speak now, or forever hold your peace. The guests grew completely quiet, and I stood, staring up at Bennett for a beat, until the loud, deafening blast of a ship's horn ripped through the silence. I clapped my hands over my ears, and the entire wedding party jumped and ducked in surprise. Several people screamed. The sound seemed to linger, reverberating across the sand and up over the lawn before being swallowed by the hulking mass of the hotel. Well, Bennett said, smiling, I guess we couldn't move forward without the universe at least giving us a fair warning. At that, everyone erupted into laughter and applause, and with an enormous smile the judge proclaimed, Very well, then. By the power vested in me by the state of California, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Chloe, you may kiss your groom. I did a little dance at this small victory. Bennett gave a little growl of defeat, but then leaned into me as I stepped on my toes, shoeless and inches shorter than my husband, and pulled him down to me. I didn't care that there were people watching. I didn't care that the expectation was that we would give a small kiss now and enjoy many more deeper kisses later. Right now, as of this moment, this man was my fucking husband, and I needed to make sure everything felt the same. I relished the way his arms tightened around me so intensely I lost my breath. I relished the firm press of his mouth on mine and the parting of his lips. The gentle slide of his tongue across mine, once, twice, 3 times, and the last time just a little deeper until I could feel the vibration of his sounds and practically taste his urgency. His breaths came out shallow and uneven on my tongue, and his quiet words, "Oh, fuck, Chloe, and need to get you alone," finally made me pull away before I started stripping off his tux right here at the altar. Breathless and grinning like idiots, we turned and faced a lawn full of guests with hands suspended in the air, prepared to clap, but wearing expressions of shock frozen on their faces. Apparently we'd been a little wild in our first kiss as husband and wife. "Go on, girl, get yours," George shouted, just as Judith yelled, "Now that's how you kiss a woman," breaking the spell, and the whole group in front of us broke into roaring applause. "Ladies and gentlemen," the judge shouted above the mayhem, "it is my pleasure to introduce Bennett and Chloe Ryan." Chloe Ryan? I turned and had just aimed my harshest glare at Bennett and his widening grin when chaos erupted all around us. Sarah's arms swallowed me, and then Julia's and George's and Mina's. I felt my father's hands on my face and his giant smooch to my cheek. I was hugged by Elliot and Susan in tandem, lifted by Henry and Max in turn, kissed on the cheek by Will, and then I felt Bennett's smooth, warm hand wrapping around my arm and pulling me with him down the aisle, away from the tight press of the wedding party. We ran, tripping through the mud, leaving wet footprints all along the patio. Inside, Bennett pulled me into the kitchen where the caterers stopped what they were doing. The clattering of pots and dishes, the roaring of commands and replies, went completely silent as Bennett turned and slammed me into the wall, his mouth on my neck, my jaw, my ears, my lips. He ran a hand up my side, gripping my breast through my wedding dress, and I felt him begin to harden against my stomach. "Tonight," he growled, returning to my neck. "Tonight I'm going to consummate this marriage so fucking hard you're going to walk with a limp on that beach in Fiji." I burst out laughing, wrapping my arms around him as his mouth slowed and eventually simply kissed a path from my shoulder to my cheek. "Promise?" I asked. He sighed, kissing my lips once. "Promise. Now, how many hours do I have to play nice with our crazy family before we can leave and I could put my hands all over your naked skin?" I looked over his shoulder, searching for a kitchen clock, but all I saw was at least 20 faces, all staring wide-eyed and slack-jawed at us. One waiter was so stunned by Bennett's display that a stack of plates slowly slid from his grasp and shattered on the floor. Following the deafening crash of porcelain on tile, the kitchen finally returned to motion, people running for brooms and dustpans, the head chef barking out orders again. Bennett and I apologized quietly and ducked out of the kitchen and to the edge of the veranda, watching our guests begin to collect near the disaster of the lawn, taking appetizers from passing waitstaff. I stretched to reach Bennett's ear and said, "We just got married. That means you're legally my manservant now." His long fingers dug into my sides, tickling me as he reached with his other hand to grab a flute of champagne from a tray and handed it to me. He took one for himself and quietly clinked my glass. "To us, my wife. To us." We watched the wedding party begin to assemble for the photos, and Max waved at us to come join them. Sarah turned around, laughing at something George said, and I caught a full view of her dress. Bennett must have seen it at the same time as I did, because I heard him suck in a huge breath. He took my hand and began guiding me to the area where the photographer had set up the tripod. "About that," I began. "Yeah," he said glumly, "about that." "What the fuck happened, Mills?" He slid his eyes to me at the use of my last name and said, "Apparently the van door was open when we left the cleaners." He smiled at the straggler guests heading to the patio for cocktails and maneuvered me out the outskirts of the crowd to avoid getting stopped every 3 feet on our way to the photographer. "And before you ask, Will tripped and dropped my wedding ring in the parking lot when he was trying to show me how good a job they did polishing it. I'm about 2 seconds from pulling you into the bathroom and forcing you onto your knees, so if you blow up at me or flip out about the dress or ring or the flooded lawn now, you will only convince me you need a dick in your mouth and you'll completely derail the agenda for our wedding day. Pictures, dancing, food, dancing, cake, long hard fucking. Watch what you say next, Ryan." When we returned to the party, music pulsed from large speakers on the veranda, and I felt high, drunk, outright giddy from the day and the man at my side. He never let go of my hand, but even if he'd tried, I wouldn't let him. I loved the sharp press of his dented wedding ring between my fingers, and the way he kept lifting my hand to kiss it, but really it seemed like he just wanted to make sure his ring was still there. We made the rounds and spent the next couple of hours greeting everyone who came and getting lost in introductions and hellos. The guests ate the appetizers, and everyone seemed to get a little day-drunk and wild. Truth be told, it was overwhelming having so many people here. By the time dinner was served, the crowd was roaring. Knives clinked against glasses almost every 10 seconds in shameless bids to have Bennett kiss me. Each time it grew a little dirtier, until I was worried he was going to clear the wedding table with a sweep of his arm and lay me down on it. But when Kristen told us the band would be starting our first dance song soon, and a symphony of knives tinkling against crystal rang out, Bennett simply leaned over and said, "If you put your tongue in my mouth again, I'm leaving this fucking wedding and taking you to bed, Mrs. Ryan." "Well, I'll then keep it chaste, Mr. Mills, because I want cake." His eyes fell closed, and he leaned forward, gently touching his lips to mine. How did he manage to blend sweet and commanding so seamlessly? We walked to the center of the dance floor amid hushed silence. The first few chords of the song began, and Bennett gave me a devilish grin before pulling me close with both hands gripping my ass. The room exploded in raucous cheers, and I looked up at him, shaking my head as if it bothered me. It so fucking didn't. Without shoes, I was so much shorter than he was, and still sometimes hated not being able to see him eye to eye, even when we were dancing at our wedding. I stood on my tiptoes, swayed in his arms, and after only about half a minute, I felt him reach around my waist and lift me so we were face to face, my feet dangling several inches off the ground. "Better?" he asked, his voice gruff. "Much." I twisted my fingers in his hair and leaned to slide my mouth over his. Camera flashes exploded around us, and I could imagine hundreds of pictures of Bennett holding me, spinning me slowly, my still dirty feet telling anyone who would look at the picture in the future what kind of wedding day we'd had. Perfect. The song drew to an end, but it was several long beats after the final notes before Bennett put me down. "I love you," he said, letting his eyes roam my entire face before coming to settle on my lips. "I love you, too." "Holy shit. You're my wife." Laughing, I said, "We're married. That's insane. Who let this happen?" He didn't even break a smile. Instead, his eyes grew heavy, his voice even lower. "I'm going to disrespect the fuck out of you later." The entire surface of my skin felt flushed and silvery. He released me, letting me slide down his body and groaning quietly as my hip pressed against the length of his cock, half hard already. "I'm tempted to disrespect you now," he said, "but my wife wanted cake." We drifted apart a little as another song started, and I felt my father's hand pressed to my back. Bennett turned, taking his mother in his arms. As we danced with our parents, we caught each other's eyes over their shoulders and grinned, giddy. I felt like closing my eyes and letting out the loudest, happiest shout ever heard. "Your mom would have had a great time today," Dad said, kissing my cheek. I nodded, smiling. I missed my mother in this sort of hollow throb way. She hadn't ever been the cool mom or the fashionable mom. She was the sweet mom, the hugger mom, the overprotective mom. She would have hated Bennett at first, and the thought made me laugh out loud. Mom would have assumed he was a prick and that I could find someone more giving, more connected, more emotionally available. And then she would have seen him look at me in an unguarded moment, would have seen him trace a fingertip from my temple to my chin, or kiss the back of my hand when he didn't think anyone was looking, and realize I'd found the one man other than my dad who loved me more than anything on the planet. Catching Bennett in these private moments had been what won my father over to Bennett's side eventually. After our disastrous Christmas visit to Bismarck over a year ago, where Dad grilled Bennett endlessly and finally walked in on me riding him like a rowdy cowgirl in my childhood bed, Dad came to stay with us in New York for a week. Bennett, predictably, had been working like a fiend for the first few days, and Dad grumbled endlessly about how a man should provide for his family not only in material ways but also emotional. But then one night, when Bennett got home well after midnight, and Dad got up out of bed to get some water, he found us on the couch, my head in Bennett's lap, and his fingers running gently through my hair as he listened to me ramble on about every detail of my day. Bennett had been exhausted, but, as usual, he insisted I spend time with him, no matter how late. Dad admitted the next morning that he had stood, mesmerized, watching us for a full 5 minutes before he remembered himself and left to get his water. I caught him giving Bennett a look over my shoulder and then heard my husband's deep, real laugh, the one that bubbled up from low in his belly and came out sounding like the quietest, happiest sound. "What are you two up to?" I asked my dad, pulling back to look at him. "Just giving my new son some non-verbal advice." I gave my father a warning look and then caught Bennett's attention as my father turned to me. His eyes twinkled with amusement. "Ask your husband what that was all about." Dad pulled me into a hug, kissing my cheek before Bennett came to my side, bending to whisper, "Your dad just indicated he wants 5 grandkids." My screech of horror was drowned out by the heavy bass blasting through the speakers, signaling to the guests that the real party had started. Crowds rushed to the dance floor, and we took the opportunity to go get a drink of water. Will passed us on our way, flanked by my aunts. They sandwiched him between them good-naturedly, and Will's head fell back in laughter. "For the love of God, Hannah, where are you?" he yelled. Across the room, she lowered her fruity drink, held up her hand decorated with a beautiful engagement ring, and called out, "Is that what this ring means? That I come to your rescue?" He nodded fervently, shouting, "Yes!" Finally, after a nice long bit of staring at the poor boy, Hannah walked to him and pulled him away from my laughing aunts and into her arms. I smiled, turning back to Bennett. "Can we leave now?" he asked, eyes dropping to my mouth. The crowd had barely thinned, and I knew the party would probably continue on for another few hours. But right then all I wanted was to get upstairs and get my husband out of his tux. "1 more hour," I said, pulling back his jacket sleeve to glance at his watch. It was only 8:30. "1 more hour, and then I'm all yours." After what ended up being 3 hours, 3 hours of dancing and drunken toasts, of Max and Will carrying Bennett to the bar for a final round of man shots, of pure, wild celebration, Bennett came up behind me at the bar where I stood talking to Henry and Mina, and slid his arms around my waist. "Now," he whispered, kissing my ear. I leaned back into him, smiling at my brother and sister-in-law. I think that's my cue. There were no flower petals to throw in our wake, no handfuls of rice. Instead, Will and Henry grabbed handfuls of cocktail napkins and drunkenly chucked them at us as we ducked away from the bar and waved to our guests. "Good night, everyone. Thanks for coming," I yelled out above the catcalls and whistles. Bennett pulled me forward, waving over his shoulder. "Let's go." "It was so good to see you all," I yelled, still waving to our family and friends. He practically dragged me away before lifting me and throwing me over his shoulder. The approval of our guests was communicated with rousing applause and another stack of napkins that caught Bennett in the back of the head. He carried me all the way to the lobby, and then slid me down his body, kissing my neck, my chin, my lips. "Ready?" I nodded. So ready. But when I turned toward the elevators, he stopped me with a big hand wrapped around my forearm, and then his other hand pulled a blindfold out of his pocket. "What?" I asked, a wary smile spreading slowly across my face. "What are you doing with that in the lobby?" "I'm whisking you off somewhere." "But we have a room upstairs," I whined quietly, "with a big giant bed and several of your ties to get kinky with, and—" I dropped my voice. "The bottle of lube in the drawer." He laughed, bending to run his nose along my jaw. "There's also a duffel bag in the limo outside that has several of my ties to get kinky with, the bottle of lube from the drawer, and a few other things." "What other things?" "Trust me," he said. "Where are we going?" I asked, tripping after him when he tugged my hand and led me forward. "Trust me." "Do we have to fly?" He playfully smacked my ass, growling, "Christ, woman, trust me," in my ear. Am I going to have orgasms tonight? He turned, pulled me close to his side, and said, That's the plan. Now shut up. Chapter 8. Bennett helped me climb into the back of the limo and then slipped the blindfold over my face, tying it firmly behind my head. It was wide and tight. The bastard had anticipated my plan to peek, and the silken fabric covered half my face. I was left in total darkness. But beside me, I could sense when he shifted closer, could smell the clean, crisp, sagey smell of him when he leaned in, sucked gently on my collarbone. Are you going to fuck me in this car? I asked, reaching out blindly for him. I found his arm and pulled it around me. His rumbling chuckle vibrated along my collarbones, from one side to the other, and I felt him reach for the hem of my wedding dress and slowly drag it up my legs. Then its fingertips tickled their way past my knee, along the inside of my thigh, and to the thin white lace barely covering my pussy. He slid a knuckle under the fabric, dragging it back and forth over the already slick skin beneath. Fuck, he hissed. God damn it, Chloe. He pulled back, sliding 2 fingers into me, pumping them deep. I'm not feeling particularly gentle tonight. Arching my neck, I gave his mouth better access to the most vulnerable part of my throat, whispering, Good. I don't want you slow and sweet. But it's our wedding night, he argued with mock sincerity. Shouldn't I gently lay you on a feather bed and bring you endless loving pleasure? I reached for his hand, pressed it harder into me. You can do that when I'm bruised and sore afterwards, in the middle of the night. His laugh was so dark and communicated such barely restrained need that it sent shivers down my back. I felt his breath on my ear when he asked, So I have permission to be rough? I nodded, my throat suddenly dry. Encouragement, even. Maybe a little filthy. When I answered with a nod, he growled, Tell me. I exhaled a shaking, tense breath. I want you filthy. I want you wild and impatient tonight. It's how I feel. He twisted his wrist and pushed a 3rd finger into me so deep I felt the cool of his wedding ring against my skin, and I cried out from the sensation of the pressing metal, of being stretched tight. His thumb made teasing, maddening circles just around my clit, expertly never quite touching exactly where I wanted it. Traffic sounds grew to a crescendo and then ebbed into silence, and the steady thump of bridge spacers sounded beneath the wheels. Are we leaving Coronado? Yes. Are we getting on a plane? I asked again. Does my hand not feel good? Irritation simmering in his voice. What? I asked, confused. Are you distracted by the street rather than the 3 fingers currently fucking you? He pulled his hand out and reached for my shoulders, pulling me off the seat and dragging me so I kneeled on the floor. I felt him shift around to pull me closer, and I realized I was positioned between his legs. The sound of his belt, his zipper, and his pants being shoved down his hips cut through the quiet. Come here, he said on an exhale, cupping the back of my head. Suck. Despite the single rough word, his touch grew careful as I began to lower my mouth over him, as if he wasn't sure how to blend his pent-up need to come with the reality of our brand-new marriage. We'd talked for cumulative hours about how things would be in this very moment, the 2 of us finally alone, married, and faced with the reality that it might be different. But now that we were in it, I could tell Bennett was a little torn. We'd said, no way would it feel different. It was just 2 rings, just a piece of paper. We'd said we'd never stop being hard on each other, or start having easily bruised feelings. We'd promised anything could always happen between us in the bedroom. We swore we'd never hold back or be afraid to ask for whatever we needed. But as I worked his length with my lips and my tongue, I could sense that Bennett's hands were fisted at his sides, not in my hair. His hips were pressed firmly into the seat beneath him instead of rising up, arching toward my mouth. so I did the first thing that came to mind. With a quiet sucking sound, I pulled my mouth off his cock and sat back on my heels. His breaths came out in sharp gusts. But other than the sound of the road passing beneath us, the car fell silent. Finally, his voice rose from the quiet in a controlled rumble. "What happened?" What happened? So tame, Bennett. In this moment, I hated not seeing his face, but I knew he understood the point I was making when he took a deep breath and asked, "Why the fuck did you stop?" There he is. You know why. Strong hands lifted me off my heels and sat me back until my butt hit the floor of the limo and my spine rested on the seat opposite him. One of Bennett's knees planted on the seat beside my head, and without saying a word, he pressed the crown of his cock to my lips, forcing my mouth open. "Suck," he said, and this time the word was coded in anger and need. I barely had time to adjust to the feel of him before a tight fist curled in my hair, holding me steady as he began to move in short jabs, not going too deep, at least not yet. Finally, his hands released my hair and left me only long enough to frame the side of my face, holding me steady for his longer, deeper strokes. The car rolled to a stop, and Bennett slammed a palm on the intercom button, managing a sharp, "Wait here," before returning his hand to my face, groaning hoarsely. His rumbling, "Fuck, Chloe," sparked my lust, and I reached up to wrap my arms around his hips, whimpering at the powerful snap of his thrusts, the hard contractions of muscles in his ass. I couldn't see a thing, but each time he moved deeply and I felt the soft hair against my face, I wanted to suck as hard as I could so that when he pulled back, I would wring as much pleasure out of this moment as I could for him. I felt desperate to give him this. "So fucking good," he said, his voice raspy, and I could tell from his movements that he was growing close. "Those perfect fucking lips, feeling your tongue on me." I slid one hand between us, cupped his balls, and stroked just behind, teasing. "Yes," he hissed, hips jerking. With a final push inside, he came, cock rigid and releasing his orgasm down my throat. He cried out as I swallowed around him, slowing his movements until only the tip of him rested against my tongue. I tilted my head up to him when he pulled out, and felt the soft glance of his thumb across my bottom lip. Wordlessly, Bennett reached down and adjusted my blindfold before bending and kissing me deeply, his tongue sliding over mine. "Tell me you like my taste," he whispered. "I love your taste." And then he pulled my dress up, moving his hand between my legs and under the lace of my underwear, as if confirming what I'd said was true. "I fucking love your mouth." He leaned forward, laughing against my lips. "And I love fucking your mouth." His touch was gentler now, exploring rather than giving pleasure. He grunted quietly, moving his hand away from me, and I heard the rustle of fabric as he pulled up his pants, straightened his clothing. Taking my hand, he murmured, "Come on, Mrs. Ryan. We're here." We were definitely in a hotel. I could tell by the sounds of elevators, suitcases rolling across travertine floors. I could hear the way voices grow hushed as we walked past, and I imagined how we must look. Bennett carrying a blindfolded and barefoot bride in his arms, and with a duffel bag full of who knows what slung over his shoulder, carrying me barefoot and blindfolded in my wedding dress. "Are we in a hotel?" "Shh," he whispered, lips to my temple. "We're almost there." He carried me as if I weighed nothing, his strides even and steady. I pressed my lips to his neck and asked, "Is everyone looking at us?" He turned his head, laughing quietly in my ear. "Definitely." Once we stepped into the elevator, it smelled familiar. Was it possible we were back at the Hotel Del and he had just done an elaborate ruse to trick me? But if he did, why? We rode up in silence, and I adjusted my grip on his neck, trying to listen to the number of floors we passed, to any sign of where we were. Beneath my knees, his left hand squeezed me reassuringly. "You okay?" he asked, I nodded just as the elevator dinged and the doors opened, but Bennett didn't move. I realized there'd been someone else in there with us. How had it been for them, I wondered, to be watching us as we went up to wherever our final destination was, knowing we were clearly headed to our wedding night? When we reached another floor, Bennett stepped out and carried me down what felt like the longest hallway ever. "I want you inside me," I said into the warm skin of his neck. "Soon." "You won't make me wait?" "I only want to get you there and naked. The plan beyond that is pretty self-explanatory." Something about the walk felt familiar. Some turn and body position. And suddenly it hit me. Of course. Of course. He came to a stop, maneuvered so he could pull a key from his pocket, and opened the door. I didn't even have to take off my blindfold to know. Carefully, he put me down, and I reached up, slipping the satin up and off my face. Yes, it was the room we'd stayed in at the W more than 2 years ago. The exact one. The same couch, the same bed, the same balcony, the same small kitchenette, although now it had a new, no longer broken desk. The room where we first knew, really knew, that I was his and he was mine. I could feel Bennett watching me, gauging my reaction, but I'd been so overwhelmed with emotion all week that I felt a little numb. Almost as if on top of the family around us, the wedding, the vows, and how much I needed to feel him, my mind clamped shut, and I started to feel dizzy. He stepped behind me, kissing my neck. "You okay?" "Yeah." "We never did lose what we found in this room," he said, bending now and kissing my shoulder. "In fact, we turned it into the happiest hate-love of all time." "We sure did." I turned to look at him, wondering if now was when he tore my dress off and fucked me face down on the floor. But his eyes were clear, careful. He stepped closer, bent to kiss my jaw. "You smell so fucking good." "What's going on? I thought you were going to be rowdy." "Fucking your mouth in the car helped take the edge off." I closed my eyes, feeling memories storm into my thoughts. "I've never done anything close to this, and I don't know how to navigate it anymore," I'd said. "I told you, I haven't been with anyone else since we started this," he'd said. "That doesn't mean you won't take a room key if it's put in your hand." "Let's call a truce for one night. I just need tonight," he'd pled, and given me 3 desperate kisses. I opened my eyes. "How much of the first night in here are we going to recreate?" He shrugged, and when he smiled, he looked so young, almost innocent. "I think we'll skip the fight in the bathroom, but I definitely hope you wake me up with your mouth on my cock." He leaned forward, kissing me once and then pulling back to study my face. "Honestly, Chloe, I just want you out of this dress. I feel like we haven't been skin to skin in months." I nodded without speaking, still overwhelmed and exhaling in relief when Bennett's broad hands slid across my bare back, unbuttoning and pushing my dress down my sides, holding it up just enough for me to step out of the skirts. I turned back around to face him, wearing only a tiny strapless bra and the smallest thong I think I'd ever worn in my life. Without a word, he reached for me with lightning-quick hands and shredded the panties, and then reached up to my chest, gripped my bra in one hand, and savagely tore it from my body. Reflexively, I crossed my arms in front of me, my pulse hammering. "You had other things you were going to put on for me tonight?" he asked, nodding to the bag he'd dropped in the entryway. "I did." He was already shaking his head. "You won't need them. Maybe in the morning, but not right now." Bennett kissed my shoulder, running rough, impatient hands over my breasts, my hips, my thighs. "Undress me now." It was suddenly surreal to be standing bare before him like this. He'd seen me naked thousands of times, and God knows he'd bossed me around like this even more often. but this moment felt so loaded. It wasn't the easy, instinctual sex we had every night. This was Bennett, undressing me and demanding to be similarly stripped so we could have married sex in a fancy bed in an emotionally relevant room. The words, wedding night, wedding night, wedding night, pounded through my head. Maybe this is exactly what he felt in the limo, the pressure of doing it right, making it memorable. I tried to ignore the way my hand shook when I pulled at his tie and slid it from his collar. But he noticed, and he grabbed both of my wrists in one hand. The other slid down my front and between my legs, parting me, sliding a long finger over my clit and dipping into where I was wettest. "Why are you shaking, Mrs. Ryan?" With a flash of irritation, I bit his bottom lip when he leaned closer for a kiss. But then I closed my eyes, enjoying for a few moments the way he slid his finger back and forth over the rise of my clit before he stopped, patiently waiting for an answer. "I'm a little nervous, Mr. Mills," I admitted. His eyes went wide, nostrils flaring as he released my hands from his grip. You're nervous." He looked like he was on the verge of yelling or laughing, I wasn't sure which. "You're nervous with me?" Shrugging, I said, "It's just—" "You're nervous?" His tone had changed this time. Amusement curled through the two short words. He was definitely on the verge of laughing. I removed his cufflinks, dropping them on the carpet at our feet. "Are you making fun of me?" He shook his head slowly, but with a devilish smile said, "Yes." Taking his shirt in my fists, I pulled it open, hearing the pop of the buttons as they tore free and skittered to the floor. "You're making fun of your bride on her wedding night?" His expression straightened and his brow smoothed as I ran my greedy hand down his chest. "Of course I am." "What kind of monster are you?" I teased, lightly scratching his stomach. His answering smile tilted up one half of his perfect mouth. "The kind that's going to fuck you so hard it'll look like your legs were put on backwards?" I laughed, playfully shoving him, and he fought his own smile before bending to kiss me roughly, pressing his tongue into my mouth, sucking and biting at my lips. "Come on, Chloe. I think we both know I'm pretty easy," he murmured. "Tend to my cock and the night is a success." I ran my hands down his torso, feeling every dip and hard ridge, and shivering when he bent and sucked my jaw, growling into my neck. I pressed into him, loving the feel of his hungry hands down my back, grabbing my ass. "Get over your ridiculous nerves and fucking undress me," he hissed, kicking off his shoes and bending to peel off his socks. I gave his zipper an impatient tug and pushed his dress pants and boxers down to the floor. With his hands on my waist, Bennett backed me to the bed. And then he kneeled in front of me, bracing his hands on my hips and leaning forward to kiss my navel. His wedding ring winked in the dim light of the bathroom. "We're married," he said quietly, pressing another kiss to my belly button. "I'm your safe place. I've always been your safe place." I slid my hands into his hair, pulling gently and knowing he was right. I'd been my best and worst self with this man, and he only loved me more the more real I was with him. No place was safer for me than with Bennett. He moved his mouth from one hip to the other, up my ribs, tongue sweeping over my breasts, teeth pulling gently at their peaks. And then he rose to his feet as he kissed up my neck until he towered in front of me, hair hanging over his brow, eyes dark and predatory. "How many times have we been together like this?" I shrugged. "Maybe 1,000,000. "Are you still nervous?" he asked quietly, lifting my left hand and kissing my wedding ring. I watched his tongue dart out, licking my finger, and whispered, "Not anymore." His expression grew serious. "Are you happy we did this?" Nodding, I managed a hoarse, "I'm giddy." He bent, kissing me, and I said into his smiling mouth, I think you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. You think? Reaching up, he pressed both hands to my face, sliding a thumb inside my mouth. His lips twisted into a dark, teasing smile. You think? I nodded, pressing my teeth into his knuckle. Suck it, he growled, and then shivered when I wrapped my lips around him, circling him with my tongue. Between us, he was so hard his whole body was tense, hands shaking at the sides of my face. Look at me. I shivered, unable to break my attention from where his cock arched straight up between us. Look at me, he ground out. I blinked up to him, and he slid his thumb deeper into my mouth, pressing down against my tongue. He groaned quietly, watching as he slowly withdrew his digit. I bit down so his skin dragged against my teeth. A calm silence settled between us. Bennett's expression straightened, and he simply stared down at me, studying every part of my face as he swept the wet pad of his thumb back and forth across my bottom lip. Married, he said quietly, as if only to himself. I loved his honest, expressive hazel eyes, his smart mouth, and his carved, stubborn jaw. I loved his tousled hair and the heavy dip of his Adam's apple when he swallowed. I loved his broad chest, sculpted arms, and the world's best naughty fingers. I loved his abdomen, his hips, and every long, thick inch of him pressing urgently between us. But more than any of that, I loved his intelligence, his composure, his loyalty, his sense of humor, and I loved how he loved me. Tilting his head, he asked, "What are you thinking, Mrs. Ryan?" "I'm thinking how it's a good thing I love your body so much that I can put up with your disappointing brain." He spread his hands around my waist and lifted me, tossing me onto the mattress. "If you think I'm going to put up with that smart mouth of yours now that we're married," he began, crawling up the bed and hovering over me. "Then I'm right?" I finished for him, reaching to wrap my hand around the back of his neck. He bent to kiss me, giving me a lopsided smile. "Yeah, actually." I'd often had this feeling when I was alone with Bennett, that time somehow melted, and the entire world outside simply dissolved into nothing. I'd been nervous with the anticipation of tonight, but once his weight settled over me, and his mouth moved to my neck, my shoulders, my breasts, instinct took over. I slid my palms up his back and over his shoulders and gasped as he returned to me, his tongue touching mine, pushing and demanding. The sounds of his excitement vibrated inside my mouth and down my neck as he grew wilder, needing to kiss and taste everything all at once. I suspected I knew this man better than I knew my own mind. I knew how to touch him, how to love him, how to get him to do anything and everything to my body. And so when his hands spread my thighs apart, thumbs circling and meeting in the middle to glide over my clit, and his eyes focused on my face as his lips clamped over the peak of my breast, studying, commanding, hungry for my pleasure, I lost any sense of anxiety over the night and knew we would forever be the fevered combination of Bennett and Chloe, Mr. Ryan and Miss Mills, Mr. Mills and Mrs. Ryan, husband and wife, bastard and bitch. Kneeling between my legs, his hands framed my hips, and he watched as he slid over my wet skin, before resting the head of his cock on my navel. I could feel my pulse thundering in my throat, and I lifted my hips, suddenly impatient for this, wanting to feel his weight on top of me, hear his desperate sounds in my ear. "Should I say something profound before we begin?" he asked, smiling down at me. "You can try," I said, scratching down his stomach, "but I wouldn't want you to hurt yourself." With a light pinch to my nipple, he bent low, nipping at my jaw. "I love you anyway." As he slid into me, I shook, crying out sharply at the relief before gasping, "I love you anyway, too." "It feels so fucking good." "I know." I pressed my palms to his ass, feeling the contracting muscles, pulling him deeper into me and rising to meet his every push. Bennett's lips moved across my cheeks, aimless, to my ears and my mouth, down my chin to my neck. His words came out broken and desperate. So much. Oh, God, Chloe, don't... Let me hear you. Let me hear you. Tell me what you're feeling. Tell me what you want. I sucked at his neck, watching his shoulders bunch as he moved and moved and moved over me. I want faster, closer, more, please. He pushed up onto his knees between my legs, gripping my thigh and pushing my legs farther apart. Fucking hell, Chloe, you're so beautiful. I groaned, feeling the heavy drag of him sliding inside me. The pleasure was amplified by the way his eyes seemed to caress my skin. Reach down, he whispered. Feel where I move in you. I did what he asked, letting his cock move over my fingertip as he slid in and out. He bent low. Tell me what you feel. Wet, I answered, looking up at him. Hard. His gaze burned, and he stared down at my fingers on him. When he smiled, he looked dangerous, and it made my heart slam into my chest. I know, he said. He took in my tangled hair, picked up one of my dirty feet, and slid my ankle up his hip. You're a mess, you greedy fucking girl. He slowed, pulling almost all the way out until I panicked and wrapped my legs around his waist. It felt like a match had been lit inside my belly, and it burned, spreading like wildfire down between my legs, serving only to increase the impatient need I felt. As if sensing how close I was, Bennett pushed back into me, focused now on getting me there. He was sweaty, his hair damp from exertion, and a drop fell from his forehead onto my chest, and then another. Tell me how good it is, he said, his voice low and commanding. With a sharp jab of his hips, he thrust harder into me. Tell me, Chloe, how good the fucking is. I couldn't answer, already starting to dissolve. He was wild, rough touches and punishing thrusts, flipping me on the bed and taking. My eyes closed, my cheek resting against the cool blankets, when his hands fisted in my hair, forcing my head back as his mouth found my neck. Each labored exhale sending waves of warm breath across my dampened skin. He kissed along my shoulders, his tongue reaching out to taste me, his teeth nipping and dragging along my skin. I arched my back, angling my hips to meet each push of his hips. My arms reached out, hands twisting in the sheets, my entire body shaking with the need to let go. But he didn't give me what I needed. Instead, he teased and took some more, and then finally, with a determined set to his jaw, and more desperate need in his eyes than I'd seen in days, leaned in close, circling over me and giving me an orgasm so intense it left me shaking and near tears in his arms. What had built in my belly to a low, heavy ache exploded up my spine and spilled like liquid heat into my limbs, until my toes were curling. Fuck, it had been so long since I'd felt that. My body coming around him, trying to draw him in, greedy for every commanding inch. I worried my heart might smash through my ribs with how hard it was beating. The relief in the epiphany. He wouldn't change. He could only ever be this greedy, demanding bastard. Was such intense relief that I finally did give in to my emotions, shaking in his arms, clutching him until I caught my breath. But when I asked him what he wanted, and he groaned, I want you to take over. I want you to wreck me. I smiled, slowly climbing on top of him. He was sweaty, hair dripping onto the pillow beneath him, and muscles bunched and coiled beneath smooth tan skin. His eyes saw nothing in the room but me, flaring hotly at the anticipation of what I'd do. I looked him over. Freshly fucked hair, blazing hazel eyes, lips so wrecked from my mouth and skin they were red and chafed. His pulse hammered in his neck, and I dragged one finger down the sweaty center of his chest, over the vulnerability of his solar plexus, down to his belly button, and then followed the trail of hair leading to his cock, still wet from me, still hard and perfect and practically pulsing for my touch. "No," I said, running my hands back up his torso, reveling in the feel of him. It really wasn't fair. In a perfect world, Bennett Ryan would be a man-whore so that more women would get to appreciate this body. But let's be honest. Fuck that. "No," he repeated, eyes narrowing. "You wore me out," I said, shrugging. "I'm tired." "Chloe, put the fucking dick in your mouth." "You'd like that." His nostrils flared, hips arching up into me, seeming without intention on his part. "Now, Chloe." "Say please." Sitting up beneath me abruptly, he growled, "Chloe, please choke on my dick." I burst out laughing, curling into him and sliding my hands into that mess of sweaty, amazing hair. Leaning forward, I covered his mouth with mine, sucking and wet, hungry for the taste of him, the feel of his sounds. I kissed him for making me laugh, for making me scream. I kissed him for being the only person who truly understood me, for being so impossibly like me in some ways it was a wonder we ever agreed on anything. I kissed him for being Bennett Ryan, my beautiful bastard. Against my lips, I felt him smiling, heard the quiet vibration of his laugh, muffled by my mouth. "I love you," he said. Pulling back, I nodded, whispering, "Me too. I love you a scary amount." "Then, seriously, Mrs. Ryan," he said, "put my dick in your mouth."
Beautiful Beginning was written by Christina Lauren and read by Sebastian York and Grace Grant. Editing and post-production by like 2,000 pounds. The associate producer was Louisa Solomon. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Beautiful Beginning is available in paperback from Gallery Books. Also from Christina Lauren from Simon & Schuster Audio, Beautiful Bastard, read by Grace Grant, and Beautiful Stranger, read by Sebastian York and Grace Grant.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Simon & Schuster Audio presents Beautiful Beloved by Christina Lauren. Read by Jonathan Cole and Grace Grant.
Chapter 1. Max. The dishes were done, the flat tidied, and Sarah had begun to sing quietly to our little miss in the nursery. I said a simple prayer to the God of sleeping children, because on her way in there, Sarah had given me the look. The "don't fall asleep before I come to bed" look. The "I'm still not over the sight of our baby sleeping on your naked chest" look. The "you're getting very, extremely laid" look. I fucking loved my life. Across the room on the coffee table, my phone lit up with a call. Going over and seeing whose name flashed across the screen, I broke out in a massive smile. "You've called the happiest bloke on the planet," I told my brother, in lieu of a proper greeting. I was met with a heavy pause of silence, and then, "It's impossible for you to be smugger." "True, but make it quick. I'm about to be ravaged by the natives." Sweet Mother Mary, it seemed like it had been forever since we'd had anything more than a quick grope en route to passing out from exhaustion. I was even considering doing some extensive stretching first. My youngest brother, Niall, laughed. "In that case, I hope you survive the night, because I'm coming to visit next week, and I'd be terribly disappointed to miss the Max Stella tour you've promised all these years." "Brilliant!" I smacked the table with my palm. This night kept getting better. The promise of sex 2 nights in a row with my gorgeous wife, and a visit from my brother next week. Absolutely bloody brilliant. I hadn't seen Niall since the last time I went home, over a year ago, and he'd been too busy to visit much. Work letting you out then? More or less. He paused. Right, that's it then, it's bloody late. Just letting you know, I'm coming to visit little Annabelle, not you lot. Laughing, I said, Understood. I'll arrive on Tuesday, leaving Sunday. I noted the rest of the details and rang off before heading to find Sarah to share the news. The singing had stopped, and to my complete lack of surprise, I found my beautiful wife asleep in the rocking chair beside the crib, with the baby in her arms. I pulled the little beloved away from her mum, swaddled her up, and placed her in the crib. Although until recently Annabelle generally slept only 2 or 3 hours at a time, at least we could put her to bed beside a brass band, and she wouldn't rouse. I suspected we wouldn't be as lucky with the next one. Next one? I blinked, feeling slightly mad for having this thought. It was only in the past 2 weeks that we were getting any sort of decent sleep at all. With the baby taken care of, I crossed the room to wake Sarah. Her eyes drew open just as I reached her, and she inhaled deeply, blinking up at me. Oh, I fell asleep. I crouched in front of her, using my thumb to move a strand of hair off her face. I don't think you were supposed to do that. No, I was going to get you naked. That's still an option. Sarah took my hand and stood, pulling me after her out of the nursery and down the hall. What were you thinking, just standing there looking down at me? Just feeling rather in love with my life is all. Well, I fell asleep wondering whether our second will be as good a sleeper as our first. She glanced over her shoulder at me with a grin, and I gaped at her, eyes wide and incredulous. How could she know the exact thought had crossed my mind only minutes before? You call Anna a good sleeper? I asked. She has been lately, she clarified. We just had to give her time to grow into it. I watched Sarah's hair slide over her shoulders as she turned back and shook her head. Her hair was longer now, thicker, and the way it slid across her skin made me want to gather it into a ball, hold it in my fist, and fuck her over the side of the bed. Oh, but it had been forever since we'd done anything as rough as that. I swallowed, closed my eyes, and attempted to steady my hunger when she sat on the edge of the mattress and slowly slid her thighs apart. You've lost your mind, I said with a grin. Probably true. Her sexy little shrug told me she was only half serious, and a naughty playfulness lingered beneath the surface. Stepping between her legs, I helped her pull her tank top over her head and guided her onto her back so I could slide her thin cotton shorts down and off. Slow, Max. My mind frenzied with thoughts of pushing her thighs to her chest, biting my way down her torso, sucking and spanking the sweetness between her legs until she screamed so loud it shook the walls. Instead, I kissed her navel, her hip, moving my mouth to her ribs, and then up higher to the firm swell of her breasts. They were already full and growing tight the longer the baby slept. I bent, sucking at the pink flesh of her nipples. Do you really love to look at them so much? Her voice dropped slightly. You like the taste? I loved her body like this, but I didn't know how to truly admit it. I loved her hips, her breasts, loved to watch her feed our baby and come curl around me after. It felt like every fucking thing in the world had come together with the arrival of our daughter. But it still felt a bit shameful to want her body to stay this way after what had admittedly been a tough labor. I shifted forward carefully, pressing my cock through my boxers into the warm skin between her legs. Sarah pulled me down over her and slid her mouth down my neck. Is it weird that I want to stay like this? She asked, as I spread my hand over her hip, to fill this home of ours with little ankle biters. I laughed into her shoulder. Sleep deprivation is eating your brain. I know you want a big family, she said, and I've never been more in love with you than when I've seen you be a daddy. She noticed where my attention had gone, to the firm swell of her breast again, my mouth closing over her nipple. They get full like this. I kissed my way up to her neck. They provide me with a rather spiritual experience. So you do like my body right now, she whispered. There was a delicate edge to her voice, a vulnerability that shocked me. Sarah knew I loved her body, every inch of her perfect, soft skin. Didn't she? I pulled back to look at her. I fucking love your body, and I love how happy motherhood has made you. I like how you seem rather blissful lately. Bending, I spoke into the warm space between her breasts. I also like how ripe your tits are. She took a handful of my hair and pulled me back, laughing. Finally, he admits it. What does that mean? Her brow furrowed a little as she studied my face, warm brown eyes moving to take in every aspect of my expression. Sarah often studied me like this, quietly, earnestly. She ran a fingertip across my chin, her eyes trained on my lips. I want you to not worry so much, she whispered. I want more babies. Maybe not right away, but someday. And when I say that, I see terror in your eyes. I swallowed around the heavy lump in my throat. It's not as hard on my body. My body seems to be weathering it fine. I'm going back to work soon. Look at us. We did it. I bent, tasting her skin again, kissing her stomach. She pulled me up, whispered in my ear. Tell me you didn't love having your baby in here. Laughing, I admitted. She was certainly easier to take care of all tucked away in there. She looked back up at my face as I shifted over her, spreading her thighs with my knee and settling there, growing tighter at the feel of her, soft and warm beneath me. All right, love. Her breaths were already coming faster, short bursts across my neck, her hand sliding lower over my back to push my boxers down my hips. Yeah. I slipped my finger into her mouth, wetting it against her tongue before bringing it between us to touch her. I hummed, rubbing myself on her thigh. You sure? You're not sore? She stared up at me, expression shifting into one I couldn't quite read. I'm sure. We made love last night too. I don't want to hurt you, I explained. She closed her eyes, pulling my head into her neck. I know, baby. I slid in, slow, and pressed my mouth to her jaw, groaning. Each fucking time I was sure I would never get used to the feel of her. Her nails dug into my back as she let out a relieved moan. Christ, Petal, you're heaven beneath me. Cupping her breast in one hand, I squeezed, relishing the slide of milk on my palm. Fuck, I managed. Fucking hell. This is a new thing, she whispered, scratching her nails down my back. I clenched my jaw, fighting the admission that wanted to burst free. I bloody love them like this. I'm sorry, I know they're mostly a drag for you, but fuck, Petal, I love your tits like this. I felt her still beneath me, and stopped moving so I could pull back and look at her face. What? I asked. What did I say? She didn't look upset, just a funny mix of disappointed and amused. Sliding her legs up my sides, she whispered, Since when do you have to give me a disclaimer? Smiling, I bent and kissed her sweet full lips. My heart was beating a little too fast. I still wasn't sure what I'd done wrong. You don't have to apologize for being turned on by that, she whispered into my mouth. I miss seeing you lost in me and unapologetic about it. My immediate instinct was to show her how lost I really was, to lift her arms over her head, pound into her, and relish the sight of her breasts moving below me, relish their weight and the spike of lust I felt when they leaked onto my skin. But instead, I began to slowly move above her, making sure to ease her pleasure from her with every draw of my body inside hers. She grabbed my ass, urged me faster and harder, and I tried to give her more, but it was almost like something newly hardwired in me with every shift forward. Take it easy. Take it slow. Take it easy. Take it slow. We'd had sex many times in the months since the baby was born, but it hadn't yet returned to the wild days of before, with fucking on the kitchen table or the floor, or sweaty and reckless play in the club. Those days we'd had spanking and bondage. Those days I'd taken her in every manner imaginable, sometimes with strangers watching, sometimes with only my video camera as witness. Once I'd bit her shoulder so hard she'd bled, and it nearly made her savage with excitement. Before and during her pregnancy, it never occurred to me how fragile she was. And then she'd had my baby, nearly 9 pounds and over 24 hours of hard labor. For 2 months after Annabelle came, we'd stumbled our way through new parenting, fallen in love with our daughter, fallen in love all over again with each other, and found tiny winks of sleep whenever we could. Eventually, we'd also found ways to be carefully intimate with hands and mouths, playful with words and toys. Then, nearly 2 months ago now, Sarah said she was ready to make love again. I'd been terrified at first, but one kiss led to another, and soon I'd been harder than I could remember being in weeks. The sound she made when I pushed into her would forever echo in my thoughts. It was a broken sound, the sharp, surprised cry of pain. I'd immediately stopped, and although she swore she felt no pain now, I couldn't help but feel I was handling her differently, being careful with a treasure I'd only recently discovered could be broken. We had yet to return to the club. We had yet to even pull out the camera for anything other than pictures of our daughter. We had yet to have sex that did anything more than rustle the sheets, let alone break furniture. But here, in our bed, with her beneath me and making her hungry, gasping little noises, her words echoed in my head, pounding, each one like a mallet hitting a drum. I miss seeing you lost in me and unapologetic about it. She was letting me be gentle. She was patiently waiting for it to sink in that she'd asked for more, for real sex, again and again. She'd say, "Do you want to make a movie tonight?" "No, Petal, it's just enough to feel you." "Do you ever miss the club?" "No, Petal, I love being right here where we are, with our baby asleep down the hall." "You really like to look at them like this? You like the taste?" I'd wanted to make things easy for her. I'd wanted her to feel safe and cherished. I closed my eyes, absorbed by the paradoxical sensations of relief when Sarah began to quietly come beneath me, and heartache in the realization that somewhere along the line, I had forgotten what she needed. At 4 a.m, I sat on the floor of the nursery while Sarah fed Annabelle. The sky outside was deep blue-black, and even on the Upper East Side at this hour, the streets were relatively quiet. "You didn't have to get up with us," she whispered. She said the same thing every morning, worried about my lack of sleep and a long workday ahead. But this, right here, was my favorite part of the day. "I'll bundle her up and go for a run when you're done." Sarah watched me in the darkness. "I love you." I swallowed, nodding as I struggled to work past the lump in my throat so I could repeat the sentiment. I'd barely been able to sleep last night, after realizing I'd been so focused on enjoying Sarah the mother, that I'd barely let myself enjoy Sarah the woman. "What's wrong?" she whispered, watching me struggle. "I think we need to make a deal to return to us, before we can get pregnant again." "Us?" she repeated. "I think I heard what you were saying last night." Her brows pulled together, and I could tell she wasn't exactly sure what I was saying. "Oh?" "I want to be the husband you need again. Photographs, film, knowing I'm giving you what you need." "What I need?" "What we need." She licked her lips, blinking down to the baby. "You're so much more than I could ever have hoped for. You know that." "I'd like to occasionally outdo myself," I said, and she giggled, putting her hand over her mouth when the baby pulled off her breast in surprise. "Shh, shh," Sarah murmured to her. "Come here." "Maybe Mum can watch Little Beloved and we can start with dinner out, slowly work our way to something else." She looked up again, eyes wide. "Like the club?" I watched her holding our child in her arms, and felt a protectiveness so violent lash over me I wasn't sure how I would handle letting others see her so vulnerable, so ripe. "If that's what you want," I managed. She nodded, gently answering the question in my voice. It is. I folded up the stroller and stowed it in the foyer closet before stripping off my shirt. Although so far it had been a mild winter, it was still January, and the long-sleeved running shirt I wore to keep me from freezing outside immediately felt claustrophobic upon entering the warm apartment. Bending, I unzipped the carrier and pulled out the extremely bundled child inside. "Was that good, baby girl?" I murmured, kissing her pink cheek. She was warm and drooly, and her enormous brown eyes crinkled exactly like her mother's when she smiled. "Got a good run in, didn't we?" I sat on the couch and laid Annabelle on my chest while I caught my breath. "You're sweaty and sitting on the couch, aren't you?" Sarah called from the master suite. I stuck my tongue out at Anna, and she tried to grab it. "Very sweaty," I answered my wife. "Quite disgusting, actually." Sarah's heels clicked down the hallway, and she froze when she saw us. "Max, I'll wipe it down, pet. I don't care about that," she said, walking closer. "You're shirtless, with the world's sweetest baby cuddled on those muscles. Put a shirt on, you beast, or I can't be held responsible for my actions." I fucking loved it when Sarah looked at me like that. Imagine how I feel when you're feeding her. She gave me a bright smile as she bent, kissing Anna's chubby thigh. "She looks like a little peach on you." I took in her outfit and immediately wondered if we'd be able to get the baby down for a nap this early in the day. I hadn't seen Sarah in work clothes in months, and didn't realize until just then how much I missed it. Her little black skirt hit just below her knees, giving a tiny flash of skin above her soft leather boots. Her tits looked fucking unreal in the grey sweater she'd put on. Following my attention, she looked down at her chest. "I think I need to go shopping today. Everything is too small in the chest." "Don't you dare get rid of that one." She pulled her lip between her teeth, blinking over to me. "Yeah?" "Yeah," I murmured, and the moment grew heavy. "You look bloody beautiful, Petal." "Is it inappropriate, though? I mean, the way you're looking at me makes me think this sweater is no longer very professional." "I guess it depends on where you're headed." She shrugged, sitting down next to us. "I thought I'd go into the office for a couple of hours, just so next week doesn't feel so disorienting. I'm meeting the girls for breakfast and then heading in." I kissed the top of Anna's head. "Want me to take her with me?" "Either way, I could too." What was it about her face in that moment, right there, that made me feel so many things at once? It was overwhelming. With her dressed and headed out the door, it was like I was seeing this combination for the first time. My lover, my wife, and also a mother, a nurturer, and, fuck, a bird with the best pair of tits I'd ever seen. Standing, I motioned for her to follow me back down the hall. I grabbed Annabelle's musical baby seat from the nursery and put it beside the dresser in our bedroom, facing the set of framed photographs of trees that she loved, and then guided Sarah to the bed. "Max." "Just a minute." I retrieved my camera from the shelf, stabilized it on the tripod, and set it to automatic shots every 5 seconds. Sarah's breath was rapid and shallow when I bent low, kissed her neck, and told her, "I won't keep you long." "Anna's fine," she said, pulling me closer. "Keep me as long as you can." Laying her back, I pushed her skirt up her hips and began kissing my way up her stomach, feeling my cock tighten with each nostalgic click of the shutter, with the feel of her hands digging into my hair. I moved her sweater up her stomach, revealing smooth, bare skin. She tasted like rain, like fruit, and had the same sweet scent I'd always worshipped on her body. Reaching behind her, I unhooked her bra and pushed it up over her breasts. I'd always loved Sarah's breasts, but I'd never particularly been a breast man until recently. The weight of them, the soft smell of her skin, and the odd spike I felt in my abdomen whenever she fed our child. It was an odd reflex to want to look at them, touch them like this, and one I'd realized I'd been fighting the last few months. You don't have to apologize for being turned on by that. My mouth closed over the peak, tongue pulling her deeper into my mouth, and I groaned at the feel of it. She was warm and firm, so full. I did this. I made her this way. and when she reached for my track pants and pushed them down my hips to take me in her hand, the moment dissolved into frenzy. I could imagine her looking through the pictures later, seeing how much I relished the feel of her in my mouth, the taste of her on my tongue. She would know then, just by looking at my face, how I loved the slide of milk on my hand, the way her hips looked spread around mine. I worshipped her. I bloody worshipped this woman. I rocked into her fist, groaning at the feel of her mouth sucking at my neck, her desperate sweet little cries into my skin. Shoving her panties aside, I licked my hand and used it to make her slick, so I could push deep inside with one sharp stab of my hips. She gasped, eyes wide with thrill and relieved. Fuck, she was relieved, as if I'd been missing, and maybe I had. I pulled out and shifted forward, fucking her so hard and fast that within the span of a minute, I knew I was coming before I had time to get her there, before I even had time to consider whether she wanted me to spill inside her before leaving for work. I just wanted, with such intensity, with a kind of jagged need I hadn't felt in so long, that I couldn't seem to slow myself down. The tenderness and protectiveness had been pushed aside, just for the moment, by something older and familiar, a heavy need to claim her. I reached between us, playing with her with my fingertips until she was bucking into my hand, gasping and squeezing around my cock. She cried out, 3 sharp pleas to drag her through her pleasure, and then she fell quiet, pulling me fully on top of her and exhaling heavily into my neck. She'd seen me every day. We cuddled, talked, laughed, fallen asleep at the dinner table together, and done all manner of intimate things. But the relief in this moment was profound. I knew exactly what she meant when she whispered, "I missed you." And all I could say back was, "I missed you too." Mum was already at her desk when I arrived at the office wearing Annabelle in the carrier. She jumped up, ran around the desk, and reached for her granddaughter without even looking at my face. "Mom," I hissed, laughing as I reached for her shoulders so she wouldn't jostle the baby. "She's asleep. Settle down, woman. You'll get her in a bit when I've got a meeting with Levinson." My mother looked up at me and replaced her mild scowl with a sweet smile. "Morning, love." I'd never seen myself as a mum's boy growing up, but having her with us at Stella and Sumner for the past several years was one of my favorite things about coming to work. Especially since we'd had Annabelle, I appreciated the proximity of family and their ability to tell us when we were acting like neurotic idiots. And although Mum had raised 10 of us quite capably, I registered I was due for a sizable heap of shit when I asked her, for the first time, to watch the baby so we could go out. We'd always taken the baby with us, but this was entirely different. "Mum," I started as she walked back around her desk to sit down, "I was hoping to take Sarah out this coming Friday. Would you mind heading over and watching Annabelle?" Her face fell. "Max, you forgot." I groaned. Fuck. This was the second time a woman had said this to me in less than 24 hours. Forgot what? "I leave for Leeds tomorrow, Dove. I'm going to stay with Karen for 3 weeks. "Oh, bugger. I can watch her tonight." "No, you've got to pack, and we don't have any sort of plan in place. I get the sense we'll both need this to be a military operation." "You're mental. I've been telling you for weeks. Just take the wife out and have some dinner, for crying out loud. By the time you and Niall and Rebecca came along, we were letting the dog watch you for a night out." Laughing, I agreed. "I don't doubt it." "The fuck are you wearing?" I looked down at Annabelle, still asleep in the carrier, and replied to Will, "It's called an ergo." He followed me into my office and sat on my couch. "It looks like you went tandem skydiving and forgot to unlatch." Bennett walked up behind him. "You look like a marsupial." "It's called baby wearing, you twats." I laughed and then whispered to the baby, "Is that right? Are you my little Joey?" I looked up at my mates, and only then did I do the mental calculation. "Bennett, what the hell are you doing here?" Will and I had a meeting with Gross and Barrett at 8. "Did you forget?" "Bloody hell, Will, you lot cut me some slack. I've not slept in 4 fucking months." They both stared at me, wide-eyed, for several seconds. "Are your nipples sore?" Will asked. I shook my head, laughing. Tosser.
As carefully as I could, I unhooked the carrier behind my neck and let it fall so I could lay Anna down on the couch beside Will. She startled, both arms and both legs flying out in a spasm, but then immediately fell back asleep. For his part, Will looked like I'd just put a giant hollow eggshell near him. His hands were clasped in his lap and his eyes were trained on the baby, as if she might suddenly roll and explode. He'd been around Anna nearly every weekend since she'd been born, and still looked at her like breathing too heavily near her might cause her to shatter. "Since when are you an idiot around children?" I asked. "I love kids," he said, looking up at me. "But she's just so little." "She's not," I assured him. "She's enormous. You know what I mean." "Look," I said, sitting down in a chair near my desk. "I need to ask a favor. I want to take Sarah out for dinner this Friday." Bennett interrupted. "You finally gonna let someone watch Anna?" Scowling, I explained. "It's a lot easier said than done, right? Anyway, Mum is leaving for Leeds tomorrow, so she can't watch her this weekend. Can one of you?" They both stared at me with terrified eyes. "Oh, come on. It's not that hard. We'd only go out for a few hours. You and your better half give her a couple of bottles, change a couple of diapers, she sleeps, we get home." "Oh, we can't," Bennett said, wincing an apology. "Chloe and I are headed up to the Hudson Valley." "This weekend?" Will asked, nodding several times in quick succession as if to talk himself into it. "I could probably do it." "Brilliant," I said. "Thanks, mate. I've never changed a diaper, or fed a baby. Hannah jokes that the only girl I've ever failed to charm is Liv's daughter, Aspen." Shrugging, he added, "But I'm sure it's instinct, right?" He ticked the rules off on his fingers. "Don't scald Anna in the bath. Don't leave the milk in the microwave too long." He paused and seemed to continue to draft a mental list. "Oh, and don't drop her." I imagined walking out of the office right now and leaving Annabelle in Will's hands for even a minute. My stomach flipped over, and I wanted to vomit. "Couldn't you bring Hannah? She's got some visiting faculty dinners this weekend." Rubbing my hand across my chin, I asked, "You know, maybe you could come over and have dinner with us tonight to watch and learn." He nodded, but swallowed heavily. To be fair, I knew what I was asking was a big deal. It was one thing to hang out with us when we had Annabelle, and quite another to imagine being alone with this tiny little girl. "Can't you just take it to the restaurant with you?" Bennett asked. "That sort of defeats the purpose. Also, Annabelle isn't an it. I didn't call her an it." Will and I replied in unison, "Yeah, you did." Scrubbing my face, I muttered, "Fuck it. Just come over for dinner and we'll have some beers." We'd figure something out. We had to.
Chapter 2. Sarah. I turned down 56, then caught sight of the Parker Meridian near the end of the block. The gray stone facade was as bleak as the morning sky, the clouds overhead fat with snow that was certain to start falling any minute. Winter in New York after Christmas was dreary. Cold and wet, dirty slush, and days at a time without a hint of blue sky. But this year had been blessedly mild compared to others, and warm enough for Max to regularly push the bundled-up stroller alongside Will and Hannah as they ran through the park. My phone buzzed in the front pocket of my coat. I didn't need to look to know it was Chloe, sending the third, "Where are you? You are not backing out on us, Sarah," message in the last hour. So maybe I'd missed a few lunches with the girls since Anna had been born. It wasn't easy getting out of the house with a newborn who would be permanently attached to my breast if given the chance. I ignored my phone, my head still full of my morning with Max. Chloe could wait. But, of course, only 2 steps later, I was clutched with the fear that maybe the text hadn't been Chloe. Maybe it was Max with a message that Anna was sick, or had hurt herself, or... I moved off the sidewalk to stand in the shelter of a nearby building and pulled out my phone. "Will might come over for dinner," Max had written. "You good with that?" I replied that it was fine and slid my phone back into my pocket. With each step, my favorite boots crunched through the salt that had been scattered along the sidewalk. Chloe wanted to take me shopping before I braved the office today, but I'd declined. I wanted the comfort of my favorite skirt and the heels that added just a little swing to my step. the sweater that rendered Max speechless and then consumed this morning. I needed to feel like myself. I straightened my jacket and tightened the grip on the purse Max had bought me for my birthday. A Burberry clutch, not a diaper bag. I hadn't been out of the house without my baby, let alone diapers, bottles, wipes, and a change of clothes, since Anna was born. And the soft leather felt too light in my hand. Just a few hours away from her today, I reminded myself. Just see how it goes. I smiled at the doorman as I stepped inside the marble lobby. The floors were gleaming white and inlaid with glossy black squares, the walls made of polished stone. People gathered on benches and sat hunched over their phones. Conversations carried through the giant space and up, echoing off stone walls. I walked under a giant arch and turned left, climbing a set of stairs that led to Norma's. As usual, I could hear Chloe before I could see her. "There she is," Chloe said, standing on skyscraper-tall boots, all long legs and cascading wavy hair, and an expression that said there was no way I'd get out of being late without getting a little shit for it first. "Fucking finally." I know, I said, crossing the wood floors to reach them. "Sorry, just trust me that time warps when you have a kid, and you think you're getting out of the house on time, and then suddenly you're half an hour late." "Are you sure it wasn't because Max saw you in that outfit and got a little handsy?" Hanna asked from beside Chloe. "Spoken like a woman who's with a boob man," I said, laughing. "And maybe." I adored Hanna, but Max in particular had grown especially fond of her in the past year, saying that anyone who could keep Will Sumner by the balls was aces in his book. "Just ignore Attila the Hun over there," my assistant and good friend George said, motioning to Chloe. "The woman isn't happy unless she's bossing someone around." "Hell yes," Chloe said. I hugged them all and hung my coat on the back of my chair before taking my seat. "How's the princess?" Chloe said, blowing over the top of her mug. "Where's the princess?" "Perfect. She's with Daddy today." A proud smile spread across my face. "How's the Bennett?" "A nightmare," she answered, equally proud. "And what's new with you and Will?" I asked, turning to Hanna. "I feel like I hardly see you, even if Max has taken it upon himself to crash your runs lately. Sorry about that." Hanna leaned an elbow on the table and smiled. "I love when he comes along. And judging by the goofy look Will gets on his face when he sees that running stroller heading down the path, I can assure you he doesn't mind either." "Good, because as bad as I feel, the extra hour of sleep I get makes me feel a lot better." "Maybe I should join those runs," George offered. "Does Will run shirtless in the spring?" "George," Hanna said, ignoring this, "are you going to tell Sarah about the little dreamboat you've been seeing?" "Was seeing," he corrected, as in past tense. "Ugh, it was a stage 1 breakup. I don't want to talk about it." "A stage what?" Chloe asked. "A stage 1, he clarified. "I swear, do I always have to be the gay urban dictionary for you people? Stage 1 is where you break up via text message trying to come off not looking like a total douchebag. Stage 2 is where you tell the person, look, you're not ringing my bell and I'm clearly not ringing yours. Let's move this train along to grander stations. Stage 3 is where it's not working and you sort of fade the person out over time. It's painful because by then the other person has become sort of a habit. They know how you take your coffee and what days you can have carbs and just, it can be sad." "Of course it can," I said, stirring my coffee. "Bonding over dietary restrictions can be very romantic." George gave me a playful jab to the shoulder. "You get a sarcasm pass because you're lactating and it's clearly eating your brain." Where was I? Oh, stage 4. Well, Stage 4 is where one person is totally invested and the other is just over it. Awful, right? So stage 1 doesn't sound so bad, but, in my opinion, it's the worst after stage 4. If someone feels comfortable breaking up via text message, you clearly haven't gotten to a place where you can ask a lot of questions, and you definitely can't call them up and be all, "Oh, hi, it's me, the guy you wore the lion tamer outfit with. Can you tell me what happened?" We all nodded sympathetically, and George glared at the bowl of muffins in the center of the table before reaching for one. Now, I'm eating my feelings. "Aw, George, were you totally infatuated with him?" Hanna asked. "Oh, girl, no," George said with a laugh. "I don't do infatuation unless his name is Sumner." The waiter stopped by our table, filling my coffee before taking each of our orders. "I'll have the crispy waffle with berries and Devonshire cream," I told him. "I have no idea how you look like this," Chloe said, motioning to my body. "And still eat like that. You don't run with Hanna, and I know I haven't seen you at the office gym in months." "One of the joys of breastfeeding," I said. "I have to eat more calories to keep up my milk." Which was true. I still worked out when I could, but pregnancy and motherhood had left me with this new body I was only now getting used to. A slightly wider waist, but curves that had never been so full. I'd always been a bit on the skinny side, but I felt softer now, with rounded hips and boobs that surprised even me. It didn't hurt that sometimes I'd turn around and see Max flat out staring at my chest, completely unable to look away. I'd be lying if I didn't say those moments made me feel like a fucking queen. "What's the plan when you go back to work?" Hanna asked, and taking in my outfit added, "I'm assuming that's where you're headed now?" I nodded as I took a sip of my coffee. "I don't officially go back until next week, but thought it might be easier to ease myself into it." "Are you actually going to walk into your office and sit at your desk today?" George asked. George had been a godsend while I was on leave. I was out for 16 weeks, but I'd never wanted to feel disconnected from my career at Ryan Media Group, so I'd stop in on a pretty regular basis, even though anything I needed to look at could have easily been couriered over to the apartment. Without really talking about it, we'd built up a system. Anna and I would meet George at his desk in the outer office. He'd hand me the stack of files and any messages that required my attention, and I'd leave him whatever I'd been working on at home. I never went inside my office, and he never questioned why. Which was ridiculous when you thought about it. I was Sarah Stella, capable of managing multi-million-dollar campaigns and overseeing an entire finance department. But I hadn't quite figured out how to do all that and be mommy, too. "You haven't gone into your office yet?" Hanna asked. "Is it going to be weird to go back?" "I don't think so. I mean, I want to go back to work. I need to. It's such a part of who I am, and I need that part of my life." "But Anna, the idea of leaving her for 8 hours a day still fills me with this guilt, like I'm ruining her somehow, or I'm missing some vital mommy muscle that makes me want to stay home. Plus, I know I want more at some point, and how will we make all that work? Is it fair of me to want more children when I'm pretty sure I'll always need that side of me, too?" "Bullshit," Chloe said. "You think men ever have this conversation with themselves? Of course they don't. You've killed yourself to get where you are. If you can have both, have both. It might take some adjustment, but who cares? You figure it out as you go." She tilted her head and added, "You don't see Max wanting to stay home." "Actually," I started, and it was enough to get Chloe's attention. She put down her mug and sat back in her chair, waiting. "I don't really know what's going on with him right now. I know he wants me every bit as much as he did before Anna, but I think it's been more of an adjustment for him than he thought it would be. The idea of my being a wife and a mother. He's so careful, like he's not sure how to treat me." "Can you blame the man?" George said, and we all turned to him. Have you seen what childbirth does to a vagina? He did a full-body shudder. George, Chloe said, shaking her head. What? He shouted. Shut up, she shouted back. As horrible a flashback as that was, I said, George has a point. I think Max is worried he'll do something to hurt me, and I'm not really sure how to show him I'm the same Sarah I was before, that I want the same things I did before. Chloe shrugged and picked up her coffee. I don't know, Sarah. He went from having you all to himself to watching you learn how to be a mama. Doesn't surprise me his brain is having to rewrite that code a little. I don't think it's about having to share me, I hedged, but Chloe held up a hand. I mean, it's about shifting how he sees you, she said, lifting an arched brow. First, you were the lust of his life, and now you're the mother of his daughter. I chewed my lip, nodding. He worries that I'm delicate now. Exactly, she said, a bit more gently. Having Anna was traumatic. It wasn't as easy a birth as you both expected. You've already forgotten it, but maybe he hasn't, and still needs to get over it. Chloe was right. Sex this morning had been wild and hard, as if wanting me took over the part of Max's brain that told him to slow down. That's what I wanted. When was the last time just the two of you went out? George asked. Since Anna? We haven't. It was his turn for a little eyebrow snark. Well, there's part of your problem right there, baby cakes. Are we just talking wild sex here? Chloe asked. Because it's not like Annabelle would have a clue what's going on. True, George said, but it's probably a lot harder to fuck like wild animals with a baby asleep 2 doors down. You need a little space. He had a point. I love my baby more than anything in the world. But I want hours and hours. I want to bang my husband until he can't remember his name. Silence bounced around the table for a few breaths. Too blunt? I asked, laughing. Never, George said quickly. I think we're all just working on that mental image. God, I sound desperate, I say, resting my chin on my fist. Maybe we should just start with dinner out. I think Max is asking his mom if she can watch Anna this weekend. Otherwise, next weekend Bennett and I can help, Chloe said. Whoa, 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 George cut in. What am I here for? My subtle charm? My pretty face? What about me? Chloe whipped her head around dramatically. You? I'll have you know that my mother ran a daycare and I taught preschool all through college. Hell, I worked in the infant room when I was in high school to pay for majorette class. Chloe went to respond, but he held up a hand. Shut it, Mills. He turned to me. I'll watch Anna. I can even watch her tonight. You'd watch her? I asked. You could really do that? With my eyes closed. Besides, he said, eyeing the muffins again, it's not like I have any kind of social life to speak of. My nights are wide open. The smell of home hit me before I'd even walked in the door. My talk with the girls and George had done wonders, and I'd successfully navigated the day with no freakouts, no tears, and only one breast milk incident when a phone call went long and I couldn't get to my pump in time. Next time, I'd just do it while I was on the phone. Boom! My friends were right. I'd figure it out as I went. Basically, I was feeling pretty unstoppable as I rounded the corner, ready to tell Max about our dinner that night. Then I found him shirtless, again, wrapped in nothing but a towel, with a tiny sleeping baby in his arms. And I was ready to forget about dinner entirely and let him get me pregnant again that very second. Focus, Sarah. I'm taking you to dinner, I said. Surprise! Also, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm going to need you to put some clothes on for real this time, or we'll never get out of the apartment. Max looked up, confused. Dinner? How did you... Sitting up, he said, "And no, I meant to ring you today. I wanted to take you to dinner this weekend, but Mum is leaving for Leeds tomorrow. I completely forgot it was in my schedule." "That's what I'm saying. George is watching Anna tonight."
"Tonight? Has George ever even seen a baby?"
I crossed the room and kissed him softly on the mouth. "Hi," I said, and kissed him again. "I know what you're thinking, but it's perfect." I took the sleeping baby from his arms and leaned in, pressing my face to her soft little head, breathing in as much of her as I could. She had Max's hair, for sure, only a shade darker than mine, but already with a bit of a wave to it. Her clean baby smell hit me, and I felt my breasts grow heavy, my milk letting down almost immediately. A chair Max brought me from England sat tucked beneath the window in the nursery. It was my favorite place in the apartment, where I was able to look out over the city while I nursed. I got Anna situated and then looked up at him. He clearly thought I'd lost my mind. "Are we talking about the same George?" "I had breakfast with everyone this morning before I went into work. Did you know that George's mom ran a daycare while he was growing up? He worked there while he was in high school and all through college. He worked with infants." He gave me his best skeptical face. "We're talking about the same 20-something bloke who wore a Wisconsin cheese hat and some flowy Jesus robes for Halloween, calling himself Jesus?" "The one and only," I said, laughing at the memory. "He's probably more qualified to take care of her than we are. Plus, we'll stay close, just around the corner. He can text or call with any questions, and we can be back up here in less than 3 minutes.
"But—"
"No buts. This is exactly what we need. Now get dressed. He'll be here in 15 minutes. George showed up exactly 14 minutes later. From the bathroom I could hear Max open the door and let him in, and begin grilling him as they went from room to room.
"And what about her bottle?"
Max said, clearly hoping to be proven right, and that George had absolutely no idea what he was doing. "Sarah's breastfeeding, so I assume you have expressed milk in the freezer, maybe even fresh in the refrigerator," George said, more to himself than to Max, I was sure. What am I talking about? Honestly, I think I've seen more of Sarah's boobs in the last 4 months than my own. There was the sound of the freezer door as it opened and closed, and I stepped out into the living room, watching as George answered Max's questions one by one. Max looked begrudgingly impressed. "I assume she's getting about 6 ounces of feeding," George continued, "probably every 3 hours or so. I'll heat the refrigerated milk first, only ever under warm water, never in the microwave. It kills beneficial properties, you know. And I'll use the frozen if needed, though you'll probably be back by then." George trailed off.
"We have a bottle warmer,"
Max said, brow furrowed in what I was certain had to be confusion. George really did seem to be more knowledgeable about taking care of an infant than we were.
"And nappies?"
"You mean diapers? Oh, you Brits are so damn cute. And please, Maxwell, I could probably diaper you in your sleep and you'd never have any idea. I am a pro." "Or so you've been told," I said, stepping out to kiss his cheek. "Sorry, Chloe's not here and I had to throw that in for her. Thank you so much for doing this." He waved me off. "No problem. The little princess and I will probably just sit here and cry through the notebook. For very, very different reasons, I'm sure." Between kisses and cuddles and last-minute instructions, it took another 15 minutes for George to shoo us out of the apartment. But we didn't go to the restaurant around the corner. George had apparently made such an impression that Max made us last-minute reservations at a little Italian place a few miles away. I was nervous at the prospect of leaving Anna when I didn't have to, but I was also giddy. We were going on a date, just the two of us, and my pulse hadn't slowed down yet. I watched his profile as he drove us both to the restaurant. As I studied the way the streetlights passed overhead to emphasize the fullness of his lips, the cut of his jaw, I thought back to our first real date. Is that what that was? When he'd taken me to Queen of Sheba, and I hadn't been able to stop looking at his mouth? I still couldn't stop looking at his mouth. The press didn't follow him like they did before we were together, but since Anna had been born, there was an uptick in Hot Daddy Max Stella photos in Page 6 and on various internet gossip sites. I couldn't say that I blamed them, no matter how much I still resented them for ever spooking me in the first place. I closed my eyes, my heart squeezing tightly as I was pulled back in time to our first night together after the pictures in the papers, the ones that made me think he'd cheated. He'd thrown a party, and after not answering his calls for over a week, I'd shown up, finally ready to talk. But it hadn't been as simple as I expected. He'd been genuinely hurt, and I had some apologizing to do. I remembered the small, grudging smile Max gave me when we woke up together the next morning. He had handed over the last tiny bit of himself with that. I remembered how that look had squeezed my heart, painfully. He'd been scared to let me back in. And in the stark white light of the morning, with both of us sweaty and spent, we couldn't hide with our faces pressed to the other's skin, or in the game of transparency through photos. He looked at me directly, baldly, and there was nothing else between us. "Stay," he said, bending to suck at the skin just beneath my ear. "Stay with me. It's good, Petal. Us. It's so sodding good. And if you spook again, it will absolutely wreck me." "I won't. I love you, yeah." I nodded, heart trapped somewhere between my throat and the sky. "I love you." "That means we're settled. It means there's no question where my heart is. You'll stay here." It had been that easy. It had always been that easy, and I had learned to trust it. But now it was a different shape, bigger, yes, but unwieldy, and the ease of it all, Max and Sarah, a rhythm ricocheting between us like a shared heartbeat, was now pounding too hard for me to bear. Because now I felt everything. It was like a faucet had been turned on inside me, filling me with warmth and pride and thrill and terror and vulnerability and strength and powerlessness and lust, and it never shut off. It filled and filled until I was sure I was bursting from it. But how could I ever complain that I felt too much? How could I explain that I was burning up with the constant awareness that if anyone ever tried to hurt my man or my baby, I would rip them inside out with my rage? How could I ever complain that it was often hard to find myself in the desire to be mother and lover in equal measure to the two people in my life who seemed to matter above even my own need for air? Max held my hand as we drove, until a text from George pulled me out of my memories. "Aw," I said, turning the screen to face him. It was a picture of Anna asleep on George's shoulder, her fat little fist pressed against her perfect mouth. "Maybe we should send him flowers next week to thank him," Max said, and then I recognized the little twist in his smile that signaled he was up to no good. "And say they're from Will." "Don't you dare," I told him, saving the picture before tucking my phone away. "If this works out, we're going to use him again. Hell, I might just change his job position from assistant to nanny and offer him a raise." "I might have to let you," he said, and brought the back of my hand to his mouth for a kiss. "Maybe then I can sneak you away for a weekend. Someplace we can lock ourselves in our room the entire time, not a stitch of clothing on either of us." That sounds pretty close to perfect. My phone buzzed in my clutch, and we stopped long enough for me to reach for it, unsurprised to find another text from George. "Look how gorgeous she is," it said, along with a photograph of Anna fast asleep in her crib and several heart-eyed emojis. "This is way too easy," I told Max. But instead of questioning it, I'm going to put this away and enjoy the hell out of this night. And maybe if you're lucky, I'll let you have your way with me on the way home."
"That, Petal, is the most amazing thing I've heard all day."
Max curved his hand around the back of my neck and pulled me to him. I went willingly, my mind already spinning ahead to what could happen after dinner, where we might go, and the delightfully filthy things he might do to me. This is what we'd been missing. Max and Sarah. Tonight was absolutely perfect. Max pulled up to the valet at Grand Duca's, and an attendant reached for my door.
"I've got it, mate,"
he said, rounding the car and offering a hand to help me out. Mindful of the fact that I was in a dress, I carefully swung my feet out onto the ground and moved to stand. Max's hand felt warm and reassuring in my own, and I took a step, intending to follow him into the restaurant. But I couldn't. "What the—" I almost gasped when I realized that I was stuck, or to be more accurate, that my dress was. The subtle beading on my skirt had snagged on the inside door latch of Max's BMW. I started, letting go of Max in an attempt to get a better look. "My dress seems to be caught." Max kneeled next to me, but I waved him off. "No, just 1 second. Let me." By now, the attendant with Max's keys had realized something was wrong, and so had a few of the others.
"Maybe if you try and slip that piece right there through the latch," one of them said.
"No, that will make it worse. See those little beads? They'll get stuck. I've got some scissors, I can go grab them," said another.
"Man, it is really in there," said their supervisor. "How did you even do that?"
4 pairs of hands all tried to help me untangle myself, but I batted them away. "No," I said. "Please, this skirt is vintage." There was a grimace in my voice as I pulled on a tiny thread, careful not to snag it further. Damn, it did not want to give, and I was practically sweating. "A gift from my mom," I added. "Just let me—"
"Oh," they all said in unison, along with a "fucking hell" from Max. I'd ripped it, like really ripped it. And now, instead of a small, easily concealable snag, there was a slit that began at the bottom of my skirt and moved up, stopping at the top of my thigh. "No way that just happened," Max said.
"It happened," I told him.
"I'm sorry, Petal. We can go back and you can change into something else?"
"This is nothing," I said, and straightened, pushing up on the balls of my feet to press a kiss to his neck. "This is just karma's way of proving a point because I said this was too easy. Of course something would go wrong after that."
"I'd be lying if I said that I disliked this slight alteration," he said, eyes moving up and down my thigh.
"It's not too obscene?" I asked, a little thrill passing through my stomach at his wide eyes as he shook his head.
"Absolutely not."
He ran his hand down over my hip and touched the bare skin of my thigh, right in front of everyone outside the restaurant. Warmth slid into my veins. Was he going to play a little tonight? Would he touch me beneath the table?
"Listen," he said, kissing my neck. "Why don't I check us in? And you can run to the ladies, fix anything that needs fixing, and maybe check in on George."
I wilted immediately. "Sounds perfect," I said, squeezing his hand. I didn't call George, opting to text instead of running the risk of waking Anna. "I know I don't need to check in, so just saying hi." "Hi," I typed. His reply came less than a minute later. "If you two aren't naked yet, I'm going to be so disappointed." I laughed dryly as I typed back, "Nope, definitely not naked. How's my baby?"
"Perfect. Just waking up, so I'm heating her bottle. Then tummy time and a movie."
"You're a lifesaver," I typed.
"Tell me something I don't know."
I looked at the full-length mirror in the ladies' room, and Max was right. It didn't look bad at all.
Satisfied, I left to go find my husband, typing out a response on the way. How will I ever repay you, George? Bring me back something shiny. I smiled. Done. By shiny, you know I mean chorus boys wrapped in sparkling swim trunks, right? Obviously. His response appeared only a second later. This is why we're friends. We were led to our seats shortly after. With the way Max was looking at me from across the table, like nothing would please him more than to spread me out in front of all these people and have me for dinner, I hoped I'd be able to make it through the next 2 hours. I opted for clam risotto with bacon and chives, and Max ordered a creamy fettuccine with asparagus. The waiter brought a bottle of Pinot Noir and held it out for Max's inspection. Max smiled, and then motioned for him to show it to me, which was ridiculous considering I barely drank. But my eyes widened in recognition. It was the same wine we'd had at the quiet dinner after our wedding at City Hall. My husband was so getting laid tonight. Perfect, I told him. The waiter smiled and began to remove the cork. It's an amazing choice, he said, wedging the bottle between his knees to get a better grip. He laughed nervously and jostled the opener, but it didn't seem to want to budge. Wow, it's really stuck in there. Maybe if Max started to say, but the cork came out with a wet suction, and both the waiter and Max eyed it dubiously. It was black with sludge. Oh, both the waiter and I said in unison. Max looked like someone had just popped his balloon. This is a pretty bleak metaphor, I joked, but Max's expression told me he didn't think it was remotely funny. I'm so sorry, the waiter said, and looked around as if someone would be standing there to help him. This bottle is clearly off. I'll just go get you another. He paused, and I knew right away that it wasn't a good sign. I just remembered. That was the last one. No worries, mate, Max said, glancing through the wine menu. Happens to all of us. We'll just have a bottle of the McRosty instead. The wine had been poured, and I tore off a small piece of warm bread while we waited for our meal. So how was Anna today? I asked. Max looked at me over the rim of his glass, mouth turned up in a teasing smirk. I believe there was to be no baby discussion tonight, Mrs. Stella, he said. But, since I relish the chance to talk about our daughter, I'll tell you that she was perfect, as usual. Mum quite enjoys having her there, not to mention Will, even if he does nothing more than sit and make ridiculous faces at her from across the table. As if on cue, my phone vibrated next to my plate, and I glanced over as the screen lit up. Your daughter is not impressed with Ryan Gosling. This is clearly your husband's DNA. Attached was a photo of the two of them on the couch, Anna making a hilariously frowny face at the camera. I showed Max and typed out a quick reply before placing my phone face down on the table. Max reached for my hand and took it in his, rubbing his thumb over my wedding band. It's okay to look at your phone, you know. This is our first night out without her. It's all right to feel a little anxious. I'm a little anxious. You don't look it, I told him. You never do. I swear you have a poker face like nothing I've ever seen. I don't know about that. Seems I couldn't keep anything from you, now could I? Quite certain you knew I was arse over tits for you within a few days of meeting. You played the rogue part pretty well, though. Even my phone vibrated again and I bit back a groan. It was more movie commentary from George, and honestly, if the accompanying pics weren't so adorable, and I didn't love him so much for doing this for me, I'd probably offer to buy him a car to lose my number for the next 45 minutes. Has Anna been fussier than usual? Or doing this thing where she pulls her body up a little bit before kicking out and crying? Was Anna fussy today? I asked Max, suddenly worried that I'd missed something being away. Maybe a tad more toward the end of the day, but nothing big. Was just ready to go home, that's all. Not that we've noticed, I typed. Why? Is she okay? I'm sure it's nothing, came George's reply. Her tummy feels a bit noisy to me, so I'm going to do a little baby massage on her, see if we can get all those gas bubbles gone. She's not feeling well, I told Max. I mean, he thinks it's just gas, but I don't know. Would you feel better if we left, Petal? He said, concern growing in his features. I don't know. I didn't. I wasn't sure if this was one of those moments where I needed to tell the overprotective side of myself to calm down, or give in to the worry pressing on my chest. A baby cried from somewhere near the back of the restaurant, and I squeezed my eyes closed. Of course this would happen now. I could already feel the way my breasts felt heavier, tender. My milk was beginning to let down, and I had no baby, no pump anywhere in sight. The night was going downhill, and fast. Movement caught my eye, and I felt my shoulders sag with relief as I saw the waiter coming toward us with our dinners. Thank fuck, Max said. Shall I get them to go? The phone buzzed on the table again, so close to my cutlery that it caused a shrill clanking as they vibrated against each other. As he set my plate down, the waiter gave me a look. So, baby girl feels better now, the text said. Unfortunately, she feels better because she threw up all over me. And your couch. It fought the good fight, though. She threw up all over George's fancy Italian shirt. Maybe send chocolates and flowers, I said, and let's definitely get it all to go. There are moments when you definitely know life has a sense of humor, when you swear that someone is up there screwing with you. My phone went off again, sending my silverware clanging across the table. I reached for it as the waiter picked Max's plate back up at the exact same moment the person next to us stood, pushing out their chair. I grabbed for my phone, the chair collided with the waiter, and Max's plate of white cream sauce went tumbling into his lap. Water was everywhere, across the tablecloth, inside my phone, and all over Max's pants, where a wet, creamy mixture now lay steaming. I scrambled back from the chaos, my eyes wide with horror. A child next to us burst into tears, and I looked over at Max and the enormous mess in his lap. It's fine, he assured me, grabbing a napkin and wiping his pants. My phone buzzed on the table with another picture from George. It's okay, Petal. Just leave it. I sat down, shaking. This is a disaster. I just want to get home to my baby. I paused as Max dabbed at his pants again and looked down at my chest, my neck and cheeks flushing with humiliation. Oh, shit. When Max looked up and realized my milk had let down and soaked through my red dress, creating 2 big wet circles, I could tell he was done. Tossing a few 20s onto the table, he stood and helped me up, wrapping me in his coat. Let's go home. I tucked into his side and strode beside him quickly, wordlessly, until we got outside, where I couldn't help but start laughing madly. We could have had cereal for dinner in our pajamas. Fucking too right, he growled, handing the valet the ticket for our car. Protectiveness and frustration rolled off him in waves. Giant bowl of Fruit Loops and— Sir, the valet interrupted, glancing at the number. His face was ashen. Our deepest apologies, but I need to let you know there's been a slight accident.
Chapter 3. Max. I could hear Anna crying from the elevator, and immediately knew George hadn't been able to get her to take a bottle. Sarah took off, running to the door and fumbling with her keys before I was able to take them from her and let her in. Just inside, George handed her the baby, and, correctly reading Sarah's expression, insisted, she's okay, she just woke up and wouldn't take the bottle. She had one earlier. It wouldn't matter to know that she'd eaten not long before. Sarah thanked George in a panic whisper and took the baby into the nursery to feed her. Did you have an accident? George nodded to my pants. I looked away from where Sarah had disappeared down the hall. A waiter did, just before Sarah had one, just before the valet introduced my car to a concrete pillar. So dinner was awesome then. A brilliant night, really. Only when I looked up at him again did I register what he was wearing. Is that my shirt? George ran his hands to his hips. It's more of a dress on me. He pulled the extra material into his fists. I almost used one of Sarah's scarves as a belt. So, a touch of vomit then. He nodded, releasing the shirt. Exorcist baby. Sorry about that, I mumbled, suddenly hit with a debilitating wave of exhaustion. I swear there are times she throws up more than I think she's eaten. Not a thing, I swear. It was so much better than that time my date threw up on me, because at least Anna cuddles afterwards. Thanks, mate. Taking care of the baby tonight was bloody generous of you. George patted my shoulder. I'll leave you to it. Tell Sarah I'll see her next week? Will do. After I closed the door behind him, I threw my trousers in the washing machine and went down the hall to the nursery, sitting in my usual spot on the soft carpet near the rocking chair. How's my girl? Sarah smiled down at Anna. She's fine. I licked my lips, studying her face. She relaxed almost as soon as she had her baby in her arms. I meant my wife. Her enormous brown eyes met mine and narrowed as she laughed. I'm fine too. She looked back down at the baby and sang quietly, stroking Anna's cheek with her thumb. I watched Anna's small hand reach up blindly, finding and squeezing Sarah's index finger. Reaching forward, I curled my hand around my wife's ankle and closed my eyes. I couldn't hear anything but Sarah's quiet humming and our daughter's little baby noises. Our world was infinitely better, and we had come to terms with the fact that, at least for the time being, it was so much smaller. A hand on my shoulder startled me awake. The floor of the nursery. I'd fallen asleep on the floor of the nursery. Looking up, I was greeted by the sight of Sarah in a tiny lace bra that pushed her tits open together until they nearly spilled from the cups. My gaze travelled south and snagged on her minuscule matching thong. New pajamas? I asked, pushing up onto an elbow. A gift from Chloe. For me or you? Both. She curled her finger to me as she backed out of the room, and I stood, trailing after her until she stopped halfway to the bedroom on a slim, soft hallway rug. Here? I asked, stepping close and bending to kiss her neck. She'd put the smallest touch of perfume on, the familiar light scent that seemed half fruit, half floral, and which she knew made me wild. Seeing her like this, in lingerie, her hair grown long and thick, reaching halfway down her back and brushed smooth, reminded me that it had been forever since we'd put in this sort of effort. It used to be either frantic fucking or a luxurious game. Now we'd only known exhausted or frantic, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I should take her to our room, be slow and gentle with her. Yeah, here, she whispered, standing on her toes to scrape her teeth over my jaw. Remember that time we ate dinner in front of the TV, and I surprised you when the movie I put in was a video of us? She dragged her teeth along my earlobe. You got so turned on you fucked me against this wall, bent at the waist, hands on the plaster, and legs spread. Remember? I definitely remembered. We'd made love in the hall before, the frantic kind of pre-baby sex when we'd been unable to wait until we could reach the bed. Those times were fast and messy, a flurry of wild thrusts until we both collapsed sweaty and half-dressed on the floor. On that particular occasion, I just watched a video of me spanking her, and were so fucking turned on we recreated it right here. But tonight, when Annabelle was fast asleep, why were we— I like this rug, she explained, sliding down my body to her knees, and my brain stuttered when she looked up at me with wicked eyes. It's soft and thick under my knees. She guided my boxers down past my hips and freed my cock, watching it grow long as her fist curled around the base. She drew a slow circle with her tongue around the tip. I also like the way you taste, she continued, smiling knowingly up at me. Is that weird? I opened my mouth, searching for sound, and finally grunted out a no. She bit her lip, watching her fist work me for a few strokes before sucking at the crown again. I groaned, tensing from the pleasure of her swirling tongue. I like this sweetness, she whispered and stared up at me. Relax. Tonight was a disaster, but a funny disaster. Give me more. Sarah squeezed me, coaxing liquid from the tip and sucking at it. What's it like to watch me do that? My mouth opened and I tried to speak, but only a garbled sound came out. Her tongue rubbed across the spot just beneath the head of my cock, and my hand tightened on the back of her neck, breath tight and high in my throat. Popping off with a wet kiss, she asked, "When was the last time you came in my mouth?" I knew the answer without having to think too long. It was 2 weeks after the baby was born. We couldn't have sex yet. We were delirious with sleep deprivation, and on some sort of high over the perfection of our lives anyway. I came on her lips not because she played with me for so long, but because we hadn't touched intimately in several weeks, and had felt spring-loaded. A while ago, I admitted. She nodded, lips pouting before she smiled and bent to kiss a wet, sucking line up my cock. I wanted her hands around me, gripping and pulling, frenzied in that way that we seemed to never have energy for anymore. Wanted that slick slide of tongue over my skin and the vibrating sounds of pleasure, the urgency. She bent, licking another wet line from the head to my balls, smiling with her eyes up at me as she pointed her tongue and ran it around and around and around in a wet circle at the very tip of my cock. Fuck. My fingers found their way into her hair, massaging, guiding her down, and I was speaking nonsense, encouraging her and begging her and praising her fucking perfect, sweet little mouth. Love that mouth. Fucking love it. I ran a finger down from her temple to her lips, feeling her slide back and forth over me. I bet you could take me all the way down, couldn't you? I said, giving in to what I wanted so much. She took me farther and farther, until her eyes watered and she pulled back, sucking in air and staring up at me. I was harder than I'd been in ages, practically shaking with the need for her. I needed Sarah's deep brown eyes and quiet, scratchy voice, and hands that were both soft and strong. I wanted only the arch of Sarah's spine, and the taste of the wet between her legs, and the clench of her when she came around me with a shocked cry. I'd been with her 100 times, and every one of those times she'd been a different woman, a new discovery, revealing something new of herself. With my cock between her lips, she reached back and unfastened her bra, letting it slide down her arms and land silently on the floor. Her eyes twinkled as she looked up at me, and when she reached forward and played with her nipple, I was fucking done. Perfect suction, her hot little ass in perfect view. Holy fuck. I closed my eyes and gave in to the clawing ache that built in my thighs and stretched upward, tightening. A tiny thump sounded in the other room, Anna rolling into the side of the crib. She coughed a few times. I started to step away, but Sarah planted her hands on my hips with quiet urgency. "She's fine. You're so close, baby. Stay." And then the baby started to cry. Sarah slid her mouth down again, sucking hard and fast, begging with her eyes for me to relax, to come, to keep this moment alive somehow. But how the bloody hell was I supposed to fuck her mouth with our infant daughter crying in the other room? The hungry cry, Sarah once told me. "Do you hear it?" she'd asked. "How different it sounds." I knew without having to even ask that her breasts were growing heavy and uncomfortable. This time, when I stepped back, she let me. I ran the pad of my thumb from her temple down across her cheek to rest on her full, wet bottom lip. "Petal, go on." With an apologetic grimace, she took my hand and stood. She looked so fucking beautiful in front of me, topless, wearing her tiny lace pants, legs toned and smooth. She stretched and kissed me once, soft and slow, trapping my cock between us. "We'll finish this later." "Sure," I murmured, kissing her forehead. Her ass, when she turned and stepped into the nursery, was sublime. And then she bent, picked up our baby, and walked to the rocking chair. Instead of sitting at her feet like usual, I went down the hall into the bedroom to let my body come down. 20 minutes later, I felt Sarah crawl into bed behind me. Her hand was warm when it slid around my chest. Her mouth was soft and wet on the bare skin of my shoulder. "You awake?" she whispered, letting her hand run down my stomach to where I was naked under the covers. My body began to respond when she gripped me, but I was so fucking close to sleep, so exhausted. I took her hand in mine and pulled it up to my chest, wordlessly telling her we'd find another time. "Good morning, sunshine." Will was sitting in my chair, his feet perched on my desk. I glanced at him and then shut my office door behind me. "Comfortable? My office is better," he said in response. "How was the epic shag fest?" "Mildly disappointing." His playful expression dimmed at my probably too honest answer, and he sat up, planting his elbows on his knees. "What happened?" I dropped my laptop bag near my office closet and sat across from him. "George was good. It was just a lot of updates, a lot of mishaps at the restaurant, and then the sex that never quite happened after." "What kind of mishaps?" "Alfredo on the trousers, water dumped on the mix, Sarah's breasts leaking through her dress, the valet scraped my car, the usual date night." Will held up her hand. "Her breasts and the dress and the what now?" I sighed. "William, sometimes you disappoint me with your predictability." But he was already shaking his head. "I'm honestly curious. They leak." I felt my brows pull together. "Well, yeah, course they do. You do realize where milk comes from, right? What they're actually for. That they weren't created simply for you to enjoy." "Do not blaspheme, Max," he said, holding out a single finger in warning. He looked a little dazed. "And they leak, constantly?" "Not constantly, you bleeding idiot. Just when she hasn't fed Anna in a few hours, or if she hears her cry." I winced, meeting his eyes. Or another baby cry, apparently. Didn't really anticipate that one, to be honest. I didn't know what to say. It wasn't that I felt like I was betraying Sarah's privacy in talking about this. It was more that I felt I had access to a secret room in the Man Tavern, and I really shouldn't hand over the password to Will until it was his time. Let him suffer a bit. I gave him my most condescending smile. "Lots of things happen with the female body that even you haven't seen." He rolled his eyes. "Don't patronize me." "Why?" I clucked my tongue sympathetically. "It brings me such joy." Will tilted his head and seemed to consider whether or not to tell me something. His blue eyes narrowed, and a little smile took over one half of his mouth. I waited it out until I knew he couldn't stand it anymore. The staring contest continued for at least 10 seconds longer. "Fine," he said on a bursting exhale. "I've been with a pregnant woman before." I regarded him with mild disgust. "Okay, given that I know you've never impregnated anyone yourself, I'm just going to say it, that's slightly fucking weird." Yeah. I did a lot of shit then that I wouldn't do now. But I've never been with a woman who..." He glanced down to his chest and looked back up at me, brows raised. "Right," I said, rubbing the back of my neck. Will was such a notorious breast man, it occurred to me that it was strange that he hadn't seemed to think about this perk of motherhood before now. "What does it taste like?" he said, like a crack in the air. I groaned, rubbing my eyes. "William, Maximilian, don't even try to pretend like you haven't tasted it." I remembered the conversation Sarah and I had about it the first week we were home. We were in the newborn haze, with dishes piled in the sink and in the same clothes we'd worn the day before. Sarah was in pain, and I did what I could to help relieve it, with my hands, my mouth. She'd watched, eyes wide and grateful, her nails gently scratching my scalp, and asked me how it tasted. I blinked back over to Will. "It's sweet," I admitted. He whimpered, closing his eyes. "I feel like I need to meet Hanna at the apartment for lunchtime." "Christ, you're pathetic." He opened his eyes and studied me, eyes narrowing. "You dig it." "Her tits are glorious, of course I dig them." "Not just that, it." He leaned forward, forcing me to hold his gaze. "You do, holy shit. You dig that they leak and think it's weird. Are you feeling shame, gentle giant?" I pulled back, shaking my head at him. "Absolutely not." "And by absolutely not, you mean, I am absolutely horrified that I dig the I'm close to kicking you out of my office." He laughed, rocking the chair back on 2 legs. "Which means I'm close to unearthing the truth." "The truth, you sodding wanker, is it's just a weird balance right now. I hesitated for a moment, trying to organize my thoughts. Yes, of course, there are things about it that are surprisingly hot. But before it was just us, Max and Sarah, living together, still getting to know each other. It's like you and Hanna now. You can stay out as late as you want, fuck as loud and often as you want, go on a weekend holiday without notice. We were deep in the throes of that, and now there is a little girl in my life who is more important than anything. And I pulled at the back of my neck. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect to feel so many things at once. I feel like I'm walking around with my heart outside my body, and I know it's even more true for Sarah. I didn't know how hard it would be to see her energy split. So yeah, the fact that I basically want to fuck her all the time, but worry that I'll... He sat quietly, listening. But when I couldn't figure how else to explain the strange tension in me, he guessed. You feel guilty? A bit. I slid my palm across my mouth. I mean, look, there's only so much I'm needed for right now. Sarah feeds her, holds her, Anna wants her mum, you know. I can change her and sing to her and take her running, but she doesn't need me yet. I grimaced, hating how it sounded to admit. But I still need a lot. It feels selfish to want the epic shagfest, as you so delicately put it, to be just as wild as it ever was. It isn't just about me anymore. Funny that you haven't mentioned what Sarah wants it to be like. I groaned. She wants me to be a bit rougher again, I think. He stilled across the desk. What the fuck is the problem? You two are on the same page, you asshat. Will leaned in, expression deliberately neutral. You still doing, the club thing, at Johnny's? I'd always wondered how much Will really knew. Apparently he knew quite a lot. We haven't in a long time, I admitted quietly. Not since she was pregnant. She wants to go. But you don't? He asked, surprised. You fancy the idea of people watching you with Hanna? He started to nod, and then paused. Yes and no. I like the idea of people watching me unravel her. But I don't really want men fantasizing about her like that. See, and I don't mind that aspect. But take your feelings, and now imagine when Hannah's had your baby, I said. When she's a nursing mum, and tired all the time and tiny the way Sarah is. Yes, I fucking love her body right now, but it all feels private, and like if the world pushed her too hard, I would break it in half with my bare hands. Then it might break her. It didn't occur to me to feel like this when she was pregnant because there was nothing vulnerable about her, even when she was ready to pop. She carried herself like she knew she looked amazing. Now, if someone didn't appreciate how sexy she is, I would put my boot up their ass and kick out their teeth. Will regarded me blandly and pretended to yawn. So you think this is me being over-fucking protective? Like a dick, he said. Like you said, this is your kink. May not be mine, but if Sarah likes it, why do you think it has to be different just because you have a baby at home? I leaned back in my chair, shook my head at him. This is a pretty intense heart-to-heart we're having. Breast milk, kink, marriage, and sex with children in the mix. Can you handle it? When did you become a man, William? This is nothing compared to some of the shit Hanna wants to talk about, he said, and then laughed. I mean, look, Anna is 4 months old. You know when you go to a matinee and come out and it's still light out and you're blinded and disoriented for about 5 seconds until your photoreceptors will fucking focus. What I'm saying is, you're still stuck in those first 5 seconds. You've walked out the building and have no idea what it looks like outside yet. Right. Good metaphor. You want to see some of your life you recognize. You want barely inside the door sex. You want breaking furniture sex. You want club sex, and you want to do it with those amazing tits. I gnawed my lip and then admitted. Right. Let us watch the kiddo. We're her godparents, right? He held up a hand, keeping me from answering. I mean, I know you haven't decided yet, but we'd be way better than Chloe and Bennett because, let's be real, they're assholes. I burst out laughing. Bennett knows kids, though. He has a niece. He's terrified of newborns. Henry says he held Sophia at arm's length until she could walk, and then he never let her out of his sight. I'm sure he'll break Anna with a stern glance. Which I don't doubt, if I'm being honest. He is scary as hell sometimes. Hanna and we'll figure it out. Leaning forward, he winked. We're scientists.
Chapter 4. Sarah. For all the ways that Max, Bennett, and Will were alike, there were even more ways they were different. Bennett's first instinct was always to take charge, to work out the quickest way to get the upper hand and never let go. Max was the charmer, still one hell of a businessman, but a bowl of sugar, the guy who knew you caught more flies with honey than vinegar. But Will was the thinker, the one who would puzzle out a situation and figure out exactly what the problem was so he could fix it. Which was why, when Max suggested that Will and Hanna watch Anna while we attempted dinner disaster number 2, I agreed. Will and Hanna were two of the smartest people I knew. If anyone could figure out how to crack the baby code, it was them. We were both ready to go when they showed up at the apartment the next Friday night. Will was wearing a t-shirt from some show I'd never heard of, and a wary expression on his face. Hanna, as usual, seemed to be getting a kick out of his nerves. "You're not scared of a tiny little baby now, are you?" she asked as they stepped inside. "Of course I'm not," Will said, unwrapping a blue scarf from around his neck. "But between 8 and 40% of babies get colic, Hanna. 8 and 40%. That's almost half on the high end. And if you factor that into the number of babies born every year, then the chances that Annabelle has—" "She isn't colicky, you twat," Max said, pulling him in far enough that he could close the door. "Hanna, I hope he's at least brilliant with your taxes, or at the very least one hell of a shag." "Both, actually," she said, and handed Max her jacket. "And don't worry, I babysat a ton growing up. Probably watched every kid in the neighborhood at some point. I'm really great with babies." Will stepped up to her side, leaned in to wrap his arms around her and press a small kiss to her nose. "How is that even possible when you were so busy pining for me?" he asked, grinning. Hanna shook her head and patted Will's face gently. "It's so cute how you think everything's about you," she said, and Max barked out a laugh. Will was our notorious womanizer, and to see that he had finally met the woman who knocked him on his ass was amazing. "Thank you again, you guys," I said, pushing Will away so I could hug Hanna. "I'm not even sure optimism is the way to go, so I guess I'll just wish you luck." "Don't be silly," Will said. "We, and by we, of course I mean Hanna, will take care of everything. I'm just here to open jars, kill spiders, and change light bulbs, if needed." Hanna nodded. Still, I made sure they knew where everything was, went over a list of emergency numbers, and then thanked them for what had to be the 10th time. "She's just eaten and been changed. I'm sure she'll be good for— In fact, this is about the time she'd go down for the night, so she shouldn't wake up to feed until long after we're home. But just in case, we'll be around the corner." Hanna nodded and picked up one of Anna's little onesies from a stack on the couch. "Don't worry," she said, straightening the pile again. "Even if she does wake up, I'm sure the biggest problem will be getting this one," she pointed to Will, "to stop making googly faces at her." Max put on his coat and helped me with mine. "No boys in the house, kids," he said. "No rated R movies. And we've left pizza money on the counter." Will rolled his eyes and pushed us out the door. "I told you, it'll be fine," he said, waving to us from the doorway. "I outweigh her 13 to 1. 13 to 1! What could possibly go wrong?" There would be no fancy restaurant or sentimental bottles of wine. Instead, we stopped at a little diner a few doors down and sat at the first open table we found. There was a sense of urgency in the air, a sense that a clock was ticking somewhere and there was zero way we'd make it through this night, maybe not even this dinner, without Will or Hanna calling with some sort of real or imagined emergency. "You think they're going to be okay?" I asked Max, folding and refolding the paper napkin in front of me. His eyes met mine from behind a laminated menu and he shrugged. "Of course they will. Annabelle's disposition is matched only by her mother's. I can't imagine her giving anyone a problem." I laughed. "It's possible you might be wrong on both counts, Mr. Stella." The waiter stopped at our table, and we each ordered, although I wasn't really sure why. We were at a restaurant as a formality, as a normal date-type thing before I ripped off his pants, which I wanted to do right now. Our food arrived, and it took only 15 minutes more before Max's phone buzzed on the table and he picked it up, smiling before turning the screen toward me. "Look at him," he said. It was a photo of Will holding Anna, his expression so proud you'd think he'd just split the atom, not changed a diaper. He was giving the camera a thumbs up. A very white thumbs up, to be more accurate. "He did it," Hanna had typed. "Is that?" I started to ask, squinting as I leaned in, trying to get a better look. "Is that baby powder?" "I believe it is," Max said, looking for himself. Will looked like a powdered donut had exploded all over him. It was in his hair and eyebrows, smeared across his cheeks and covering both hands, the one supporting the baby and the one he held in front of the camera. "He's going to have a good time cleaning that up," I said, shaking my head before finishing off my burger. "It's good for him," Max said, replying to Hanna before setting his phone down. "You think Will and Hanna are ready for babies?" "I think Will would be ready for just about anything Hanna wanted. Christ, she could suggest he join a knitting group and he'd ask her what color yarn was best suited for his skin tone. Bloody brilliant watching that one so whipped. Something tells me tonight is just what they needed." "So it's possible we might actually get a few more hours?" Max wiped his mouth and tossed his napkin to his plate. "Don't want to jinx us, but yeah." It had been 10 minutes since Will's last text, far longer than with George, and I got an idea. Everything was fine at home, and I was not about to waste a golden opportunity like this one. "What exactly is it you're doing over there, Petal?" Max said, motioning to my phone. "Oh, just looking for something." "Something?" "Mm-hmm." "Care to elaborate?" Instead, I flipped my phone so he could see the screen, and knew the exact moment he understood. "Things are going so well at home, and we'd be idiots to waste it, so I'm booking us a room where you can be as loud as you want and not have to keep one ear focused on a baby monitor. If you're interested, that is," I added, giving him a cheeky grin. "Interested? I will pay everyone's bill in this bloody diner if it gets us out of here more quickly," he said, and made a hand signal at the waiter for our check. "Have I mentioned that I love you?" "Once or twice," I said, smiling widely as the waiter set the bill on our table. I continued scrolling through the listings and stopped when I found what I was looking for. "So, we're people who check into hotels by the hour now," Max joked, standing to take our bill to the register. He scratched his jaw. "I am surprisingly comfortable with this." It was impossible not to feel like we were up to something as we checked into a swank little hotel down the block. We had no luggage, had made the reservation less than 15 minutes ago, and I'm sure the way I kept looking at Max, like I might throw him down on the counter at any minute, might have suggested we were up to something a bit less wholesome than a nap. Not to mention that the New York State driver's license Max showed as proof of ID had a mailing address located less than 10 minutes away. Whatever. I was going to fuck my husband. They could think whatever they want. "If possible, we'd like a room in the most empty part of the hotel," Max said. "We plan on being loud." The clerk looked down at Max's ID and blinked back up at him again, bored, before rolling his eyes and moving to swipe our card. Inside the elevator, Max pressed me against the far wall, pushing his hand into my hair. "Tell me what you want, sweet Sarah," he said, running his nose along my jaw. "This is your night, and I want to do every filthy thing in that devious little mind of yours." "I want you," I said, "over me, behind me." He hummed against my skin, and I felt every bit of anxiety melt away. He wasn't overthinking. He wasn't treating me like something he had to handle with kid gloves. "And?" he said. I tilted my head, looked up to see our reflections in the mirrored ceiling of the elevator. The sight of our bodies together, even clothed, sent a shiver down my spine. "I want your face between my legs," I told him. "I want you wild." He exhaled and made the tiniest, neediest sound. "You know I love how you taste. Would I lick you, Petal?" Jesus. Yes. Would I be greedy and suck, get my face covered in you, or do you want me to take my time? All of it. Rough at first and then again, slower. Savoring, I said, though who knew how much time we would actually get. I watched as Max pushed open the collar of my shirt to reveal the top swell of my breasts. I could easily imagine what we would look like from that angle, me naked on my back, legs spread shamelessly open with Max between them. I would see the flecks of muscle as he devoured me, my fingers in his beautiful hair as I pulled and held him where I wanted. The flecks of my toes as my orgasm moved up my body and out, as I screamed. The elevator stopped, and Max reached for my hand, practically tugging me down the hall and toward our room. "All of it," he said, slotting the key into the door. "I'll give you fucking all of it." The light glowed green as the lock clicked and he pushed it open. Inside, it was my turn to push Max against the wall. I stood on my toes to reach his mouth, pressing my lips to his and not wasting any time as I opened his belt and began pulling his shirt from the waist of his pants. "I want to take pictures of you," I said, and he pulled away just long enough to meet my eyes. "Of me?" I nodded and leaned in to suck on his bottom lip. "Of what you look like while you lick my pussy." Max groaned and let his head fall back against the door. "You have no idea what it does to hear you talk like that." I wondered if maybe this would help. If what Chloe had said was true, maybe it would be easier for him to let go if I used him first. I trailed a hand over his navel and down to where he was hard and straining against the material of his pants. I gripped the shape of him, rubbing my thumb where I felt the head of his cock. "Oh, I think I have an idea of what it does to you." Max began walking us backward, stopping just at the side of the bed. He pulled his phone from his pocket and pressed it into my hand. "Let's pray that this stays quiet, and that it's because Will has found his maternal instinct, and not because our child has suddenly learned that everyone will do precisely what she wants, and has enslaved them both." I laughed and set it on the bedside table. "So, what will you do with those pictures, sweet Petal?" he said, opening the buttons on my shirt one by one and letting it slip from my shoulders. "Look at them. Remember?" "When? At work?" he asked, and unfastened my bra, pulling the straps down my arms and absently tossing it into a chair against the wall. "Maybe you'll be in a meeting, everyone talking around you while you look down at your phone. They'll think you're looking at your calendar, maybe reading through an email. They'd never guess you're looking at photos of me, with my face between your legs, of your clit pressed against my tongue." "Oh, God," I said, his words mirroring exactly what I imagined doing. Max's eyes moved over my face, down my neck, and lower. My breasts tingled, my nipples hardening with the weight of his gaze on me. My skin felt too hot, the rest of my clothes constricting. "Would that get you wet, Petal?" I nodded, stripping Max of his shirt first and then his pants, finding the head of his cock visible just above the waistband of his boxers. He was so hard, the tip already wet in the setting sunlight. I licked my lips, almost able to feel the weight of him in my mouth, hard and smooth against my tongue. "Take the rest off," Max instructed before he reached for the bedding, pulling it down the mattress to reveal crisp, white sheets. The pile of carefully stacked pillows fell to the side, and he reached for one, setting it in the middle of the bed. I slipped out of my skirt and panties just in time for him to turn back to me and nod his approval. "Right here," he said then, motioning to the pillow. "Want that pretty little cunt up where I can get to it." Even now, after the club and marriage and a baby, and all we'd done together, I felt my cheeks heat as I did what he asked and climbed on the bed, careful to keep the pillow directly under my hips. It propped me up, and I felt open and exposed, my thighs spread and the air cool against my skin. I knew that if I touched myself I'd be slick and swollen, my clit sensitive to even the smallest touch. I kept my eyes trained on him as he stepped out of his boxers and climbed up on the bed, on his slow advance toward me. I reached out for him, wanting to feel him inside me, and his phone vibrated on the table. Fuck. I reached for it blindly, unable to look away from him and his perfect cock, the way it jutted out between us. I knocked over the alarm clock and what I assumed to be the room service menu before I finally found what I was looking for, and held it out to him. "Sarah," Max said, and I had to tear my attention away from his body. "Yeah?" "The phone. You read it, yeah?" he said, and placed a hand on my knee, letting my palm smooth down my skin until it rested between my legs. "I'm a bit busy here, and unless the apartment is on fire or there's something wrong with our baby, I don't want to see a text from anyone right now. Just reply." "Reply while you—" I trailed off and he nodded. My throat felt dry, and I had to focus on what I was doing rather than the way Max ground the heel of his hand against my clit. "It's Will," I said, blinking down to the message. It was a close-up of Anna's face, her nose scrunched up and her lower lip turned down into a pout. The edge of a yellow polka-dot blanket curled up near her cheek, so I assumed she was still in her crib, asleep. "What is this face?" the text said. "Has she been crying?" I asked, momentarily distracted from Max's fingers slipping over me. "No, just noises, like a puppy or something. She's okay, was just curious." "Sometimes she fusses a little while she sleeps," I typed, and had to stop and regroup when I felt Max's fingers replaced by puffs of warm breath. "She usually settles herself back down. I think you're good." That might have been a bit more enthusiastic than the situation warranted. I waited, but when it didn't look like Will was going to respond again, I dropped the phone to the bed and groaned, throwing my head back. "Oh my God," I said, tucking my hands into Max's hair. "Yeah," he murmured and licked along me in long, slow strokes. "Fuck, yes." "Tastes so fucking good, Petal," he said, circling his tongue around my clit and murmuring the words right against me. I opened my legs wider and held him there, rocking my hips up to meet his mouth until I was practically fucking his face. "More, Max," I said, looking down at him. "And fingers?" Max did as I asked, and I felt as he slipped first one finger inside of me and then a second. "The camera, Petal," he said, and I remembered the phone sitting on the mattress next to me. Max pressed his mouth to me again, lips wrapped around my clit as he sucked and sucked, even humming. My hands shook as I aimed the camera at him, touching the screen with trembling fingers as I took photo after photo. Max made a little noise each time the camera clicked, and the thought that this was what was getting him off, that I would look at these later and think of him and this and his sounds, made it hard not to flip him over and fuck him right then. With 2 fingers pumping in and out of me, he turned his head, sucking and pressing kisses into the pale skin of my thigh, and me nearly screaming as the single day's growth of beard brushed against my clit. It was so much. He looked up at me, eyes meeting mine as his tongue peeked out, and I moved to focus the camera again, to capture that moment, when another text flashed across the screen. "How do you heat the milk?" it read. "Hanna says we do it under water, but I told her we can do it in the microwave, provided we use a digital thermometer and warm it to the body temperature or 98.7 degrees. Who's right, Sarah?" It took me 3 attempts to finally type out a simple, "Listen to Hanna," before I threw the phone down and had to bite my forearm to keep from screaming. Max had pulled away a bit, concerned that something might be wrong, but I waved him off. It's fine, I said, embarrassingly breathless. "Don't stop, oh God, please." "Keep," I started, but had to lick my lips and suck in another desperate lungful of air. "Keep going, please, please. Please, I'm so close." Max redoubled his efforts, licking and sucking my clit, and somewhere, through the fog of what was happening, I heard him groan, heard the sound of his hand working over his cock. "Oh God. Are you?" I started, attempting to push myself up and look. But the phone went off again. I groaned in defeat, so close I could cry. "She's not taking it," it said. "Are we sure she needs to eat this much? There's no way an actual human could eat this much. When you figure in her size in comparison to how many ounces of fluid she consumes." "What the fuck does he want now?" Max said, and pushed himself up on his hands. "Anna won't eat for him," I started, and Max let his cheek fall to my hip. "Max, I'm beginning to think this isn't going to work. I'm never going to have an orgasm, and you're going to have to adjust to a life of blue balls." "Fuck that," he said. "Give me 5 more minutes. I can do it, I swear." But it was no use. I wanted him. God, did I want him. But now all I could think about was my tiny baby crying at home, hungry. We both lay there for a moment, trying to calm our breaths and other things before we got up. "We'll get the hang of this, Petal," Max said, climbing up my body so he could kiss my forehead. "We've got all the time in the world." I went to reply to Will, to tell him we were on our way home, but instead stared in horror at my screen. Somehow, while juggling the camera and texts, holy shit, I texted Will a picture of Max's head between my legs. Oh my God, I groaned, handing Max my phone so he could see what I'd done. I should not be in charge of the camera anymore. I rolled into the pillow with another groan as Max read Will's reply and burst out laughing. "Okay, that was unexpected, but message received. Take your time. We'll figure out the milk thing." Chapter 5. Sarah. I'd seen photos of Niall Stella, so of course I was prepared for the resemblance between my brother-in-law and my husband. Same lighter brown hair, same warm brown eyes, way too pretty to be fair. But what I wasn't prepared for was the impact of having not one, but 2 Stella men standing in the doorway of our apartment. Niall let a black leather laptop bag slip from his shoulder and straightened to his full height before smiling widely at his brother. He was just as tall as Max, but a bit more on the slender side. Years of rugby had left Max with broader shoulders and arms and legs defined by ropes of thick muscle. Niall was definitely built, but leaner, the type of build with wide shoulders and narrow hips, a body designed to wear a suit. From the way he walked into the apartment, it was clear he was comfortable in his own skin. But he was quieter, missing that boisterous quality that seemed to seep into a room whenever Max entered it. In its place was a gentle confidence and a touch of vulnerability that made me want to push Max out of the way and hug Niall myself. Niall had been unable to come to the States for our small, last-minute wedding ceremony. He'd been in the middle of a divorce, a new job, but had promised to come as soon as he was able. I knew he and Max, being only 10 months apart, were the closest of the siblings. and Max had been more excited for this visit than he'd wanted to let on. Max loved Will and Bennett, and there wasn't a situation in which I could imagine him not doing whatever it took to help out his boys. But it had nothing on the embrace he gave his younger brother. The two men wrapped their arms around each other in an all-encompassing hug. And maybe it was the hormones talking, but it's possible the closed eyes and small smile on each of their faces might have left me a bit teary. Maybe. Max whispered something in Niall's ear I couldn't make out, before he clapped him on the back and pulled him inside. It was clear that Max had been even more worried about his brother than he realized. "It's been too long," Max said, reaching for Niall's bag before closing the door. "Absolutely," Niall said, and, oh, 2 British men under my roof? I didn't stand a chance. I stepped out of the hallway and into the living room, and offered Niall a small wave when I caught his eye. "And you must be the lovely Sarah," he said, crossing the room to place a kiss on my cheek. "So lovely to finally meet you." Niall was a great hugger, bending at the knees and wrapping his arms completely around me. When he pulled back to meet my eyes, I almost swooned. "I can see what has him so smitten," Niall said. "Truer words were never spoken," Max said. "I may need the two of you to cut down on the cute for a bit," I said. "I'm not sure I can handle it." "We'll do our best, Petal," Max said with a wink, and led Niall to the living room. "You look bloody fantastic. Divorce suits you." Max had explained the circumstances behind Niall and Portia's divorce, that they'd been married when they were fresh out of high school and been with only each other up until the previous summer, when they both decided it wasn't working anymore. Max also told me that not working anymore was code for Portia was a beast. If Max's comment bothered Niall at all, he didn't show it. Instead, he sank back against the sofa and exhaled in what looked like his first real breath in a very long time. "You know I would never speak poorly of Portia," Niall said, shaking his head with a smile. "But, yes, I feel better than I have in years." A small sound emanated from the baby monitor on the end table, and I stood, explaining that I'd go get the baby up from her nap. I could hear the men talking while I changed Anna's diaper, hear the clink of their beer bottles and laughter, and I smiled down at my daughter. "Ready to go meet your uncle?" I whispered, and she cooed, smiling up at me and kicking her little sock-covered feet. I gathered her up, and we made our way into the living room, and both men stopped. Max looked like the proudest daddy in the world, but Niall looked completely in awe. "She's breathtaking," Niall said, setting his bottle on the table and standing to meet me. "She's absolutely bloody gorgeous, Sarah. Well done." "She's a beauty, yeah?" Max crossed the room to take her from me, kissing me on the forehead before sitting next to his brother. "Mum must be over the moon," Niall said, running a finger along the edge of the blanket. "You've no idea," Max said. "I'll be at her flat not 5 minutes before she's nicked her from me." My heart swelled as I watched them together, and I took a few steps back and into the kitchen, leaving them alone while they caught up. Tired from a long day of travel, Niall excused himself for the night around the same time I tucked Annabelle in her crib. With the apartment blissfully silent, I shut off lights and made a final check of the front door before finding Max in our room, folding tiny pink onesies and socks and placing them in a basket on the bed. I lay down next to him and watched. "You're pretty sexy when you're domestic," I told him, running a hand up the back of his thigh. "If you think this is hot, you should see me change a diaper." "I have, actually. Why do you think I married you?" "That, and your accent. Oh, and your giant penis." "Too right," he said and bent to kiss me. "And I married you because you're lovely and smart and sexy as hell, not to mention the fact that you can take on the world." Taking on the world, I said, folding a pair of socks. Guess I'll be going back to that soon enough. Max set the basket aside and kneeled on the floor in front of me. Are you not ready, Petal? I picked up one of Anna's little t-shirts, one that fit her only weeks ago and was now ready to be packed away. I barely remembered her in that shirt, and she had just outgrown it. What in the world would I miss when I was gone all day? And yet... I am, I said honestly. I'm just having a hard time shutting out that guilty voice over wanting to go back to work. Why on earth would you want to silence it? Let yourself feel all the things, Sarah. Then take a step back and realize that you can do whatever you bloody want. You can take over the world and still be the world's greatest mother and wife. Annabelle will grow up seeing you do all the things and know that she can do all things too, if she chooses. Max got up and sat next to me on the bed. And I've been thinking. I know you want to go back to the club, and I want you to know that I want that too. I was thinking over something we talked about the other day, how there was a time when it felt like Annabelle never slept. But slowly, we got through it. I nodded. Maybe that will be our new rule. We figure it out as we go. You know, I was thinking the same thing. I've been so set on proving that I'm the same, that we are. But we're not, are we? And we don't have to be. I love this new life, and I love the new you, just as much as the old one. Maybe even more. Max leaned in and tilted my chin up to meet him before pressing a slow, lingering kiss to my lips. I like the sound of that, he said. So, you'll go back to work, and we continue to do this. He kissed each of my cheeks and then motioned between us, doing what works best for us. I'm actually looking forward to having her with me more at the office, and Mum, not to mention Will be thrilled. I pulled Max to lie next to me and fit my leg between his thighs. You know, everyone's asleep. You think you could be quiet with what I do to you? I'm insulted, he said, smiling against my mouth. I don't know, but I'd certainly be willing to try. Maybe you could gag me. Max's eyes widened before he started unbuttoning the top of my dress. I think we can work something out. In fact... As if on cue, Annabelle picked that exact moment to start wailing. Let's give her a minute. She might just fall back to sleep, I told him, tucking my face into his neck. He smelled so good. Like the Max I had always known, but a little like Anna, too. He was getting so laid. 2 minutes of crying went by, and I had just extricated myself from Max's arms to go pick her up, when the apartment fell silent. We looked at each other before both of us turned our attention down the hall. What is that? Max asked. I listened, unable to make out the soft humming I could hear from the living room. We both stood and quickly dressed before we began tiptoeing down the hall. We turned the corner, and Max stopped, quickly enough that I ran into his back. What is it? I whispered. Max moved over the tiniest bit, and there was Niall, tie off and top of his shirt unbuttoned, shoeless, and walking back and forth, talking softly to a bright-eyed Annabelle. Well, I'll be damned, Max said. Didn't take long for her to fall in love with him. Not that I'm surprised, mind you. That's it, baby girl, he murmured, kissing her softly on one of her puffy cheeks. Anna continued to look up at him in awe, and Max and I turned to look at each other. Niall's a natural, I whispered to Max. He looked back at his brother before turning back to me. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Chapter 6. Max. I stared at my brother the next morning as he took a bite of toast and scanned the business section, oblivious to my inspection. It had been too long since our last visit, longer than we'd ever been apart. Marriages beginning and ending, careers growing, babies born, family obligations, and a myriad of other obstacles had kept me from England and him from the States. Though I was only 10 months older than him, seeing him here brought back the older brother protectiveness his calm stoicism had always triggered in me. Because he rarely said otherwise, I needed to make sure he really was doing all right. He looked thinner, but fitter too. I meant it when I said divorce suited him. Instead of seeming beat down by the taxing drag of the proceedings, it seemed as if a literal weight had been removed from his shoulders. His face was less shadowed, mouth less drawn. He smiled easily again. Of all my siblings, Niall and I were the most similar physically, but dissimilar mentally. We were both tall, had tended toward athletic builds, and had our father's lighter brown hair. But whereas it had taken me years to get my head on straight about school and birds and the bleeding enormous what to do with my life decisions, Niall was born thinking like a little engineer. Logical, calm, meticulous. I'd worked my way through most of Manhattan's single women. He'd married the first girl he kissed. I had barely found a single job I loved until I met Will and we started the firm together. Niall had excelled in civil engineering so early, he'd been the second in command at the London Underground when he was only 28, before being wooed away to a private firm. I spoke freely, shared too readily, loved perhaps too openly. Niall considered every word before he let it out, held his private truths close to his chest, and had never been with a woman who let him love openly at all. "How's the ex-monster?" I asked. "Portia's mostly off doing whatever it is she does," he told me, letting out a quiet laugh. "I get the occasional note about needing to fix this or that at the flat." I felt the familiar protective heat rise in my chest. "She can hire out for that. Lord knows she has enough of her own money as well as yours." "She can indeed," he agreed, with a genuine smile of a man finally liberated. I hated what Portia had done to him. She'd started with a shy, sweet, and devoted teenage Niall, and left us with a deeply, emotionally reserved version of the same man. I didn't mind his reserve. I didn't even mind his new emotional discipline. I missed the lad with the easy dimpled smile and enormous curious eyes. But fuck it. He was here in my flat, finally coming back to life. "You should have fucked Tina Smith at Robbie's party when I told you to," I said him. He barely missed a beat. "Oi, this again. I was already with—" "Oh, fuck Portia. Tina would have bounced you on your knob for days." He laughed, scratching his jaw. "A bit too eager, though, yeah?" "Eager with a cocksucking mouth and great tits." "Great tits," he agreed ruefully. "Bloody great tits." "Who had great tits?" Sarah asked, walking into the kitchen to grab her coffee. "Tina," Niall and I answered in unison. "The one I should have shagged," Niall explained further. "And it's unfortunate he didn't," I explained. "Portia would have married that insufferable arse Richard, and Niall would have been a sex god in uni, instead of saddled with a wife and mortgage." He hummed, blowing over the surface of his hot tea as his eyes returned to the paper. "Maybe." Sarah looked at us with a sweetly quizzical grin before leaving again. "So," I brought my coffee to my lips. He smiled without looking up. "Hmm? Good to have you visit." My brother nodded, sipping his tea. "Been too long. Everything good across the pond?" Shrugging, he said, "Same, I suppose. There's a chance I'll be back in a few weeks' time for a summit here." "Yeah?" I said, a little more eagerly than I'd intended. He nodded. "I'll be around a bit more, you see, so you might as well just bring up whatever it is you're working up to." "Oh, you mean the thing about how you're watching the child tonight while I take my woman out for some fun?" He brought his toast to his mouth and smiled around it. "Yes, that thing." "We'll be out late," I warned. "I certainly hope so." He maintained eye contact, eyes wry and knowing as he chewed, swallowed. "I'm not going to tell you what we're doing, if that's what you think." He laughed, shaking his head as he poured some more tea. "Well, until you said that, I assumed it was just dinner. Now I think maybe I'd rather not know." Sarah brought Anna out into the kitchen, making her way over to me, but Niall wiped his mouth and his hands with a napkin before he reached for the baby. "Come here, love. Guess who gets to watch you tonight?" Sarah folded the baby in his arms and turned to the fridge, pulling out a bottle of milk. Are you sure? He nodded. Might kick you out myself? She smiled at him gratefully. Well, I'm leaving around 6, but there's plenty of bottles in here for the rest of the night, she said, looking at him over her shoulder. We use this bottle warmer, see? She put the bottle in, pushed the button, and we all watched as it began to steam, and then beeped when it was done. Easy. We'll manage fine, he said, taking the bottle and expertly shaking it to warm the milk evenly as he looked down at Anna again. Won't we, princess? Watching him like this, I realized how much more experience he had with babies than I did. Between our 8 siblings, there were 17 nieces and nephews, and Niall was the favourite uncle to them all. Sarah put his hand on his shoulder. Thanks for doing this. He waved her off, making one of his stiff, dismissive grunts. That's awkward Brit for you're welcome, I said, laughing as I waited for Anna to push the bottle away and cry for Sarah. Niall gazed down at her as he offered her the milk. That's a girl. Who's a good baby? He bent and kissed her forehead. Ah, but she's a hungry one, isn't she? I gaped at him, at her tiny hand clutching his thumb as she drank happily. Bloody hell. If my daughter had one superpower, it would be the ability to locate her mum from several rooms away. If Sarah were anywhere in the house, Anna wouldn't dare take a bottle from me. I scowled at Niall. You must smell like a woman. Piss off, he said to me, still using his baby-soothing voice. Why is your daddy such a wanker, I've got 100 nieces and nephews, and he expects I can't give this tiny miss a bottle. Laughing, I stood and cleared our dishes. Baby girl knows which uncle's going to spoil her rotten, Niall whispered, just loud enough for me to hear. Who wants a pony? Is it you? Do you? I'll make sure you get a pony. I groaned, smacking the back of his head as I walked past him to go find Sarah. You're welcome, wanker, he sang sweetly. I found Sarah in the bathroom, putting on the pair of diamond earrings her father sent her after Anna was born. Bending to kiss her neck, I said, I'll have Scott come for us here at 8. No. She turned to face me, running her hands up my dress shirt and straightening my collar. Don't. I blinked, tilting my head as my stomach dropped. Had she changed her mind? You don't want to go? Her smile was a sweet reassurance. Of course I do, but I want to meet there. Scott can bring me. You come separately. She wanted to leave for the club separately, but we've always gone together. I don't want to drag anything behind us when we leave. If he picks us both up here, we'll fuss over the details of leaving Anna. We'll talk about her in the car. I think I'm going to take her out and do some back-to-work shopping, then head to your mom's. I'll coordinate with Niall. Scott can get me there and I'll see you at Johnny's. We can just be us tonight. You sure? She pulled her lip between her teeth and smiled around it before whispering, Yeah, I'm sure. Innocence, anticipation, lust, and something sweeter than pure sugar. It was everything I loved about Sarah distilled into a single expression. Right then. I'll meet you there at 9. I left for work, expecting to see Sarah at lunch, or even get a call from her as I usually did during the day, but knowing I might not. I suspected Sarah might want a little distance today to help put her in the right mindset, and I was right. A text came just as the office was clearing out, to let me know Niall was picking Annabelle up at Mum's flat, and she would meet me at the club, as planned. The distance was odd, but also thrilling. I went home, showered and dressed, and walked through the rooms of my empty flat. Niall had rung to say he'd be back with the baby shortly, and I had to admit that I agreed with Sarah. It would be better if I left before they got here. Annabelle was in excellent hands, and Max and Sarah as parents could be put on hold for a few hours. There was nothing left to do. It was time to meet my wife. My phone buzzed on my way out, a text from Johnny. Use the front door. We always came in through the back hallway and directly into room 6. Having performed dozens of times at the club, Sarah and I were recognizable to nearly everyone who would be there on a Wednesday night. Johnny wanted her to walk in right in the middle of all that. My protective instinct flared. Did Sarah request this? I replied. Shut up, in a fucking meeting. This was as good as a yes. If it was for any other reason, he would have said so. Laughing, I replied in 8 separate messages. It's a shame about your tiny, shriveled dick. Once I confirmed with our driver Scott that he was picking Sarah up at my mother's flat, I called for a cab to get me over to the club, Red Moon. I'd put on something simple, not knowing how Johnny would have the room set up for our return to the club. I wore black trousers and a simple, pressed, grey check button-down shirt. It had been so long since we came in through the secretive front entrance that I was actually nervous, wanting to make sure I remembered how to get down there, with a key, down several flights to the receptionist. Except standing at the desk awaiting my arrival wasn't Lisbeth, but a stunning redhead who circled the desk, hand outstretched. "I'm Trin," she said, smiling in welcome. "You must be Mr. Stella." I fucked my wife for everyone to see in this club. It seemed a little odd to be so formal. "Max, please." "Lovely to meet you." She gestured to the heavy steel door that would lead into the club itself. "Mr. French is very much looking forward to having you and Mrs. Stella back in the rotation." I smiled, arching a brow. "The pony play and multiple ménage scenarios are growing a little tired?" She laughed, shaking her head. "I think the regulars like your story," she said. "It's sweet. It's different from everything else we get in here." And of course it was. What other married couple would let their most intimate moments play out in such stark display for complete strangers? Who else would invite the world into their sex life? But being back here, even in this unfamiliar anteroom to the main event, felt deliciously surreal. I could smell the mix of wood polish and leather emanating from the other room. I could hear the faint beat of music pounding through the enormous door. It was a sensory trigger for me being here, knowing how Sarah would get off on being watched, and how I would get off on watching her bloom. It never ceased to amaze me that her greatest turn-on was exhibition, given that in our everyday life she was beautiful but unassuming, brilliant but endlessly humble. "How's the baby?" Trin asked, pulling my attention away from the door and back to her face. She's brilliant, yeah," I said, feeling my grin split my face. "Home with my brother." Her eyebrows rose wickedly. "You have a brother?" "I do," I said through a laugh. "He's tall, a genius, and has enough repressed sexual energy to power this club. I should give you his number." Trin tilted her head before finding a card in the top drawer of her desk, with her name and phone number. "Give him this?" She turned and gestured that I lead us to the door. "Mrs. Stella is inside. I don't want to keep you." Through the door, the club opened into a large main room, dimly lit with wall sconces and lined with a lavish, intricate wallpaper of subtle stripes and swirls. Velvet curtains hung beside a number of small alcoves surrounding low tables, making the entire room feel both lavish and faintly medieval. A small bar stood in the corner where I remembered, but the design of the room had been modified so that the stage was directly in the center, rather than jutting into the floor from one far end of the expansive space. Sarah was tucked into an alcove in the middle of one long wall, sipping a cocktail and looking surprisingly comfortable, all on her own here. She watched the show, a woman stripping to a slow beat, while a man behind her was tied naked to a chair. It was surreal how quickly my brain switched from the daily reality of diapers and investors, bottles and contracts, to the present reality of a private, and rather illegal space, where only the most well-connected and wealthy clients came to indulge their darkest voyeuristic fantasies. It didn't seem odd that the woman performing was stripped down to a long string of pearls hanging heavily between her small breasts, or that the man had begun quietly begging for pleasure. All around us, people sipped drinks and talked in low voices, or simply sat and watched the main show, waiting for the individual rooms to open for the audience. There were 6 other rooms in this club, connected to the main room by a long hallway. The setup was simple. Each room had a different scene to watch, with tables outside a window looking in. Clients could have drinks while enjoying a perfect view of some of the darkest, sweetest, and filthiest fantasies come to life. Some of the performers in the club were regulars, experienced doms, Broadway performers with exhibitionist leanings, earning some good money on the side, or dancers who were willing to try anything, and some were vague acquaintances of Johnny who had begged him for the opportunity to perform at the prestigious club. Sarah and I were the only friends of his granted a consistent time slot. Wednesday nights were ours in room 6, for as long as we wanted. Though we never took money, Unlike a few others who performed at the club, Wednesday Night in Room 6 grew to be one of the most popular acts in the place, and quite a profitable show for Johnny. The only reason Sarah and I knew this, however, was that he told us. We never saw a single face in our audience. Other than our first night and until night, we'd only ever come into the club through the back entrance. And just on my short walk from the front door to the table, I could feel the rustle of movement, the way people sat up straight in realization. I could feel the subtle gestures, the quiet whisper of, "They're back." Had Sarah felt it too? Had she liked it? I felt a shiver climb up my spine, felt my heart begin to thunder at the idea that she was sitting here, thinking of how many times these people had watched me fuck her. Thinking of her growing wet at just the idea of it all. Sarah looked up when Trin led me over to her, and stood, making my blood come to a thudding stop in my veins. She wore a short black dress, simple but with a beading detail that gave just a hint of sparkle. It would look amazing under the lights, I realized, then smiled when I noted that it would look even better off, lying in a pool on the floor. Her eyes were lined with a soft brown, her lips an edible red. There was nothing particularly special about how she had put herself together tonight, but the heat in her eyes, the devilish fire, the flirtatious tilt of her mouth, the way she looked at my face for only a beat before ogling my body, set my skin into a heated flush. Bending, I kissed her jaw. "Hello, Petal." I inhaled the sweetness of her skin, dragging my lips to her ear. "You look fucking beautiful." "Hey, stranger." She sat, glancing at the space on the bench beside her as if to say that I was meant to be immediately beside her and not across the table. There were strict rules at this club. 2-drink maximum, no touching between clients, everyone is there by choice, and any evidence to the contrary results in the fist of God, aka Johnny, coming down. I knew I wasn't supposed to touch Sarah out here on the main floor, but did the rules really apply to us when it was clear that we were part of the show? More people were watching us at our tiny table than were watching the naked woman deep-throating the man bound to the chair in the middle of the room. Sitting beside her, I leaned close, sucking at her neck. "Max," she warned. "They're watching," I told her. "You think they want to see me come in here and follow the rules?" I kissed my way to her mouth, parting her lips with mine and sucking deeply on her tongue before whispering, "I haven't seen you all day. I'm going to greet you the way I bloody well feel I should. Fuck Johnny and his rules." And proving that I was right, no one appeared at the side of our table asking us to leave. No one signaled a warning to me across the room. Instead, it felt like the entire room held its breath, watching. "How long have you been here?" She shrugged, tucking her long hair behind her ear. That was another thing that had changed over the past year. Her hair had grown out, curves had bloomed. "About 10 minutes before you." I studied her face, the pink flush to her cheeks, the quick intake of breaths, the way her gaze could barely stray from my mouth. "Did you feel them watching you?" She nodded. "Was it weird?" She shook her head slowly before whispering, "No." I slid my hand under the table, up her bare thighs to the soft lace of her underwear beneath. I could feel the heat through, warming my fingers. "Did it make you wet?" She watched my mouth. "Yeah." "What do you think they remember the most?" I rubbed my fingers over her clit beneath the lace, kissed her cheek, and then moved to her lips, kissing her once at the fullest part of her perfect fucking mouth. "Maybe the time I tied you up," she said, taking my face in her hands so she could tilt my head and scrape her teeth over my jaw. "Or maybe the first time we—" She trailed off, smiling knowingly. I nodded. The first time we'd had anal sex, we'd had it here. Somehow it felt safer, slower. Her hunger, her surprise, her pleasure had been so raw. I was sure as soon as she said it, that if anyone here had seen it, they would never forget the soft curved shape of her mouth when she felt me fully inside her, and when she came harder than I think she ever had before. The attention in the room ebbed and returned, ricocheting between the main act and us. We were the quieter option. We had always been the quiet act. What we offered wasn't hard kink. It was simply us. A relationship that deepened, trust that intensified, sexual exploration that matured. What we received in return was a safe place to try it all. Their focus was a paradoxical sort of respect. They watched nearly every move we made, but they loved it. They were invested. We didn't normally drink much before a show, but since this particular occasion seemed to be about breaking all the rules, arriving separately, entering through the front door and touching each other on the main floor, I waved the waitress over with a subtle lift of my hand. She brought me a vodka gimlet, and Sarah ordered a club soda with lime. I was so excited for what would follow that my hand nearly trembled as I lifted the glass to my mouth, which was all the more reason to do this. I needed to be calm, to settle into the atmosphere before we walked back to our room. We sipped our drinks as we watched the others around us, and wordlessly agreed to save the real show for room 6. A tall woman in a flowing pink negligee, nothing but glittering pink pasties visible beneath, stepped to our table, signaling that it was time. I followed Sarah as she stood and sensed the way the room grew still. As we headed toward the hallway, I could hear the quiet shuffle of chairs pushed back from tables, of footsteps following at a respectable distance. "You ready for this?" I asked her. I could hear her smile. "Yeah." My heart seemed intent on hammering its way up to my throat. We passed the scenes in the other rooms to our left. An orgy of men. An older woman masturbating a man who had such a young face he may have turned legal only today. I watched Sarah walk confidently past clientele who looked up as she passed as if they knew her. I felt their eyes on my face. To our left, a woman behind the glass was tied up and being prepared for anal penetration. I could see the door to our room just around the slight bend, and my body seemed to come to life. I never knew what to expect as far as room decor went. Some nights Johnny kept room 6 simple, with a bed and nothing more. Other nights it looked like my living room, a lavish hotel room, or once even a tropical bungalow. Tonight, Mr. French had gone with simple, a gleaming silver rolling cart with a decanter of scotch and some chocolates, a plush rug covering most of the smooth wood floor, and an enormous bed in the middle of the room. Soft plum-colored sheets covered the mattress, but it was otherwise bare. I walked to the rolling cart, looking over my shoulder at Sarah. Already the thrill of being here overwhelmed me. I needed to distract myself with an activity other than throwing her onto the mattress and defiling her. "Do you want a drink?" I asked. I poured myself a small bit of scotch and looked up at her. "Sure, a little of that." She nodded to the bottle in my hand. Sarah rarely drank hard alcohol, but again, breaking all the rules. She looked so in her element right now, so fucking thrilled. I could tell by the flush of her neck how much the walk down that hall had turned her on. I poured her a small glass of whiskey and she took it from me before dipping a finger in it and painting a wet line across her neck. An invitation. We're starting then. Her laugh was a quiet, husky thing. We started an hour ago. I downed my shot, took a step closer, and bent to suck her neck. "The last time we were here, I was pregnant," she whispered, and I wondered how firm the pressure of attention through the mirrored glass felt against her back. "You were glorious," I corrected her. "Tell me what we did that night." "We were lying down," I said, looking over to the far side of the room where the bed had been that time, right up against the mirrored window that let others see in where we couldn't see out. "I was curled behind you, taking you like that." "Gently," she interjected, laughing. I smiled into her shoulder, nipping it. "Despite your efforts, yes, gently. But I watched you come with a scream, in the mirror just as clearly as they did." Her fingers moved up my chest and touched the bare skin beneath the collar of my shirt. And then what happened? Inhaling deeply, I closed my eyes as the memory caused my heart to pound harder, squeeze faster. Your water broke in the car on the way home. And then what? And then we turned around, drove to the hospital in a heady fog of terror and glee, and I burst into the ER, carrying Sarah in my arms and yelling for help like she'd been shot instead of simply gone into labor. And then Annabelle Dillon Stella was born 30 hours later, We had a baby, Max. Her chin was tilted up in her badass, proud smile. I smiled down at her, feeling my chest expand until it consumed the entire world. Yeah, we fucking did. She ran her hand down my torso and cupped the swollen tip of my cock in her palm, pushing and slowly stroking it through my trousers. Just like that. There was no transition topic, no need to distance herself from remembering having our baby to touching me like that. No space between Sarah the mum and Sarah my lover. And here we are again, she said, stretching to kiss my throat. Just being in this room makes me feel wild. I love it so much. I closed my eyes and groaned. I love you. And I love you. I felt her stretch, graze her teeth over my neck. What do you think it's like for them to watch us tonight? I blinked over her shoulder and gazed at the giant mirror. I think it's a milder version of how it feels for us to be here tonight. Like they're on this journey with us, kind of. Yeah, I agreed. Did you feel them following down the hall? All of them. She tilted her head back, running her hands into my hair as I bent and kissed lower, to her breastbone through her silk top. I always knew people were watching. I just didn't know it was nearly everyone. I unzipped her dress and slipped it down her shoulders inch by inch, feeling like I was seeing her new body through their eyes, knowing they could see what I did, the fuller breasts, the return of her narrow waist. They would see her tonight without the benefit of transition, from lush and pregnant to her body now, slim, ripe, fucking wicked. She was a siren half naked in her delicate dress, her nails a soft pink, lips full and wet. Soft. Everything about her was so fucking soft. I blinked away, but not before glancing quickly to where I knew people were watching, knowing each and every one of them could see my sharp possessiveness and pride. Look at her, I thought, reaching to unhook her bra. Look at this beautiful fucking woman. Her breasts were firm when I cupped one, and a flush of warmth pulsed through me when I registered she hadn't pumped before she came here. Jesus, sir. Own it, Stella. She tugged my shirt from my pants with a devious little smirk. If we're going to play tonight, we're going to play. Sarah unbuttoned my jeans and slid her hand into my boxers. In here, you don't get to pretend it doesn't make you crazy to suck on them or get your palms all wet. You don't get to pretend my body like this is for her. It's for you, too. You did it. Own it. She pressed the heel of her palm into me and let out a quiet groan. I was so rigid it skirted the line of pleasure and true discomfort. This is what she did to me. Scooped out every thought and sensation so she could fill me up with nothing but this searing ache for her. They're going to watch you and wonder how it feels, she said, whether you like it. Her voice dropped to a whisper as she ran the nail of her index finger along my collarbone. They're going to wonder how often you fuck them. I could barely look at her like this, rapt and sexy and self-possessed, without feeling a heavy swell of emotion in my chest.
I swallowed, hands shaking as I pushed her dress down her hips.
Her need was a tangible thing, growing and filling the room, and it started to consume me too, knowing what it would feel like in the tiny slide of skin between her legs. How slick and wet she would feel on my fingers. The fabric pooled on the floor, looking every bit as good as I anticipated, and I didn't bother to lower her lacy pants before I slid my hand down in them, fingers searching and finding her soaked. Fuck. They're wondering why your mouth isn't on my breast, she whispered, pulling my head down until I licked at the tight pink swell, until I felt the sweetness draw across my tongue. I groaned, squeezing her with a hand that had started to feel a little greedy, more than a little wild. She slid her hands down my back. They're wondering what it's like to play with them like this. I sucked, groaning and turning her until she faced the mirror and could watch what they watched, me, bent at the waist to reach her breast, licking them into a wet shine, making them grow fuller and tighter. I'll fuck them, I whispered. Yeah, she gasped. I'll come all over that pretty neck and then lick your pussy so deep they'll see in my face how sweet you taste." She pushed me until I reached the mattress, and sat and then straddled me, bending to seal her mouth to mine. I let out a sound between a groan and a plea for more when her tongue pushed into my mouth, tiny and sweet, but commanding, hungry to feel and dominate. I loved my Sarah like this, in charge and powerful, fists in my hair so she could pull my head back and get me at whatever angle she wanted. She fucking owned every cell in my body, every breath, every reflex. I could barely move my hands from her breasts, working and kneading, loving the feel of the tightness in my hands and the wet on my palms. I swiveled her so my back faced the mirror, and they could see the slide of my hands around her ribs, over her back, down to her ass. She ground down over my cock, and then pushed me until I was lying on my back, so she could peel my trousers and boxers off in a fierce, determined tug. "Socks," I commanded quietly, and she giggled as she finished undressing me completely. My wife gave me a look that communicated some pretty wicked intentions before she licked her way up my legs and pushed them apart to draw her tongue across my balls. "Filthy fucking girl," I said through a laugh, closing my eyes as she drew her slick tongue up my cock. I pulled her hair into my fist and guided her as she was sloppy and wild all over me. Pushing onto an elbow, I reached to spank her tight ass with my other hand
and groaned when she pushed herself deep onto my cock in response, swallowing the tip deep into her throat.
It was too good, too much wet and suction and pull along my length if I was going to last at all, and I pulled out and flipped Sarah to her back, smiling at her surprised giggle, and climbed over her ribs, pushing her tits around my cock. I was still slick from her mouth, and I rocked over her, fucking with a sort of savage abandon I hadn't let myself feel in so long. I might bruise her, and I could tell neither of us cared. I could come all over her neck, defile her, feel the tip of my cock hit the delicate skin of her throat, and it was the kind of rough and possessive behavior, I could see from her expression, that she needed. She'd missed seeing me like this, I knew. She'd missed seeing me obsessed and hungry to claim, seeing me overcome and wild. Did she really need to be reminded? I told her every day she was beautiful. Every night she felt my desire for her when she curled against me. But of course, here it was different. Here we were more bare, somehow, than we were even in our bedroom, as if constantly raising the stakes of what we were willing to share with the people on the other side of the window. We gave them a show, but it was never false. It was as if it was a game where we could unveil every dark or wicked thought we had, every needy impulse, every vulnerability that needed to be given attention. "See," she said with her eyes, "you forgot how much I love to see you wild for me. You forgot this is where we play with fetish and boundaries." But I remembered, and it was the best game. I could see the moment she felt it too, because her lips parted in this elated smile, and she laughed, sliding her fingers over me and arching her spine to press my cock harder into her skin. I was close, could feel the ache behind my navel build and spin downward until I was wild. One hand braced beside her head, while I fucked earnestly, hips pivoting faster and harder over her, until the growling sound I heard was my own voice, warning her, begging her, telling her how hard I was going to come and where. Her neck, her tits, her chin and bottom lip when she bent, wide-eyed, watching me spill out onto her. Still gasping, I slid down her body, smearing my hand down her wet skin and resting my palm on her belly, as I settled between her legs, kissing her lip, her thigh, and finally the sweetness just between her legs. Her hands found their way into my hair and pulled, hips lifting from the mattress, circling as I sucked and licked at her, knowing how to make it fast and easy, knowing how to make the hoarse cries tear from her throat when she came, and then slowed, smiling up at her eyes closed in relief, her upper lip glistening with sweat. I rose to my knees and slid my fingers into her, watching from above as I pumped them, fucking her. I'd seen her naked in every conceivable way, spread wide beneath me like this, or showering alone, begging for more pleasure or less pain, absorbed in my touch and oblivious to my proximity. And there was something so intimate, so safe, about sharing this sight of her, but being the only one who could ever touch her, who would ever know each of those quieter moments. No one else would ever see her give birth to our child, or bend and shave her legs in the bath. No one else would ever see her sleeping, curled around a pillow in our bed, or nursing our daughter at 4 a.m. So the owners of each set of eyes out there watching her come apart under my touch would never, not in a million years, be able to give her what I gave her. For Sarah, nothing turned her on more profoundly than my total, obliterating adoration. Every second that I loved her, a love story for the ages condensed into not even 2 years, coalesced into this single fucking touch. My hand slowed, fingers carefully pulling from her as I bent and covered her body with mine, covering her lips with mine. It was nearly hard enough again, and pushed into her, wanting to be inside when she completely shattered. Her legs wound around my hips, hands slid down my back, and she pressed her perfect soft sounds right into my ear, telling me she was close, to move faster, to suck her harder and harder. She was sticky with my orgasm and her milk, with sweat and scotch. Pleasure built brick by brick, until it tripped that feeling that was too intense to simply be called pleasure anymore, and was nearly painful with how good it was. I kissed her one more time, a gentle growl, and the tiny press of teeth before my restraint crumpled, and I turned wild, fucking her in a flurry of thrusts, messy and wet. I ground against her, the tension in me building until it snapped and jerked above, coming with a sharp groan. Beneath me, Sarah let out hoarse, moaning cries that broke with very rhythmic clenching around me. "Max," she whispered, and pulled me close, the movement grating me against her sensitive skin, so she shuddered at the friction. I began to pull back, but she stopped me with her hand sliding down my sweaty back. "Stay in me." I caught my breath in the soft space beside her neck, half-heartedly working to keep my weight off her. Her nails scratched lightly up and down my back, legs still curled around my hips. "All right." Beside me, she nodded. "That was fun," I whispered playfully, and felt her smile when she kissed my cheek. "Welcome back, Mr. and Mrs. Stella," she said. We rode together in the back of the car, with Scott up front, navigating us through the streets of Manhattan. I felt uncorked, able to release pressure for the first time in months, and it occurred to me only now that I'd been rather terrified. I hadn't known whether Sarah and I would ever find our way back directly to each other, or if from now on there would forever be something else. Children, careers, the gradual bricklaying of life itself, bridging us. I would have been all right if it had gone that way, if the secret we had and shared had faded away, and we had to learn to find our intimacy in other ways. But knowing how easily we could go back to that, at any time, relieved something a bit guilty and dark inside. "What were you thinking?" she asked, as she always did, right when I wanted to admit my thoughts the least. Something rather dickish. "Ooh, then you have to tell me." I turned to her, took her hand in both of mine. "I was thinking that I'm relieved we still have this. That if it had gone away I would have been okay, but I think I would have been a bit devastated at first too. I can share you with any number of kids, as long as there is a piece that remains only mine." "There's more than one piece that is only yours," she said, looking mildly surprised. "That's what our marriage is. It's the thing between us that we take care of, knowing that someday it will only be us in that enormous apartment again." "If you want more kids, you know we can't stay in Manhattan forever," I told her. She put her fingers over my lips, saying, "Shh, let's enjoy this new baseline for a bit." We both straightened, seeming to realize in unison that we hadn't heard our phones go off the entire time we'd been at the club. "Shit," she whispered, digging in her purse. "Did I turn it off?" "I know I didn't," I said, pulling mine from my pocket.
It was just that there were no texts, no missed calls, nothing.
I quickly typed a message to Niall. "All good? We're headed home." His reply came almost immediately. "Everything is fine. Anna is asleep. See you soon." Niall was stretched out on the leather couch in the living room, watching John Oliver on the telly. Anna was asleep on his long legs, one fist in her mouth and the other curled around her lion blanket. "Good night out, then?" he asked quietly, watching as we hung our coats up in the closet. "The best," I told him, taking in the scene in front of me. Are you sure you don't want to move in across the hall? There's a flat for sale. This would be very convenient for us." He laughed. "It's tempting. Your building is rather posh, and this little one is brilliant, yeah?" "Cheers, mate," I said quietly. "You let us forget to be worried." He smiled up at me, giving me that look that told me he thought I was a sentimental wanker, and then rested his hand on Anna's belly. "It was really nice. Perhaps you can return the favor someday." His smile straightened for the span of a heartbeat, and in that tiny flicker in his expression, I felt the full weight of his disappointment in his marriage. "Without a doubt," I reassured him. Sarah went to change out of her dress, and I reached for Anna, picking her up with the confidence of a father who expects the child to remain sleeping. Except she didn't. For once, she woke when jostled, and her sweet little face screwed up in frustration as she began to cry. "Ah, sorry, I whispered, bouncing her gently. "Just a minute, little miss, your mum's almost done." Anna didn't want to be held and rocked. She wanted Sarah, and the sound of her angry cry pushed an ache into my chest. But it didn't bother me the way it would have only days ago. I felt recharged like a battery, full of patience and calm, and the quiet that comes from genuine contentment. Sarah came into the hall, taking the baby from me, and I followed them both into the nursery, watching them settle into the rocking chair. "You're a lovely sight, my two girls." "She's probably the cutest baby on the planet," Sarah said, grinning up at me. So relaxed, so fucking giddy. It was as if she knew all along we would end up right here, in this night. I bent down, kissed Annabelle's soft cheek as she calmed down and began to nurse. "You got your sensitive side from your daddy," I whispered. "Sorry about that, baby girl. But you also got your mum's steel, so you'll be okay."
Beautiful Beloved was written by Christina Lauren and read by Jonathan Cole and Grace Grant. Editing and post-production by like 2,000 pounds. The associate producer was Louisa Solomon. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Beautiful Beloved is available in print from Pocket Books. Also from Simon & Schuster Audio, Sweet Filthy Morning After, read by Jason Carpenter, and Dirty Rowdy Thing, read by Shayna Thibodeau and Sebastian York.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Simon & Schuster Audio presents Beautiful Secret by Christina Lauren, read by Jonathan Cole and Charlotte Penfield.
One. I'm not saying I bet his cock is massive, but I'm not saying it either. Pippa, I groaned, covering my face in horror. It was 7:30 on a Thursday morning, for God's sake. She could not possibly be drunk already. I aimed an apologetic smile at the wide-eyed man standing across from us and wondered if I could speed the elevator up with the power of my mind. When I glared at her across the elevator, Pippa mouthed, "What?" and then held her index fingers up about a foot apart. She whispered, "Hung like a bloody horse." I was saved from having to apologize again when we stopped on the 3rd floor and the doors opened. "You realize we weren't alone in there, right?" I hissed, following her down the hall and around a corner, stopping at a set of wide doors with Richardson Corbett engraved into the frosted glass. She looked up from where she was digging through her enormous purse, the bracelets on her right forearm clinking like wind chimes while she searched for keys. Her bag was huge and bright yellow and covered in glittering metal studs.
Under the brash fluorescent lights, her long red hair looked practically neon. I was dark blonde and carrying a beige crossbody. I felt like a vanilla wafer standing next to her. We weren't? No. That guy from accounting was standing right across from you. I have to go up there later, and, thanks to you, we'll share accidental, awkward eye contact while we remember you saying cock. I also said, hung like a bloody horse. She looked momentarily guilty before turning her attention back to her bag. Guys in accounting need to loosen up anyway. Then, motioning dramatically to the still dark hallway in front of us, she said, I assume we're acceptably alone for you? I gave Pippa a cheerful curtsy. Please, go ahead. She nodded, brows drawn in concentration. I mean, logically, it's got to be huge. Logically, I repeated, biting back my grin. My heart was doing that flip-tumble thing it always did when we talked about Niles Stella. Speculating on the size of his penis might be my undoing. With a victorious thrust of her arm into the air, Pippa brandished the keys to the offices before fitting the longest of the set into the lock. Ruby, have you seen his fingers? His feet? Not to mention the fact that he's about 8 feet tall. 6'7", I corrected under my breath. But hand size doesn't necessarily mean anything. We closed the door behind us and flipped on the main office lights. Lots of guys have big hands and aren't especially gifted in the man parts department. I follow Pippa down the narrow hall to a room full of desks in a smaller, far less opulent corner of the 3rd floor. Though cramped, our little section of the office was at least cozy, which was lucky considering I spent more of my time there, working, than in the tiny flat I rented in South London. Richardson Corbett Consulting may have been one of the largest and most successful engineering firms in all of Europe, but it kept only a handful of interns on staff at a time. Soon after graduating from UC San Diego, I'd been thrilled beyond belief to snag one of the spots. The hours were long, and the money had immediately quashed my shoe habit, but the sacrifice was already starting to pay off. After completing the first 90 days of my internship, an actual metal nameplate had replaced the piece of masking tape with the name Ruby Miller scribbled across it, and I'd been moved from what was no more than a closet on the 2nd floor to one of the joint offices here on the 3rd. I'd breezed through high school and survived undergrad with only the occasional freakout. But moving halfway across the world and rubbing elbows with some of the finest engineering minds in the UK, I'd never worked so hard for anything in my life. If I managed to finish this internship as well as I'd started it, a spot at Oxford in the graduate program of my dreams would be mine. Of course, finishing it well most likely involved not talking about executives' cocks in the elevator at work. But Pippa was just getting started. I remember reading that it was the wrist to the tip of the middle finger, she added, and used her fingers to measure the length of her own hand, and then held them up to further illustrate her point. If that's true, your dream man is packing. I hummed, hanging my coat on the back of the door. I guess. Pippa dropped her bag to her chair and leveled me with a knowing look. I love how you try and look all disinterested, like you're not staring at his junk whenever it's within a 10-foot radius of you. I tried to look indignant. I tried to look horrified and come up with some sort of argument. I had nothing. In the past 6 months, I'd logged so many covert glances in Niles Stella's direction that if anyone was a qualified expert in the topography of his crotch, it would be me. I tucked my purse in the bottom drawer of my desk and pushed it closed with a resigned sigh. Apparently, my covert glances hadn't been quite as covert as I thought. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure his junk hasn't ever, and won't ever, be that close to me. It won't if you never speak to him. I mean, look. As soon as I get the chance, I'll snog that ginger in PR till he cries. You should at least talk to the man, Ruby. But I was already shaking my head, and she snapped me with the end of her scarf. Consider it research for your structural integrity class. Tell him you need to test the tensile strength of his steel girder. I groaned. Great plan. Okay, then, someone else. The blonde chap in the mailroom. Always has his eye on you. I made a face. Not interested. Ethan in contracts, then. He's short, all right, but he's fit. And have you seen him do that tongue trick at the pub? God, no. I sat down, slumping under the weight of her inspection. Are we really having this conversation now? Can't we just pretend my enormous crush is not a thing? Afraid not. You're not interested in any of the other lads, but won't make a play for Mr. Uptight either. She sighed. Don't get me wrong. Stella's fit as fuck, but he's a bit on the prim side, wouldn't you say? I ran a nail along the edge of my desk. I sort of like that about him, I said. He's steady. Stodgy, she countered. Restrained, I insisted. It's like he's stepped right out of an Austen novel. He's Mr. Darcy. I hoped that would help her understand. I don't get that. Mr. Darcy is short with Elizabeth to the point of rudeness. Why would you want someone who's so much work? How is that more work? I asked. Darcy doesn't lavish her with false praise or compliments that mean nothing. When he says he loves her, it's because he does. Pippa plopped down into a chair and turned on her computer. Maybe I like a flirt. But a flirt is that way with everyone, I argued. Darcy is awkward and hard to read, but when you have his heart, it's yours. Sounds like a lot of work to me. I knew I'd always been a touch on the romantic side, but the idea of seeing the restrained hero unleashed in a way no one else did, uninhibited, hungry, seductive, made it hard for me to think about anything else when Niall Stella was within a 4-foot radius. The problem was, I became genuinely stupid when he was around. How can I ever hope to have an actual conversation? I asked her. I knew I would never actually act on it, but it felt good to finally talk about this with someone who knew him, someone other than London and Lola, who were half the world away. You know, one where we both know we're having the conversation. During last week's meeting, Anthony asked me if I could present some data he'd had me organize from the Diamond Square project, and I was kicking ass until I looked up and saw him standing behind Anthony. Do you know how hard I worked on that? Weeks. Then, one look from Niall Stella, and my concentration was shot. For some reason, I was unable to call him by only his given name. Niall Stella was a 2-name honor, like Prince Harry or Jesus Christ. I stopped speaking mid-sentence, I continued. When he's near me, either I blurt out ridiculous things, or I turn into a mute. Pippa laughed before her eyes narrowed and she looked me up and down. She picked up the calendar and pretended to scrutinize it. Funny thing, I just realized it's Thursday, she sang. That explains why your hair looks particularly sexy and you're wearing that minxy little skirt. I ran my hand through my chin-length, choppy hair. It looks like it does every day. Pippa snorted. In truth, I'd spent way too long getting ready this morning, but I needed the confidence today. Because, just like she said, today was Thursday, my favorite day of the week. On Thursdays, I got to see him. In most respects, Thursdays shouldn't have been anything to get excited about. That particular Thursday's to-do list included such mundane chores as watering the sad little ficus Lola insisted I smuggle the 5,400 miles separating San Diego from London, typing up a bid proposal and sending it out in the mail, and putting the recycling out on the curb. A life of glamour. But pinned to the top of my Outlook every Thursday was also Anthony Smith's engineering group meeting, where, for 1 hour every week, I had an unobstructed view of Niall Stella, Vice President, Director of Planning, and, holy hell, the hottest man alive. If only I could add him to my to-do list, too. An hour of prime Niall Stella time was both a blessing and a curse, because I was interested in what was happening in our firm and found most of the discussions that took place between the senior partners to be absolutely fascinating. I was 23, not 12. I had a degree in engineering and would be their boss one day if I had anything to say about it. That a single individual had the power to hijack my attention was beyond mortifying. I wasn't usually flighty or awkward, and I did date. In fact, I dated more since moving to London than I had back home because, well, English boys. Enough said. But this particular English boy was, unfortunately, beyond my reach. Almost literally. Niall Stella was over 6.5 feet tall and effortlessly refined, with perfectly styled brown hair, soulful brown eyes, broad muscled shoulders, and a smile so gorgeous, on the rare occasion it made an appearance at work, it brought my train of thought to a screeching halt. According to the office gossip, he had finished school practically as an infant and was some sort of legendary urban planning mastermind. I hadn't realized that that was an actual thing until I started working in the engineering group at Richardson Corbett and saw him advise on everything from building control guidelines to the chemical composition of concrete additives. He was the unofficial final word in London on all bridge, commercial, and transport structure blueprints. To my utter heartbreak, he even once left in the middle of a Thursday meeting to direct a construction team when a panicked city worker called because another firm had botched a foundation design and concrete had already been poured. Virtually nothing got built in London without Niall Stella's hand in it somewhere. He took his tea milk first, no sugar, had an enormous office on the 3rd floor, far from mine, clearly never had time for television, but was a Leeds United man through and through. And although he was raised in Leeds, he went to school at Cambridge, then Oxford, and now resided in London. Somewhere along the way, Niall Stella had developed quite the posh accent. Also, recently divorced. My heart could barely take it. Moving on. Number of times Niall Stella had glanced at me during Thursday meetings? 12. Number of conversations we'd had? 4. Number of either of these events he might actually remember? 0. I'd been wrestling with my Niall Stella crush for 6 months, and I was pretty sure he still didn't know that I was an employee at the firm rather than a regular takeout delivery girl. Surprisingly, because he was almost always one of the first to the office, the man in question wasn't here yet. I checked, a few times, craning my neck to see through the mass of bleary-eyed people filling in through the conference room door. Our meeting room was lined with a wall of windows, each looking out onto the fairly busy street below. My morning walk to work had been relatively dry, but as it did most days here, rain had begun to drizzle from a sky heavy with clouds. It was the kind of rain that looked like a harmless haze, but I'd learned not to be fooled. 3 minutes outside and I'd be soaked through. Even if I'd grown up somewhere rainier than Southern California, I could never have been prepared for the way London air, between October and April, felt almost saturated with water, heavy and damp. Like a rain cloud had wrapped itself around my body and seeped straight into my bones. Spring had begun in London, but the little courtyard across Southwark Street was still dismal and bare. I'd been told that in summer it was filled with pink chairs and small tables belonging to a restaurant near the back. Right now it was all concrete, and mostly naked tree branches, damp brown leaves blown across the stark ground. Around me, people continued to voice their displeasure with the weather as they opened up their laptops and finished their tea, and I blinked away from the window in time to see the last few stragglers rush in. Everyone wanted to be seated before Anthony Smith. My boss, and the firm's director of engineering, made his way down from the 6th floor. Anthony was, well, okay, he was a bit of a jackass. He ogled the interns, loved to hear himself speak, and said nothing that sounded sincere. Every Thursday morning, He relished making an example of the last person to walk in, sharply commenting with a saccharine smile on their outfit or their hair so everyone in the room would have to watch in leaden silence as they found the last empty seat and sat down in shame. The door squeaked as it opened. Emma. Emma lingered, holding the door open for someone. Ugh, Karen. Voices sounded from outside the room, growing louder as they came in. Victoria and John. And then, there he was. Showtime, Pippa muttered next to me. I saw the top of Niall Stella's head as he stepped in just behind Anthony, and it was as if the air had been sucked from the room. People and chatter blurred around the edges, and then it was just him, expression neutral, as he seemed to instinctively take in who was there and who was missing, his shoulders wrapped in a dark suit, one hand tucked casually into the pocket of his dress pants. The urgent, fiery feeling in my chest grew. There was something about Niall Stella that made you want to watch him. Not because he was boisterous or loud, but because he wasn't. There was a quiet confidence about him, a way he carried himself that demanded attention and respect, and a feeling that while he wasn't talking, he was watching everything, noticing everyone. Everyone except me. Having come from a family of therapists that discussed everything, I've never been the silent type. My brother, and even Lola probably, would start calling me a chatterbox when I really got going. So the fact that I, of all people, couldn't manage a single articulate thing when Niall Stella was within touching proximity made absolutely zero sense. What I felt for him was a distracting kind of infatuation. He didn't even have to attend Thursday meetings. He just did, because he wanted to make sure there was cross-departmental consensus, and so his planning division could at least have a working engineering vocabulary, since it was Niall Stella's responsibility to coordinate engineering with public policy and his own planning division. Not that I'd memorized everything he'd ever said at this meeting. Today, he wore a light blue shirt beneath a dark charcoal suit. His tie was a mesmerizing swirl of yellow and blue, and my eyes moved from the double Windsor knot at his neck to the smooth skin just above, the heavy curve of his Adam's apple, the sharp jaw. His normally impassive mouth was turned down in consternation, and, when I made it up to his eyes, I registered with horror that he was watching me eye-fuck him like it was my job. Oh, God. I dropped my gaze to my laptop, the screen blurring out with the intensity of my stare. The flurry of telephones and printers from the outer office flowed in through the open door, seeming to reach a crescendo of chaos. And then someone closed the door, signaling the start of the meeting. And, as if the room had been vacuum sealed, all noise came to an abrupt stop. Mr. Stella, Karen said in greeting. I clicked on my mail folder, ears ringing as I strained to hear his reply. One breath in, one breath out. Another. I typed in my password. I willed my heart to slow down. Karen, he said finally in his perfect, quiet, deep voice, and a smile spread unconsciously across my face. Not just a smile, a grin, like I'd just been offered a giant slice of cake. Dear God, I am in so deep. Biting the inside of my cheek, I worked to straighten my expression. Judging from the way Pippa's elbow connected with my ribs, I was pretty sure I failed. She leaned toward me. Easy, girl, she whispered. It was only 2 syllables. The door opened and Sasha, another intern, slipped in with a wince. Sorry I'm late, she whispered. A glance at the clock on my laptop told me she was actually perfectly punctual, but Anthony, of course, wouldn't let it slide. All right, Sasha, he said, watching her squeeze awkwardly between the long row of chairs and the wall as she made her way to the empty seat in the far corner. The room pulsed with silence. Lovely jumper, is it new? Blue is a great color on you. Sasha took her seat, her cheeks brilliant red. Good morning, by the way. Anthony said with a wide smile. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. He was such an asshole. Finally, the meeting started in earnest. Anthony went down his list of questions for each of us. Papers were passed around, and as I swiveled in my seat to hand the stack to the person on my right, I glanced up and nearly swallowed my tongue. Niall Stella was only 2 seats away from me. From beneath my lashes, I looked at him. The angle of his jaw, always clean-shaven, never even a hint of scruff. His thickly lashed eyes and perfect dark brows. His impeccable shirt and tie. His hair looked so smooth in the dim light of the conference room. I actually frowned when I noted it would probably be soft, too, because of course it would be, and I wondered for the 100th time what it would be like to run my hands through it, tug him down and... "Ruby, did we hear back from Adams and Avery yet?" Anthony asked. I straightened in my chair and blinked down to my laptop, having stayed up late with this file just last night. "Not yet," I said, with barely a waver in my voice. "They have our plans, drafted and ready for signature, but I'll double back with them if I haven't got a call by the end of the day." And, okay, yeah, that was startlingly articulate considering how Niall Stella had turned his full attention to my face. Pretty damn happy with myself, I typed up a quick reminder and propped my elbow on the table, tugging on a strand of hair as I scrolled through my calendar. But something felt off. I sat in this chair for 1 hour every week and was almost certain that I'd never felt what I was feeling now. It was a pressure on the side of my face, the actual physical weight of someone's attention. I twisted the hair around my finger and casually glanced at Pippa. Nope, nothing. With what assumed to be a subtle lean forward, I craned my neck farther, glancing to my right, and immediately froze. He was looking at me. Niall Stella was looking at me, really looking. Light brown eyes met mine and held what never could be called a glance, but a full-on look. His expression was curious, as if I were a new piece of furniture someone had just randomly placed in the room. My heart took off, pulse pounding in my veins. Inside my chest, everything felt liquid and wild, and if someone had yelled fire, I'd have gone down in flames, because there was absolutely no way I could control even a single thing happening to my body. "Niall," Anthony said. Niall Stella blinked before looking away from my face. "Yes?" "Do you mind giving us a status from planning on the Diamond Square proposal? I want my team to get you some specs by the end of the week, but we don't know the dimension of their shared space." I zoned out as Anthony, predictably, phrased his question in a way that made it about 7 times longer than it needed to be. When his question drew to a close, Niall Stella shook his head. "The dimensions," he said, and began shuffling through a stack of papers in front of him. "I'm not altogether sure I've got them." "The dimensions were set to be finalized this morning," I answered for him, and explained that the permits would be delivered no later than tomorrow. I asked Alexander to send a copy of the blueprints this afternoon. The room went so silent I worried for a minute I had simply lost the ability to hear. Except everyone was staring at me. Oh my God, what had I done? I'd interrupted without thinking. I'd answered a question clearly not meant for me. I'd answered a question he definitely knew the answer to. I felt my brows pull together. But then, why hadn't he answered? I leaned forward and looked at him. "Good," he said. Quiet, deep, perfect. Shifting in his chair, he met my eyes and gave me a flicker of a grateful smile. Forward it along. My heart had completely left my body. "Of course." He was still looking at me, clearly as confused as I was over what had just happened, but pleased in a mysteriously lingering way. I wasn't even sure what prompted me to speak up. 1 minute Niall Stella was looking at me, and the next he was fumbling as he tried to recollect data and answer a question I was sure he could have answered in his sleep. It was almost as if his mind was elsewhere, It was something I'd never seen happen before. "Now for the big news," Anthony said, glancing through a stack of papers before handing them off and getting to his feet. I looked up, jarred by the change in his tone. Anthony loved having the attention of the room, and from the sound of it, he was gearing up for something big. The New York subway system was built with the idea that 100-year storms happen only every 100 years. Unfortunately, that is not the reality. Disasters like Hurricane Sandy have proven that what was once planned for once every century has happened every few years. The U.S. is spending billions, with talk of raised entrances and floodgates, and given we've worked extensively with the London Underground, they want our input too. So I'll be gone for 1 month to attend an international summit on emergency preparedness for public transport, air travel, and urban infrastructure. 1 month? A senior engineer asked, echoing what we had all been thinking. I wondered if anyone was also echoing my mental fist pump at the idea of an Anthony-free office for so long a stretch. Anthony nodded in her direction. There are 3 separate summits taking place. Not everyone who is invited is staying for the duration, but given that our firm specializes in both public transport and urban infrastructure, Richard decided that he'd like us there for the lot of it. Us? Asked one of the executives from Niall Stella's department. Right, Anthony said, tilting his head to the left. Niall will be accompanying me. You're both going away for a month? I blurted, instantly wishing I could take my words back and shove them down my throat. I was an intern. One of Anthony's unspoken rules seemed to be that we didn't speak at this meeting unless asked a direct question. I could feel the weight of everyone's eyes on me again. Even worse, I could feel his pressing on my skin, probing. Yes, Ruby, Anthony said, clearly a bit confused. He walked around his chair to stand beside me, hands tucked into the front pockets of his pants. But no worries, I know you've got the Oxford Street project nearly wrapped up, and my being gone won't affect signing off on that in any way. If you need anything from me, you can always call. Oh, I said, feeling the heat slowly fade from my face. That's good to know. Thanks. Of course, Anthony thought my burst of word vomit was because I was worried that he was leaving. You know, my boss? And that perhaps his absence might somehow interfere with my work. Smooth, Pippa said, as her long oval nails clicked across her keyboard. Shut up, I moaned, sinking lower in my chair. I had no idea whether Niall Stella was still looking this way, and the 12-year-old part of me wanted to drag Pippa into the ladies' room and have her replay the scene, moment by moment. But I knew that would be a mistake. The first day he seemed to actually notice me, and I blew it, acting like some kind of psycho. I couldn't take her telling me that he'd made that face in my direction, the one where he frowned and looked like someone had just spilled cream on his hand-tailored suit. I'd rather we go back to him not knowing I was alive. The end of the day found me at our long shared desk, sorting through a stack of permits. My Diet Coke had grown warm, and I was counting down the minutes to a hot bath and a hotter book when my email chimed, signaling an incoming message. Finally, I sighed. I'd been waiting for a confirmation number all day, and now, maybe I could go home. Or maybe not. Pippa yawned next to me and stretched her arms over her head. It was already dark out, and the walk to the tube would be cold and wet. Can we go now? My shoulders dropped. Actually, that was an email from Anthony, I told her, frowning at my screen. He wants to see me in his office before I go, and I can think of at least 100 other things I'd rather do instead. What? She said, leaning over to peer at my monitor. What does he want? I shook my head. No idea. Doesn't he have a watch? We were supposed to be gone 20 minutes ago. I typed out a quick reply, letting him know I was on my way, and began shutting things down for the night. Wait for me? I asked Pippa. Pausing mid-drawer slam, she gave me a sad little frown. I've got to hustle, I'm sorry, Rubes. I waited as long as I could, but I've got loads to do tonight. I nodded, feeling somehow uneasy being left in the offices alone this late with Anthony. The halls were empty as I stepped into the elevator and headed to the 6th floor. Ruby, come in, he said, pausing where he'd been pulling a few things from around the room and arranging them in a box on his desk. Had he been fired? Dare I hope? Close the door and take a seat, he continued. I felt a frown tug at the corner of my mouth. But nobody's here, I said, leaving the door open. Why did your parents name you Ruby? He asked, eyes making a slow circuit of my face. My frown deepened. What? I'm not actually sure. I think they just liked the name. Anthony clung to several old business rules, one of which included keeping a crystal decanter of scotch on a table behind his desk. Had he been drinking? Did I ever tell you that my gran was named Ruby? I eyed the scotch, trying to remember how full it had been the last time I was in here. Anthony walked around his desk and took a seat on the corner nearest me. His thigh pressed against the side of my arm, and I shifted in my seat. No, sir, you didn't. No, don't call me sir, he said, waving a hand in protest. It makes me feel like I could be your dad. Remember? Call me Anthony. Okay, sorry, Anthony. I'm not your father, you know, he said, leaning forward, and there was a pregnant pause. Not nearly old enough. I tried to be subtle about the full-body shudder that rolled through me. I'm fairly certain that, were it possible, Anthony would literally ooze over the desk, to pool at my feet, and then he'd look up my skirt. But that's not why I called you in here. He straightened and pulled a file from a stack on his desk. I called you in here because there's been a change in plans. Oh? As it happens, something's come up and I'm not able to go to New York. What did this have to do with me? Did he really think I'd been so worried about him being gone that he needed to personally update me? I swallowed, trying to look interested. You're not? No, he said, smiling in a way I assumed was meant to look generous, indulgent even. You are.
Two. I adjusted the phone so I could hold it between my ear and shoulder and tapped a stack of papers together, placing it neatly in front of me. I see. Static vibrated across the quiet line. You see, Portia repeated in a voice that had grown tight and thin. Are you even bloody listening? Had she always sounded so impatient with me? Sadly, I think the answer to that was yes. Of course I'm listening. You've told me you're stuck, but I don't see what I can do about it, Portia. It's what we agreed, Niall. You agreed to let me keep the dog if I agreed to let you watch him when I went on holiday. I am going on holiday, and you need to watch him, but if it's a bother... Portia's voice trailed off, but the echo sizzled across the phone line like acid dripped on metal. Under normal circumstances, taking Davy is no bother, I answered calmly. Always calm, always patient, even when we were discussing who should care for her pet while she went to Mallorca for a week to recover from the stress of our divorce being finalized. The issue is simply that I will be out of the country, love. I swallowed back a curse, wincing. Love. After nearly 16 years together, some habits died hard. Her answering silence was weighted, dense. 2 years ago, the quiet ticking across the telephone line would have had me in a panic. A year ago, it would have made my stomach sour and tight. Now, 9 months after I'd moved out of the home we'd shared together, her angry silence simply made me weary. I looked up at the load of emails in my inbox, at the stacks of contracts on my desk, and then at the clock, which told me it was long past time to head home. Outside, the sky had gone dark. Once I returned home tonight, I would need to start packing for New York, and would barely make a dent in the work in front of me before then. Portia, I'm sorry. I really must go. I'm sorry about the dog, but I can't make it work next week. Right, she sighed. Get stuffed. I stared at my desk for several seconds after she'd hung up, feeling faintly sick, before setting my mobile down. I had only 2 breaths to recover before the door to my office flew open and Tony stepped in. "Bad news, mate." I looked up, lifting my brow in silent question. "The wife's gone and started contractions." My siblings had enough children for me to know that Tony's wife wasn't far enough along for this. "She's all right?" He shrugged. "Sentenced to bed till the kid is here, hence I'm staying in London." Relief spread through my blood. Tony was a decent colleague, but a business trip with him usually meant nightly visits to strip clubs, and it was honestly the last thing I wanted to do for a month in New York. "So I'll go it alone then," I said, my tone already lighter than it had been only a moment ago. Tony shook his head. "I'm sending Ruby." It took a couple of ticks for me to place who he meant. Richardson Corbett wasn't a large firm, but Tony hired as many pretty young interns as his budget allowed. There were a few on his team now, and I could never quite keep them sorted. "She's the brunette from Essex?" His expression of disappointed envy was so pronounced it was nearly audible. "No, the delectable bit from California." Oh. I knew which one he meant. The one who came to my rescue today when I'd experienced an uncharacteristic stumble. Ironically, I'd been flustered over the sight of her. She was lovely. "Alas, she's the one who seemed concerned you were leaving for a month." I could practically see Tony's head growing, and he smiled proudly. "That's right." "Is it really necessary to send someone, though?" I asked. "Most of the meetings will be logistics anyway. Engineering was only going to advise." "Oh, you prat. I'm sure you can get her to go to the titty bars with you." I groaned inwardly. "That isn't—" "And besides," he interrupted, "she's fit as all fuck. You may not need a girly bar if you're getting a leg over on Ruby. All legs, good tits, bloody fantastic face." "Tony," I said with steady calm, "I'm not going to get a leg over on an intern." "Maybe you should. If I wasn't tied down, I sure as fuck would pull that." He let the silence bounce around the room, and I tried to hide my disgust that he seemed more disappointed that he was unable to shag Ruby than worried that his wife had gone into labor early. "How long since you've been out?" I blinked away from his challenging expression, looking down at my desk. I hadn't dated since the divorce, and except for the drunken grope I'd received at the pub a few weeks back, hadn't been close to a woman in what felt like forever. "Right, so you're staying here," I deflected, "and Ruby is coming along to New York. Have you gone over the agenda with her?" "I told her the agenda is you get there, hit the bars, get pissed, get a leg over." I wiped a hand over my face, groaning. Bloody hell. He laughed, turning and walking to my door. "Of course I gave her the agenda. I'm just taking the piss. She's a good one, Niall. She may even impress the likes of you." I was alone in the lift, heading out for the night, when Ruby stepped in just as the doors were closing. Our eyes met. I coughed harshly, her breath caught, and descending in the weighted silence became immediately dreadful. The lift moved too slowly. The quiet felt enormous. We were going on a business trip together, and glancing at her now, young and energetic and, admittedly, unbelievably beautiful, I registered we would be required to chat and get on, and there were few things I was worse at than talking up women. She opened her mouth to speak, and then stopped, falling back into silence. When she looked at me and I looked over, she blinked away. Just as the doors opened in the lobby, I gestured for her to lead us out, and instead of moving, she nearly shouted, "Looks like we're going away together." "Too right," I said, but my smile felt stiff. Try, Niall. Try to get it out of robot mode for at least one conversation. Nothing. My brain felt like a sieve, completely void of social pleasantries, and she still didn't exit the lift. The moment needed to end. I was bloody awful at small talk, and close up she was even more attractive than I'd expected. Several inches shorter than I, but by no means short, Ruby was willowy and toned, with short, playfully mussed golden hair, sun-kissed cheeks, and a truly perfect mouth. Ruby was rather exquisite. On some strange instinct, I held my breath. She shrugged a little, smiling. "I'm from the States, but I've never been to New York. I'm really excited." "Ah, well." I searched for a good response, looking around the small space before eventually settling on, "That's good." I groaned inwardly. That was bad, even for me. Her eyes were enormous, green and so clear I registered with one glance down at them that she was unlikely to be a very good liar. Her entire world spilled out of her through those eyes, and right now she was an anxious heap. I was a VP at the firm. Of course she was nervous around me. "Will we meet at the airport on Monday morning?" she asked, looking back up. Her tongue slipped out to wet her lips, and I fixed my attention to the middle of her forehead. "Yes, I believe so," I began, and then stopped. Was I meant to arrange a car for the two of us? Dear God, if 3 minutes in a lift was this bad, I couldn't fathom how claustrophobic the 45-minute commute to Heathrow would feel. "Unless... I don't... You... Oh, sorry," she said, cheeks bright. "I interrupted you. Go ahead." I sighed. "Please, go ahead." This was abysmal. I longed for her to move aside to simply let me pass, or for the ground to open up, swallow me whole. "I can just meet you at the airport." She hitched her satchel higher over her shoulder, gesturing inexplicably behind her. "At the gate, I mean. It'll be really early. You don't need to. I won't. That is, I wouldn't." She blinked. Understandably confused, I'd completely lost track of what we were even talking about. "Okay, good. Of course you, wouldn't." I looked over her shoulder to the blessed freedom beyond and then back to her. "That'll be fine." The door to the lift began to buzz in warning as I continued to hold it ajar, a shrill soundtrack to what had to be one of the most awkward encounters ever. "So I'll see you Monday?" Her voice wavered with nerves, and I felt a cold sweat prick at the back of my neck. "I'm really looking forward to it," she said. "Right. Good." With a little tilt of her head and a final blush that exploded rather sweetly across her cheeks, she stepped off the lift. Without really intending to, my eyes drifted to her backside as she went. It was round, high, perfectly shaped in her smooth dark skirt. I could imagine the curve of it in my palm, could still smell the whiff of rose water she left in her wake. I stepped out into the dark lobby and followed her toward the exit. Without effort, my mind drifted to thoughts of how her breasts would fill my hands, the feel of her mouth on me, my palms on her backside. I wasn't rubbish in bed, was I? And even though Portia had generally treated sex as a favor to me, she had never once failed to enjoy. This unconscious flash of interest was quashed when Tony emerged from the stairwell, giving me a wink and a little wiggle of his brow, murmuring, "Shagfest," as Ruby rounded the corner. Left in its place was a sour twinge of shame for letting his earlier suggestion worm its way into my head. Growing up with 12 people in the house, air travel simply didn't happen often, and when it did, the odd puddle jumper with a few kids to Ireland, and once when it was only me and Rebecca left at home, Mum and Dad took us to Rome to see the Pope. It put the entire house in an uproar of preparation. We had regular Sunday clothes that weren't as posh as our Christmas mascots, and even those were yards below our air travel outfits. It was a hard habit to break, even when dressing before the sun rose, but this history dictated why I found myself at Heathrow wearing a suit at 4:30 on Monday morning. By contrast, Ruby sprinted in just at my panic point when the flight was boarding, in a zip-front pink hoodie, black workout pants, and bright blue trainers. I saw the response to her pass through the crowd in a quiet ripple. I couldn't tell if Ruby noticed or not, but nearly every set of male eyes, and many female as well, followed her as she made her way toward our gate. She looked casual but fresh, her cheeks flushed from her run, and her full pink lips parted as she caught her breath. She stopped short when she found me in the crowd, her eyes going wide as saucers. Shit. She slapped a hand over her mouth. I mean, crap, she mumbled from behind it. Do we have a meeting right when we land? She began searching through her phone. I memorized the schedule, and I could have sworn. I felt my brows pull together. No. She'd memorized our schedule. You look really dressed up for the plane. I feel like a hobo in comparison. I wasn't sure whether I was meant to feel insulted or praised. You don't look like a hobo. She groaned, covering her face. It's a long flight. I thought we were going to sleep. I smiled politely, though the thought of sleeping next to her on a flight created an anxious, gnawing sensation in my gut. I've a few work things to do before we arrive. Feel better dressed for the occasion, that's all. I wasn't actually sure which one of us had misjudged, but looking at the attire on most of the boarding passengers around us, I was beginning to understand it was me. With one last wary glance at my suit, she turned and made her way down the jetway to board and stowed her tote in the overhead above our seats. I made every effort to not look at her backside again, and failed. Sweet Lord, it was unbelievable. Oblivious, Ruby turned, and I pulled my gaze up to her face just as she gestured to the two seats. Do you want the aisle or window? She asked. Either is fine. I removed my suit coat and handed it to the flight attendant, watching as Ruby slid into the window seat and tucked away her iPad and book, keeping a small notebook with her. Seated beside her, and even with the rest of the passengers still boarding, a heavy silence descended between us. Christ. Not only did we have 6 hours on the flight today, but then nearly 4 weeks in New York together for the summit. 4 weeks. I felt mildly ill. I suppose I could ask her how she liked Richardson Corbett, or how long she'd lived in London. She wasn't under my charge, but working for Tony, I was sure her time there had been eventful. I could ask her where she grew up, although I knew from Tony it was California. At least it might break the ice a little. But then we would be required to keep talking, and that definitely didn't seem to be going well. Best to just leave it. Can I offer you a beverage before we lift off? The flight attendant asked before setting a napkin down in front of me. I deferred to Ruby, and she leaned closer to speak to the woman over the din of travelers boarding the plane. Her breast pressed to the arm of my shirt, and I felt my entire body go stiff, careful to not seem to lean into it. I'll have some champagne, Ruby said. The flight attendant smiled uncomfortably as she nodded. No doubt it wasn't something they generally poured before 5 a.m, and turned to me. I began haltingly. Should I order champagne too, so it wasn't odd for her to do it? Or should I set the example for professional decorum and order the grapefruit juice I'd planned for? Well, I suppose if it's not too much trouble, I could also. Ruby held up a hand. I'm totally kidding, by the way. Sorry, joke bomb. I mean, no, not a bomb. I'd never joke about that. She closed her eyes and groaned. I'll just have some OJ. I looked up, sharing a brief, confused expression with the flight attendant. I'll take grapefruit juice, please. With our orders noted, the flight attendant left and Ruby turned to me. Something about her face, the unguarded honesty in her eyes. It triggered a tender protectiveness in me I was wholly unaccustomed to. She blinked away, moving to stare so hard at her tray, I was afraid she would crack it through sheer intensity. All right, I asked. Just sorry about that. And yes, She paused and then tried again. I wasn't going to order champagne. Did you really think that? Well, she had ordered it, if only in jest. No? I hope that was the right answer. And that whole bomb thing, she whispered, waving a hand in front of her as if to push the thought away. I'm such an idiot around you. Just me. She slumped, and I realized how it had sounded. No, I take issue with what you're saying. I've never seen you act like an idiot around me. The elevator? Smiling, I conceded this. Well, and right now? This twisted something inside me. Is there anything I can do? She blinked up to my face and gazed at me with a familiar sort of fondness. And then she blinked, shaking her head once, and it was gone. I'll be fine. Just nervous about a trip with the director of planning and blah blah. Wanting to put her more at ease, I asked, "Where did you do your undergraduate work?" She took a deep breath and then turned to face me fully. UC San Diego. Engineering? Yes, with Emile Santorini. I acknowledged this with a small lift of my brow. He's tough. She grinned. He's amazing. A sharp curl of interest spiked through me. Only the brilliant ones come out feeling that way. Push through or break, she said, shrugging as she accepted her orange juice from the flight attendant with a bright smile. That's what he said in the first week in the lab. He wasn't wrong. 3 of us started in there at the same time. I was the only one still there by Christmas our first year. Why are you in London? I asked, though I suspected I already knew. Hoping to make it into the civil program. I'm already in the engineering general, but haven't heard from Margaret Sheffield yet whether I'm in her group. She doesn't decide until just before the term starts. Makes the students completely barking mad if memory serves. We engineers like our calendars and spreadsheets and plans. Not the most patient bunch, I guess. I smiled. Like I said, barking mad. She pulled the corner of her lip into her mouth and smiled back. You didn't study with her. Not officially, but she was more a mentor to me than my own mentor was. How long after you finished did Peterson retire? I felt my eyes widen. How much did she know about my old department? About me? I suspect you already know the answer to that question. She sipped her juice and apologized quietly after swallowing. I knew you were his last student, but I guess I was curious to hear how bad it was. It was abysmal, I admitted. He was a drunk and more than that, a ruddy, awful person. But that was nearly 10 years ago. You were a child. How do you know all of this? She pursed her lips slightly, and I felt my skin flush warm. Christ, she was so beautiful. One answer, she started with a small smile, is that I learned about Maggie Sheffield's work when I was a sophomore and we toured the Stately building. I grew kind of obsessed with getting to study under her before she retired. When I asked Emile about her, he also shared some of the history of your old department. Shrugging, she said, I heard a few stories about Peterson. I tilted my head, wondering which one still floated around. He threw a bottle at a student? She asked. Ah, the one story that would never die. He did, but it wasn't me. The worst I ever got from him was a verbal berating. Or 10. Ruby nodded, looking relieved. She'd said one answer was this. And the other answer? I asked. She looked out the window for a few breaths before saying, I joined RC and found out you'd studied at Oxford, and wondered if you'd been in Maggie's program. You hadn't, but I learned a bit about you anyway. There seemed to be an extra layer to what she was saying, and I thought for a beat I understood the look of fond familiarity she'd given me only a moment before. But then she turned back, wearing a sweetly devious grin. You'd be amazed how much you can pick up just by paying attention. Enlighten me. Sitting up in her seat, she said, You came over from your position at the London Underground to start up an urban planning division. You went to Cambridge for undergraduate, Oxford for graduate school, and were the youngest executive in the history of the Tube. Ruby gave me a shy smile. You nearly moved to New York to work for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, but turned the job down to come to RC. Lifting a brow, I murmured, Impressive. What else do you know? She looked away, blushing further. You grew up in Leeds. You were a star on the Cambridge Football Club while you were there. Had she looked any of this up last night, or had she known all of this about me before this trip? And which answer did I want to hear? I suspected I knew which would make this small thrill in my stomach grow more intense. What else? Hesitating, she said, You own a Ford Fiesta, which I find endlessly amusing given that you probably make much more money than the Queen and are known to be a staunch public transportation advocate, so you never use it. And aside, I have no idea how you would even fit into a Ford Fiesta. Also, you're recently divorced. My jaw grew tight as any amusement regarding her research endeavors was quickly extinguished. One would think that detail wouldn't be discussed at work, nor available by easy online search. "I'm sorry," Ruby said, wincing, and I watched as she shrank a little more into her seat. "I forget not everyone was raised by two psychologists. We aren't all open books. I'm tempted to ask how you knew about my divorce, but I suppose the office chatter. I think it was all wrapping up when I started, so people were talking." She straightened and looked at me with wide, apologetic eyes. "It's not an ongoing topic, I promise." I could only imagine my dark mood at the time Ruby had joined the firm. By that point, I was so put off by Portia's dramatics, I'd have happily resided inside a pint. I decided to change the subject. "Do you have siblings, or was it you alone with the shrinks?" "One brother," she said, and then took a sip of her juice. "What about you?" "What, you're telling me you don't know already?" She laughed, but still looked a bit embarrassed. If I took the time to find that out, that might have veered into stalker territory. With a little wink, I murmured, "Might have." She watched me expectantly, and as the plane began to accelerate, I noted the way her hands gripped the armrests. She was shaking. Waffling on to distract her seemed like a rather good idea. "I have 9 siblings, actually," I told her. She leaned in, jaw-dropping. 9? I'd become so accustomed to this reaction that I barely blinked anymore. 7 sisters and 2 brothers, with me the second youngest. Her brow creased as she thought about this some more. My house was so quiet and calm. I can't even imagine your childhood. Laughing, I said, "Trust me, it's true, you can't." 8 older siblings, she said to herself. I bet at times that felt like having 8 parents. Sometimes, I admitted. My oldest brother, Daniel, was the peacekeeper, I told her. Really, he kept us in line. I think it helped that there were more girls than boys. As a general rule, our lot was pretty well behaved. The brother just older than me, Max, was usually the one pulling pranks, and he got away with it because he was charming. At least that's how he describes it. I was quiet and studious. Rather boring, really. She grew still for a moment, watching me, and then said, "Tell me more." I leaned my head back against the seat, inhaling deeply, calming. It had been years since I'd so casually spoken with a woman other than Portia, a sibling or the wife of a friend. Her interest was genuine and gave me a sense of confidence I hadn't felt in a very long time. Most of our adventures were taken on together, forming a brass band, deciding to write a picture book. Once we painted the side of our house with finger paints. I honestly can't imagine you with paint on your hands. I gave a dramatic shudder and smiled at her delighted laugh. There was something there, some relief in her eyes, just beneath the surface that made me feel quite tender toward her. I prattled on, completely out of character, but she listened with rapt attention, asking questions about Max, about my sister Rebecca, about our parents. She asked me about my life outside of work, and so when I said with a teasing grin that she already knew about the divorce, she asked how my ex-wife and I met. Surprisingly, it didn't feel strange to tell her how Portia and I met when we were 10, fell in love when we were 14, and kissed at 16. I didn't admit that the magic began to die only 3 years later, on our wedding day. It must be weird to have been with someone for so long, and then see it end, she said quietly, turning to look out the window. I can't even imagine. Her fringe fell over one eye. A small diamond earring decorated the delicate lobe of her ear. When she looked back, she said, "I'm sorry people were talking about it in the office. It must feel like such an invasion of privacy." I looked away, not replying. Every potential response I might give felt too honest. It's not that weird, and maybe that's what is weirdest about it. I've been lonely for a very long time, so why am I acutely aware of it only now? I never imagined wanting to talk about this again, but here we are. You could ask more. But when the silence grew, it became awkward. With her attention focused out the window, and her body easy and relaxed, however, I registered with relief that it was only awkward for me. The tension from the lift had dissipated. Something in her had calmed. I was surprised to find myself thinking how much I liked being near her. Eventually, Ruby drifted off to sleep, slowly slanting toward me until her head rested on my shoulder. I turned, telling myself I was glancing out the window, but took the opportunity to inhale the light floral scent of her hair. Up close, her skin was perfect, pale, with a tiny smattering of freckles across her nose and a clear, beautiful complexion. Her lips were wet where she'd licked them, eyelashes dark against her cheeks. In her hand, she held a small Richardson Corbett notebook and pen. I eased it from her lax grip and, against my better judgment, was propelled by curiosity to open it to the first page of what appeared to be work notes. Our agenda, some resources for engineering firms and projects in the area, a list of people she would meet in New York, and some bulleted thoughts on how she could use this conference to build her thesis proposal for Margaret Sheffield. I could tell she'd meticulously written down everything Tony had passed along to her. At the bottom, in her neat penmanship, she'd written, Agenda note number 1. Don't be an idiot around Niall Stella. Don't stare, don't babble, don't go mute. You can do this. He is human. Only now did it occur to me that this journal could have been a diary of sorts, rather than a professional ledger. She'd been so anxious to go on a trip with a VP from the firm that she'd written herself up a pep talk. Easing it back into her grip, I closed my eyes, tilting my head to her as I silently apologized for invading her privacy this time. I dreamt of soft skin resting on my bare chest, and kisses tasting of champagne.
Three. I woke up to the sound of the flight attendant over the loudspeaker telling us we would soon be making our descent into New York. My eyes fluttered open, and I immediately winced. A stream of cold, dry air blew straight into my face, and an engine seemed to roar in the background. I was awkwardly twisted in my seat, not to mention in desperate need of the restroom, but somehow I was so comfortable. Whoever I was next to was warm and firm and delicious smelling, and I straightened with a jolt, disentangling from where I'd wrapped myself around Niall Stella's arm, and, oh God, did I have my leg hitched up over his thigh? The elevator was bad enough, and now this? Oh God, had I kicked a puppy or something in a past life? Why was I being punished? I carefully disentangled myself from his body and looked around, realizing I had no idea what time it was. The cabin was still dark, and I noted that most people around us were sleeping, their shades drawn to block out any light. Smoothing my hair, I tried to stretch out my stiff muscles. My neck would be fine, but this bathroom situation would really need to be resolved, sooner rather than later. I sat back, ran my sweaty hands over my thighs, and gave myself a moment to take everything in. Yesterday, Niall Stella didn't know I existed. Today, I'd practically flown to New York in his lap. In 24 hours, I'd gone from Ruby Miller, secret admirer and semi-stalker, to Ruby Miller, international traveling mate. Not to mention the fact that I'd been asleep on him. Parts of him had definitely been asleep on me. And well, that was going in my diary tonight. He hadn't moved yet, which was bad because of the bathroom situation, but awesome because when would I ever have this opportunity again? Aside from that 1 hour at work a week, I never really got the chance to look at him like this. In meetings, we were always surrounded by people or passing quickly in the hall. Once, I stood behind him in the buffet line at a company gala, but all that really afforded me was a good look at his ass in tuxedo pants. Not a complaint, by the way. Niall Stella played soccer and rode with the men's club on the Thames every Saturday. His backside was in my top 10 favorite Niall Stella body parts. I was leaving spot 1 open for the time being. But here, I was so close I could count his eyelashes if I wanted. And I sort of did. Niall Stella wasn't that much older than me, only 7 years, but he looked so young like this. His hair was the tiniest bit mussed near the back, the front falling down over his forehead, shiny and soft. His pale green shirt was rumpled ever so slightly, and there, on the shoulder, was a dark patch of fabric, where I drooled. Oh, God. I wiped at my face, cursing that he'd been so warm and snuggleable that I'd fallen into a sleep heavy enough to drool on his fancy 4:30 in the morning suit. Help. I searched the area around us, finding nothing more than a crumpled napkin on my tray. Picking it up, I dabbed carefully, hoping maybe I could fix it all and he wouldn't even notice. No such luck. Not only didn't it work, but it jostled him enough that his eyes flashed open to find my face only inches from his. I smiled. Hi. He blinked a few times before his eyes widened, his gaze moving to the piece of tissue in my hand and over to his shoulder. Sorry about that, I muttered, following it up with a shaky, nervous laugh. I'm a delicate napper. He smiled, and there was a tiny, devious flash of dimples. These things happen. I wanted to slap myself for the thought that came next, the urge to climb over and straddle his narrow, fit hips. Fucking hell, Ruby, did you not read Agenda Note number 1? Don't be an idiot around Niall Stella. He stretched, oblivious to my meltdown. I seem to have dozed off myself there, so I apologize for that. Oh, God, no, don't be sorry. You looked I started, then snapped my mouth shut. We'll be landing soon. I'm just gonna go get changed. Without waiting for him to move, I climbed out of my seat, straddling his lap in the process. He made to stand before realizing I was a woman on a mission of escape, and if he stood, his crotch would come into direct, awkward contact with mine, so he simply grabbed his armrest as if holding on for dear life. It meant my ass was directly in his face, but I suppose that was preferable to an unintentional dry hump. Life alert? We have a situation here. I didn't look at him as I grabbed my carry-on from the overhead bin and moved as quickly as my legs would go to the nearest available bathroom. Safely locked in the tiny room, I exhaled for what felt like the first time in minutes. Why is it so impossible for me to act like a normal human being around him? Get it together, I told my reflection, and roughly opened my bag. I had everything I needed in here. Unfortunately, the idea of changing in an airplane restroom was far better than the mechanics of actually doing it. I banged my head on the counter as I bent to push my pants down my hips. We hit a pocket of turbulence as I lifted my foot to slip on my skirt, and it nearly ended up in the toilet before I was knocked back into the door with a loud bang. It took me 10 minutes to dress and fix my hair, and then there was zero question that every single person in first class, and probably beyond, had looked toward the bathroom in concern at least once, wondering what the hell was going on in there. But, with my head held high, I stepped out and took my seat. The fact that Niall Stella was noticeably still did not ease my nerves. He didn't look my way, instead keeping his eyes straight ahead, and murmured an, "All right," when I'd rebuckled my seatbelt. Perfect, I lied. Being trapped in a tiny space, I decided it was a good time to dance. A tiny smile tugged at the corner of his lips before he bent down and laughed outright. I did some of that myself while you were in there. Something inside me melted, and it was all I could do not to turn, take his face in my hands, and make out with him like there was no tomorrow. The plane landed 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Passengers began to stand and pull their things from the overhead compartments, and I stood in front of Niall as we waited to make our way down the aisle toward the exit. I looked over my shoulder at him, wanting to make sure he was all set, but he didn't look down to meet my eyes. He was staring with determination at the ceiling of the plane. Something was off. For 6 months, I'd worked in the same building as Niall Stella, and he'd never really noticed me. This was different. This wasn't the oblivious avoidance I'd seen in the past. This was deliberate. He was fidgety and flustered, and if it would have been acceptable to shove me out of the way and run to the taxi stand to flee the scene, I thought he might do it. First class and coach were filing out the same door, and I turned again, smiling at him as we waited for the people in front of us to move. "We're a little early, so our driver might not be here yet," I said. His eyes darted down to mine and then quickly away. "Right," he said. "Okay." I turned on my heel and continued on down the row when a woman near me reached out, tugging on my skirt. Girl code, she whispered, and I looked down at her, confused. "Your skirt is tucked into your underwear." "My what?" She leaned in, and I felt the blood drain from my face. Though, between you and me, I don't think the gentleman behind you minds one little bit. I reached behind me and felt nothing but skin, frantically pulling my skirt free from where it had been completely tucked up into itself, exposing my entire ass. Life alert? It's me, Ruby again. I thanked her and stepped out onto the jetway, rolling my carry-on behind me and praying that the ground would open up and swallow me whole. Once we were just inside the terminal, I made a show of looking for something in my purse so Niall Stella would walk in front of me and I wouldn't have to fight the urge to constantly smooth my skirt down over my backside. He's seen your ass. Why did you choose to wear a G-string? He's seen your naked ass, Ruby. We stood side by side as we waited for our luggage. And honestly, I wasn't sure which one of us was more mortified. There was absolutely no way that he didn't see. I knew he saw. And he knew I knew he saw. I stared at the turnstile, waiting for my bag to appear, when I felt him lean closer. He smelled like fresh soap and shaving cream, and when he whispered, his breath was minty. "Ruby, sorry about I'm not very good at..." He paused and I turned to meet his eyes. We were so close. His brown eyes had flecks of green and yellow in them, and I felt my heart claw its way up my throat when he glanced quickly down at my mouth. "I'm not very good at women." My humiliation was replaced with something warmer and calmer and infinitely sweeter. I'd been in large cities before. San Diego, San Francisco, Los Angeles, London, but I was pretty sure they were absolutely nothing like New York. Everything was massive, taking up as little ground as necessary while towering overhead. The buildings crowded the sky, leaving only a strip of gray-blue directly above us. And it was loud. I'd never been somewhere with so much honking. Not that anyone on the street seemed to notice. The air was a chorus of horns and shouts, and as we made our way from Terminal 4 of JFK to our car, and from our car to the revolving doors of the Parker Meridian, I didn't see a single person who seemed bothered by the cacophony. Niall followed an appropriate distance behind me as we made our way through the lobby, close enough that it was clear we were together, but not together, as we checked into our respective rooms. I was there as Niall's colleague, not his employee or assistant or even his friend, really, and so I wasn't given any information about where his room was or, say, what size bed he had in there. I didn't even get a formal goodbye. When his phone rang, he did little more than offer me a small, polite wave and disappear down a quiet hallway. No doubt I looked like someone had just walked off with my puppy, and so I jumped slightly when the bellman coughed next to me, clearly waiting to show me upstairs. Once inside the elevator, the weight of the day hit me like a truck, and it occurred to me that I'd been up since 3 and caught only a small nap on Niall's shoulder. A screen embedded into the elevator wall played an old cartoon. Tom nailed Jerry over the head with a hammer, and as they chased each other around a wooden barrel, the elevator climbed to the 10th floor, and I felt my eyes grow heavier and heavier. I followed the bellman down the hall and watched as he opened my door. In the center of the room was a platform bed big enough for at least 4 people, opposite a huge flat-screen television. There was a set of Art Deco chairs in one corner and a window that spanned the entire far wall, with a long desk tucked just beneath it. The bed really did look like something out of a dream. Crisp sheets and fluffy pillows. and my body sagged with how much I wanted to collapse, face first, right into it. Unfortunately, I'd learned the hard way how much jet lag sucks, and no matter how much I wanted to, taking a nap was exactly what I shouldn't do. Damn it. It was the second time in the same day I'd bolted upright from a dead sleep, drooling. The room around me was almost completely dark, and for a moment, I had no idea where I was. Then it hit me. New York. The hotel. Niall Stella. I remembered showering and changing into a robe, deciding to rest my eyes just long enough for room service to get here, and, well, here we are. I stood, groaning at my stiff muscles while I wiped my face on the sleeve of my robe. Man, when I slept hard. As my eyes adjusted, I pushed open the drapes and forced myself to find my phone. There were 2 texts from my mom wondering if I'd landed yet, and 1 from Lola checking in. Having been unplugged all day, I held my breath before checking my email. Meeting tomorrow. That needs a read. Thoughts from Tony. That can wait until morning. Sale at Victoria's Secret. Ooh, I'll flag that one for later. Note from Niall's assistant. Wait, what? She detached our updated schedule for the following day, along with the time we'd meet in the lobby and a few points he wanted her to pass along. There was also the number to his cell, should anything problematic arise. I stared at my screen. I had Niall Stella's phone number. Dare I use it? Since I'd most certainly slept through my food being delivered, I could text him and see if he wanted to grab a bite to eat. But that didn't really fall under the category of problematic, no matter how hungry I was. And if he hadn't told his assistant to ask me about dinner plans, then I had to assume that it was because he'd make his and I'd make mine. Only then did I realize I really had begun to imagine the next 4 weeks with Niall, Stella, and me together in the temporary New York office, or walking along Broadway, or passionately discussing work over meals at great, locals-recommended restaurants. I'd unconsciously imagine the way he would laugh at my new and witty inside jokes over a beer at the end of the day, and how we would share knowing looks across the table at our flurry of upcoming meetings. But the reality was that I was most likely going to be sitting in the back of a crowded room taking notes, then returning alone to this hotel room for a month's worth of room service meals. I couldn't text him, and I definitely didn't want to call room service again tonight. I checked my reflection in the mirror opposite the bathroom and, yikes, hair like a pile of hay, mascara smeared, pillow lines from temple to chin. I'd looked better after an all-nighter in college. Unless I wanted to spend time making myself at least minimally presentable, I'd have to settle for a vending machine dinner of chips and diet soda. With a handful of dollar bills and a stack of change shoved into the pocket of my bathrobe, I opened the door slowly and peered out down the hallway. It was surprisingly shadowed and unfamiliar. Hey, jet lag! The walls were covered in a dark patterned paper, and each door was illuminated with a tiny neon plaque and doorbells. I spied the sign for an ice machine in the distance and tiptoed out, letting the door fall closed behind me. The carpet was soft and thick against the soles of my feet, a subtle reminder that beneath the cotton of my robe, I was completely naked. I tried but couldn't hear the blurred shape of voices in a neighboring room, or even the hum of a television. It was too quiet, too still. The hallway stretched ominously dark in front of me. I took a few steps past my room, narrowing my eyes to prepare for the appearance of anything unexpected in the distance. Ruby? I let out a high-pitched squeal of surprise, flinching, and then squeezed my eyes closed as I recognized the voice, debating whether or not I should turn around. Maybe I could run away. Maybe I could pretend to be someone else, and he would realize his mistake and go back down to wherever his room was. No such luck. Ruby, he asked again, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Because normal people don't run down the hallway in fancy hotels barefoot and in their bathrobes. And, oh look, judging by the breeze sweeping up the inside of my robe, The air conditioner just kicked on, too. Nice touch, universe. Hi, I said, too brightly, far too loud, and turned on my heel to face him. Startled, Niall Stella took a step back, nearly stumbling into the open doorway, which, coincidentally, was right next to mine. Sharing a wall, maybe even a bathroom wall, where he showered, naked. Focus, Ruby. I went for casual. What are you up to? I was just grabbing something to eat myself, I said, lazily swinging the tie of my robe around before realizing what I was doing. I dropped it like I'd been burned. Something to eat, he repeated. I placed a hand against the wall and leaned there. Yep. Niall Stella looked around the hallway and then back to me, eyes lingering on my robe. And maybe, just maybe, if my eyes were correct, my chest, where my robe was now gaping, possibly exposing some boob. We seemed to reach this conclusion at the same time. His eyes snapped to my forehead, and I clutched the material in my hands. At this rate, Niall Stella would see me fully naked by the end of the week. From the vending machine, I explained, and reached up to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear, groaning when I remembered how I looked. I was just going to grab some chips. I mean, the American kind of chip. He made a show of looking around. Not sure a place like this will have Fritos, he said, a pop of color staining his cheeks and a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Energy bars, perhaps. Caviar, definitely. Good thing you're dressed for it. He was teasing me. My brother was my best friend. His friends were my friends, and this is what I was good at. Banter. The give and take of joking with the guys. I could do this and not be an idiot, and not think about how I wanted to bang him. Maybe. Except he was wearing the charcoal suit, my favorite, and a dark shirt with no tie. I'd never seen him without a tie, and it required superhuman strength to keep my eyes on his face, and not on that tiny stretch of skin exposed at the top of his open collar. He had chest hair, and my fingertips tingled with the urge to touch it. Alas, he was still waiting on me to respond. You're lucky I even put this on, I told him. I usually eat Fritos pantsless on the couch. His eyebrow did a cute little amused twitch, while the rest of his face remained impressively stoic. In fact, I understand those are the instructions on the package. Sadly, the same is not usually true of caviar. Or energy bars, I added, and he laughed. Too right. Shrugging, I looked back at the door to my room. I guess I'll have another peek at the room service menu. I'm going to lay you down, he said, and make you come. My eyes going wide as saucers, I whipped my head back his way. You... what? With a confused draw of his brow, he said very slowly, I'm going to head on down. Would you like to come? Oh, I said, struggling to take a breath in and let it out again. You're going to dinner downstairs? You said this is your first time. He started, and both our eyes widened before he added in a breathless rush. In New York. Your first time in New York. Yeah, I answered and closed my robe more tightly near my neck. Maybe you... Niall started to say, but paused, reaching up as if to straighten a tie that wasn't there. He dropped his hands again. I'm meeting my brother. He and his wife live in the city, and I'm having dinner with him and a few business associates downstairs. Maybe you could join us. His brother lived here? I tucked this bit of information away, along with how badly I wanted to go, certain I was going to hate myself for this later, and shook my head. There was no way I was going to intrude. I think I'll probably just... You'd be doing me a favor if you joined me, actually. He cut in. My brother Max is a bit of a handful. Niall paused again as if he'd reconsidered, before giving a small shake of his head and continuing, You'd be a welcome distraction. Because I'm captain of Team Clueless and intent on painting each interaction between us with either nudity or a shade of awkward, I stood there, speechless, blinking for far longer than was socially appropriate. Of course, if you'd rather not. No, sorry. Can you give me 10 minutes to change and... I motioned vaguely to the disaster atop my head. 10 minutes is all you need, he asked skeptically. God, he's teasing me again. 10 minutes, I confirmed with a smirk. 12 if you don't want my skirt and my underwear. Niall barked out a laugh that seemed to surprise us both before regaining his composure. All right then, I'll wait in the lobby. See you in 10. No person in the history of forever has ever changed as quickly as I did. The moment the elevator doors closed behind him, I was off. My robe gone, I yanked a blue jersey dress from my suitcase and sprinted to the bathroom. I ran a washcloth over my face and raced to find my toiletries. I moisturized, concealed, and powdered at the speed of light. A dab of product in my hair, and I turned on the blow dryer, smoothing out the bedhead one section at a time. My flat iron heated up in seconds, and after just a few passes, I unplugged it, setting it aside. Teeth brushed, blush applied, mascara swiped, lip gloss smoothed, I threw on my dress with 5 minutes left to spare. Unfortunately, I'd forgotten to put on underwear, so I used the remaining time to pull a pair from my suitcase, find a portable charger for my phone, and slip into a pair of sensible heels. I reached for my bag, double-checked that the various parts of my dress were all where they belonged, and with a deep breath and a tiny prayer, walked to the elevator.
4. I stood, staring at where she'd emerged from the lift, and fell utterly speechless. She changed in under 10 minutes, but looked stunning. In an instant, I was both thrilled to be near her and resentful that this complicated wrinkle, the presence of Ruby, invaded what could otherwise be a dry, rote, and easy business summit. Swallowing, I motioned behind me to the entrance of Nave. Shall we get a bite? Yes, please, she said, and her enormous smile, her long silhouette slightly vibrating with excitement, pulled every remaining thought from my mind. I could eat an entire cow right now. I hope they have a steak the size of your chest in there. I felt my eyebrow lift in amusement. She laughed as she dug through her clutch for something, mumbling to herself. I swear I'm normally more intelligent than this. I wanted to protest that Ruby was ebullient and refreshing, but I held my tongue. This time, her observation hadn't really seemed to bother her. My brother will be there, I reminded her, and his friends. I hope this is okay. They're good people, just... Guys? She finished for me. In a manner of speaking, yes, I said with a smile. Oh, I can handle guys, she said, falling into step with me. I noted, perhaps not for the first time, that she had the ability to say things that might sound peckish had they come from my lips, but sounded playful and light-hearted coming from hers. I imagine you can. Turning to look up at me at the hostess stand, she said quietly, Is that a compliment? Her eyes twinkled under the spots of overhead lights just inside the bar, and again she seemed to know already that whether or not it was a compliment, it certainly wasn't an insult. The truth was, it had been praise. What I should have said was that she seemed able to handle almost anything. I wouldn't dream of insulting any of your skills. See? She shook her head a little. With a teasing smile, she said, I can't tell if you're messing with me. You're so dry. Maybe I should have you hold up a sign. I hummed in response, giving her a wink before turning to the hostess. We're meeting some people here. And as I spoke, just over her shoulder I spotted my brother and his friends. Ah, there they are. Without thinking, I took Ruby's elbow and led her to a table surrounded by low velvet couches and plush ottomans. Her arm was warm and toned, but once I realized how close to flirtation this had come, I released it. It was the way I would lead a date to a table, not a co-worker. Our approach was noted when we were still several tables away, and the men seated, Max, Will, Bennett, and George, stopped talking to watch us. Ruby was tall but slight in a sort of gangly way, but you wouldn't particularly dwell on it. Her posture was perfect, her chin always straight. She had the grace of a long-limbed woman just barely inside the door to adulthood. 4 pairs of eyes moved from Ruby's face down her svelte body to her feet and back up before turning to me with renewed brightness. Bloody hell. I knew without having to hear one word from his mouth what my wanker of a brother was thinking. I gave him a subtle shake of my head, but his grin only expanded. Everyone stood, greeting me and introducing themselves to Ruby in turn. Hands were grasped, names given, and pleasantries exchanged. A tangle of nerves clutched me. This no longer felt like a business dinner, or even a social dinner with my mates. It felt somehow that Ruby was on display, that I was presenting her, that this was an introduction. I feel like I'm at a job interview, she said as she took her seat beside George on a red velvet sofa. All these suits. I swallowed, feeling my face heat in embarrassment and relief as I realized she hadn't shared my sense about the evening. We hadn't been flirting after all. I was rubbish at reading cues. The danger of Midtown, I'm afraid, Bennett said with an easy smile and waved down the waitress to come take our order. A gin and tonic, with as many limes as you can get in there, Ruby said, and then glanced briefly at the limited bar menu. And the prosciutto sandwich, please. A woman with a fondness for gin and tonics, my favorite evening cocktail. Christ almighty. Even Max caught my eye, brows raised as if to say, well, well, well. I'll have the same, I said, handing the waitress the menu, though one lime is fine. So how do you all know each other? Ruby asked Max. Well, he tilted his head toward me. This one's my younger brother, of course. Ruby smiled. I heard there's quite a gaggle of you. That's right, Max said with a small laugh. 10 of us. He pointed to the men at his side. Bennett here I met in uni, Will I met when I moved to New York, and we made the poor decision to open a business together. Your wallet cries in regret daily, Will said dryly. George here works with my wife Sarah, Max finished. I'm her boy Friday, George clarified, in charge of schedule, refilling the flasks in her desk and hiding page 6 from her whenever she and Max get caught out and about. With the 5 of us already acquainted, our attention justifiably fell to Ruby, though I suspect mine may have regardless. In the dim candlelight, and against the backdrop of mirrored walls, heavy velvet curtains, and the dramatic polished wooden decor, she seemed to nearly glow. How long have you lived in London? Bennett asked. You're clearly not British. San Diego native, she said and reached up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Bennett's eyebrows rose. My wife and I were married at the Hotel Del on Coronado. Gorgeous. Ruby's smile could light this room in the dead of night. I've been to a couple of weddings there and they were stunning. Ruby thanked the waitress when she set down her drink and lifted it to take a sip. I graduated last June and moved to London in September, so about 6 months, she said. I'm in the internship program for 1 year at Richardson Corbett, but I'm attending Oxford this fall for graduate school. Ah, another urban planner, Max asked, glancing over at me. No, Ruby said, shaking her head a little. Structural engineering. My brother sighed in mock relief. So then you'll agree with me that urban planning is the most boring profession ever created. Laughing, Ruby shook her head again. I hate to disappoint you, but I was an urban planning public policy minor. Max groaned playfully. I hope to eventually come back to Southern California in a superhero costume and completely revolutionize the mass transit system there, or the lack thereof. I found myself leaning closer a little to hear better. Southern California is clogged with cars, she said in the continued silence. Everyone travels between southern cities by car and train, but there isn't an easy way to navigate cities from within without driving. Los Angeles grew so fast and so wide without an integrated transportation system, so it will be about retrofitting an already complicated urban setting. Looking at me, she said as an aside, it's why I want to work with Maggie. Taking a drink, then going back to the others, she explained, Margaret Sheffield, the woman I hope to study under, helped design building infrastructure around established tube stations and in tight urban spaces. She's kind of a genius. Even Bennett joined the rest of us in regarding her with a mixture of curiosity and awe. Jesus Christ, how old are you, Ruby? George exclaimed. I was grateful to have George at the table. He was willing to ask all of the questions I wanted to, but never would. She reached up, tucked her hair behind her ear again in a gesture I'd come to translate as her single, uncomfortable tell. 23. You're practically a zygote, George said, groaning. All that ambition, and you're not even a quarter-century old. Well, how old are you? She asked, her sunshine grin taking over her entire face. You don't look much older than me? I don't want to talk about it, George whined. It's depressing. I'm practically approaching Viagra. He's 27, Will answered, shoving George playfully. But seriously, let's get to the important stuff, George said. Do you have a boyfriend, adorable 23-year-old Ruby? My attention darted down, and I stared intently at my drink. And does he have an equally adorable gay friend? I have a brother, she hedged, and then frowned apologetically. I find him to be pretty adorable, but sadly he's straight. I could have made a fortune charging my girlfriends for sleepovers in high school. Bennett nodded and said, I like your entrepreneurial spirit. George leaned in, saying, Don't think I didn't notice the way you sidestepped the boyfriend question. Do I need to play matchmaker while you're in New York? I honestly don't think you want to go there. Ruby lifted her glass and perched her straw on her lips, meeting my eyes. This one here can attest. Only half hour ago, I looked like a street-walking crackhead. On the contrary, I argued, no one wears a hotel robe with more dignity. She giggled and then coughed as she swallowed. You're my favorite liar. I'm being sincere, I told her, putting my tumbler back down on a cocktail napkin. I was also impressed with the way you managed to get a hair pointed in each direction. Few can achieve that simply by napping in a hotel bed. She shrugged, her smile nearly giddy over our verbal banter. Many have tried to teach me the ways of sleek hairstyling, many have failed. I looked up to a table of grown men, watching us with rapt interest. I was definitely going to get the 3rd degree from Max later. So, no boyfriend, George said, grinning wolfishly. Nope, she answered. And not interested in anyone in particular. Ruby's mouth opened and immediately snapped close as her cheeks bloomed pink. And then she blinked around the table, narrowing her eyes. You can't tell me you guys all get together for drinks and talk about relationships. Are we moving on to shoes next? Bennett tilted his head toward George. It's this one. Get him in a bar and it's always like this. I've told you 100 times, Ben, George drawled. You're the boss in the day, I'm the boss after dark. Bennett stared at him coolly, and I watched George struggle to not fidget under the pressure. George, he said, finally fighting a laugh, you have never said that to me. In a burst of relieved laughter, George said, I know, but it sounded so good. I'm just trying to impress Ruby. Ruby? You going to steal George away from me? Will said, smiling. Not likely. George reached forward to tap Will's nose with each word. She doesn't have the right parts. Okay then, Bennett said, lifting his drink and taking a long swallow. Back to discussing body parts. All is normal. A silence fell over the table as everyone turned to watch Ruby leave the bar and head upstairs to bed. She had been utterly charming throughout dinner, and the group had groaned in unison when she'd excused herself because of our early morning. I too had been quite sad to see her go. Well, well. I looked up to see my brother's smug expression. Now that we're alone, Will began, I think we can all agree to drop any pretense that we're not ruined for civilized conversation, yes? Each of them nodded in agreement, and beside me, his glass now refilled, Will raised his tumbler to take a small swallow of scotch. I also think we can all agree Bennett will be an important consultant on this case. Max snickered. The conference? I asked, confused. It's an all-too-common predicament, Bennett added dryly. Knockout intern, boss in denial, I'll draft up a step-by-step plan of containment. I blinked, swallowing thickly as I realized what they meant. She's not my intern. I have absolutely no say in her career. I shook my head, frustrated because it was exactly the wrong thing to say. I'm not. That is to say, she's not interested. Nor I. All four men laughed. Niall, Will said, leaning his elbows on his knees. She nearly dropped her drink in your lap when George asked if she was interested in anyone. Was going to say the same thing, Bennett said. And something tells me she'd be first to volunteer to clean it up, Will added. Well, maybe that's because she's interested in someone who works with us at RC. Yeah, you. Max lifted his glass and finished the last of the amber liquid. Sincerely, I said, fighting a smile. She's a fantastic girl, but she's certainly not a romantic option for me. Tilting his head, Bennett asked, What colour are her eyes? Green, I didn't say. I shook my head as if I didn't know. What was she wearing? Will asked. A blue dress that hit just above her knee, I didn't say. A delicate gold chain around her neck and a ring on her right ring finger that I had to resist asking her about until George bulldozed in and asked about a boyfriend. I rolled my eyes, and my brother laughed again, this time pointing his drink at me. Blokes don't notice these things unless they're interested. Or George, Will added, and George reached over to grab the back of his neck and try to pull him in for a kiss. Well, it's apparent I needn't think on this any further, I said. You've all decided for me. It's what we do, Will said, adjusting the skewed collar of his shirt as he settled back into his chair. It's a sickness, we know. I thought we'd lost that muscle, honestly, George said. It's a relief to know we still have it in us. The ladies will be so proud. Max rapped his knuckles on the table as he made to stand. Alas, I'd best be off. New routine. Sarah gets the baby to sleep, I do the midnight bottle feeding. Finally taking a bottle from you then. Guess you smell like a woman too, I said to Max, reminding him of the little dig he'd thrown my way on my last visit. Max laughed and patted me on the back, and we all stood, a silent agreement in place that we were ready to call it a night. I watched my brother gather his things and say his goodbyes, feeling the same mix of pride and longing for what he was headed home to, a wife, a daughter, a proper home. Kiss the girls for me, I requested as he made his way out of the bar. He waved a hand, retreating, and then disappeared from view. The hotel bar felt completely deserted, silent in an immediate way now that the four men had left. I wanted to put a better name to the longing I felt watching him go. It wasn't tinged with envy or bitterness over my own circumstances. It was that I'd realized when visiting Max and Sarah only weeks ago that I knew what I wanted. Stability, a wife, a family. But now I was so far behind. I'd never been great with change, and it was daunting to face the prospect of altering my expectations about life and my future post-divorce. I hadn't realized until now how I'd put off even thinking about what life looked like from here on out and how to make it what I wanted. I'd simply hit pause. For 7 months I'd neatly ploughed ahead, diving into work, into footy and rowing on the weekend, the occasional evenings out with my mates, Archie and Ian. But to get what I wanted, I'd need to put myself out there and meet someone. And now, through the power of suggestion, from Tony, from Max and Will and Bennett, even George, or maybe simply from being in the presence of a hypnotically beautiful and sweet woman, my mind immediately wondered if Ruby could be the type of woman I'd date. But I didn't want to move toward Ruby simply because others thought I should, or because I had a space to fill in my life. Of course I found her attractive, and, in the private spaces of my mind, could easily imagine having a go. Could I ever be in a relationship with passion and honesty, with a degree of loyalty I'd never felt from Portia? My loyalty had always been first to her, but hers had never wavered from her parents, leaving me a distant second. It hadn't struck me as off, but in hindsight, I knew it meant we would never have been able to be true partners in our marriage. In the past year or two, I'd come to realize I'd been resigned to Portia as my lot, simply because she carried so much of my history with hers. But despite my hesitation and oft-noted reserve, I was raised in a house of passion and children, and the most absurd sort of adventure. Though I wasn't the one to pull the trigger on spontaneity and wildness, I needed it around me in the passive way that we also need air or warmth. Ruby's mischievous face lingered in my thoughts as I took the lift to our floor. It seemed as though she was placed in front of me at the perfect time. Not necessarily so I could approach her romantically, but so I could gain perspective on how many different types of women were out there, and that they weren't all like Portia. The process of splitting up a shared life with Portia into two separate ones was an excruciating, gradual process. First it was the flat. With almost no discussion, we decided it went to her. Next, it was the car, also hers. She kept the dog, the furniture, and a sizable portion of the savings. I let it all go, strikingly unburdened. Portia was my first kiss, my first love, my first everything. Married at 19, I'd believed in staying married despite misery, unfashionable as that view might have been. It was simply that, one day, our misery reached a point where I could see no point to it. I couldn't see her being passionate with me ever again, and for myself as well, our lovemaking had long since taken on a sort of mechanical, transactional flavour. There had been no mention of children in years, and to be fair, I was unable to imagine Portia ever loving her children the way my mother had loved us, with enthusiastic kisses planted to our bellies and constant physical reminders of motherly adoration. Now, months away from the divorce, I wondered how I'd ever imagined a life with her. Clean, cold, everything in its place. In the end, our divorce had started over something as innocuous as a rescheduled lunch. I'd received notice of a meeting that would run into the time we were meant to arrive at the restaurant midday. Portia often worked from home, but an hour of flexibility turned out to be too much to ask. "Did you ever consider my day?" she asked. "Do you ever consider what I put aside to spend time with you?" I thought back to the romantic holidays she'd cancelled, and the anniversary dinners she had missed because she stayed late at a friend's flat and forgot, or once extended her girls' holiday for another week simply because she was having too much fun to come home. "I endeavour to," I told her. "But you fail, Niall, and honestly I'm sick of it." Being Portia, she needed to have the last word.